Okay, what is up, everybody? We are up pretty early today. A lot earlier than I was expecting, but yeah, we're up early today, man. Because guess what we got? We got 2 times. I know some of y'all been up since like 3, 4 o'clock this morning, grinding out the 2 times already. But I got 60 stamina pots, okay? I gotta get through. So yeah, guys, that's what we're gonna be doing today. We're gonna be grinding out, just going through the game. You know, anybody that comes in per usual that needs help, we'll try to help people. But yeah, man, it's a pretty massive day. Next 2 days, I think, are probably the most important 2 days on your account so far since the release of the game. But yeah, man, listen, we got a lot to get into. So if you are here for the first time, make sure you guys, you know, if you're not, like the stream for, you know, so we can get more people in here. We are streaming on YouTube and Twitch. So whichever one you guys prefer, you can go to either. We got the links, I think, pinned in the comment section. Is the Discord link dead? Hold on, let me update that real quick for you, brother. Yeah, but what's going on with you guys, chat? How you doing? Yo, what's up, Zenny? What's good, Jero? How you doing, fam? What's good, Irene? How you doing, bro? You said you at work burning it. Hey, listen, that's what you got to do, though. That's what you got to do. Like you gotta be at work burning it. Yo, when I used to work at T-Mobile, that's what I used to do, bro. I did work, but I played all my gachas. Like I'll never forget that. That job was super chill for me. That was the one job I had where I could literally gacha game all day. So yeah, that was fun. But hey, if they let you, go get that grind in, you know. All right, hold on. Let me actually remove that and then I'll update it. Boom. All right, there we go. So we're gonna replace the pin. All right, cool. So Discord link should be updated. I'll throw that into the Twitch chat too, and we'll pin it. Yes. And we're gonna. All right, there we go. All right, cool. But yeah, well, how much have you guys gotten through already? Because I know some of you guys have been grinding like way longer. Yeah, I'm trying to. Like, yeah, I got 60, well, almost 60 stamina pots. I think there was somewhere else I needed to get pots from, though. I swear it was. But I could be tripping. All right, let's see. All right, so we're gonna go. It's at 16. Okay, that's not too bad. Yeah, that's not bad at all. All right, let's see. Did I buy them? Oh, it was here. Okay, that makes my 60. that makes my 60. There we go. You said 990. Yo, what's good, KPG? How you doing, fam? You said 990 stamina later. Just finished my investigation runs from 20 stamina pots to 13 now. Yeah, that's crazy. Oh yeah, dude. Yo, whoever subbed yesterday, I don't even know who that was, but shout out to you though, because I wasn't even streaming yesterday. So I didn't know you could actually sub to somebody and they weren't streaming. Like I wasn't streaming yesterday. So hey, I don't know who did that, but definitely shout out to you for that. Yeah, yo, what's good? 10 racks, how you doing, bro? You said I might buy the $1 pack for the extra 3. Bro, I feel like it's worth, to be honest. If you can get it, I would get it personally. He said was able to clear Hell 4 Aurora with the minor gem upgrades. Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now. Is just like grinding up a bit. My damage is actually going up quite a bit on my Deting, not gonna lie. Like I actually need to run my Aurora team, or not my Aurora team, my Terra Matan team, so I can see how hard he hits in there now. Yeah, I gotta actually look at that. You said, yo, what's good, Love Thy Enemies? How you doing, fam? Happy Saturday to you too. Yeah, man. Yeah, Miss Zox came back yesterday, so I had to make sure, or not yesterday. Was it yesterday? No, day before yesterday. But yeah, man, you gotta spend some time, you know, with the lady, man. You gotta do that. You said you're gonna push for some Infernos while farming. I'm already at 2 Infernos. Or you're not in 2 Infernos. I'm at Hell 4. No. I'll push Inferno after I farm. Doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense right now. Maybe tomorrow, but today I need to actually gear up my characters like better. I'm not gonna be trying to like lose my brain cells trying to jump into Inferno. Because part of Inferno, I don't think some people still aren't gonna be able to do it after today. Because here's the thing. I'm gonna be real, a lot of people don't listen. So people haven't been like farming, like they didn't farm pets at all. So they're gonna farm gear today and EXP, but then still not have good pets for Inferno, and then they're gonna get cooked. One pet I will say, and I did mention this before, but one pet that people are absolutely going to want because of lack of skill ups is Codex of Magic. It just is what it is, right? Codex of Magic is a pretty big one, especially for skill, like the lack of skill, like skill ups. Yeah, like absolutely insane. What value you can get from that, even with the adjustment to it. It's not as like broken as it was before, but it's still really good. Being able to use your skill 2 or your skill 3 or skill 2, whatever skill it is first, multiple times makes a big difference. Because sometimes that second rotation, like you could have something like the boss give back immunity to itself or something, and then you could strip it again. Like it could be something as simple as that makes your runs better, you know. You said, yo, what's good, Vitanova? How you doing, fam? Happy 2 times to you as well. You saw I'm running 3 on my Inferno Doki Doki team. Hey, that's what you got to do. Like, that's what you got to do. You got to make up. And that's what I was saying before. A lot of people were just like, oh, these things are just too hard. And it's like, well, no, you have to actually make the stuff to make your team operate as if you have, right? Because once you get skill ups and stuff like that, then you can go for pushing raw damage and stuff like that a lot more, because your cooldowns might be at a certain point. Even then, you still would probably still use your Codex of Magics. Like, I don't see why you wouldn't. You would just be able to do it even faster, right? Like your cooldowns would be even quicker in between. So I think that's kind of the thing, is like the whole like pushing DPS thing versus like actually making your team operate properly. So like even if your Kazuyo can use her skill 2 or her skill 3 twice, like that makes a big difference. If you're using Mio and she can use her skill 3 and then gives you a little bit of a window to use her skill 2, that makes a big difference in your run, right? It's a lot of things that can help. And even like damage wise, like I think everybody should probably start out with Aurora if they haven't built their DPSs properly yet. Because Aurora with momentum is just kind of like, that's kind of a big deal. I'm not gonna lie. Like momentum always has been a big deal though. That's like been the best in slot for most units hitting into debuffs. So you said I need Codex of Magic for my Doki team members. Yeah, that's fair. You said Codex of Magic on Hein. Yeah, he goes crazy with that, to be honest. You said then when done, so you're going GP, anima, you could put modules above. Yeah. It's Sharon's the only reason I can't farm Revelation right now. You can't be Sharon right now. Yeah, Sharon is I mean, that dungeon is just literally like, if you can keep her from like really hitting you, it's not too bad. Her ads are pretty annoying too with the dot stacking, but yeah, you just gotta basically like kind of try to rotate and hit as hard as you can on that fight. You said, isn't Aurora the worst to farm? No, what you do is you farm a little bit of Aurora. Momentum set is one of the strongest damage sets for debuff, hitting into debuffs in the game, period. Like if you're hitting into anything with like 5 or 6 debuffs on them, that's like momentum slaps. So you don't need to farm a lot of it, but you need to do some of it. That's kind of the problem. Like each dungeon basically funnels into one another. So in order for you to do some of your initial grind for like your Doki Doki, for example, you need damage gear, right? But then when you want to start tuning things, you need Doki Doki gear. So you need the speed gear out of there, right? But then with things like Aurora has a set called Strive and Momentum. And it also has Fury in there too. Those are 3 extremely powerful sets in PvE, because you got to think about the fact that like stuff like Strive can be paired up with things like Gigabyte. that's like an insane combination, because you got to remember, Gigabyte is something you're using because you're basically allowing the enemies to, or whatever the enemies are doing, they're going up to 3, right? 3 times, and then you get a cut. But if you're getting hit in between that anyway, why not get an extra push on your turn meter? Like, all that's doing is making you get to your point quicker. And then when your Gigabyte procs, you're cutting even further into the next turn, right? So that's something that, like, you got to kind of think about when you're supplementing, like, the lack of skill up investment, stuff like that. You said, shake my head, I get hit 3 times in a row, then Gigabyte 65%. Bro, it's crazy when you really think about, like, the tools that we have in the game that some people just aren't using yet. Like, when you have that combination, it's pretty messed up how much rotation you can actually get. You said, how many characters are you building? I mean, right now, everybody that I'm using has gear on them, right? They have, like, basically a base foundation. A couple characters I've kind of swapped around some stuff. I'm using her gear on somebody. I made a Bloodbath gear build on her, but she technically has her own gear. So this is actually a second set that I was testing on my Valerian. But yeah, how many is that? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I got to build 11, 12, because she has her gear. 13. Beoten has to be built, so that's gonna be 14. I probably build Shiida, so it's like 13, 14, 15 maybe. Yeah. Bro, hey, listen, that's what you do. That's what you do. That's what you do. Because I'm also not just building just for my PvE. I'm prepping for when I'm really about to hard push on my RTA. So I've, like, just been kind of doing, like, my daily stuff, but yeah, when I'm ready to push hard on my RTA, I want to have options for that too. So, yep, that's kind of that. You said definitely we need more Etheria coin, bro. I'm telling you right now, it's kind of the day, today and tomorrow, because otherwise it's gonna be kind of slow. But yeah, so I'm just doing enough of Aurora so I can farm up some of the damage gear that I really want. Probably shift my Remoka into a momentum. Yeah, I probably might swap her into momentum. So we'll see how that looks. And then I gotta actually try out my Terramatan team again to see, like, what's up with that, because I'm pretty sure I hit harder now, but we'll see. Yo, what's good, Katsura? What's good, bro? How you doing, bro? You said you pulled a Beoten dupe. So I guess I have the builder now. Hey, listen, Beoten's good. She's actually really good for damage amping, though. I feel like now that people's gear is gonna be hopefully somewhat better, they'll be able to make more use of her. To be honest. All right, let's see. Oh, I took my gear off of. Could I just put that set back on her? Yeah, I could. Hold on. You said future Zox and Mythic and Masters RTA. Bro, yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm actually really good at RTA. Especially for this game. It's just that I just been trying to do everything else other than RTA, so I've done it enough, but I haven't been going crazy. You said trash at auto though? Bro, I mean, no, like, so somebody was saying something about one of my my team not being tuned or something like that, and I'm like, bro, people don't pay attention. They're like, oh, your Doki Doki team needs to rotate like this. I'm like, bro, I'm pretty aware of that, but are you missing the fact that, like, that those enemies hit you with speed down so that they actually, like, mess up your rotation? So you have to, like, literally build someone with either an Alicorn, whoever it is that's being targeted. You need to put them either Bulwark or Alicorn, because they're gonna be slower. Or you need to just give them way more speed than everybody else. And if you don't got the speed, you just got to Bulwark it out, or you're gonna have to Alicorn it. So it's like, I'm like, people just don't pay attention to stuff. I'm like, the team is tuned. It's the speed down that's on that one character. Like, if you get hit with a speed down, your character is gonna get outsped by whoever's behind it. Like, like that's literally what's gonna happen. You said, truly, Shao Sadia would be nice for a level 63. Bro, honestly, It would be, right? But to be honest, you could make it work, man. So I used to be afraid of RTA, but I really like it now. I just need more speed. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. You said, what's the best shell for Doki Doki Messiah? Well, if you're doing Messiah for Doki Doki, to be real with you, he needs to be maxed out. Like, I mean, like, all his skills, basically. And he needs to be a revelation. So, and it's not just Messiah, usually. Usually Messiah is paired up with Lily for that, too. So, yeah. I don't know what you got, but... Yeah, he needs that TLC. He needs that TLC. But yeah, you got the Lily Messiah comp. Yeah, okay. If you got it, then yeah, he needs to be on Revelation. He needs to be on Revelation, and he needs to be max. So I'm not sure what your skill ups are looking like, but it's not just a skill 3. It's a skill, his skill 1 and his 2. Because you gotta remember, when Lily is proccing assists, she's making him use his skill 1 more, so making him hit harder off of those, and then he's critting. So it's taking advantage of the revelation, which is the extra 2 damage that you get from that as well. So that's why I said, like, man, like, some of these comps, bro, like, they're like, I don't like, people are like, oh, I can just do that. And I'm like, dog, I mean, hey, if you got it, go for it. But just know you committing to it, you know. Yeah, you're definitely committing to it. All right, so let me see. It was something I was about to do. Oh, give Valerian back her HP set. I have her on usually. I think I might have got rid of her pet though, which is kind of a thing, but we'll see. You said Messiah can run health 4 without Lily, so I'm gonna try Rev, Shira, Klaus, maybe Max Kraken for Inferno. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, that's something you could do. I mean, but then again, yeah, you have, like, once you have the pets to do it, to facilitate it, it's definitely not as hard. It's like early entry. You said really strong approximately this time. Oh yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah, you are right about that. You said first off, first for health 4 Doki. Wait, one's off first for. Wait, what does that mean, Flame? I'm confused. I don't know if I'm reading that right. You said some of them are fast with Lily and Klaus, but I figure our DPS ain't our DPS ain't built like that, so speed is definitely a must. Yeah, speed is like really our biggest thing right now. It's like global chat in this game is so miserable. I don't remember it being so miserable in beta. Well, you gotta remember that to be honest, when games release, like, you're not dealing with the same, like, group of people that just genuinely want to play the game because they like the game necessarily. You're playing with a whole bunch of emotional people for, like, different things, or they're just a whole bunch of different emotions and personalities, I would even argue. So yeah, I mean, when it comes down to that, it's like, it's always going to be like that. I've never seen a game on official release in the game chat not be a certain way, to be honest. Yeah, I've never not seen it. He's like, I can do health for Aurora pretty consistently now with Kachi the Guard. Kachi the Guard is really good. I need to actually build mine because he actually is really, really good. You said, what's your game plan for 2 times? Right now, I'm just getting some of my momentum pieces that I want, which I think, yeah, we're getting some of those pieces right now. So it's not too bad. Getting some strive pieces. I'm about to swap some of my units' gear because I already know what builds I want to do. Then I'm going to farm Doki Doki like crazy. Get that out the way. And then from there, I'm actually going to be trying to kill 2 birds at 1 stone, basically. So I'm going to be farming my modules, and I'll be doing my GP outpost runs that I need to do at the same time. And then, yeah, that's that. Yeah, that's basically that. You said, can you not clear Hell 4 Aurora? Not yet. It's actually the last dungeon I focused, to be honest. I did, like, right now, I can do Doki and Terramatan. I just didn't actually focus my team until, like, a day ago. So that's kind of how that went, right? But in reality, I'm at Hell 3. But I'm trying to be smart about what I'm doing. So farming at health 3 makes 0 sense right now because it's not consistent. So I need to actually, which I kind of did a little bit. I was like, I'll throw about like 300 stamina into this, which is roughly what I've done. I actually, just from my first 100 stamina, I completely changed my Dating build. And my Dating build, right now, I have him on a momentum build, and he's already doing way more damage. So, yeah. Like, Kenai is good, but this is the thing that I like have to think about, because in reality, momentum is probably one of the hardest hitting like sets into debuffs. Now, when you're not fighting into debuffs, then yeah, it kind of sucks like really bad. But when you're hitting into debuffs, momentum like literally slaps stuff off the freaking planet. So as you start tweaking that and it gets better, it's only going to perform better, to be honest. But you just have to hit in those windows. If you're hitting in windows where there's no debuffs, then you don't cook, to be honest. You don't cook at all. So there's kind of that. But yeah, my momentum set actually is making my runs more consistent now with him. You said I'm able to clear Doki health 3 now, but health 4 is killing my sustain and my support's easy. Any tips? I mean, to be honest, the main thing is that you need to be out healing. Like shields help. Shield is another way to kind of counteract the healing or the debuff that you're supposed to remove. But to be honest, you need to get that debuff off of your allies as fast as you possibly can. So like even what I did to kind of like supplement it for right now is I put a Codex of Magic on my Ling Lao so that she could rotate and go into a second heal if she needed to. But I'm running personally a Mia and a Ling Lao, so I double heal out of it, and then I also cool down my units as well. So that's kind of like what I'm doing at least right now. And then I think, who gives me shield? Oh, I use an artisan too in there as well. So there's like in between, I forgot what turn that is, but I think it's like second or third turn, my Colossus artisan goes off. So then that kind of gives me some shield. So that kind of keeps my whatchamacallit alive, my DPS. So you said, how many debuffs do you need? All right, so read what the set says. Set says you get 36% damage increases by 6% up to 6, right? So you would need, is that 7? Am I bugging? Is that mathing wrong, or is that pretty off? You don't need 7. I could have like a solid 5 and slap something, not gonna lie. Is 6? Yeah, 6, my bad. Quick math, 6, there we go. Yeah, so you got to think about this, right? How fast can you get that before your DPS goes, right? So let's talk about it. I get 2 debuffs from Hoden. And they're all different, right? So I get a attack down and a resistance down from him. If I'm using Klaus is giving her defense break, speed down, and hacking progress. That's already that's already, how many is that? That's 5. That's already 5 from 2 characters. I'm already there. We there. At that point, who else giving me a debuff? Trying to think who else I run in that team. Cost. Ling Lao is in there. We got a Dispel. If I'm doing like, I mean, I guess it also depends on the dungeon too. Because if I'm doing like my what is it called? If I'm doing like my Terramatan, I'm also getting a debuff from Freya. So that's Nightmare too. You said the stacks of debuffs count to as 2 debuffs or only as it counts as a stack, but it doesn't count as 2 debuffs. So it's like, so there's some debuffs that are stackable. Like for example, like is it vulnerability or erosion that stacks? That still counts as its own like thing though. So hold on. So it's for each debuff you have, right? So each debuff or control effect on the target. When you have one debuff that's being stacked, that's still one. It's erosion, right? Yeah, there we go. It's still one debuff, right? So it's kind of like you need a you would have to have like a speed down, an attack down, a defense down. Then you would have your erosion as one debuff, but it stacks up to a certain amount because you have to hit. It allows you with its own gimmick to hit into it a certain amount of times for other characters to be able to hit into it as well. So it's like its own thing. If you were just able to do that off of one unit, to be real with you, that would be busted. Because then you would just need, I mean, I don't see why you wouldn't use momentum and everything at that point. You said, how easy is it to do that realistically? To do what? To stack those debuffs? All right, hold on. let me show you realistically. All right. All right, so wait, I don't even know if my build's right, but we'll see. I mean, it's not hard, to be real with you. You said class would be even better for stacking hacking progress counted. Yeah, it counts as her stacks only count as one, and it's an evolving debuff too. So it's like it's kind of the same thing. All right, so all right, so this is gonna be one. That's one. This is up to 3 now. That's 3. There we go. I already have 6 debuffs. Like, I have 6 already, right? So, ain't hard. And it's not hard to get to. Even if you're using Dyna, right? Even if you're using Dyna, it's not that hard to get to. Right? So like it does its job. Like, why am I rotating so slow? I think I'd shifted something because now my Deting didn't rotate into that defense break like he should have. That's all right though. You said it works amazing on dot teams as well. Yeah, debuff momentum is actually really solid. Yeah, because if you have anything else working with them, those still count. Now dot is a little different because dot stacks as its own, like it stacks individually, which is kind of the reason why it's just the way it is. Let's see, what was I looking for? Where'd my other chat go? Oh, there it is. You say you don't get a mark on the boss? No, I haven't tweaked it. I don't care to. Yeah, I just haven't tweaked it. Thank you, sir. I think Klaus might die here. He said I might put Messiah on momentum for Doki then. I'm not sure how it'll work on Messiah for Doki though. I'm not 100% sure. Oh damn, did they take my Deting? Yeah, I gotta put her other build on her. So yo, Zox, why didn't you refill yesterday? Wait, so why didn't I refill yesterday? It said to be able to take advantage of energy refill at midnight. I ended up falling asleep and losing a whole day of farming. Bro, I actually, yesterday, I spent way too much stamina by mistake. I like literally spent all my stamina like earlier in the day and I forgot to save it for today. Like that was my fault. That was straight up my fault. He said, Indoki class plus CC is guaranteed 4 debuffs. Yeah, it's pretty vast. Yeah, I feel like I gotta put because I definitely shifted something around. Oh no. Oh, okay, I see what happened. Okay, that makes a lot of sense now. Yeah. Yeah. See, yeah. Okay. it just wanted to not give me that one. We love that. Yeah, we love that. You said Klaus feels weak since lately. What do you mean? Where does she feel weak at, brother? Where does Klaus feel weak at? I ain't gonna lie, she kind of performs better than my Dyna Hell 4 right now, which makes 0 sense to me. But oh, brother. Like giving these cuts now. All right, I'm gonna have to change a build real quick. You said you use Hoden instead of Lily here. Interesting. Yeah, I like his strip better. And he could do it pretty consistent, but I changed something and I don't remember what I changed because I was like testing some crap and then I didn't put it back. So here we are. Let me see. Was it you? I think we left Freya as is. I think this has been Freya's build. I've had you on this gigabyte. What the heck did I change? No, Hell 4. No, I can clear Hell 4 with 2 stars, which is like, I mean, that's like pretty consistent for me. But I changed something. I don't remember what it was. No. Was it? Kloss, I think, is the same. Yeah, Kloss is the same. Let me see something. I think I need to drop her HP, but we shall see. You said like Fangus has best says momentum due to the follow-up dotting. Yeah, that's it depends on your setup too. That is very true. You said I'm using an event to make a Dating for Aurora. Honestly, yeah. I mean, to be honest, Dating like for Aurora is really good, but it also depends on what you have, man. You got to make it work. Yeah, my targeting's changed. That's what's different now. My Valerian isn't getting hit as much. HP balance. No turn for you, sir. It said your runs be perfect for farming, then you change gear and it doesn't work. Bro, I was literally testing out a bloodbath build on my Valerian because I wanted to see how much damage I could cut with it. And I changed something on my on somebody else too, but I don't remember what it was. Cause yesterday I probably ended my grind yesterday like sometime in the morning because I blasted all of my stamina. I really didn't mean to because I completely forgot I was supposed to save it for today. Yo, what's good, Jude? How you doing, fam? You said this event's a good time to target those battle achievements if you don't have a specific goal. Yeah, that's true. That's actually very true. It does help. Yeah, we got that lighthouse gaming. Yeah, I gotta get her cooldowns, man. There you go. Was it actually that set though? Really? I wonder. Yo, what's good, Slasher? You said, am I building Vice? What is the whole thing going on with Vice right now? What is that? Because I've heard a lot of people saying it for some dungeon, but I haven't actually looked into it. All right, I'm gonna have to tweak your build, brother. Hold on, let me test something real quick. Is it my damage that's actually cooking me right now? It might be. Hold on. What's going on with that? You said Vice is crack. You said Vice Plus. He said does Holden need lattice? No, he doesn't technically. No. He said he's making content like Ember Track a lot easier. Just great sustain. Oh, you're talking about that strat. Okay, I thought you were saying like some new crap with a dungeon or something. So wait, they're still using him for tower right now? I mean, it makes sense. He's good. Yeah, he's definitely good. All right, let me see here. I need It said they're using it in Doki and Terra as well. But for what though? Like, is it for Inferno or are they just using it in general? It says some people are replacing Shadow Sania with Ashu. But is he landing enough dots for that? Or are they manipulating something so he can spam? Because Ashu has, what is it? Is it like 2 or 3 turn cooldown? I know his cooldown I think can get pretty low. Yeah, it's 3 turn. Yeah, he's 3 turn cooldown. So, and then he has 3 turn dot duration. Ashu is Vice? I don't think so. No, Vice is this guy. Yeah, Ashu is a completely different character. This is Vice. That's Ashu's dot. You said pretty much just a tanking cheese. Oh, okay. You said you got someone in Asia cleared hard 42 with a Vice Kachi, man. Bro, Kachi is underrated though too. Like Kachi though? Yeah, man. I mean, honestly, you said it's for Shell Inferno, for Ashu though. Oh, okay, for Shell Inferno. Okay. Oh, Kachi the guard too. Okay. You said I'm currently all right. You said I'm actually really close to completing 12 weave and Swift Rush module set. I don't know why I haven't seen this being talked about. Well, you said 12 out of 12 time weave and Swift Rush. Well, I mean, it's not that I don't think people are talking about it. People just haven't really like farmed it, like really, like because I was just saying like somebody was like, isn't like farming like strive and certain sets like bad? I'm like, no, because it's the combinations you can do. So like I think what is it, the max combo you can do is a 12-8-6, but in between that you can do a 12-12. You can do an 8-8. Like it's a lot of different combinations because they definitely wanted the build diversity to be pretty high. He said it's okay to farm Hell 4 if you basically can't do Inferno for any modules. So Heart Stuck on 4 on all 3. Yeah, Heart 4 is fine because the thing is that like you're still going to be refining gear. Like to be honest, you said 12-12 requires you to have 3 mages on everything shells, so that gets that's expensive to get. Yeah, it is true. It is, but it is possible for people to do it. 12-8 is usually easier for you to obtain, but yeah, you can do a 12-12. But it makes sense because the cost of the set, or the not even the cost, the value of the sets are just much higher on those 12 bonuses, right? Yo, happy birthday, Lonzo. You said take a sip of white rum for me, bro. I don't even have any alcohol in my house. Imagine that. Imagine that, bro. I don't have any alcohol in my house. Would you believe me if I told you that? Yeah, I have no alcohol in my house, bro. Like that's not even a joke. I have zero alcohol in my house. You said, can I put Onslaught set for Hoden? Not really. He's a defense scaler. Onslaught is an attack set. You said, did it just sits on the shelves for the looks? Man, yeah, I don't even have that. Ms. Zox drinks more than I do though. But I mean, she doesn't even drink like that, but she does drink. You said, well, I didn't know you were that kid-friendly, Mr. Zox. Dude, I've never, you said, so no alcohol, so you don't bake? Nah, I actually don't bake with anything alcohol, to be honest. You don't need that to bake. But, I mean, my best friend is Jamaican. You guys know this, though. Like, you know that, Lonzo. You know my best friend's Jamaican. He literally, Dragon. He literally, they make, like, rum cake and all that stuff. With like they have like the raisins that sit in they have like this alcohol with raisins in it. It's been like 20 something plus years. It's just been like, I guess, fermenting, and they make their rum cake with it. It's like really bad though. You can only have a really small piece because yeah, I'll send you somewhere. Yo, you said alcohol with no, it's rum with raisins in it, so it's not wine. No. You said having a Jamaican friend has to be the funnest experience imaginable. So I love the way you speak English. Said they make it their own language. I swear. Well, no, that's all it is. It's just broken English. It's not. They're speaking English. Like that's. It was like that's the funny thing. I think when you're around someone that like speaks patois more often, like you kind of just pick up on it because it's kind of like even Like I had a lot of friends in college that were Dominican, and just being around them, that like just hearing them speak Spanish a lot, I would pick up on stuff over time. And then I became like an honorary Spanish speaker, speaking with my Spanglish, because I was just around them so much. So it's kind of the same thing. Like if you're around people that are talk a certain way enough, yeah, if you're around people enough, you know, it'll actually start sounding clearer. And you'll start to kind of think like, yo, why did I not understand that before? Like, cause now I can hear it. I think sometimes like people hear, they don't listen. So like they'll be like, oh, that just sounds interesting. But like if you actually really listen, it's like, wow, okay, that makes sense. You know? You said, can I see your shouts? Also, if you use Revelation, would you use the Ting or Messiah? I have it on my Messiah right now, but my shells, hold on, it's just easier to show all my shells from here. These are all my shells right now. So I got 2 gigabytes. I got a Revelation built. Got a Codex built. Well, 2 codexes built actually. So I got 2 codexes built: Artisan, a Count, a Lighthouse. Yeah, that's what I got right now. I got a couple just sitting here. So that's like 500K. It's like 1 million training data just sitting here. Yeah, that's like realistically 1 million. Did I re-equip them though? Hold on. Cause that one was on Ling Lao. I took that off of her, but this one was on what did I have this one on? I think it was on oh, Mia. Okay. Yeah, so I could probably sell those now. You said you have more shells built than me. What the bro? I literally have only been farming shells. You said you only have 2 shells built. Why? Like, yo, you should have more shells, bro. You said, yeah, we just shorten most English words these days. So I only speak Patos when Dragon's around. Yeah, I mean, bro, like if you were to speak it around me, I would be able to understand what you're saying. Because I've been around him. We've been friends now going on like 11, 12 years. So it's been a long time. He says like how at least I have worked with Haitian Creole workers for 13 years. Now I can understand most accents at this point. Yeah, that's kind of like so Ms. Zox is actually Haitian. So she yeah, like just being around her family, like yeah, I can understand a more Creole than I can speak it. I can speak a little bit. There's certain words that I know, certain sentences I can say, but like, yeah, I ain't proficient at it. I'm probably like preschool. You said, what's the shell module you're most proud of, by the way? So be it rolls or matrix lines. I'm not proud of none of my gear. If I'm being honest, I feel like, dude, I've been getting like the most ass stuff. Like all my gear is ass. I'm gonna be real with you. Like I'm not even gonna sit here and sugarcoat it, bro. No, like, like I be lying to you, bro. I'm so serious. I don't have a good piece. Like all my pieces are okay at best. That's why when some people are like being super sweaty, but they're running around with like a 300 speed Lily, I'm like, man, if you don't stop talking to me. Like, they're like, yeah, I've had 270 speed since day 2. I'm like, oh, brother. I like, yeah, hey, listen, dog, I've tried. The game ain't giving it to me. There's some people with plus 18s on pieces right now. I'm just like, bruh, I can barely get a plus 11. You said the other day, you said Miss Box was Haitian, but I heard Asian. So when you said Creole, it just clicked. Oh, damn, my bad. Yeah, she's Haitian. Yeah, she's Haitian. You said almost 10 million training data with almost 300 mythic shells. So I'm not feeling to build them right now. Okay, Kat, here's the thing though. Why do you have 10 million training data and you're just sitting on it? Like that you know how much like crazier your stuff probably would be right now, like low key. And the crazy thing is that like you could probably actually start rolling some of your passives. Like, to be real with you, if you're just sitting on 10 million training data, bro, roll some of those passives. I mean, that's a lot of passive rolling you could do. I'm probably do one more 100 here, and I'm gonna shift up so I can. But I don't know if I changed it. You said my speed only has speed because of Swift rush set and her S1. Yeah, bro. I like I'm telling you guys, like I'll show you my fastest character right now. Like I'm telling you, it just is what it is. I can't even be mad about it. Hold on, I gotta go back and re-equip Mia. Yeah, I can't even be mad about it, bro. Like it just the game said that's what speed you're gonna have. I'm like, well, okay. So I've been having to do unorthodox building against my better will, but it's what you got to do. All right, you can have that. Have fun. All right. It said, yeah, at least build a couple of mythics to help you. Yeah, those mythics are pretty nasty, bro. Especially the ones like after a certain point that don't have like epic versions of them, like Codex of Magic and certain things like that. Like, I mean, you're just not gonna find anything that can replicate that other than itself, right? Is that 10 million trading data that send that my way? I'll put it to use. Yeah, everybody will love that 10 million training data right now. That's crazy. So 10 million training data versus the one shell substat you want, who would win? I think within 10 million you would probably get it in 10 million. I'm gonna be honest. Like, now how much is really the question? Like, how much would it cost you? That I don't know, but I don't think you would spend 10 million. I'm almost certain you would get it. One thing that I'm actually like trying to get the devs to do is that after you do X amount of rolls, and I mean, I'm pretty sure they'll probably consider doing this later, but after you do X amount of rolls, allowing it to roll at least on the substat that you want or the passive effect that you want. So like it could be like every, I don't know, let's say every like 30 or 40, maybe 50 rolls, it'll roll into speed or something. Like, I don't know, just so you have like some point, kind of like almost like a pity into it, to where it's like, all right, I rolled this many times into it. Because I'm not saying they got to give you a perfect God roll, but at least let me roll, you know, let me roll into it or something. Like, let me get the speed or something at some point, you know, that would be nice. It don't got to be a God roll though. It could at least be a general speed roll with a chance, you know? You said, really need advice. I have 6 golden lattice left. Said, who should I invest them in? Reels S3, level 5. Lily's S1 at level 5. And Rahu's skill level 2. Should I continue to invest them in Rahu? I mean, well, here's the better question. What are you clearing? And what do you need to clear? Because, to be honest, it really depends on that, if I'm being honest with you. And if you already have Lily's S1 at level 5, then there's that. If you have Rails at S3, then I mean that's that for her too. You said that would be sweet if they got a pity on the sub shells. Yeah, because I don't think it's a bad idea to let players have the ability to at least get the stat. I'm not saying you got to give them the perfect roll though. Like if you can at least get in the rough ballpark, because it can still roll trash and still give you a 7. Like, I mean, but that still would be better than me infinitely rolling into a substat and then like probability wise, it's still like random. Like it probably is possible to go 10 million training data and not get speed. Like to be honest, it probably will happen to somebody. I don't know. Yo, what's good, Tums? How you doing, fam? So do you know how Biotin? It's no like real way to really target on it, to be honest. Like I don't know if it's bugged. It was never like that. Her targeting is kind of like right now it's random. It literally is not off HP, it's not off attack, it's not, I don't know what's up with Bealton. So I think for what if I'm being honest, this is something similar I've seen with some characters. Games sometimes do it purposely where they'll design a character to not be as good on auto, and they make them more of a manual unit. That's kind of what that is. That's what at least I feel it is. And I've seen it in games before where like it'll literally be a unit with you said it's a unit with the highest cooldown. Is it though? Because I feel like it's random. Like it'll sometimes go to it'll be the same run. That's why I don't know if it's that. because it'll be like one run it'll be my Freya, the next run it'll be my my Kloss, but it's the same rotation. So that's why I don't get that. That's why I said I don't know if it's even that. He said some people theorize it's the person with the longest cooldown. I mean, it's possible, but I still don't think it's just that, to be honest, because it's random. I've tested it. It's mad random. I'm like, bro, it's insane rotation too. You said she always does it to my Valerian when I try it with the Ting. And see, that's kind of the thing too, is that like, what's kind of weird is that Valerian, I mean, if she's in her bubble, then she kind of doesn't do nothing with that. Like that's what I mean. Like, I think they're gonna have to, they might have to readjust her or something, because yeah, nah, even if it was off a cooldown, like that's just so specific too. Like, now you gotta tune your cooldowns. Oh, brother. Like, that's just like, I feel like, okay, we can have certain levels of complexity, but bro, just keep it to like highest attack, highest attack, or defense, like something, like keep it like that. Like, doing cooldowns is just kind of crazy to me for targeting. Like, highest cooldown, like, oh brother, like that's gonna, like, your team is gonna vary so much. And then if you go and you skill up a unit and you forget and now their cooldown is shifts, then yeah, GG. Or you're using Codex of Magic, you gotta tweak that so much. That's just annoying. Versus like if it's the highest attack, you can kind of make that work. Like you can finesse that pretty simply, to be honest. So I'm like, wow, thank you so much for killing me faster, Pielton. That's literally what it is. You said, what shell you rocking on Valerian? Right now, I'm actually using what's his name? Bloodbath, but not Lighthouse. But I'm not using Lighthouse for the skill effect. I'm actually using it because it has Bloodbath set built onto it, and I just haven't done a Gigabyte with Bloodbath on it yet. So as soon as I do that, then I'll be shifting her on a Gigabyte with Bloodbath with the with Strive. So that's what I'm gonna end up putting her on. And then that Lighthouse is gonna go to my one of my healers for sure. All right, hold on, let me actually see something real quick. Give me stamina. Give me stamina. You said yo, what's good, Clutch? How you doing, fam? You said what skill do I focus first on? Fangus, Esenia. It's just passive. Skill 2, pretty sure. Yeah, passive is pretty massive for him. All right, we took gear off you. I don't know why I did, but hey, we did. So where you at? Where's she at? Oh, here she is. Have fun. Yeah, I gotta burn some of this stamina a little bit quicker. How do you not die? This is one survives. Poor K. All right, there we go. He said, "What does time weave drop affect?" Wait. What does time weave drop affect accuracy mean? Wait. You said, yo, does time weave drop affect accuracy main stat? Wait, what? Wait, like, what are you saying, fam? Hold on. Yo, does time weave drop affect accuracy main? Oh, you're saying does it drop affect accuracy main stat? Everything can drop any value. As long as it's a value for percentage, it can drop it. I was so confused. My bad. I was reading that like, yeah. If it's on right side, you can build like for example, you can technically build any set with DPS values, right? So yeah, you can do that. You can do that with any set. So I mean, same thing with support values. Affect accuracy on a bloodbath, on a time weave, on a onslaught. It drops those values. Yeah. Now, if we're talking about are you going to get them, now that might be a different story. You know, yeah, that might that might be a different story, fam. You said it's like one thing to get affect accuracy. Only God knows what the speed roll or if the speed roll. Yeah, that's true. That is true. I mean, like, hold on. I have farmed. I'm gonna show you guys. I have farmed some pieces from Doki, and Doki was just being so depressing earlier. It was just so funny though. Like, I was actually getting some really nice speed rolls and or speed gear, and then it wouldn't roll in the speed. I was just like, wow, we love this. He said, bro, 1K stamina, you got nothing. Bro, I mean, that's possible. It's possible. Cause like in reality, like the other thing is too, is like, whatchamacallit, like if you're farming and another set just drops more, it just be like that. Like you farming one thing and then like say another set just want to drop more. That's how I be feeling with Doki Doki. I be farming for the speed set, but then they be like, yo, you said you wanted Bramble? I'm like, I asked for that. You said, you said, man, Doki Doki Hell Force so inconsistent. That last middle mob just spins the win, bro. That's why I was trying out my my lighthouse on my Valerian in that fight because yo, he, yo, you said, yo, Peanut, that's funny actually. Cause yo, the middle ad do be spinning the win, yo. He just yo, they really gave him like 100% turn meter pushback damn near. And then they let him like basically one-shot you. Yo, like, yo, it's just funny because as soon as he says spin to win, I already knew what move it was. And it's that move that freaking like turn meter pushes you back all the way to turn 0. Like, yo, that joint is actually messed up. Oh my God. You said look at your DPS vanish in there. Like, yo, that's just freaking hilarious, yo. You said Fortissimo directly counters him. Bro, I gotta build up Fortissimo. Oh my God, bro. Yo, that's just funny. You said Rose out of that dungeon straight dookie dookie, am I right? Bro. Yo, you said what skill would you level first on Rosa? I think for Rosa, what is it? It's her, can't remember if it's her skill 2. I think it might be her skill 2 or 3. Because I think her skill 2 affects her follow-up, if I'm not mistaken. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. I think Rosa's skill 2 is her passive follow-up. So I think that's pretty big with her. But if I'm being real with you, Rosa needs like full investment if you're gonna use her. You said ain't no Fortissimo when you get one shot. Hey. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, so oh, by the way, so the thing that we sent to the developers is actually under review right now. I meant to tell you guys that. So we're waiting to hear what the devs actually like really think about it. But some of the changes that me and Sion has sent over, they're reviewing it now. Or not now, but they said at their next meeting. I know they're probably not doing anything because it's the weekend right now. But at their next meeting, they're gonna actually be reviewing some of that stuff. So if we can get some of that stuff in the game, man, like that some of those things would actually be like pretty massive. For like some of the things that players need. Like what's kind of interesting, like little lore, right? You guys, some of you guys might not know this, but our first limited banner wasn't actually supposed to be Freya. It was gonna be Klaus. Who would have thought, right? So like little stuff like that I be thinking about. I'm like, damn, dude. Like Freya, don't get me wrong, I think Freya is absolutely amazing, but Klaus actually like was one of the she was the original limited banner. Klaus was the original limited banner for the betas. She was the first unit they put on a limited banner. So yeah, it was Klaus and Messiah. Yeah, it was Klaus and Messiah. So that's why I was like, dude, I was like, man, Like that would have been crazy. Like just having the target banner for class, that would have been crazy. I'm not gonna lie, that definitely would have been crazy. You said best way to get coins. Technically, yeah, it's not limited. Yeah, it is rate up though, but it's a limited time rate up because you don't know when you're seeing that. See, that's the thing though. Like, that's the thing with this game that's so weird. It's like there's no limited units, but they're limited rate ups. So it's like, hey, you got this short time to get an isolated chance of getting them. But yeah, as far as like silver or Etheria coin, technically the highest like yield does come from module farming. The problem is that some people just aren't selling, so it's just kind of that. And it's part because also the drops, like you're not getting enough drops to realistically sell for it to have made sense. I feel like after this, people are going to definitely have a lot more Etheria coin. Whatever data they collect after this though, hopefully they you know, come to some sort of like design or conclusion on what they want to do as far as how they run like 2x events. Because I think that would actually be like really nice just to have that in like for like spurts for people to be able to farm up Etheria coin and stuff like that. So yeah, that I think is just kind of what it is. But I would say like in terms of like overall best yield is actually shells, which is kind of funny to be honest. You said they should just do the 2x on Saturday. Bro, I'm not gonna lie. That's what I was thinking, because to be honest, when they first said they were gonna, when they actually agreed to do the 2x, I was like, bro, it'd just be lit if they ran it once a week, or even if they did it bi-weekly. I don't even think people would care about that, because then people could actually save like pots and stuff like that, and then literally farm the stuff that they really want to mass farm or blast farm that day. So that's why I said it's like, if you're gonna give out stamina pots, you can you can make that a part of the culture. That's how, if I remember correctly, that's how it was in Summoner's War. Like I know E7 does stuff like that now too, but I remember it being like that in Summoner's War, like early when they first started doing those drop events. It was like literally set for like the weekends and certain days, and then like people would just save for those days to farm. You said Raid Shadow Legend does that. Yep, but see, Raid also like Raid is a like, man, I have a love-hate relationship with Raid. Like Raid does stuff like that, but it doesn't amount to anything. Which like dog, they'll do something like, what they'll do is they'll say, hey, we're gonna give you 2x the drops on speed gear. But then the dragon dungeon has like 50 other sets in it. So it's like, you're like, oh, okay. So like you still like, you might get a few more pieces of speed, but you're still really getting a lot of doo-doo. Like that's just, like that's literally Raid in a nutshell, bro. Like it's like, unless you're at, again, the higher spectrum of dungeons, which I mean, dude, they have like what, 20? Like 20, and then you go into hard mode of those dungeons. Like, bruh, like, no. like Raid needs a complete overhaul, man. They really do. It's an Ord event will be going on. You need to do while the 2x is going in a dungeon, not for the event. like that's literally how it is though. They'd be like, oh, so we're gonna run dragons × 2, but you gotta farm but you need to go and farm the what is the name of that damn boss, the freaking ice giant dude. You gotta go farm that dungeon though for the event, or you miss the fusion. I'm like, bruh, this makes no sense. You said, do you think this 2x will come back again? Because the devs announced it, and when I read the note, it felt like they didn't consider this as one of their original events, or not planned. Oh no, it wasn't planned at all for them to implement it. I don't think at all at this point, to be real. But I think like when you talk about good development or developing on your game, you have to pay attention to like how things flesh out in your player base, right? Like, I think there's a lot of things companies don't intend to do, but when you get a certain response for something, I feel like for what it's worth, what you do is you make whatever tweaks you need to for the long term, but you definitely want to try to consider some way to implement that set thing, especially if it's like making the overall response to your game better. Like, to be honest, with this 2x, I've seen more of a positive response than I have anything else. Like, people are just like, oh my God, like, I feel like I actually am able to farm up some of my stuff, which, if we're being honest, I think we would be lying if we said drops felt amazing, right? Like that is what where I'll say like, okay, like, yeah, right? Like I can completely get that. Yeah, drops don't feel amazing. It is what it is. Like, I mean, it just where it's at. But I think for what it's worth, I could see them doing things like, for example, maybe you don't get the best of drops, or maybe not the most optimal drops, and then difficulties come later on that maybe might increase certain things. Like now, in this difficulty, it's a minimum of like, say, I don't know, like it's like four substats or something like that. Like, but again, that still is not going to be optimal. It's probably going to be random, but at least you're going to get 4 lines, right? Or there's a higher drop rate of 4 lines or something like that. There's so many different ways that they can kind of supplement, like, okay, we implemented this so we can give them more gear. The one thing that usually happens though, and this I will say, I noticed they did it in Dislight. Those that played Dislight with me day one can probably attest to this. And when we first started playing Dislight, the quantity was lower, but the quality of gear was higher. When they bumped up how much we could farm, the quality actually did diminish some. So I'm hoping they don't do that because, like, kid you not, we had gear from the early phases of the beta that was so good that it literally was like for example, we were like penta rolling speed, for example, which was like a big deal. Like after we got an increase on the quantity of what we could get, yo, it was almost like I don't think I've ever seen another piece roll like that. But on the other pieces, it was always like speed. They were like quad and penta rolling. So there were dudes in the top of PvP that literally had gear that we called it legacy gear, because it was literally gear that was like, bro, you can't even get that anymore. Like it was like dead like that. So I was just like, yeah, nah. I was like, I really hope they don't do that, because that's what I notice sometimes games will do, where they're like, oh, okay, we'll give you more, but because we're increasing the quantity, the quality will diminish. And I'm just like, like I kind of like, I get it, like, but I also kind of like, you know. It was a game called Dislight. We played Dislight. You said Watcher of Realms did that. You said he did shit too, night and day, bro. Yeah, I mean, a lot of games do that though, and I don't think a lot of people pick up on it because they're just like, oh, the rolls they're not that great, or they're not, you know. But we're smart enough, like, and a lot of, like, you got to remember too, like in gamers, there's a lot of people that do things like code, right? You can tell. I can tell when something's coded a certain way. And that's like, so like one thing, like, I'll never forget, the community used to get mad at me all the time because they're like, you don't know that. There's no way you know that. I'm like, bro, I literally can tell. Like I farmed this dungeon thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and like, I'm looking at my average and I can tell, like, I can just tell this is what it's coded to do. And then somebody actually like ripped the coding for it and it was like, damn, that is what it's coded to do. And I was like, oh, exactly. I was like, I could just look at it. So you can kind of tell. You said how to build Ramoka. I mean, there's a few different ways depending on like where you're at building her. My Ramoka right now is kind of cooked. I'm about to swap her gear actually. Yeah, let's actually do that. I'm about to swap her gear actually, and then we're gonna go back in and push my Doki. You said you got good gear in Dislight. Bro, I had some of the best gear in the game. That's why I was able to do all that Ooga Booga garbage I was doing before. But yeah, for Ramoka, I mean, it's like it's typical damage dealer build. Shell, her best in slot though is Count. That is like definitely pretty huge for her. You said as for now, the story is still in TBA, so we will get a sequel to the side story or to the story. Do you know, or do you think they will add unlockable high-level investigations with a drop of purple shadow prints? Somebody was telling me they were getting gold the other day. I was like, wait, somebody's getting gold? I think maybe they were mixing up shadow prints with EXP books. So to be honest, I think that's kind of like That was what was confusing me, because I was like, yo, I don't think they're dropping gold shadow prints in EXP right now. But yeah, I mean, to be honest, I think that's usually what games do. I wouldn't be surprised if they did it. It wouldn't be like this big shocker. It would actually make sense. Yeah, it would actually make sense to me if they were like, okay, here's our next difficulty with better drops, you know. Also kind of gives people something to do. They might implement something else, or we might get like a refined stone system. Who knows? Like there's always things that games add to make systems a little bit more vast. Let me see. What's that? As HP, I need at least crit on it, brother. I could just whatchamacallit this. You say your terror runs missing artisan, they bridge the gaps for wait, you said, you know how many, oh, Inferno. Wait, you say what kind of changes are gonna make in the game for us to tackle Inferno better? I mean, to be honest, I'm gonna be real. I think it really is just more so like what we're kind of having happen now, to be real. Like right now, I'm almost certain that more people would be able to jump up. The other problem, what I've noticed is that people just don't have the shells either. It's really just that. So shells, gear, is gonna make a big difference. Skill up investment. Like there's so many elements to why people just can't do Inferno the way that they want to with other units. So I think like after that, they'll be able to better assess like where players are at, and then we'll probably see changes if they're going to implement any changes. But other than that, I mean, a lot of people just aren't even like really built well for them to be able to tackle it yet. Like I said before, like there's like the speed minimums that people just haven't even hit yet. Like for me, I like, and not even like me trying, like me even trying to like roll gear and stuff. Like I just haven't been able to get any character near that threshold. I think my highest character is a 257. So like trying to hit like a 270, 280 is just like, like I just got to get the roll. Some people got them though. Well, you say your terror is missing artisans, so the bridge the gap that allows Val to sustain and give the team more time to kill. That's usually what I run actually, is artisan. I am running an artisan. Yeah, I'm running a, I think it's a, whatchamacallit. Yeah, I'm running on Kloss right now. I probably need to make another one. You said what you're saying is Shadow Sania and Veronica aren't needed for Inferno. Bro, they were never the only units that could do Inferno. But the problem was, and this is what I said before, everything that was tested was, well, I'm gonna be real. I knew what was gonna be the case, like at like certain entry levels, but most information that was being cycled, that, if we're being honest, a lot of people just didn't test. It was just showing that it was just showing things from an end game spectrum. So like when things are actually built, like Veronica is used, you'll see a Heinrich used, you'll see like not just Shadow Sania, but you'll see the Ting up there. Like it's like the builds really matter. They really do. Scale up investment in builds are huge. Part of the problem is too, like some of the builds that were also being like showcased, like they weren't just like momentum and what is it called? Momentum and like an onslaught. It was also Fury Edge, right? Like Swift Raid. So you got to think about this. Hitting those bare minimum speeds were actually easier if you're showcasing something. You could even have the unit like really sped tuned like that. But if you have Swift Rush on a maxed out Shell and Swift Raid on, your character is going hella fast. like they're going pretty fast. So then you add Gigabyte to that, or you add somebody with a Codex of Magic, like you're gonna see a whole different presentation in how your units perform. So that's kind of really what it was. It wasn't just so much, it was just these two sets. A lot of things were being shown with 3 sets. So it was typically a 12-8-6. That's what most builds were. So a lot of what players are experiencing now is they're not using that last set. Because even if you weren't using Swift Raid, which is speed and attack, Swift Smite was speed and effect accuracy. So it was like you had different ways to kind of finesse your builds according to the unit you were using to be able to push up or to be able to do other content or have other variations to what you might have been using. So it's a lot that kind of goes into it. But the other thing is too is everything was maxed out, which is kind of the other thing. So I think like the thing is that with Shadow Sania and Lily, what they're giving players is easier entry, right? Lower investment entry, but they're not the only one that can actually do it, right? You said when I would see the beta showcases, those stats were nuts, like 300 speed, so much crit. Yeah, that's what I mean, right? Like, so it wasn't really tangible to or realistic to the experience of like what the push would be for you working your way up, right? And that's why like there were certain series, like I said, like what Sion tried doing, what I tried doing, going back playing from the bottom up, it was because that part of the process is so important. Like you could see things from the top, but if you don't know what things are from the bottom leading up, then it doesn't make then you run into issues. Now the one thing I will say though is that we had some newer pets implemented into the game, so interactions with those and stuff like that, kind of everybody's kind of figuring out certain things with that. Like there's certain, like some of the interactions you guys are even telling me, I'm like, I didn't know that was going to be the case, right? Like people coming up with the one-shot Freya's crap, right? I didn't think that was going to be a thing because I wasn't thinking to ever build Freya with crit so that she could do it. You know, like, so that's kind of the thing too. Like there's more things that have opened up since there's now more people playing and there's more people just doing stuff, right? So yeah, I mean, it's kind of like day to day people are figuring out ways to do things. So I don't think it's necessarily like, oh, the game is just like super hard. It's just like, has somebody figured it out yet? Or do people have even the gear required yet? Which I think is also part of the thing, like part of the grind that people are going to be kind of going through right now. All right, so let me see here. I need to let me actually test this real quick. Let me see my boy, because I want to actually, and I might have to build, oh my god, I might have to do an alicorn for that garbage. That's the only thing. All right, so what we're gonna do, I'm gonna give this to Ramoka real quick, and I'm gonna change her count. Hold on, chat. I gotta like focus for a second there, otherwise I'm never gonna do this. Give me, where's my boy? Oh, he's down here, I think. Oh, did I not? Oh, I see what I did. I didn't save this build yet. Save. Thank you, game. Okay, there we go. You say you just got some lens? Congrats on that, man. You say it doesn't work for Ramoka. Count is better. Oh, you're talking about Revelations? Yeah, you use count on Ramoka, man. Count is the way. Count is the way. Let's see here. I know I got a few somewhere. Oh, brother, the scroll. Let's see. We can do that. We can do that. We can do that. Let's go with that. Let's do this. Power. We can, nope, imprint. There we go. All right. All right, let's do this. Here, here, thank you. And trade the pet. Yeah, I do gotta swap my yeah, I gotta swap my stuff real quick. I'm trying to hold on, let me just make sure, because I need to make sure I have enough crit rate. Let me see. It brings me that's why I might have to just add, I might add gray back so I can make sure that's more consistent. Hey, wait. I get 15%. So hold on, let me do something real quick. I'm at 12, 10, 4, so 3 swords, so let's say 4, and then that's 6, so 6, 9. So I could go for the 8 bonus there. Okay, so hold on. Let me actually see what I got right now. Where's my crit damage? Oh, brother. All right, so some crit in it. And we don't need all the speed. Yeah, I need more crit rate because I get, if I leave it here, that puts me at about, what is 32 plus 15. So that's 47. So yikes. that's I ain't gonna cut it, chief. And then what I would need really, if I wanted to make that crit, I would need to roll this. Oh, brother. Oh, I hate pets. Oh, I hate pets. All right, so here we go. I'm praying the gachas make my life easy right now. All right, so let's see. What the fuck? like, I need to start rolling these on stream. Like, okay, I don't even think I need crit now. I would just go crit rate, cause well, damn. I was just asking a question. Like, is this the high 30? Am I tripping? Oh yeah, it's one. Yeah, it's one off. All right, whatever. It's just like okay. You said, how do you do that, bro? Bro, I don't know. That was a miracle. I ain't even gonna lie to you. Like, he said 29% unusable. Yeah, it's not a god roll, you know? You said, can I use some of that tech? Yeah, hey, listen, you could borrow all of it if you need to. Bro, I really wasn't like trying to get anything there. That was just so troll. All right, I guess we'll do this one then. Because yeah, I could probably squeeze a little bit more attack here. What the why? Like, bro, wait, is that max HP though? No, dude, like this is like, bro, that's just mad random. Like, yo, yeah, we're going tank Ramoka, bro. Honestly, I'm not even gonna lie. I might take that over that 100. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not gonna not take that. I can lose that 120 attack. I'm gonna be real with you. Yeah, Bruiser. Yeah, Bruiser Ramoka, bro. This is new meta. What are you talking about? Bro, I don't even want to roll that again. Like, I really don't even want to roll that again. We're just walking away. Like, yeah, we're absolutely walking away. What is it? Final damage taken. Ooh, that one could be good for her. 4%. Let me see. What do we have on her now? Is highest speed. We can overwrite that for now. Nope. We'll do one more. Constant. Nah, we'll do one more. All right, there we go. Reason. Nah, it's trolling now. All right, get me out of here. You said lean more into Bruiser Mocha for sure. Bro, that's actually a really nice roll though. I'm not gonna lie, I'll take that. So 29% on the crit damage there. I wanna see something though. So if we're gonna go into DPS City. Oh, you know what I could do though? Wait, hold on. Let me see where my attack is at. If I took, let me see something. Where does that put me? 1.4 plus, that puts me at 2 point, because the pet is going to give me 1.2k. So that puts me at 2 point. I think technically I could just run double crit damage, or actually throw a crit rate in, go double crit damage, and then when the count goes off, that puts me at about 3 point. Was that 3.6k? Yeah, I think that should be enough to nuke for the one shot. It's like 3.6k. So that's what we're probably gonna do. Yeah, so yeah, 3.6k of no more attack rolls. Yeah, that's like, so that's pretty good actually. So let's see, we're gonna go for the crit piece. We'll take Shieda's off. So remember, you need 45% green crit rate. Wait, you said you need 45% green crit rate if you're using a crit buff. But see, I'm not using a crit buff. That's why I have to supplement it. So I know I get 15%. So yeah, I gotta supplement it. Yeah, I gotta supplement it. And then what I'm gonna do is, oh wait, did I just mess up my momentum? I did. Hold on. Let me actually do this the other way. Crit damage, crit damage, crit damage. Where was I? Momentum. Yo, what's good, Ace? How you doing, bro? Was it? Did I not have any on that set yet? Oh, I do. Okay. Let's do that. All right, and then that should put me at 12. Okay, cool. And then I need you said what DPS are you using for Aurora? I'm using my Deting in there. Yeah, I'm using Deting in there, teaser. He said at work it's midnight, Japan's still beautiful, you know the vibes. Bro, hey man, I'm glad you get to enjoy that, bro. Shoot, I just be in the house, man. I mean, I go outside sometimes. I go to the gym. I just be in the house though. But like, yeah, being able to see like nightlife or just a sky view in Japan is fire, bro. I ain't even gonna lie to you. That's actually fire. That's like destination type vibes, you know? Do I need a triple though? Is that why I'm tripping right now? Cause yeah, I need a triple, which is kind of, all right. So we'll just have to rock with the 6. Actually, no, I don't. I just need a double. Oh my God, I can't do math. I can't do math. There we go. All right, there we go. Okay, so then when that activates, so we got 70% crit rate. I can live with that. But wait, actually, did I do another crit damage? Okay. Oh, I gotta level it. I was like, wait, where's my crit damage at? All right, there we go. Okay, I can. You better not roll into speed. Okay. You. Oh, fuck me. All right, so what is that putting her at? 160. So 70. Okay, so that might not be too fast. Bruh, I'm telling you, whenever I'm leveling up my DPS, like my Deting will straight up like roll plus 12 on his pieces for no reason. I'm like, all right, sir. Okay, sir. I'm like, I didn't need that, but all right, so we'll put that there. Okay. Oh, that was nice. So 1.6. And then we'll leave these 2 here. Those are cool. Okay, so let's see. Let's see. You said, did you upgrade Lily's S2? Nah, I don't got lattice like that, fam. Did her S1 though. Yeah, I don't got lattice like that. You said I have 2 pieces of gear over 12 speed and they're both DPS pieces. Sounds about right, you know? Sounds about right. All right, so there we go. We're gonna go shell tuning here. Oh my God, we gotta start doing infernos on those 2. You said auto Doki Hell 4 is impossible. I'm gonna see. I gotta try to push up. I gotta force my way up there. All right, so I think she's pretty all right now. Let me see what my run looks like, and then we can make some tweaks. Let's see here. Yeah, then we can make some tweaks. You said I just max roll speed. I got a plus 16 speed. Ooh, nice. Damn. Dude, that's nice. I wish. All right, so let's see. Who do we have? Am I going? I might keep the Mio. Yeah, Codex. Okay, yeah, hold on. I gotta re-gear my Mio. Yeah, here, dude, like, it's just I get outsped, so I gotta eat unnecessary hits. Like, it just is what it is. All right, Where's Mio at? Oh, it was just your pet. Who did I give your pet to? Was it Ling Lao? Oh, okay. All right, there you go. Yeah, it's it just be what it be. Yeah, I'm trying to see something because I might just put Valerian back in because Valerian's pretty safe. He said it's not impossible. I showed that yesterday. Tiamat Gaming. Yo, Tiamat can still do it, by the way. Yeah, guys, she can. Yeah, it's not impossible, man. It's just the builds, bro. I'm telling you, guys, it's builds, man. It's really builds. All right, let's see. Yeah, see, that's gonna mess up my rotation because of that speed now. Now my my Mio might rotate slower than my Kazuyo, maybe. Oh nope, never mind. I forgot I fixed it. Get cooked. So can you land that slumber on the last guy? Thank you. Oh, baby, hold on. We gotta see if this lands on the last dude. Because if it does, he's getting cooked. Yep, get cooked. Oh, but no defense break. Okay, I gotta think about that. The damage, though. God. Bro, momentum is... I'm telling you guys, momentum is nuts, yo. Like, and the debuffs, momentum is crazy. Yeah, I'm pretty sure... what I might do... Yeah, I could put Class on Codex. Yeah. Yeah, I gotta put Class on a Codex and then GG. Yeah. Yeah, I gotta do that and then yeah, that's GG. Cause the damage is crazy. I technically could make another Codex right now, I think, actually. Yeah, what I set for my my auto before was to target the mid one second. All right, so yeah, hold on, we're gonna go change that because the damage is there now. Yeah, that's GG. Yeah, momentum set is just like really busted for debuffs, bro. Like it's just not even a question. You said alternative for class. You can use Gray. Gray is like pretty good for damage and defense break, man. Like to be real with you, a lot of people sleep on him, but like, bro, he's still giving you that extra, that defense, that what is that, 60? That was a defense break, 60%. So that's not even including the other crap that you can get from class, but bro, just the defense break alone, that's 60%, right? Like that's a big deal. So you said just don't use, yeah, Gray, yeah, he's he's a special case. You gotta kind of finesse it with him. But yeah, Gray, yeah, he's still really solid for it, to be honest. And he can actually apply more damage to the fight. So he's not targeting him solely, bully his face off. Yeah, bro, that's who I was targeting before. That actually gave me really safe runs as well. Like, cause that was pretty annoying. All right, so we're gonna get rid of these because that'll give me, I'll get one somewhat built. That should be a good amount. Or we could, do I need this anymore? I don't think so. So that gives me what, 1.2. All right. So we can shift that now. Thank you. And then we're gonna build another, what the hell are you? Another Codex. But this Codex, I might actually, we're gonna build you on speed as well. Why not, right? Because wait, what is, let me just make sure I'm doing this right. What is Kloss using now? There's an artisan on, oh brother, I forgot about that. What's that? That's gonna mess up my rotation a little bit, but I have to see. Well, it's definitely not speed set that I need. All right, we'll see what we can do. Bruh, rolling a freaking speed roll on artisan is just not fun. especially when you want to put him on a character that's like, you know, kind of slow. You know, it's just like, why are you doing this to me, game? All right, so yeah, let's go build up another Codex. Yeah, Codex, man, like Codex is like PvE god. I mean, if you can farm Codex, it's just a thing. Just do it. Ooh, I could do the Swift Bloodbath and double up on value there. It said it is easier to raise a new artisan and reroll that, bro. That is true. Like it is true. It is true. But I mean, hey, what can you do? You said my only plus 20 speed is on my artisan, so my Miyu just rocking artisan feels bad, bro. Hey, you gotta make it work for what it's worth, right? You gotta make it work for what it's worth. Is that actually Dino RC77 are better than Klaus for more consistent runs because of multi-hits? Klaus always just miss on 10%. Yeah, that is actually fact. People actually sleep on RC77 too. I think they forget he has an AoE stun built into his kit as well. And yeah, he also has other debuffs. The other thing is too, hold on, because that's actually important to kind of mention. That man got a whole accuracy buff in his kit. Can we talk about that part though? Like, he got a whole accuracy buff, and I think it's in his skill 1. Yeah, like that man gives himself 40% more accuracy too. Like, he kind of be cooking. Yeah, attack down, defense down, and a stun. That's like literally everything you low-key need for that fight. Like, for that role, RC77 can dead do it. And he still can do stuff in PvP too. Turn meter pushback too. Extend all their debuffs by 1 turn. Bro, like, why are people using him? Like, like he literally has a whole god tier kit made for it, brother. Like, he's good. You said too bad I don't like blue characters. Oh, well, that's gonna suck for you when it comes to attribute exclusive content, you know? Yeah, like in this game, you have zero choice. You said it's because he's ugly. Oh, so we just need to give him boobs, and then people would use him. Like, you said, why aren't you use him? Because I have other stuff. I'm building like 20 units right now. Like, I can't use them if I wanted to. Like, I'm at the point now where I'm literally trying to level up everything that I have. If I just take on another project, he's gonna just sit there anyway. Like, dude, like, kid you not, I'm actually like, I was low-key starting to work on Dorothy just to be a troll. I still got to build my Rahu. I got to build my Leon back up. We're still doing Heinrich. We got Hell Kid we got to work on. We still got to do Doki. I still want to do Tiamat. You know, we still got to do Mia and Biotin. We still got Shiada. Like, bro, you see the list just keeps going. Like, it's insane. That's where we're at though. It said, and any other AoE defense break works better because Gray trolls on Codex. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, he absolutely does troll on Codex. And that's the other thing too, is like they made him gimmickly really good, but like shell synergy for him, like with skill cooldown stuff like Codex is just, yeah, nah. It's like almost kind of seems like intentional because it's like, yeah, he uses a skill 2 first, so good luck getting that double up crit rate buff that doesn't stack. Like, that's literally what's gonna happen. So it's just funny because it's like, oh, okay, I always wanted that. Yo, Renesh, what's up, fam? Yeah, I always wanted a double crit rate buff that doesn't stack. I always wanted that. That was my dream. That was my dream, you know? All right, let's see. We can get rid of that. We can get rid of that one. And we can get rid of this one. He said, nah, turn my grade. And his uptime on the defense down is insane. Said, like, perma defense down is great. No, he can do it a lot. Like, I mean, to be fair, though, he does have, like, really, really low cooldowns. And I think, isn't it, like, technically, like, 2 turns, really? Because... yeah, like, I mean, to be honest, like, he rotates so fast anyway with his skills, so it kind of feels nice. Anyway, so it's not bad, but it's just that, like, in scenarios where you kind of need things to happen a little bit faster, or not even just faster, like, Codex of Magic is zeroing out your stuff, so, I mean, it's not even so much about it just being faster. We can use, I guess we'll use this one. He said his extra turn still reduces cooldown, so yeah, it's technically 2. Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, he said Gray is good, but not optimal for Doki, except if you go slow runs. Yeah, very true. Very, very true. Yeah, I think that's the thing. Like, every unit, but that's what I was saying before with these types of games. Like, you have to learn the you have to learn like the what's it called, the like kind of like the mechanics and interactions, because like once you learn that, then it kind of just makes everything else inherently easier to kind of understand and do, because you'll know like, okay, I can't do this because this reason, like this needs to be on a multi-hitter, or this only really works on single targets, or these cooldown windows don't allow me to be able to take advantage of that, you know. All right, where's Klaus? I don't know where we're gonna be at for speed though, so we shall see. Damn, that sucks. Well, reconfigure. Just give me any speed. I kid you not. If it's speed, I will take it. Like game, I don't care what speed it is. Okay, we'll take that because that's like already significantly better than that healing crap. Yeah, we'll take that effect accuracy. All right, listen. Just don't give me a red that makes no sense. Oh my god. Okay, listen. We got one more roll. All right, we got one more roll. I don't need it to be another gold crit damage of 18%, please. You know, just not that. Oh, okay. Just give me a worse one. All right, that's cool too. All right, so we'll just keep that for now. All right, so let's see. My God, that 20 speed, you definitely noticed that. Yeah, you definitely noticed not having that 20 speed, brother. All right, so let me think here, because now I got to tweak. Ah, brother, this is what I'm saying, yo. Okay, so I'm going faster anyway, but let me think about who's geared a certain way. Kazuyo is, I think, faster. And she's not even on a max one, which is crazy. So I need 7 speed. You said she's on a casual 15. Yeah, I know, right? To be honest, all I cared about was this character going fast. I mean, to be honest, I need more speed tuning. I could also... Wait, let me think about this. I could also maybe swap pieces. Because I'm assuming that would actually solve my problem here. And that actually would have her at the optimal speed that I would want her at. And then I won't have her overlapping my Mio at all. All right, so let's do this. Let's save this plan. Where's Klaus? Okay, Klaus. Confirm replace. Oh, brother, I messed that up. I hit the wrong button. All right, there we go. Yeah, so I think that actually might work. So we're going to yeah, I'm gonna just swap their gear. That's really it. That's the solution. We don't gotta be big brain about it, right? Save plan. We'll overwrite that one. Okay, cool. And then what I'm gonna do? Go to Kazuyo, because I'm trying to figure out how the hell she's faster. I mean, I'm assuming it's subs really, because it ain't base stats or not. It's not her base speed. So. All right, let me take that. Did I save Kazuyo's set? I'm like messing up my presets again. Did I not save one for Kazuyo? Really? Okay. All right, I guess not. So, Kazuyo R, PvE. PvE. All right, confirm. All right, cool. So now we can just do the good old swapperoo. Okay. I think that fixes my problem here. Unless, like, for some reason Kazuyo just wants to magically still be faster. And then we got Klaus. Okay, that should be good. He said, why don't you level up all the modules to max? Because some modules are absolute garbage and make 0 sense to level to max, to be honest. I don't believe in leveling pieces that aren't going to be of value to the character, to be honest. So, like, for example, if you even look at, like, my DPS, I don't level, like, HP defense just because why? Like, unless it's a piece that rolls really well, I'm not going to keep it anyway. Like, I'm going to probably swap it eventually. And all I care about is the attack values on this character. So I'll max roll those stats, but I'm not going to max roll anything else. Maybe in longer form content, but even then, no. For what I use my remote for, I really don't slaughter into anything else. But yeah, I mean, it really depends on the character and what I already did with them. But like a lot of my supports, like if it's their bulk, I go for the bulkier stats, but I never do the attack stat, right? So it's like little stuff like that, depending on the character. So, and it's just based off of the stat I need for them. And then once I'm putting on like better pieces, then I'll go for those max values and leveling things to max and stuff like that. Because the other thing is too, if we're being real, Etheria coin was really honestly has been short in supply. So yeah, that's also another reason, if I'm being real with you. Like it's just to save more currency, really more than anything. And then gear swapping is kind of another reason. You said today's a great day for the unemployed. You said select or summon class day 1 from a Messiah, and on day 8, 9. You said day 8 or 9. People were saying you break your account without Remoka, and now I'm so happy I did. She's busted. Wait, who'd you end up going for your DPS though? You said you picked Rosa for the big titty mommy. I'm dead. Hey, listen, whatever makes the process more enjoyable for you, hey, I support it, fam. I support it, you know? I support it, man. All right, so let's see if we got that rotation right. You said, oh my God, I'm unemployed. That's crazy. You said you didn't save any energy at all for 2 times? Bro, I have 60 pots. Like, I mean, I feel like I got too much energy, if I'm being real with you. I got 60 pots, fam. Oh, brother. Where'd this lag come from? You said Ethereum coin is in short supply. Meanwhile, me at 10 mil. You just haven't been using any. You haven't even been using any. You said you didn't save any energy. 6K stamina saved. Like, bro, it's crazy though. All right, let's see. Why am I lagging all of a sudden? Like, my game was just fine, and now I'm lagging all of a sudden. This is odd. Hey, Etheria, get it together. Get it together. All right, game. All right, game. Why is it having a stroke right now? No, I don't have anything on in the background. No, like it's like Fulson having a stroke for 0 reason. I'm so confused. Oh, that's GG. There we go. That's all we needed. Damn, she cooks. She cooks, brother. She cooks. He said no hentai running on in the background. You said game-breaking builds, breaking the game. like, bro, and my light just cut off. Like, what's going on? Is the stream at least running okay? God damn, look at that. He says servers can't handle 2 times farmers. All right, there you go. The stream is A-okay? Okay, I just wanted to make sure. It was like, cause I'm like, I don't think it's me. I'm pretty sure it's just my game. It just took a hit or something. Like, I'm like, what is happening right now? I think everybody's starting to get up. So that's what's happened. We probably had like 100,000 people jump on the server. That's funny. You said what lattice investment for your Mio? So I really want to use her. I have 0 lattice in her. Like she has none in her right now, which is kind of the funny thing. There was people that was like, yo, she's trash. She's gonna be trash. She has no lattice investment, bro. This character just does stuff. Like, lattice investment is actually gonna make her uber busted, to be honest. Like, but she does stuff. She just does whatever she needs to do out the box, to be honest. You just make sure she has enough effect accuracy and you cook, to be honest. My Ramoka build right now is on a 70%. So, okay, this is the thing. I'll make sure for those of you guys later, or maybe watching later, I'll do a video for my builds at least, so you guys can see them. But Ramoka's build is factoring in. So I think like what some people like try to go for is they try to go for like a super high attack ratio. But you don't need all that. You make up the attack from count. So really, me being at this 1.6, I add 1.2k to it. So I'm really at like 3.8k attack when I hit. And then I'm going momentum. So when I'm hitting into all those debuffs, I'm actually scaling my damage. I stacked 8 stack on the onslaught so I can get 25% more attack. And then just to make that more consistent, and actually I think going up into Inferno, really all I need is to get these on a 3 bonus. And once I get that on a 3 bonus, then I'll be able to actually try to run that 12-12, because that'll be pretty massive for Ramoka for Doki higher up. But as far as like the actual values, is crit rate, crit damage, and crit damage. So it said probably just need 15% more crit rate for stability. Well, the thing is that even at the 70%, I'm technically at 85 in Doki Doki, because I get 15% more because she's green attribute. So I factored that math in too. So I have like 300 plus crit damage. Really in Doki Doki, I'm at 85% crit rate, and then 3.8k attack. So it's like technically stats that come into play in the fight itself. So that 15% crit, then the 1.2k attack, then I have the life leech on it. So yeah, that's ultimately what it is. So yeah, if I can get her, like if I can get another 15% though, that would be lovely, because then that'll put me at the 85. And then when I go into Doki, I'll be able to get the full amount. So that'll be nice. But that'll come though with like fine tuning. Like I think that's the thing. Like just you'll have to be okay with a loss or two. I think that's okay, to be real, right? So that's chill. Now Inferno, I get hit hard as hell in here. So hold on, let me show you guys. So like if they survive the first turn, then we'll be straight. But if they don't, I mean, like, that's just what it is. Oh my God, their whole team is faster. Like, look at that. Oh, brother. And we do survive, but man, we also, at this point, we need more effect accuracy is what it is. That's what we need here. We need way more effect accuracy. Ooh, that's a good debuff. Oh, bro, if I beat this right now, that's it. Oh, resist. I hit this one. Oh, which one did I click? Nope. Oh my God. Yeah, see, she didn't hit the right one. It's moving too fast. Let's try it again. He said, can you tell me consistent dispel healer? Wait. Consistent dispel healers cleanse with combination of 2 characters, because I have built 3 characters. Wait, can you? Okay, wait. Can you tell me consistent? You said just lacking a bit of. No, that's damage. That's not damage reduction. She didn't sleep it off. She didn't sleep it off, brother. That's what that looks like when it doesn't get slept off. You do 0 damage here. All right. Oh, and now I got the attack break. We love that. Wait. So wait, you're saying consistent dispel healers, dispel healer, and cleanse with a combination of 2 characters, because I have built 3 characters. Okay. Well. All right. So this is what I need to know. What are you trying to do for one? That's number 1. What are you trying to do, fam? Yeah, like, look at that. Like, you see the damage versus when you don't have to. like, yo, the damage is night and day. Like, you don't do that that removal, bro, you get cooked. You get absolutely cooked. Yeah, that's funny. You said yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out, at what point they're at in the game and what they have first, because then we can maybe help them make an actual team. You said leave Inferno for next week. Bro, I mean, I'm not rushing. I just want to see. Yeah, Dispel, though, I mean, Dispel, you got Viper. Like, those aren't even necessarily all clumped into just healers. Like, yeah, you got Viper, you got... Yeah, like, look at that, bro. Get me out of here. Get me out of here, bro. I didn't, like, let me stop trolling and go get my Doki Doki gear from Hell 4. Like, let me go get my Doki Doki gear and walk up out of here. All right, so let's see, 75. All right, bro, now the farming really begins. Yeah, Ling Lao has a cleanse. Viper can cleanse, or not even cleanse, he can strip or dispel. Obu technically converts, which is a form of dispel. You have you have removal units like Rahu, who can do it. You have Mizuki, who can dispel. There's a lot of different things. I mean, there's a lot of choices. That's why I said it's not just like one unit. Like you gotta kind of like narrow down what you're doing specifically, and then what you have. Because if we know that, then what do you have, Garid? Because yeah, you have Dating, Gray, and Klaus. Okay, but what other units do you have? Because, you know, I could be telling you whatever to build, and then you just don't got them. You said, how far are you in Anasync Echoes? I am currently, I'll probably do some of that today if I have time. I'm at 17 out of 36, but I'm at 39 out of 42 on Ember Track. Yeah. I just didn't have time to do it. I was, what was I doing yesterday? I did my videos yesterday. I didn't stream. And I spent time with my fiance yesterday because she just got back home. You gotta have those sacrifice days, man. As much as I love gaming, I gotta have those days where I just spend time with my fiance, man. So yeah, I was just like, I won't worry about it right now. All right, here we go. We're gonna do some. Who am I? There's a few characters I wanted to actually finish. Yeah, I gotta do my GP too. Because I need to go. I don't really have any gold lattice or perfect lattice right now, so I need to do some of my SRs, which, if we're being real, I still need to do. I gotta finish the Ting. I gotta finish his last skill, so let me see how much I need for that. Go to Prowess. We need 20. Okay, yeah, so we need like a few runs. It's not too bad. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that Doki Doki we clearing though, right? All right. So I have a problem. So I only have one DPS to Ting. So who else from SR can be DPS? Probably very unlucky. Apart from Leon, from SSR, so I don't have anyone. So I have Fangus. I mean, well, there's other DPS. You have literally, and I mean, they hit hard too. The problem is that most players are trying to build like general, like for general content, or the things that they're seeing clearing stuff right now. But to be real with you, you have characters like Sutomo, you have Oboro, these are like other really hard hitting single target damage dealers. So you have other things that you can use. It's just a matter of what is I about to say? It's just a matter of like the resources you have accessible to you to actually build them. So right now, I feel like now that people kind of have like whatever general unit they have done, you can start kind of focusing a little bit more on something specific. But like characters like Obero she does really solid damage. Sutomo does really solid damage. He strips buffs. He's basically a single target Heinrich is really what he is. So he steals buffs. Or not even just still. Well, yeah, he buff strips. He wounds. He has a buff block. He has like a guaranteed crit built into a skill 1. Like it's some units that do some nasty stuff. Obero's the only bleed unit in the game. and her bleed stack doesn't leave. So like she just always is constantly being able to get value off of that. You said, bro, you said the union shop reset? What is today? Saturday? Hold on. Did union shop reset? No way. Let me... Nah, it didn't reset. It resets in a day. Oh, well, what server are you on, Vibes? I don't know what server you're on. Hold on, let me actually check that. Because Sion definitely did say something. Oh, my United Front rewards. There we go. Yeah, he definitely said it. Yeah, it resets on Mondays. So I got union. Okay, yeah, that's what I was like looking for. Management, edit. Wait, do we have a new banner we can use? I'm confused. Unlocked by reaching reserve union. Oh, okay, that's okay. Wait, but isn't that the same? Wait, what? Isn't that the same symbol? Like, am I tripping? No, but fam, that's the same symbol. And it don't look, all right, whatever. I guess they figured, hey, listen, you got in there. All right, cool. All right, so I guess we'll change the reasoning why we have this symbol, because we reached a reserve union. Yeah, that's literally the same symbol, but all right. Hey, listen. I ain't mad, devs. I'm not mad. Hey. Yo, I need you guys to actually pick water people, please. I'm just starting to stack water coins. Like nobody, yo, it's funny because nobody is picking water units in my union. There's 30 of us and nobody's picking water. Like, he said no. I know, I apologize. That was so unnecessary to yell at you guys. That was so unnecessary. You said time to crash out. Make a crash out video about the emblems. You like, dude, you know, honestly, the thing that really has been the most triggering, not any of the adjustments to bosses or any of the, you know, like none of those things matter to me. The drops, the resources, it's the emblems, you know? I don't think I can play this game if they don't update our emblems, you know? I can't continue to log in every day. Like, I can't do it. All right, so you said insert Denzel meme. Not for real. Yo, you said I realized momentum on Aurora is grieving. Wait, what do you mean? Like trying to farm it? You said non-Zox is like more shiny symbols. Is it more shiny? It doesn't look like it unless I'm shiny blind or something. You said now Union is bugged right now, can't access it. Yo, restart your game, bro. Yeah, you might have you tried restarting your game? You said RC77 is a Teemo class. Like, yo, I've been saying forever that RC77 is actually good. I remember somebody was like, I was telling somebody, I was like, bro, I'm gonna probably use him just to troll to open in PvP just because he can do it. Like, just to troll. And they were like, no, RC77's trash. I'm like, all right, well, that's fine. I'm like, that's fine too. That's fine. He's trash. You said, have you tried turning... Yo, when I worked in cell phone sales, would you believe that the 90% of issues was solved by simply restarting people's phones? It used to be the funniest thing. They'd be like, my phone is glitching. I'd be like, all right, so I have two questions. Yo, I'd never forget this. I'm like always like, I have two questions. When was the last time you reset your phone? They'd be like, I'm like, so you don't reset, you don't turn your phone off at all? How long have you had your phone? Like, that's been like 5 years. I'm like, oh yeah, no wonder. How many apps do you have open in the background? I look at the apps, they have every app since like the beginning of the year open in the background, and it's now December, you know? Like, I just be sitting there like, bro, like this is why you're Like, this is why your phone is acting like it needs a fix, you know? It's like, yeah, it's literally every app on their phone, which is like, or better yet, they'll be like every app open on their phone, and they'll be like, I don't know why my phone's glitching. And then I'll look at how many photos they have on their phone, and it'll be max capacity. They'll be like, I don't get that. Like, why do I have, I'm like, so you don't use your iCloud? Yeah, but I wouldn't have all my pictures on my device. I'm like, so that sounds like you need a phone with more storage than like, like, dude, cell phone sales is so funny to me. Cause cell phone sales showed me how much people don't actually think. Like, that's the thing that I was just kind of like, yo, like there was like, I even remember we had this, it was this old guy that used to come in, and he used to always have viruses on his Android, bro. And it was funny because he would only ever want the girls in my store to look at his phone. And it got to a point where we started realizing what he was doing. So we would like, stop him from like going to all the girl workers, and he would have to work with one of the guys. And I remember one time I was actually working on his phone. And yo, when I say this guy had all types of stuff in it. Like, I'm talking about the craziest stuff. And I'm just sitting there like, yo, I had to wash my hands after I helped him with his phone, bro. Cause I was just like, nah. I was like, oh nah. Like, it was like kind of felt weird. I felt bad because it was like some old dude. But I was just also like, dog, like, I'm like, yo, you can't be coming into the store doing this, man. I remember, like, yo, I used to have the darndest stuff happen at when I worked at T-Mobile, bro. Yeah, no, he was really on that goon time, bro. Like, not even kidding you. Like, and he'd be like, I remember, I never forget, yo, I had this black guy come in my store. Yo, I love my people, but yo, sometimes they just be doing, I'm just like, yo, why? Yo, this guy came in the store, like, probably had to be in his like mid 40s, and he came in, he was like, yo, player, let me holler at you real quick. And I'm like, as soon as the older dude starts talking to me like that, I'm like, oh man, I already know how this is about to go. So, hey player, let me holler at you real quick. And I'm like, all right. So he pulls out his phone and he's like, yo man, you know, I got my missus, and I'm just trying to make sure. Yo, Raji, where you come from with that? Yo, don't ruin my story like that. But he was like, yeah, man, I got the missus, and you know, I'm trying to make sure she don't find out, you know, what I got going on, cause you know, I'm a player. And I'm just sitting here like, yo. He's like, yeah, you know, I'm a player, and I just need to know, youngin, how do I hide my pictures on my phone? So I'm just like, I'm like, yo, what is happening right now? Like, I'm like, you want me to be, you want me to be, I'm like, you dead want me to be an accomplice and you cheating? I'm like, what? He said he wants you to help him cheat. Bro, that's literally what he came in the store to have me help him with, yo. And I ended up having my manager do it, bro, because I was like, bro, like, this is so dumb. I was like, actually, I'm supposed to go on my lunch break, so I had somebody else take over. But yo, I was rolling. I was dying for days because of that, yo. I was just like, yo, this man really came in the store, really to have somebody help him cheat, yo. And he had no shame in it either. Like, he had zero shame, like none at all. He was just like, yeah, man, yeah, young, I need you. Yeah, just help me, help a player out. I'm trying to hide all my photos. I'm just like, all right, well. You say, is that part of AT&T training? No. like, bro, you don't get trained to do that. I mean, you'll learn, like, we know those things because, like, for example, I know how to, like, for example, like, my last job I had, I actually worked for Samsung. So when I worked for Samsung, I actually knew how, like, I just knew cell phone features generally. So like you just know stuff if you have an interest in it. So like with my work, and it's still a lot of the same phones. Like, bro, I have a phone right here. I got a phone right here. Hold on. Oh, I just messed my light up again. Oh. How'd that happen? Plug in. I always mess my light up by pulling something. All right, there we go. And then I got a phone right here, right? So I got like 3 phones right now. They all have service on it, and it's just a bad, not even a bad tendency. It was just for me working in cell phone sales. I used to buy phones so that I could test out the phones, and then I would just keep them. And a lot of people, they were like, you're not a drug dealer. I'm like, no. I'm like, they're like, you gotta be. You got 2 phones. And then they start singing the song. I'm like, oh brother. I'm like, if y'all get up out of my face. I'm like, you said the customer is always right. You gotta help that man. Man, you said what I just walk into, bro. Nah, me and my cell phone chronicles, dude. I have stories for days from when I worked in cell phone sales. Yeah, bro. Cell phone sales is one of the funniest periods in my life. Like, it was really, really funny. Like, half of the stuff I seen. He said, oh man, having to explain my gacha phone to my fam at gatherings. Yeah, I know, right? Like, that's the thing. Like, it's like you can't do anything innocently anymore. Like, everything is just always assumed to be like the worst. He said he wants us as accomplices. Everybody run. Oh yeah, now you know the story. So now, yeah, when they come for me, they're coming for you too. You know, bro. Nah, man, that was like. But I'm telling you, man. Like that's why I say like even I'm at where I'm at now. I appreciate that period in my life, dude, because like it taught me so much. Like just even having humility and integrity and stuff like that. Because man, like, dude, I used to think a lot of things were scams, but dude. Cell phone stores, dude, the amount of fraud they do in there is insane. Like the amount of fraud they do in cell phone stores is insane, bro. Like, it's not even funny. I know everybody in here got an account. Yo, always check your bill, bro. I mean, like, seriously. Like, I'm like so serious. Like, always look at your bill. Like, check it. If you like, you might have checked it in a while. Check it. Because you will somehow, like, it'd be like that sometimes. You'll magically have something appear in your account and you don't know why or what you've been getting charged for. Like, bro, I'm telling you, especially if you just recently went and bought something, like, definitely make sure you check your account. I've had to tell people, bro, I used to work for cell phone sales. Don't do anything funny because I'm a no. And they still will do it. Like, so that's just, they're just like that, bro. You said they're stealing your money. I mean, so here's the thing, right? I remember when I worked in sales, they would do things like, for example, like the way that like we would make money is off of like features and stuff like that. So we'd make money off of like new phone sales. We would make money off of you getting like insurance from like say Apple Care, or if you got the hotspot service, or like, you know, like there's like different features that you could get, right? So what they would do is every store basically has the ability to credit accounts every month. Like the regional manager or the district manager gets a certain amount of credits that he can give, which the credits is just basically a dollar value that they can use to rectify mistakes. But what some stores would actually do is like, say they would do something called bundling. They would bundle an entire thing. They would give you an accessory. They would give you a phone. You'll get a speaker, all this nice stuff, right? And oh, they'll package it like this, you know? Hey man, we'll just make sure that today, like, you know, we got a package deal for you. We're gonna bundle these things together. You get a phone, you get your screen protector and the case, and you also can get a pair of Beats, or you can get a UE Boom speaker, and that all today you'll just pay taxes, right? Now, here's the wording, right? They never say free, but they'll make it as low as possible today, right? You just pay taxes on this. So the customer will say, hey, is that free? Your response is supposed to be, no, you just pay taxes today, right? You never actually say it's free. So this is why. So like these are the things that they're teaching us, and I'm just sitting there like, yo, this is kind of scummy. Like I don't like this, right? And the crazy thing is, I was always in trouble because I never sold how I was supposed to sell. I went against the grain. I was a rebel. I don't care. But that's what they would tell you to do. So what would happen is they would put all this stuff on your account, and what they would add would be features. But what they would do so that customers wouldn't notice, they would go into that person's account. They would credit X amount for like, say, 2 months. They would write people's names down on like a piece of paper, and every month they would go into those accounts and they would credit the dollar value. And then after like the second month, they would stop crediting it, right? Now, the thing is that the person in the store made money off of the commission, and it just made the store look good. But they would do that so that the workers could make more on their commission checks, and so that the manager could make his commission check and stuff like that. So, bro, when I was seeing this stuff, I'm just like, yo, I never knew it was like that. So I had developed like a certain level of paranoia after I quit. And I was just like, yeah, nah. Like I need to see everything you're doing. I even one time got in a full-blown argument with a store manager because she was trying to tell me how something worked. And I'm like, lady, I just was working here. I'm like, you can't tell me how something's supposed to work. I'm like, you think I'm lying? I can literally bring my badge. I was just working there, and ended up having to like figure that whole scenario out. But yeah, man, that's why every time, like I tell people all the time, I'm like, hey man, if you go do anything new with your account, add a line of service, get a new phone, always call the customer service and make sure that nothing extra outside of what you wanted was added. Because they be wilding, bro. I kid you not. They be wilding. So I kind of probably like told you like a trade secret. So somebody gonna probably try to yo, like they're gonna try to get me. But yeah, man. Like that's how it is. He said found a new hate. Look at his phone. He said she was an intern. Zox, have mercy. He said every couple of months gotta check the bills. 100% suddenly some new features getting added for sure. Yeah, dude. They used to have us do something called account audits, where we would like literally have to call people to get them to add new stuff. And sometimes you just have access to somebody's account, and you could just add stuff. Like, bro, like I'm telling you, like the amount of power, like now they did crack down a little bit more though, because there was a lot of fraud that was happening when I at least used to work for them. And so I know a lot of places now, there's like a crazy digital trail now. You said, what are you farming in the background? Doki Hell 4. Yeah, there's a crazy paper trail now, man. So, or a digital trail. So like your employee ID is attached to everything. You're straight getting cooked if they find out, especially if it's like somebody from corporate. You're getting cooked. I said that's why I use a prepaid service and buy phones at Best Buy. Yeah, when I worked at Samsung or worked for Samsung, I actually worked at Best Buy. Bro, I always tell people, like, in terms of like interactions with phones and stuff like that, those probably have some of the better salespeople generally. Just because like they do make money, but they don't. It's not as much of a thing as if they worked at like a corporate T-Mobile or AT&T and stuff like that. He said, okay, 10 runs out of 10 wins. Said, not super fast, but at least clearing it now. Yeah, hey, listen, consistency is the thing. That's it. As long as you're getting the clear, that's all that matters. That's all that matters. He said, excuse me. Said, bro, I built most of my units to 5-star, level 45. Should I get the rest of my SSR units to 5-star, level 45 so they can be usable or hold off? Well, how's your gear looking, Momo? That's a big thing. Like, how's your gear looking on your account? Because like the levels are nice to have, but like you don't have to go level crazy on your whole account. I would say like for the units that you're really using, and then making sure that they have really good gear on them. Like, and one thing, like, and the thing that sucks with like today specifically and tomorrow is like, I will say this, depending on where you're at, you might have to do something like farming shells, but that's like if you're super early. Yo, chat, can somebody actually confirm? Because I asked this and I didn't check to see if anybody said anything. Are the people on server 4 able to do the event that's up right now? Are they able to do the 2 times event? If they just reset their accounts for server 4? You said farming Doki Doki Inferno with a 60% win rate. Would you say it's worth or rather 100% health for? I mean, to be honest, if you're doing what 60%, so that means what you're getting 6 out of 10 runs. I mean, dude, that's like that's not terrible. Like that's not terrible. Like I say, if you get like 4 out of 10s, like 3 out of 10s, there's that, but that's not terrible if we're being honest. And you can get higher stuff. I mean, if it's in terms of like efficiency of time, then you always go for the thing that you can clear the the quickest. But 6 out of 10, I would still farm it if I'm being honest with you. Like if I'm able to do something at 6 out of 10 and it's Inferno, I'm gonna still do it. I mean, like that, yeah, I would still do it because you're still getting higher pieces and you're opening yourself up to the other set bonus, which is kind of, I guess, kind of the whole premise there. What I will say though is that I still think that people should farm Hell 4 before really diving too deep into Inferno, so that they have at least a good amount of like base pieces, because every time you go up a difficulty, like your rates and your pools kind of change some. And at Hell 4, that's like the only time where everything is just concentrated to, like, even if we go to, like, and this is what I'm saying, right? Just in case somebody's misunderstanding what I'm saying. Like, when you actually look at the difficulty, and that's why I don't think people farming at Hell 4 is even bad, because you're concentrating on just these sets, right? And when you go into the other one, now you're adding 2 more sets to your grind that could potentially drop, right? So here it's isolated to just, like, say for example, you're doing Terramatan, right? It's just Keen Eye, Onslaught, Wellspring, Battle Will, and Cure. But as soon as you go up, you're now factoring in, I'm farming those same 4 sets plus an additional 2, right? So at that point, I would at least say, like, you would probably want some of those base sets that you would want for those 3 bonuses to kind of already be fulfilled. So you're really only looking for Ether Plague and Fury Edge, right? So like your pools completely change from difficulty to difficulty. So yes, you are getting access to another variation of gear, but it's not at a higher rate, if that makes sense. So like in reality, it's still mixed in, like now into into a bigger pool of drops, versus like when you're doing Hell 4, it's literally concentrated into into a smaller pool in comparison. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. No, I'm saying that normally though. I was saying that normally. Yeah, that's what I was saying now. If he's doing it at 6 out of 10, go Inferno. Yeah, if you're going Inferno, if you can do Inferno, do Inferno. I don't feel like 6 out of 10 is terrible. Like, people aren't even clearing it. If you were getting a 2 out of 10, I would probably still do it if I'm being honest. But yeah, I mean, to be honest, is that, right? So you're dealing with a bigger pool, but that's kind of the thing, is you get some of those pieces going and it just makes your gear better so you can have an easier time doing Inferno, to be real. You said, are shadow prints easy to obtain? Yeah, they're not that difficult to get, to be real. Yeah, they're not that difficult, if I'm being honest. I mean, you can get them from a lot of different things. There's events that give them, there's the shops that reset weekly. There's a lot of things that you can get them from. So if you could beat Hell 3, should I just farm? If you can beat Hell 3, should I just farm for shells? I mean, what are your shells looking like? Because I mean, to be real, like right now, there's the 2 times. We don't know if we're getting it back, and you can literally farm shells whenever. If I'm being honest, like I would even argue that most of your general farming probably would be shells. Like the most of us up until this 2 times have only been farming shells. So that's kind of the thing. Like shells don't have anything 2 times on it right now. So it's like, wait, the fact that he's clearing it at 60% is better than 0. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like if he's doing it 60%, it's like, that's 6 out of 10. So I mean, that to me is still it's still good. So you're not lying. Those shells got me to Hell difficulty, bro. I'm telling you, shells are like a big jump on your progression, and then everything else just kind of falls into place. Yeah, it falls into place after that. But like now, I would say like one of the bigger barriers that players are going to experience is just not having some of the more unique ones. So like the Codex of Magic is like enabling a lot of these teams, having the Fortissimos with some teams, having the the lighthouses, or have like those are going to be really good. So I mean, if you can't beat Hell 3, I mean, no, you can still farm things like Doki, or like something like you can still farm some gear, or you can go GP Outpost to work on more of your skills. Like there's a lot of different things that you can do. What I would say though is if I was at a lower, like say I wasn't at Hell 4 and I was at like Hell 2, I would still farm some shells because I would still be trying to speed tune some of my gear, because some people still were able to get up to certain points because they were able to tweak their gear and get certain rolls on speed and stuff like that as well. So gear is still not a bad thing to have. You can still increase your speeds with lower pieces. There's people that's still running around with some of their epic pieces on just because the speed value on it is just so good and they haven't been able to roll anything else. So I think it just all depends. It just really all depends on where you're at in the game. Because even like for some people, like I mentioned in the video I dropped, some people might have to do shells today, and it kind of sucks. But like if you don't really have the stuff that you really need, you kind of have to farm the stuff that you need. And I think at that point, I would rather the person maybe put that stamina. Oh, why do I keep doing that? Maybe put the stamina into their shells versus just dumping it into Hell 1, for example. Especially because I think like even the point at which of staying at Hell 1, you can jump up pretty high, to be honest. Like getting to Hell 2, Hell 3. Dude, is the game lagging for everybody? Is that true? Max Awaken, Mythic Shell, 3 Matrix has 40 speed compared to 2 Matrix only has 35. Yeah. He said, to be honest, you need 265 now. Yeah, you got to be at that around that 2. It's like 270, 280, bro. Like it's nuts. So, but the thing is, you can still tweak it some. It said yours is all right. Oh, okay. You said it was a stream too. Okay, so it might be me. Sure, but mid gear will probably phase out rather fast. Shells are most likely to last a long time. Well, I mean, if we're being real, like to be honest, there's people that literally have outstanding epic pieces with high speed rolls on them. I don't think that that's necessarily mid, because even if you get a higher speed piece, or let's say for example you get a mythic piece, right? Yes, you have more chances to roll into a stat, but it does not guarantee it's going to roll into that stat. So when you're trying to do certain things like tuning characters to make them faster, I mean, there's no guarantee, and all you're doing is upping your cost. So one of the biggest problems that I've at least like noticed in this game is that people jumped up in content and tried to jump up too fast. Like they're like, oh, I don't have this, but I'm gonna try to do Hell 3 and Hell 4. It's like, no, dog. Like I had to sit at Hell 2 for a little bit. I had to sit in Hell 3 for a little bit, and I grinded it. But each video I did progressively, like today, my teams have progressively gotten better each day. I even had to take a step back and build up. Like somebody was telling me, don't build epic pets. I'm like, no, you need to. Like if you're not at that point, you might have to substitute some of the stuff for the time being with epic pets until you can get some of those mythic pets built up. It's all expensive. So it's like now that I have it, I can start actually filtering things out. And now I'm like full send replacing my epic pets with the mythic pets that I want. And even in some cases, I'm still holding on to certain ones because if I need to do a certain tweak to a speed tune, I can just drop a pet on a character and it immediately drops the speed enough to where I can still have them rotate and do their job, but not exactly like ruining their build either, you know? So that's the other thing that I've been even using some of the epic pets for, is for also when I need to tune some stuff, because it's still pretty early to have everything tuned the way that you want to. And if there's something that I can do to tweak something real quick that just makes it easier, that's what I'm gonna do, to be honest. You said, what do you think about Holden? So are you planning on maxing him? No, I'm not gonna max his lattice right now. He has one skill at max, but Holden's really good. I like Holden a lot. He's very, very good. Very, very good character. I've honestly like slotted him into my Aurora team. He's on my Terramatan team. He's pretty good. He's pretty good, to be honest. But yeah, I would say the next skill I might actually emphasize on him will probably be his skill 3. I don't think I really feel the need to like full set max him though. He said if I can clear Terror, if it's at an Inferno easily, but stuck at Hell 4 or all the others, should I only farm Terror or do a bit of everything? I would do like some of everything, because the thing is that like you still need speed gear, you still are gonna want Strive, you're still gonna want like you're still gonna want other pieces. I would even say like one of the things that I usually do in these types of games as well is like I farm up enough of like what I need, but I also gotta remember like there's gonna be like things that like even farming up some sets or some of the gear that you need for other things like later on could be of value. Like for example, right? Like when I started the stream, I was actually farming a little bit of Aurora on Hell 2. Everybody's like, why are you doing Hell 2? Aurora, why are you farming Aurora? I thought that's the worst one. But then I showed them what momentum gear does. And then now they're like, I bet you people are sitting there trying to farm momentum from Aurora, right? So each dungeon has gear of value that will help you with another dungeon. So me putting on the momentum gear doesn't just help me with doing like obviously Aurora or my damage dealer for that dungeon, but it's helping me with my Ramoka for my Doki Doki so she can actually nuke properly. And then I have her built in the whatchamacallit, what's it called? What am I using on? I have the Count Pet on her, right? So that actually made a night and day shift on her. So now that like literally changed in like a matter of minutes. And I did that on stream, just tweaking some stuff. But I have been farming that dungeon. I did about 300 of my stamina. So if you're doing thousands of stamina anyway, it doesn't hurt your account to try to see if you can get some pieces that you might be able to use. You said, are you farming Hell 3 Aurora? Not right now, but I'm doing Doki Doki 4 right now. I can do Terra 4, Doki 4, Doki, Terra 4, and for Aurora, I am on 3. I need to actually jump up to 4. But you said, can you speak on some of the later Inferno teams? So I'm trying to figure out where to take my account. Well, what do you have? Yeah, what do you have? Because, like, to be real, Inferno teams, I mean, there's a lot of different combinations. A big part of it is just, like, is the unit built. Because, like, a lot of teams say, like, for Terra Matan, like, a lot of, like, the buff strips weren't some of the ones you're seeing now at this earlier entry. It was, like, Heinrich, for example. Like, you'd see, tons of Heinriches, a full stack Dating actually, like, in a proper rotation could do enough damage to an Inferno boss. But that's also under the notion that you have like, man, that's like with a whole bunch of crap, like the Fury Edge, the Swift Raid on characters, stuff like that. They buff Chloros now, so he's actually able to do it, which he wasn't able to do. He wasn't able to do Inferno before. He didn't have enough damage, but now he has enough ramp to actually do it. Veronica's back in play because of her adjustment. So she's actually not bad, but again, she still needs to be tuned so you can make sure you're taking advantage of the Soul Ward buff that she has at the right moment. Try to think who else. I mean, obviously you still got like the Kloss for the damage amp. Biotin is going to still be in some of those comps for amping because she's just busted for damage amping. You'll still see people using some Lilies. But yeah, I mean, it's just it's a matter of the, it's more so a matter of like the builds more than anything. It's not really so much just the character. Skill up investment in the build really is what's hindering a lot of characters. He said, this dude Kai got LeBron on his stream. Oh, does he? Bro, he does some really good streams, man. You said, why is her AI so trash? Well, from what everybody's saying, they're saying that they think it's her, which it wasn't like that before, so I don't know what changed, but they're saying that her AI kind of targets according to who has the highest cooldown. But I mean, I like it. Like for me, I always feel like it's random. I like, and it'll be the same rotation. So, wait, you said. So any advice on clearing Doki Doki Hell 3 since my Ling Lao keeps dying on the you said sexiness wave, the second wave. So if you're using, wait, what's the rest of your team though? Because you can use something like Fortissimo on Ling Lao, or you can even use something like put her on a bloodbath build. Like there's ways that you can mitigate how much damage she's taking. He said, not gonna lie, I've been stuck on Hell 3 for a while. And I keep changing gears and stuff, but nothing seems to work. So I'm gonna need them to make some points so people can do account reviews. Bro, I'm telling you, like, really, for what it's worth, it's gonna be shells. Like, I kid you not, one shell completely changed the consistency of my Doki Doki 4. Like, and by the time you're at Hell 3, chat, can you farm Codex? I think we can farm Codex of Magic, for example, at Hell 3. Like, by the time you're at, like, Doki Hell 3, I say Doki Terra, like, if you're around that Hell 3 range, Hell 2, you should have access to, I can't remember what the level was, because it's based off account level, though, so it's not even, I think, was it 40, 45? He said farm Nico Nana 200 times. Bro, I farmed that a crazy amount. It's 50, right? Yeah, so you gotta be like level 50 for Codex. So a lot of it is just farming. Like, that gap is there. It's intended for you to be able to farm. Like, I think that's the thing. I just don't feel like a lot of accounts have farmed enough of those difficulties. And at that point, they're just kind of like, all right, well, you farmed X amount because you hit this level. So now we'll let you farm in the other difficulties so that you can get the next thing that's going to clean up your runs. But there's like kind of almost like they're forcing you to have a better foundation before you just jump up. You said, isn't it smarter to farm XP and prowess first to build up more units so your account could be more versatile before farming gear with this event? No, I mean, it's versatile like right now. Like, most units don't need to be at max level 50 or 45 to be viable or usable. The only units I'm even going to even take up to that are units I'm actively using right now. Everybody else will come. GP Outpost is for your skill ups, and most units need skill investment to some degree that you're trying to use for at least the main stuff you're trying to clear. So doing GP Outposts anyway shouldn't take up all of your stamina. It should be for what you need it for. So I'm doing EXP last because I know at that point I've already kind of gotten a good chunk of things out of the way that I want. And for what it's worth, I haven't been actually farming any Doki or any of that. Because trust me, levels ain't gonna just like it ain't just gonna take your account up unless you're at that point where you have the ability to 6-star everybody, which not everybody has a ton of 6 stars. Like, to be real, a lot of characters at 5-star level 1 do the job that they need to, and then they'll level organically as well. So it just all depends on what you have, right? So like for my account, anybody else I could take up to 50, probably like two more characters. I'm gonna be honest. Like, it's not, I'm not about to blast everybody to 50 right now. Especially when you don't have like you don't have good gear. You need to get some gear in your account. Like, you have to get gear in your account. Because especially for those that are because this is what you have to consider too. There's some people that have things like Shadow Sania, so they've been farming certain things the whole week leading up to now, right? Like, they've been in Inferno, right? People that haven't been, they've been farming shells this entire time, or they've been farming. Some people went and did EXP. So I mean, at that point, like, for what it's worth, like, if you're taking a character up, definitely if you have them at 6-star, I would say if they're doing damage or they have something that scales off of them having like certain values of certain values stat wise, you definitely want to 50 them if you can. He said, wait, are you in contact with Shanks? So for some reason, you said was kicked from the guild right before the GVG ends. I'm not getting, hold on, let me message Shanks. I don't know what happened. Yeah, I can contact him though. Yeah, hold on, I'll contact Shanks. I don't know why. Let me see. It could be a bug. You said it's a bug? Oh, it might be a bug. Cause I know Shanks wouldn't just kick somebody just because. That's like mad random. You said it's a bug? So wait, is it reload? Okay, I was about to say it's a server. So wait, maybe I need to do that. Oh, you said it's a bug. Okay, yeah, everybody in the chat saying it's a bug, bro. So I'm not sure if they're gonna do a hot fix for it. It could, and it's probably doing that too because it's the first rotation of them like having the system actually auto send rewards and stuff. Yeah, he said got a bug from collecting rewards in the union. See, mine went straight to my mailbox, so I never actually went in the union. Yeah, I never actually went in the union. So I had to relog in several times. Was able to collect. Thought I was kicked. Oh, okay. It said just don't click Union War. Okay. So check your mail. So I got my victory rewards in the mail. Yeah, that's where I got mine. So my rewards are sent in the mail, and they said they were unclaimed. It said union is bugging out, so I'm the leader of my union. And when I logged in, it showed me not part of the union. Yo, okay, yeah. So it's wilding then, because when I went in there, it wasn't doing all that. But I also didn't click. I didn't go in there, so now I'm kind of scared. I don't want to go in there now. Yeah, I'm not finna get kicked. And shadow round. It said yeah, show that I was guiltless. Yo, so yeah, I don't know. Like, I mean, but that's technology, man. That'd be new content for you. All right, so yeah, we'll have to see. They're probably gonna work on it soon though, because the thing is that only good thing is that the thing is over now, but hopefully it didn't bug anything else in the union. You said for Lily, what skill should you be max first? They all seem it's their skill one. It's their skill one first. You said 300 crystals, yeah. Yo, that's literally, you already know that's what that's about to be. There's about to be some crystals given for that. That also might be why the game is lagging too for me right now, because this is bugging right now. All right, let's see. So we need to do that, and then we got to do one more. Let me see. We got 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So we need 6. Do that, and we'll be done with this skill. All right, go. All right, the ting is done. He said, which shell for SSR healer? I mean, there's a lot of different reasons or shells that can work. I mean, you got things like Gigabyte that can work on them. You have Fortissimo. Lighthouse is not a bad one. Especially if you're building into like a bloodbath, like kind of like bruiser tank build on them. And really it's like tank build. But try to think what else you could use. Artisan's not bad on healers. Artisan's probably one of the first choices though, because Artisan, you get access to Artisan pretty early. Alicorn is really good if you're trying to keep them from being debuffed, which is a really important thing to consider in certain content. Supernova is good, but like, to be honest, like, in comparison to some of the other ones, like, it all depends, right? Like, you can either go for more raw burst healing, but that depends on like also skill cooldown and how often you're actually rotating it. The heal over time can be nice as well, but like in some scenarios, it's better to have a healer on like something that can cut them so that they cool down more, so they can heal more often, or for them to have the Artisan, because Artisan gives you all that defense up and shield, so you're able to tank more damage. Because that's the other thing too. It's like, even with like HP scaling units, like say like or even like just tank down or tankier units, it's like you want a good amount of HP, but you want defense too. And even when you're doing like other content like shield, actually, even in like Aurora, shield is actually a really good buffer. Up until that ad that comes. That's why that ad is so annoying. There's an ad in Aurora that removes like the straight up dispels your buffs. And it's really intended so it can counter things like Artisan. So in there, I actually like on my my healer, I actually am using Lighthouse on a Bloodbath build, so that I can actually reduce some of the damage that I'm actually taking altogether. And then when I get hit over a certain amount anyway, it gives me a certain percentage of my HP back and a turn meter push. So that's what I've been kind of using to supplement it. But yeah, Artisan's like typically the good workup, but like there's some content where they like straight start stripping your buffs or like your shields and stuff like that too. He said Wellspring type build for Aurora. Wellspring build is pretty good too. He said if you're not going for one tap clears, Artisan's really good to make your run safer 100%. Yeah, dude, there was somebody that did some clears with just a full team of Artisans. Like it's like Artisan's very, very good. It's very, very good. It's like, what do you think of Bloodbath on Fire Rinse? I've been debating doing Bramble Strive or Speed Strive. Bloodbath, I mean, like with Bloodbath, Bloodbath is an interesting set because Bloodbath can proc when it procs, but if it doesn't hit that threshold of damage, then you just kind of have a set on that doesn't do anything. So I think like with Bloodbath, like the main thing is that you have to make sure in whatever it is you're putting that character, they're going to be getting hit that hard, right? Because you want the Bloodbath to actually proc so that within that turn, it's reducing that extra damage by that 55%. So between that and then like say you're using something like Lighthouse, I think what Lighthouse is like 20% of the HP or something like that. I think it's 25%. So when damage is greater than 25% of the max HP in a turn, healing the main target of 25% and turn meter push of 25%, like you got to just make sure that that's active. Like, so like, for example, like Lighthouse is bad on characters like Valerian, for example, because Valerian doesn't actively, like she could take X amount of damage, but this won't proc. It won't proc until she's out of her turn. And because she then comes out of her bubble and then does a invincibility, so then she's not taking any damage. And then you just have to fit like I would factor at that point, if you're at something that's like hitting you that hard and you have a Valerian out of her bubble, she probably doesn't have much HP left anyway. So they're gonna hit her again and she's probably gonna die, and Lighthouse just never proc the whole time. So that's why even the reason why I'm using her, it was really for the Bloodbath, but I'm gonna be doing a Gigabyte on Bloodbath for her. And then that Lighthouse is gonna stay on my Mia. Because she can actively use that because she's not ever locked into like a bubble state, you know, like the Dream Haze. So you said, do you recommend Dorothy the Wisher for, but Dorothy the Wisher is very good, actually. She's very, very good. Yeah, Dorothy the Wisher is very good. Kind of like literally a baby Bealton, really. Shouts to build, just pulled Hein. Yo, what's good, Ulysses? How you doing, bro? Shadow Senia needs to be pretty fast, to be honest. Pretty fast. Effect accuracy is kind of her thing that she needs. You need to skill her. What is that? I think it's her skill 1 for her passive. Excuse me. Yeah, you got to skill. Yeah, you got to level up her skill 1. It's a shout out to the artisans. Those consistent 3-minute round clears, bro. Hey, it works, bro. Like that's the thing. Like you just operate off of what you have in your account, and that's that, man. All right, so I don't think I have anybody. Yeah, Kachi the Guard is very good. He is very, very good. I actually built him on my free-to-play account, which is kind of funny, and I was like kind of like steamrolling stuff with him. Yeah, Kachi the Guard is like super, super easy to build too. Well, I won't say easy, but like, because at endgame he needs a ton of effect accuracy. But yeah, that's just kind of that. But yeah, Kachi the Guard is a good character. Let me see here. So I did Dating. Dating is completely maxed on all 3 of his skills. Everybody else is SSR. Dinah, I could do more with her. Yeah, I could do more with her. Yeah, Kachi is... Yeah, 183% to fulfill the... to fill the buff proc. All his buff proc. Yeah, it's... it's quite steep. Quite steep. How much of the dark did I farm? 4-8-12, so... Technically, you can do another character. I can technically do another character. I'm trying to think, though. I kind of want to build Mizuki up. I actually really want to build Mizuki up because now I have like more access to some of the gear. I think that actually would really enable her. Yeah, I feel like I could do that. But hold on. Let me think about this. We have. You know what I might do though, chat? We might go RC77. I might do RC77 because now that I'm thinking about it, in terms of blue units built, I got like none. I got Viper. I could build a Viper. I gotta finish my Viper. That is true. I do got to do Viper. But I could do RC77 because RC77 freaking claps, yo. He's actually a pretty solid character. I got my Ling Lao at 5 stars, so there's that. I like, yo, it's crazy because these 3 characters I've really been wanting to build, but I've had no reason to build them. But I think for I might even build my Obero up too. Yeah, Yang is actually really good too. Yeah, he is. He is good. Yeah, I might build her up, dude, so I can do a showcase for her. Yeah, I mean, to be real with you, the reason why I'm gonna have to build Viper, because Viper, he kind of like supplements what you get from Kloss, because he has that damage reduction from crit hits. Like that's such a big thing for him. And then he can constantly strip. So he's gonna allow my DPS to do more often. So we might actually do Viper first. Because yeah, Viper is definitely gonna be pretty massive with his strips. And then he's just, everybody's getting hit, so he just kind of does his thing. And I have the lattice to actually skill him up properly. So I think what I'm gonna definitely get his skill 3, his counterattack chance. I'm definitely gonna raise that. So I'm definitely gonna do his passive, and I'm gonna do his skill 3. I'm definitely gonna do both of those. But then even like him starting with 2 stacks of serpent skin, like bro, all 3 of his skills are really good, bro. Like that's the thing with Viper. And then the other thing is too, is I actually kind of want to use Viper for PvP too. He said so you think Viper or Yang is better for the strip? To be honest, Yang can get some pretty Yang, to be real, it's not just the fact that he's stripping. I feel like Viper's a better stripper overall, but he's also buffing your damage. So like that's the other thing with him. Turn meter pushing, strip chance, and then he also can increase allies' turn meter too. So it's like he's helping with a lot of things. He's helping with movement. He's giving you damage buff. He's increasing your crit rate so you can do more damage. And then I'm trying to think, do I have anybody that's doing attack on my team right now? Probably not. So yeah, I mean, like they're both really good for different reasons, to be honest. Because Viper's thing is that he's just a consistent decreasing of damage and speed rotation, and then also making sure that you're if you're getting hit, he's gonna be making sure he's stripping. Like he strips pretty consistently. So it's really based off of hit count. But I would say that, like, to be honest, yeah, I would probably still build Viper over Yang, for at least for my account. Both are really good though, but they're good for 2 different reasons. Like they both have the ability to strip, but they also do other things. So he also reduces like the crit, like, right? So like reduces damage taken by allies from crit by 24%. That's it's pretty nasty. And then when you skill that up, 30% reduction on crit hits is pretty massive, to be honest. So and then of course when an ally receives a crit, there's a chance that this chance increases to 60% at max to counterattack, and it can only be triggered once per turn. So it's like you really do get to build him, or you really get to see him go off. And because he's using his skill 1, he gains a stack of serpent skin, and when he hits max stacks, it allows him to use his scale slash. And so even for the beginning of the fight, if you get his skill 1 max at the start of battle, he starts out with 2 stacks. So you only got to counter twice. And then he already is ripping another skill 3. So like that's what I mean. Like you slap him, like I was seeing what did I do in the tournament? I put him on a freaking bloodbath build on Lighthouse. Oh my god. Like this dude was doing a lot. Like he was absolutely doing a lot. I was like, I actually I think one of my longest tournament fights, it was actually against Sean, and it really boiled down to my Viper. Like my Viper held that whole fight down. Like he was going with a buff team, and he kept hitting my allies so much that like Viper just kept popping his skill 3. Like he would counter and then he would just keep using his skill 3. He uses his skill 3 a lot, bro. Like he's kind of nasty. He can definitely use it a lot. You said you think Viper has an edge over Hoden in Aurora in terms of lower investment, yeah. And he also has he's also the attribute of that boss's weakness. So like Hoden takes the cake, I feel like, in Terra Matan, but in something like, for example, Aurora, Viper, it's a lot of things that he's just gonna be able to do a lot more efficiently there. And it's the damage reduction. You don't get that from Hoden there. Kind of need it, right? Or at least it helps, I would say. Constant strips. So if you're not maxing out certain things on Hoden yet, then he doesn't have like a cooldown that's that great. Like it's at like what, 5 turns. So versus Viper, Viper literally is like, oh, you got hit, I countered X amount of times, now I'm skill 3ing again. Like that's just how he works. So yeah, he's really, really consistent too. Like that's why I said, like, even just in terms of lattice investment, like you got to consider that you're not going to be able to fully build every single SSR in your account for you to be able to clear content. So that's just really what I'm looking at right now. Is it countering with your ult is crazy? Yeah, his ult is good. Like it's like a crazy high chance for you to dispel buffs. And because he does it so often, the other thing is too, is that skilling up his skill 3, it can go up to 2 buffs dispelled. So he doesn't need to even multi-hit. Like it's just all in that one skill. And then he can lower attack and speed too. So like he can make sure you're taking way less damage. He can decrease how much damage you're taking, how fast the boss is rotating, which is a real big issue that you're kind of up against. I would even argue he's probably like one of the best in slots right now for Aurora, just like kit wise. Like his kit literally is for that boss. And the game's design, they have certain characters that are like almost mirrored to the gimmicks of whatever the boss is. And so that's like, you got like Shiaka the Echo that's like that. You got Viper that's like that. There's a few other characters that's like that. So you think switching Hoden in for Viper would help me clear Aurora more consistently because I have Odin's S2 at level 5. Wait, are you saying swapping in? Wait, you said Viper for Hoden? What Hoden does, well, okay, so if you have his S2 L5, you're gonna have a weird window for his skill 3. So that means that when you strip, by time the second ad goes, it's gonna be reapplying immunity, which is kind of the issue that you're gonna run into. Viper can strip that more consistently without having to be, and not even just that because of the cost, but because his resource isn't as crazy to get in comparison. So he'd just be more consistent at a lower cost. Hoden is good though, but his skill 3 to kind of supplement that, you either need to rotate him faster, or like what I do, I run him with Mia. So Mia actually helps him with his cooldowns. So I run him with a unit that can help supplement some of the cooldowns so that he's more consistent with the skill 3. Because the skill 2 is nice, but it's one of the ads that removes some debuffs and then gives immunity back to Aurora. That's the one that actually makes it pretty annoying, to be real. So that's my exact issue, because Aurora will have immunity up and my debuffer ends up not applying anything. Yeah, that's like, yeah, so I use Mia with my Hoden, so that's like a really good pair because she reduces the Animus's cooldowns and she also reduces the skill cooldown. So that's kind of like the benefit of running her. Yeah, she just works really, really well in Aurora, to be honest. All right, so this is actually running pretty well, so we'll do that. So I got no Mia, so I'm cooked. No, you're not. What you can do, I would say, like, you can still just run the Ling Lao Trying to think who else there is for heals. You have man, Dorothy is just weird in a weird spot because she's attack scaling, so she just gets hit. She gets hit hard and she kind of like low-key faints. But yeah, you could still run like even like some of the other teams, right? I'll at least try to show you one that's a little bit more normal. Let's see. So let's see. So like even up here, like they're going for like damage amp though. But these are also, I think they swapped their builds to end game. Yeah. Yeah, so they're going like the Biotin, Ling Lao, speed clear. And I almost wonder how consistent that is for them. But at this point, well, we got Holden still in here. Yeah, Mia is just really good in Aurora, to be honest. Valerian's still used because shield is still really good. Like shield still supplements some of that damage. Again, Viper is still good. Like he's really good. Like he's really good. It's not gonna be like 1 minute clear. I mean, nobody's doing a 1 minute clear in Inferno, but Viper's really, really good in there. But like I was saying before, if you look at the Viper has investment in the skill 3 and investment in his passive. So like that's what I was saying is like you have to invest some skills or skill mats into them. Yeah, you said the Biotin. Yeah, that's why it looks like that's a manual, if I'm being honest with you. Because even then, like there's some guy that does, and I don't know which one it is, but I always know he's trolling because he'll swap some random team in, and I'm like, bruh, ain't nobody doing that. That like I'm like, yeah, like he'll like do a certain clear. I think it's Jodox. It just has me laughing every time I see it because it's like a 4-star Kachi with the Biotin, then the Dyna and the turn dot, and then his Deting. But the funny thing is like I'm just like, yo, like most people are gonna try to replicate that and not be able to do it. And yeah, no. Like that's that's just the thing. You said Biotin doesn't buff the DPS. I feel like this is manual. That's the other thing too. I don't feel like that was I don't feel like this is actually whatchamacallit, auto. So it's kind of trolling a little bit. So yeah, just switch out Holden for my Viper because I was using him before I got Holden. Yeah, Holden's still good at it. You just got to make sure you have something to supplement the cooldown. So it's not even just Mia. Mia just so happens to offer the heal, but I've seen a few people that decide to use Kazumi Kazuyo as a unit. I was actually really surprised. I haven't seen anyone using what's her name? Tsukiyomi. Yeah, I'm surprised I haven't seen anybody actually using her. So, because she's like kind of like super big on like debuff rotate or DPS rotation, but she also has cooldowns that she can give as well. So I think she does attack up and speed up. You say you use her in Hell 3? Yeah, I was about to say, like, I haven't seen a lot of her because I'm like, she could like literally has the ability to do it. But yeah, investment I think is fair. But I mean, to be real though, there's people that are dumping investment into units like crazy. Like they are. So I mean, for casuals, it's understandable. But like, yeah, I'm like seeing spenders with like 5 out of 5 on some units. And I'm just like, damn, dude, like, all right. Like I'm trying. Let me catch up, please. So yeah, I mean, there is that. So all right, we're gonna go here, and man, it'd be so sick if we could do double. You said, "Will spinners have Lily?" Yeah, some do. You know, some do. Let's see. Yeah, we gonna go green gaming. Yo, my green is kind of stacked now. I just hate all this counterattacking in this dungeon. You said why the event shop? Oh, we were talking about that the other day, Luxury. Me and Sion have already sent it to the devs that that they need to try to like make the events more clearable for players. Oh my god. Okay, Ramoka. They need to make the events more clearable or consistent at least so players can actually clear out the entire events. Because as of right now, they're kind of like, what I think they were trying to go for is like they're trying to kind of gamble gacha the events a little bit to make players have to pick for the things that are the most valuable. Huh? Wait, Lemonati, what are you talking about? You said Science still looking for TECTONE. Wait, what are you talking about? What? Yeah, what are you talking about? I say, yeah, that just feels bad. Yeah, I mean, no, I get it. Like so I already pushed that to the devs. Yo, chat, when I say like we sent a whole document, like trying to make sure that we basically gave the devs like a rundown of like what just kind of just doesn't need to be a thing and like how they can kind of bridge the gap. Yeah, we sent them a whole document on it because I was just like, yeah, bro, like even if you guys don't do it right away, but you can put it in a roadmap, I'm like that like players would be super receptive to that because at least they know like it's something that you're working on. Because I don't think like everything needs to be concrete planning. Like, oh, we're 100% doing this, but having some sort of map to show players is really nice as well. And even that, you can still say, hey, man, it's subject to change. We might not do it all, or we might not do this specific thing, but this is where we're kind of at for the direction of the game. And I think the players would really like that, to be honest. It said, I think I really have to bow down and build a blue lizard dude. RC77. RC77 is there, man. He's good. I'm gonna build him just cause, guys. I'll build him so you can see. I'll build him up. I'm gonna build my Viper first, but I'm gonna build RC77 too, cause I want to have more blue units built up on my account. You said because your Shalcinia has the highest. That was auto. Said Lily. Let's go 2 first, but Shalcinia's AI is at. Oh yeah. If you it's whoever has the highest attack, so that actually can be manipulated better. The one that's kind of weird still, like just in general, is still more so Beoten, but yeah, everybody else is pretty straightforward in how they do it. Shadow Sania should skill 2 first. She shouldn't ult first. Shadow Sania skill 2's first. Because her skill 3 would make 0 sense to go first on AI because because that would mean she would need to be detonating dots at that point, or she is detonating dots at that point. So if she goes skill 2 or skill 3 first and say she's rotating fast, that means she like literally does nothing. Like you said, no, if Lily boosts your Shalcinia first, it he said she had the highest attack, so she's first in S3. He said unless somebody applies a dot before she moves, then she might S3. But that's what I'm saying. Most people are running her by herself. So, but even then, did they change that on her? They might have changed that on her then, because yeah, I mean to be honest, she's always just skill 2. Even if you put her on Codex of Magic, it's double skill 2 first. Then it's skill 3 for detonation, so that you can try to extend the window of landing more dots. But yeah, that's like this game has so many like weird mechanic things that you have to consider when you're building stuff too. So no, you're all good. You're all good, Tamatsu. You're all good. You're all good. No worries. It's I was so far behind on Doki that I barely have speed gear, so I'm using this event to do Hell 2 for speed gear. Hell 2 is not bad. I mean, to be honest, like I haven't really farmed a crazy amount of like I really haven't done a crazy amount of like gear farming really. Not as much as some others have done. I've done a decent amount. I'm not gonna lie, I've done more shell farming than anything. I think like most of my stamina has gone into shells at this point. Like, period. Oh, you said, yeah, Shalcinia with S2 before S3, exactly. Okay, I was about to say, I was like, unless they just changed that, they recently changed that because I was like, she always would extend first You said, why not 2 times on shells? It's never been a 2 times on shells, if I'm being honest with you. And when we're talking about like the highest yield generally on resources, and even what I would actually consider in-game grind, it's actually shells. Rolling passives on your shells. You're gonna be doing module speed tuning and fine tuning anyway, but module shells are actually like passive rolling and all that stuff. That's end game. That's definitely super end game, cause like it's super expensive, super expensive. I think like right now I have, hold on. Let me see how much I have, cause like bro, like when I say I've done an insane amount, and I know even for me, there's some people that have done more. Yeah, 1.3K of the reconfig chips. So like, bro, like, and there's some people that's like, I got like 10 million training data and like 3K reconfig chips. I'm like, bruh. You said I feel like aiming for Inferno is a bit much. Yeah, right now, like I'm not gonna lie. I think again, if you can get to like, for those that at least have been playing for like the whole time, if you can get anywhere to Hell 3, Hell 4, farm that for this event period. I honestly think if you need to come out of the ×2, do some more shell farming, max out a couple of those shells that you didn't have, you should be able to see a big difference in like your team's performance. And then some of it also might just be like trying to alternate in some SRs, because I think that that's also the other problem, man. It's like there's some really good SRs in the game, but a lot of the emphasis is still being pushed to SSRs, and like realistically, free to play are just never going to see full investment on a full team of SSRs like that. So like that's just something you have to kind of be aware of. Your run might be a little slower. It might not necessarily be as fast, but that's okay. Like the whole premise is really trying to achieve the clear. And a lot of this like stuff is kind of thinking out of the box too. Like it's like, how can I close the gap on my cooldowns, or how can I close the gap on my turn meter and like stuff like that. Because even like what I changed for my Doki Doki Vice, I mean Vice is, I went to say no to that, because it's the same reason why I was pushing number 41 for people to build her if you didn't have a unit with wound. I'm like, hey, listen, she can do it in her skill 1. I don't see why not. Yeah, my run is just so inconsistent. I'll get like 8 out of 10 or 8 out of 10, or now it's 2 out of 10. Like just like straight RNG. I've only been playing a week, so it sucks in not being in hell yet on the dungeons. So what should I farm for the 2 times event? I mean, to be honest, if you're a week in, so what are you like level? And you're around like level 30s, like around that part, like, or around that level, like around like 30, 35. You're around there. I would say if you're at that point, I'm trying to think, you should have whatchamacallit, do you have access to, what's the name of that damn dungeon, Nico Nana yet? Because Nico Nana, not for the 2 times event, but you're gonna farm that anyway because you got to do shells. But I would say like for skill ups, you're still gonna probably need to skill up some characters for all your dungeons. So GP Outpost is big. You could work on some levels, maybe some good outstanding gear, because I'm not sure what your outstanding gear looks like. Because outstanding gear can actually get you quite far in this game, to be real. Yeah, outstanding gear is pretty progressive. Like it's, a lot of people don't like at least in the beginning weren't really like acknowledging it, but like outstanding gear, even some epic gear, even some people kept that on their characters, even still do use some of that on some of their characters, depending on the roles that they got. Yeah, everyone's union is bugged, bruh. I don't know why. It's that I threw a Bramble set on Fangus 2, and the amount of dots the counters is crazy. Oh yeah. Bramble procs a lot. Bramble can proc a lot. And then his passive is also like on top of that is dot city. So things I was tweaking, like where's it gone? Yeah, the reward mail, bug the union probably. Yeah, that's probably true. So yeah, 35 and no on the Nico. So I think so Nico's 40 then. So I've been nightmares. I've been farming that at GP Outpost. Yeah. So to be honest, like you can start pushing. Like I think you're still doing some Leon quest stuff at that point too. So like definitely like EXP probably wouldn't be a bad thing for at least your DPS. Because that's gonna help scale some of your damage, at least within reason. I think you should have you do have your first 6-star, no? Or at least 2. You might have 2 by now. Yeah, just making sure that you're actually building up. Those guys are gonna be pretty massive for damage, whoever it is you are using. GP Outpost is gonna be pretty massive though for skill ups, to be honest. That, and you can also still get some base stats from that too. EXP. You said you finished Neon, said close to the second 6-star. Okay, yeah. So, yeah, for the second 6-star, probably will end up being another DPS. Who else do you have in your account? Because that'll also kind of give you an idea of, like, some gear you might want to farm. Because if you're doing, like, who are your main DPS is actually the question I have. Yo, poor man Bleach, what's up, fam? You said mom says hi. Hi, mom. You said hope they add some more SR units at least once in a while. I think they are for sure gonna do SR. Not too sure if it's gonna be any Rs though. I don't know about that, but they definitely did add more SRs to the game. So I don't think they're gonna stop doing that. But I don't know about Rs because they haven't added any more Rs. Hold on one sec, chat. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna grab something to drink. It says Z, should I reset my gray for Ramoka? You said I have claws. You can. I mean, if you want to, or you can build them both. But I mean, like for real, like. I mean, okay. Well, here's the thing, though, Lonzo. If you go Ramoka, you got to commit to going and investing in her skill 3. If you're gonna change up anything, like, because if you have a consistent comp, I would say keep your consistent comp until you're actually ready to. Oh wait, is it the last day though? Oh damn, you might have to decide that now. Oh wait, but you're on a newer account, aren't you? You're not on the same account anymore. Cause I think that wasn't that event over like yesterday. Yeah, didn't they take the reconfig event away like yesterday? Yeah, or day before. So the best way to enjoy this nice summer day is stay indoors and farm 2 times. Yeah, that's a, hey, listen, that's what we're doing right now, right? That's what this is like. For me, I was like, man, but that's what like when I used to play Summoners War pretty heavy, that was kind of how it was. Like I remember like me and my group of friends in college, like we were like that. Like I was like, oh yo, we got this this event happening for Giants or this happening for Dragons. Like we would all be in the student center and be at this one big table just grinding out the double drop day. So trying to get Shieda to clear Inferno. Shieda's really good, man. I mean, dude, it's so like this game is just so funny, man. I think this might be the first game I've seen where it's been so like mixed emotions on characters in like a span of 24 hours and like multiple different like things too. Like I've never seen it happen like that, but it's just funny. He says 98 degrees in GA. We definitely playing, dude. Bro, yeah, I'm in Texas, man. Like, nah. I'm not going outside. I think yesterday was like 90 something. I'm like in Texas is just like also like abnormal animals outside too, or not even just animals, insects. He said, you said that's why I'm asking. I have 1 day and 14 hours. Yeah, I would say like to be real, like just know like who like do you have any lattice, Lonzo? Because you need to skill 3 her. Like if you're gonna try to shift your account into one shot, you need to put investment to a skill 3. He said if you could remove one character from the game, who would it be and why is it Lily? Yo, that was funny. Okay, yeah, if you do have it, then oh no, actually you need 4, so you need 1 more. Yeah, you need 1 more for her. But yeah, it would go into her skill 3. So yeah, you can make that work for now. But the Lily thing, no, I don't think they need to remove Lily, like, or anyone really for that matter. I think really what they need to do is 2 things. They need to add more, which will happen organically, and buff. I think that's always the way to go. I think honestly, if you can kind of keep your game normalized if you don't nerf things, right? Like nerfing units directly, and just buff units that are not performing up to par, right? Like one unit that I could say, like for example, that they could throw a buff on that I don't think would be bad would be on like a Leon, for example. And the reason why that is just simply because everybody has her. So it's like little stuff like that. Make the character have more viability all the way through, just so that players don't feel like they have to swap off so fast or at all, right? So I think that's kind of that. So obviously you just need to scrap the enrage mechanic from PvE bosses. I don't mind those on Ember Track, but why for modules? Well, that's there to time gate you, if we're being real. Like that's all that really is. They're trying to like make sure that they have a percentage of their player base doing something versus not. That's every game I've seen do that. Cause it's kind of like, I remember like Giants had a crazy nuke mechanic too. Like I feel like every boss has something. Even if you're doing like Necro or like, it was always some gimmick that like, if you ain't handle it, then it just went out of hand. So I think like a lot of that is just kind of like, again, that enrage mechanic is not going to feel as bad once people's stuff is like really built up. But earlier, yeah, it feels terrible because you're trying to actually build up stuff. Oh, wait, is the game going to go into maintenance? Oh, man. I wonder how long, though. Hopefully, yeah, because I actually think it's making the whole game lag, bro. Like, that's the crazy thing. You said maintenance that bad? No, yeah, it is pretty bad, to be honest. It's probably just for the union. Yeah, it is pretty bad. You said 2 times is ruined, bro. I mean, hey, here we are, right? Here we are. I mean, to be honest though, is it clicking me now? I don't know. Yeah, hopefully it's not long. If it's not long, then they'll have to extend it. You said extend 2 times. If it goes over a certain point, they might have to. But I don't like it. It depends. Like it depends on how long the maintenance ends up being. Said, by the way, guys, is it possible to farm the module shop currency? That gets given from first time clears, and I think there's going to be something added later so you can get it, but I don't think there's any like dungeon specific to module currency. That's still more of a paid thing. You said 1K gym on the way. Yo, I mean, honestly, what they might do is they might also just give pots or something. Who knows? Crystals or pots. Hey, I would take pots. That'd be cool. He said they aren't taking the server down. I'm pretty sure the server is gonna crash. It's not even a matter of them taking the server down. I'm almost certain the server is gonna crash, like, because it happened when they were just simply fixing the world chat, let alone the union. Like, they were trying to fix the world chat, and the whole game crashed like multiple times. So he said, what's happening? Right now, there's like this bug going on with the unions, and it's like causing people to not be in their unions. It's like making it seem, it's like showing them that they're booted and stuff like that. So yeah, that's kind of what's happening right now. And it's like lagging people's games and stuff like that. So he said, will they announce what the next banners are? Yeah, they always do. They always announce what the banners are. I think the next banners probably aren't going to come, though. We still have, at least got to be like 4 or 5 days. Yeah, due to technical reasons or issues with the union, we're performing an urgent maintenance. During this period, the union feature will be temporarily disabled. Okay, so yeah, don't go into that, because otherwise your game probably will crash. So all other gameplay features will remain available. Okay, yeah, so you should be good. But I'm almost certain we're gonna probably crash once. It's just what happens. So hey, we probably will crash. What was I about to look at? It was that's what it was. It was the banners. Yeah, so we got like 5, well, including today, it's like 5 days, right? So with that being the case, we'll probably see some drip marketing for the next set of characters that's coming into the game. I will say, I personally think, and this is just speculation, this is nothing official, I think the next thing coming into the game is probably going to be an LD. I think they're going to drop an LD. I almost feel it. That's just what happens always. Like, I have a feeling LD is coming, because the other thing is too is like there's and I'm also thinking of this because of what Spenders just recently did. Spenders just bought a ton of LD summons. You said Lil Dicky, I'm dead. Yo, yeah, they bought a ton from the Messiah banner, and some people probably didn't even use them. They probably just saved them. Yeah, it was a gold disc. Like, I only have 2 right now, but yeah, some people definitely probably have a ton stacked right now that was spending. So they're just waiting for a banner for a raid up. The only thing is, though, is that if they do raid up, I just hope that after that raid up, they do a boosted rate for a LD that's already in the game, to be honest. He said, I have only 10, said 10 free to play. Hope I can get her. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, the other thing is too, like, we like the problem with these first few banners, it's just kind of going to be the game, though, for right now, is that like there's no way for like you to kind of have built up anything realistically to like really guarantee you would have a higher chance or probability of getting that unit. Once we're like able to, it's kind of like an E7, like once you're able to like build up the currency for it, then you can actually start saving and targeting some of those banners and actually participating and pulling on those banners more often. Because yeah, it's kind of the same thing with the what is that? This is Mystic Metals, right? Like those Mystic Metals are like a whole thing too. You said LDs are just spender toys, so I'm chilling, so I'll enjoy my RGBs, and if I get an LDs, fine. Yeah, I mean, well, that's the reason why I don't think there's any issue with it, because the thing is that like you can still get them from standard, right? Like you can still get them. Like, it's not like you just don't have access to them. I think that's kind of the thing that feels bad. Like even in E7, it's like, bro, like you feel like it's like you gotta really. it's not even so much that you can, because you can get them from like the Galaxy bookmarks, for example. But the problem is that the pool is so big. Like the pool of LDs in that game is so big now. It's like, yo, I'm probably never gonna see that unit. Like that's kind of the thing. So I like, as this game ages, they're gonna have to implement things that makes it easier for like even like doing like player choice selector, like selecting rate up banners and stuff like that, where like you can rate up. Like that was like probably one of the favorite type of banners that that E7 had did. But it was the triple limited banners. That was probably like some of my favorite banners, because that was like so sick to have when you couldn't get stuff out of the season. And it was like, oh, you can just rate these 3 up and then you have a chance to get them. I was like, okay. You said E7, you can get them. 7 Summers or player. I got 4 LDs after 5 years, and I'm considered kind of luck. Yeah, I mean, who did I just get? Because I think I saw an unofficial post of a new LD unit on Reddit like yesterday. Well, they teased the unit named Yelly like a while back. It was in like one of the hyperlinks, hyper talks. Yeah, so that's kind of a thing, but who knows? They could swap things up on people. Like that's why sometimes it's like even the speculation stuff, like you think something's gonna happen and they could change it. So who knows? It's like guaranteed banners, specific rate up banners for certain units, LD target summons. Down the line, they have enough options. Yeah, that's like, it's gonna happen. It's just that it's just so early, man. Like you gotta think about like how many seasons of RTA and just game life that like those like E7 and Summoners War has had. So even with Summoners War though, Summoners War doesn't like really have, they don't have like isolated target banners. It's like kind of like rated up. You can choose to turn it on or off if there's like an event going on, but otherwise you just pulling. Like unless it's an event, which is kind of the saving grace I feel like for a lot of Summoner War stuff, is like the actual event tab. The event tab in Summoners War is busted though. I will say that. Like the event tab in Summoners War be mad busted. I'd be like, yo, like you just gonna give players this? Okay. Like, yeah, Summoners War definitely has like some of the better events for sure. Yeah, and they have no pity. That is a thing. Yeah. Yeah, there is no pity. So good luck. Good luck. Yeah, that's kind of a thing, you know. All right, let's see, my boy. All right, so we got 3 copies into you. We're gonna. Yeah, bro, I got what was it? The Light Panda. That was at the. What anniversary was it that they gave out the don't know. There's a lot of people talking about Vice right now. So the Eastern players kind of started the whole with Vice, to be honest. But it was the first anniversary that they did where they had it was like the universal summon scrolls, but you could summon LDs with them too. Like you could summon RGBs and LDs with them. I forgot what that anniversary was. I think that was the 10th. I think that might have been 10-year anniversary. Because I think that gave me the Light Panda, and I also got something else. Yeah, it gave me the Light Panda and something else. You said, why does Viper's glasses not match his eyes? I think it's because maybe they're goggles. And you know, yo, you ever put a pair of those swimming goggles on? Do they really match your eyes though? They be mad tight. Like them goggles, bro. Them goggles be like, you don't be seeing nothing, and the goggles give you visibility like right here. Like the visibility be like right near your cornea, right? Like it doesn't, or your tear duct. Like, you know, it doesn't even give you any actual visibility on your whole eye. I said that's why I make custom fit goggles now online. You said I got Mia and Chloris yesterday. I feel like it's trying to tell me to build them, but I already have shadows. Should I build them? Mia is gonna be good for like your Aurora team, for example. She's really good in Aurora. And Chloros, I mean, he could be used, but at that point, you're like kind of also thinking about pairings there. And if you're already doing Shalcenia, I don't think there's any point if you're already doing her. Like, because that's a whole nother SSR DPS that you have to build. Which, I mean, that's expensive, if we're being real, right? All right, so let's see. Skill 3, skill 2 on Viper. If you're going lattice, yeah, lattice investment. Let's see. I'll take you up again. How much do I have? I can't take you to 6-star right now, but we can take you to the infamous 5-star, brother. All right. 36. Okay, that's not bad. Now I gotta come up with some currency for my boy. He said LD4 and some reports said have the same rates as SSR in this game. Really? Yeah. Yo, that's funny. That's actually kind of crazy though. All right, bring that to 2. I do have some boxes, so I'll just use that. Boom. Wow, not that many. And then we need 30. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, so 6. Boom. All right, that's done. And we'll go skill 2. All right. Is that oboe changes to dot. When you said oboe changes to dot doesn't work on or yeah, or oboe doesn't work there. Yeah, he unfortunately has a conversion that changes to dot. So that's what cooks him there now. Is I want Codex of Magic. I need 50 copies for my supports to get 5 max. Not getting dot on Aurora kind of sucks. I mean, bro, first off, 50 copies for that, yeah, it is quite a bit. But that's why, like I said, like most of my farming has been in Codex, or not Codex, just shells in general. But yeah, it's like kind of what you got to do for some stuff. Some of the units, like I would even say, like some units don't even need theirs like fully built right away. Like my Casio I didn't fully build hers because of speed. Yeah, I didn't fully build hers because of speed. So, outside of that, though, like, I mean, I would say start out, if you can get at least 3, you'll be fine for most stuff. It's that issue is getting LD scrolls and Summer's really just a bit harder. Yeah. It's an, he said you say you at least have 30 copies of all red shells. Use others as fodder. Oh, okay. I mean, nah, that's fair though, because I mean, there's even some missions that you have to kind of low key do for that. Oh, are we gonna lag? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. Oh. This 2 times is making you look like you doing something, but yeah, crit rate on speed. Yeah, this is what I'm saying, bro. Like, yeah, effect accuracy on the time weave. Like, crit damage, crit. Oh, my God. That's actually, like... Oh, my God, dude. Wait, this piece actually... Like, if that piece rolls... what's it called? If that rolls, like... If that actually rolls speed, that would be kind of crazy. But to be real, if it rolled, like... Yeah. Yeah, speed would probably be... kind of crazy. So I saw you streamers getting shells and went crazy on the red shell farm. Yeah, shells honestly are they're kind of like the foundation, but they're like, it's weird because shells are they're so necessary early, but they're also so in game at the same time. Like it's like they almost kind of make it into 2 different parts. Like you have to farm the shell, and then it's like you level them, but then they're like, oh, but wait, you want to roll those passives? Like, so it's like you kind of are going to be grinding modules, and you're going to be grinding the hell out of shells too, because you need training data. So it's like, that's why I said too, like you kind of like take advantage of the 2 times, because you'll probably be right back in shells because you need training data, but you can also get Etheria coin from there too. So that's why I was like, you know, like if I take advantage of this right now, get my skill ups that I want skilled up, and just be chilling. And then I'll work on some of my levels for some of the main units I want to have some levels on. I said modules, when you start, you won't leave those dungeons anyway. Or you said probably farm up close first and do some XP as you see fit. I said modules, when you start, you won't leave those dungeons anyway. Yeah, I mean, the thing with modules, man, it's like modules are it really depends on the set value, because like I wouldn't say go full throttle into Terramatan. Like, for example, like I feel like it's like farm a little bit of Aurora if you can. Use that so you can like get some more Doki Doki done, because Doki Doki, I think, like really for what it's worth, like that being able to have like sped tune speed gear makes a big difference, because it's not even so much like, because you can get speed off of other pieces, and even like just supplementing the speed, like it's nice, right? Like you can definitely make it work. Like if you just hit the 12 matrix bonus and then you have like some pieces that rogue decent speed, then you should be fine. But you do kind of need everything, because like I'm telling you, like that momentum set is huge. Like even if you're just getting it at the two piece matrix, it's like, bro, like that is huge for some of your damage deals. You're doing all this debuffing, but you're not really scaling your damage like you should off of it. So like that night and days, the performance there. But then it's like you still need like the speed. The Bramble is going to be nice for certain builds. Even in the other dungeon, like the Keen Eye is still not a bad set. Onslaught's still not bad. Wellspring is still going to be good for some of your more bulkier units. Like it's like like every dungeon has value. Even like things like Time Weave and Strive, like that. That's why I said, like, even with the shells, like there's shells that literally like go crazy too. It's at 60 pots, bro. You got some work to put in. Yo, Chaos, not even funny. Like, not even funny. When you really think about that, bro, I'm about to do, well, technically today, between today and tomorrow, I'm going to be doing a little bit over a week's worth of grinding on my account. Like that's really what's about to happen. So that's why like when people were like, oh, the 2 times, I don't know. I'm like, bro, if you have pots, like, and some people got like about like 40, anywhere from 40 to 60 plus pots, bro, that's a whole week. That's a whole week's worth of stamina, bro. A whole week. Like that's a lot. That is a lot. So yeah, my gear, that's why I'm like, okay, I already went crazy for a whole week farming shells. I'm blasting everything else. That's why I said I'm not gonna have issues getting XP and stuff like that, because I have the stamina for it. Like I'm gonna definitely have it. Is it altogether have like 9K stamina? Bro, that's crazy. Like I think between the 2 days, I'm probably gonna drop about, it's like 8K, somewhere around there. He said, how is it that every left side piece of gear I've gotten from Doki on 3 has flat main stat? You said, oh, wait, every left side has flat main stat? It's a, wait, you said left side? Left side's supposed to be flat. Are you talking about right side? Yeah, left side, yeah, left side's supposed to have main, oh, you said, oh, you meant right side? Hey, listen, fam, I was like, yo. I was like, hey, I was like, just don't post that on Reddit. Because somebody is going to cook that. It's like, wait, what? But you said right side been getting cooked too? Yeah, man. I mean, it's RNG, bro. Like I said, my gear has been whatever. I'm going to look at my spoils once like I kind of finish farming. and then like level up everything that I want to level up and sell pieces and do all that. We'll probably have a stream where we do that. I'll probably actually make a video so I can show people how to actually properly get rid of pieces and how they can also, and knowing what pieces you might want to keep, because there's going to be some pieces that you might level a little bit, but you might not finish, but might be good for like a bruiser or might be good for a different type of unit. So that's the thing. Like, not everything is just going to be an immediate sell, but you are going to be selling quite a bit. He said, bro, I'm watching in between Valorant live and your live. Yo, wait, they got a tournament going on, or there's somebody playing? Let's see. So yeah, we still need to do more of this. Yeah, 2 times. That's why I'm like trying to double up, because like the 2 times, man, this grind is crazy. And I almost actually am done with just like, I've dropped almost 1,000 at this point stamina. He said when it's not flat, it's effect res. That is true. That is true. I've gotten plenty of effect res pieces. Yeah, I've gotten a ton of effect res pieces. It's at Masters Toronto right now. Oh, that means the homie Chew is watching that, because he's out in Canada. So I know he's watching that. And he plays League pretty heavy. He's a Riven main, if I'm not mistaken. I said max res meta incoming. You will be ready. Bro, it might, yo, but you know what I was thinking? Just how like they have characters and stuff that like do certain like witty gimmicks off of like having like a certain amount of crit or enough like, or a certain amount of effect accuracy. I'm almost willing to bet like at some point they're gonna implement something where it's like you need to have X amount of effect res so that this gimmick doesn't kill you or something stupid. It'd be like just to be creative, you know? Like I already see that happening. Like I know it's gonna happen. Like, make sure you have 50% at least, or you just straight die. You get insta-tapped because you don't have any effect res. Or there might be a character. Actually, you know what? I take that back. They're probably going to release a character that straight up scales off of effect res. I'm almost willing to bet they're going to do that. I'm almost willing to bet they're going to do that. Somebody's going to come in this game and be mad busted, and they're going to have some weird gimmick. Like, if you have 60% effect res, you just get the one shot. I'm like, oh, okay. You said, you said, bro, no. Bro, I'm telling you, I feel it. I feel it, man. Because the devs were super clear on they were super clear on every unit they wanted to have come into the game. They wanted them to do some gimmick very different than the other unit. Like they were very, very specific on that. He said we've been waiting. I've been wanting that in E7 for years. Said Arya was the closest we gotten. Wait, the ML Arya or the blue one? You said if you have 16 effect res, delete your account. You said Bloodbath does that. Bloodbath does what? You mean what? Prevents you from getting one shot? I'm saying making people get one shot, but like. I was just trolling. Like, yeah, I was trolling. Let's see. So yeah, Union. Oh, we clicked it. Okay, yeah, we got our rewards. Oh, dude, they only scored 100 points against us. That sucks. Oh, I fucked up. I can't back out now. Oh, never mind. We hit that escape button. All right, we're good. I thought I goofed. Nah, nothing reset for me, man. I was about to say, I knew I shouldn't have went in there, but I did it anyway. I can't listen to y'all. Almost got cooked. You said they're gonna add a boss with instant death debuff. Probably. Yeah, I would expect so. So ML basically gets ER scaled to her HP at the start of battle. So like 32k HP means you get like 280% ER, and then her passive plus max imprint gives the team like 54% ER on top. Oh yeah, that's right. You guys were showing me that when I was on there the other day. That's right. That's right. Yeah, that's actually kind of a crazy thing though to have. Yeah, that's actually like, yeah, that's actually kind of crazy. Um, speed. All right, cool. Bro, it's like you're getting all these pieces, but it's like good luck leveling them. It says actually buying the new value stamina pack. Bro, what do you mean? They're already bought. Yeah, like, yo, people didn't believe me when I said they were gonna do that. I'm like, bro, they're going to 100% do that. Like, it's too much of an opportunity for them to make some money off of that. And if you don't got to drop a billion pots, but if you drop some, people are going to 1,000% buy it. You're telling me what I get? What was it? A few more pots for it was like $15. Like I knew that was gonna happen. I was like, there's no way they were like, oh, we're gonna sacrifice and cave in and give them 2 times and then not make money off of that. You said the only reason why they might do more 2 times is if the packs sell well. Exactly. Like that's what, hey, listen, Wells, buy all the packs. Like, this is the help we need to help free to play so they can get more 2 times. Like, buy the stamina specifically. Like, bro, I'm saying. Because the other thing is too, like, I can get behind them doing stuff like that. And you said we. You said we, what you mean, bro? Listen, hey, there's enough people spending that type of money to make sure that we, because really what that, because bro, that's really how it works. Like when Wells do things, it causes things to, like, it basically causes things to happen, right? It just is what it is. He said Wells will always buy any stamina pack. Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. That was just like, it was just a no-brainer. Because I mean, to be honest, why wouldn't I buy more entries into grinding? Like, that's just like, why wouldn't you? But the thing is that, like, what that does is, like, if they do decide, like, hey, we want to run this more often, that's going to make it to where then, like, free-to-plays can have consistent windows for them to be able to actually grind gear or EXP or GP outposts a certain way. And their drops not feel like, you know, doo-doo butter. He said work door to door for files for a while. The bundles and loopholes we would come up with was devious. Yeah, sales is always like that. I was just telling them, John, about when I used to work at T-Mobile earlier in the stream. The amount of, like, what is it called? Scamming and fraud that would happen was nuts. Like, people, you like, just as much as you could blink your eyes, people would commit fraud. Like, they did not care. I was just like, yo, there's no way you guys don't care. I mean, like, bro, if it's an old lady, oh, she's getting scammed. Like, that's just how they were. Like, I was just like, bro. So I couldn't like, I have too much of, like, a guilty conscience to do stuff like that. Like, and so I was always in trouble. I had to learn, and I sold very, very ethically. I was number 2 in my region for a while. And I remember, like, having customers come back all the time. Like, I had people traveling across the state to buy stuff from me. They were bringing me more customers. That's actually how I did well in sales. I remember when I first started, I was taking, like, L's like crazy. Like, I wasn't making really much money, especially off my commission checks. But I was just selling, like, really, like, honestly, with integrity. I just didn't want to screw people over. And I would think about, like, in the town I was in, I had a whole bunch of old people there. So I would always kind of think about, like, if my grandma, which my grandma does live on her own, but she's, like, very self-sufficient. And I was like, dang, like, you know, the thing with that was, like, I always would think about, like, man, like, if my grandma went in a store and somebody took advantage of her like that, I'd be pissed. I would take a trip. Like, honestly. I take trips for grandma. I'm gonna be honest. Everybody does. Everybody should, right? Grandma, grandpa. I'll take a trip. I'll take a trip for my grandma. These old heads in your city would cook. Oh, bro, they was frying them. And they knew they was living off of them retirement pension checks and stuff. Bro, they was cooking them. Bro. But I also, like, the town I lived in, it was a lot of seniors that were retired, but they all had money. Like, so they weren't, like, just, like, people that were retired. They were, like, seniors that had money. Like, they weren't, like like broke or anything like that. So yeah, bro, they would have like old people buying UE boom speakers and Beats. Like, bro, they can barely hear, and you're selling them a pair of Beats. It's just like, I'm like, bro, what? It's just like, yo, stuff used to never make no sense to me. I'm like, you really gonna sell this old dude some solos and this man got a hearing aid in? Like, it's just like, that doesn't even make sense. Like, okay. Like, but older people are so, like, a lot of them would be so sweet though, because they're just like, oh, I need this. And they be making up stuff like, yeah, you absolutely need this. I'm like, no, you don't. Like, bro, you gonna bust your whole eardrum. It's already half dead. Like, dog. You said, did you ever ask them to slide you a Benjamin? Bro, I swear to God, I never forget this. There was this one old lady that literally became my sugar mama. Not even trolling. Like, yo, she was literally my sugar mama. Like, and I'm not saying that in that way, right? Like, straight up, she used to bake stuff all the time. Bro, swear to God. She used to bake stuff all the time. And she would come in the store with pans of cakes, brownies, cookies, all that stuff. Just because I was nice to her. Like, yo, swear. She would like, yo, bro, every week you could count on it. You knew you was getting some cookies or some brownies. Like, bro, literally every week she would come in the store. And it would be something simple like her phone glitching. And I'm like, oh, let me just reset it. That's all right. She was a sweet lady. She was like, you know, I'll bring you some cookies next week. I'm gonna make a big batch and I'm gonna make you your own. I'm gonna put your name on it. I'm like, oh, I don't like how that sounds, but I'm like that's like, bro, I'm telling you, man, I love cell phone sales. It was so like, I met so many people and there were so many sweet people. Like it was a humbling experience for me. And I think I stayed in sales as long as I did because I was like, I met so many people. And I was like, dude, I got to look out for those people. Like they became that, like she became the old lady that I just looked out for. Like I always made sure she was all right. And it's like it was like weird because like the more that those people would come to the store, I would start having conversations with those people. And she was like, tell me things like, yeah, you know, my kids don't come and see me anymore and all these different things. And I'm just sitting there like, damn, dude, like this sucks. Like, it sucks for some people getting old. Like they really just be by themselves. So like her coming to the store was like, and her doing that, we were like her grandkids, right? Like really, like that was like her way of being able to socialize. So like, I'm very standoffish when it comes to stuff like that because I'm kind of a, like in public, I'm like, guys, don't let like me on YouTube fool you. I'm very quiet. Like I'm very like to myself. I play my games. I'm very introverted in that way. Like I'm very like, so like the way she was acting, I was like, eh. But then when I started having those conversations, I was like, damn, like I kind of get it now. Like she's kind of lonely. Like, so it would be like stuff like that. And I'm like, dude, like, so yeah, it was like stuff like that, bro. So it was like memories though. I was 20. Oh man, how old was I? I was 21 around that time. He says Zox with his hat on in public on his phone. Bro, yeah, I mean, like the thing is, if people see me in public, they would have to like be trying hard to find me because I try to be as unnoticeable as possible. Yeah, I'm not like, if somebody does recognize me in public, I'll say hi or whatever, but I don't try to intentionally be noticed. Like, I don't really care for attention, if I'm being honest. That's like the last thing. Like usually when I'm out, if you even see me outside, it's because my fiance got me to go outside. Like I don't like consciously like go places like that for real, unless it's traveling to go see family or it's for like a specific task. Like you're just not gonna see me like waltzing around like, yo, Zox just be walking everywhere. Like you'll never see that. Like I'm just not like that. You said she still goes up there looking for you, bro. I know. I before I had left, I had seen her right before I left, and I told her I was leaving, and yeah, like she ended up again. She brought me some snacks and stuff, or cookies and stuff like that, for when I left. But yeah, she was super nice old lady. You said, do I get runner-up achievement in arena if I win 3 championships? I'm not sure. I haven't looked at any of the achievements for real, if I'm being honest. More auto. Yep. Go ahead and hit that challenge button. Why are you over here? Why are you over here? All right, there we go. Hey, you guys from YouTube, who does Gacha games, right? Yo, I'm dead. It said, imagine winning on World Arena. That's what I'm saying. At this point, he said, it's too hot outside, bro. Yeah, now it is. Like, but that's the thing here. Like, bro, like, Texas is probably like one of the few places I've ever been that, like, when it's really hot, and not even just hot, it's humid. They have really bad hailstorms here. And like it's like it's the craziest thing to see because it'll be mad hot, and then like out of nowhere, it's like golf ball hell. Like out of nowhere too. It's never predictable. Like it's like, wait, what? You'll just hear rocks hitting your window, and you're like, you look outside, it's helling. I'm like, bro, this makes no sense. I mean, it makes sense because I get weather and like cold fronts and air and all that stuff. I get that, but it's just like seeing it. It's like, bro, this is crazy. Because it'll still be like 80 degrees, 90 degrees outside, but it's hailing. Like, I'm like, bro, okay. They're like, that's fine too. You said Zox, AKA Mr. Telephone Man. Man, cell phone sales was, that was an interesting period of my life, man. I've worked some of everywhere. That's why like, I think I'm able to like kind of connect with people the way that I am. Cause like, even when I worked at GameStop, I worked for Samsung, I worked for T-Mobile. I used to work at a place called Tropical Smoothie. Where else did I work? I used to work at a Whole Foods. What jobs have I had? Yeah, those are some of at least some of the regular ones, like jobs I've had. And all of those jobs like kind of required me to be personable and talk to people. So like, especially working in cell phone sales, it's that damn, all the job applications I sent were to those places, bro. Like, yo, I remember when I got hired for Samsung, bro, it was so funny because I got hired because I was a YouTuber. I had like started picking back up YouTube again. And my district manager had like, was just kind of, he was interviewing me and he was like, you know, like, what do you do in your spare time? Like, what do you enjoy doing? And I was like, yeah, I was like, I make YouTube videos and stuff like that. And he was like, oh, word. He was like, yeah, send me your channel. And he was like, let me know, like, you know, we're going to let you know in like the next week and a half who we're going to pick for the position, yada, yada, yada. Next day comes, I get a call and he's like, you're hired. And I'm like, what? I was like, you said you were going to call in like a week and a half. And he was like, yeah. He was like, no, man. He was like, you're the perfect candidate. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. So I asked him one day, we were like, it was like a little bit after I had been working there. I asked him one day, I was like, why'd you hire me? Like, I was like so confused. I was like, why'd you hire me? He was like, after you told me that you did YouTube, I just assumed that you would be good at talking to people. So I was like, but for all you know, I could have been a trash YouTuber. Like, you know, like I was like, I could have been trash. And he was like, no, he was like, I went and looked at your stuff. He was like, you're pretty personable. So he was like, I felt like you'd be really good for the job. And I was like, okay. So I literally got hired to be a Samsung rep because I actually did YouTube, which was kind of like, I was like, damn. I was like, imagine that, right? That's why I always tell people, I'm like, bro, like everything you do can be used as like to get you like work nowadays. Like it's like, you just never know. He said, I mean, he's not wrong though. He better than you in one. Yeah, I mean, I actually did my job fairly well too. Like my job was like, when I worked for them, like you could check in and check out on your own. Or not check in, clock in and clock out on your own. So like if I really wanted to, like that job was all about integrity, because if I wanted to, I could clock in from my house, which at that time, like the store I was working at was probably like 20 minutes away from my house. And I self-managed myself. I didn't, even like in the Best Buy, which a lot of people don't know, when you see a Samsung rep in there, the store manager has zero control over that rep. That rep is just his own entity. Like his boss would have to, it would be like whoever works for Samsung at that point. But my manager was like always out and about. He drove around the whole state. So like, if they ever had an issue with me, which they never did, but if they did, they couldn't just like, they couldn't be like, oh, go home. They couldn't like fire me or anything either. Like they would have to reach out to him first. No, dude, I literally self-managed myself. My manager would come in, he would come to the store, he would check in with me once a month to make sure I had everything I need, and I never would see him. Like I would never see him. That job, dude, that was probably like one of the best jobs I ever had. Cause I literally, but he also was like telling me too, like that, like I said, that job was all about integrity, because the person that had the position before I did, what they would do, they would clock in and then they would leave for the whole day, do whatever they wanted to do, come back, clock out, and then they would go home. Like they would just collect their hours basically. And they let that person do that for like a whole like 6-7 months, I think, because I was asking some of the workers that worked in there about the Samsung rep, and or the last one, and they were like, yeah, we never seen him. We was like, we didn't even know we had one. And I was like, wait, really? I was like, so somebody literally had that job and was like literally like clocking in from home, because it was an app we had that you could just clock in with, and then when it was time, they would just clock out whenever they felt like it. And I was just like, dang, dude, like, and so like, it's like stuff like that. Like when people have good jobs like that and then they just like mismanage them or they take advantage of them, I'm just like, bro, like people would die to have a job where, like, you want to know what my only job really was? My only job was to teach people how to use phones. That was it. That was like my main job. I didn't have to sell anything. I didn't have to, the only times I really had to push stuff was when they had new releases, but I still didn't have to sell it. Like I would like try to get people to get Samsung product, but I didn't have to sell them the stuff, set it up or anything. So that was super easy. That was right after I did T-Mobile. That was so easy, bro. That was like a walk in the park for me. He said, yeah, I worked for Brinks Home Security in Dallas. I felt bad the way companies would scam elderly people. Oh, damn, they were scamming elderly people with the Brinks. You talking about like the Brinks trucks? You said, Ferris, I got my job as a game designer because of my history with being a local team coach, analyst. Said anything you do can actually help with IRL stuff. You just gotta lock in proper place. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's facts, Acid. Yeah, that's facts. He said, damn, guess it's different for other jobs at Amazon. They got a operator managers all over the building. Yeah, I mean, when I worked at Whole Foods, there was managers in each department, but each day the manager that ran the store was different. So it was never the same manager running the store. You had the GM that ran the whole store, but when the GM left, the manager that ran the store would be different. So sometimes it would be the manager in the cashier's department. Some days it would be the manager in the seafood department. Sometimes it would be the manager that was doing like in the bakery, like the manager for the bakery department. So like it's like little neat stuff, like how like a lot of these stores run. I was like learning those systems and stuff. It was pretty cool though. Like I always tell people, I just think that like even if your goal isn't to work for someone, those things still build up a lot of you just learn. You just kind of learn. Like, right? Like you can kind of learn how you might want to do stuff. Like learning those jobs actually taught me so much, and how like I even run some of my stuff now, because some of those systems, they're transferable, right? Like that's the thing. So I like literally like I do not regret those jobs at all. Some of them weren't that great. I think the worst job I ever had though was GameStop, like period. Like GameStop literally was the worst job I've ever had. You said security cable and phone companies fleece the old people. Oh yeah, that's true. He said no, the home security, like, oh, the home security alarm systems, got you. So what was it? Was like they were like upselling certain things that they didn't need. He said, imagine being level 61, that's crazy work. Bro, I'm not even that, like, bro, there's people that are way higher than me now. Like there was people that were like level 60 plus like 3-4 days ago. Like I'm just hitting it, bro. Like to be real, I'm about to probably hit 66 or 67 after I drop all the stamina though. Probably 68. Yeah, I was like, I'm about to say, I'm probably gonna be at like 68. I wasn't spending as much stamina as I probably should have been, but I was hoarding. He said transferable skills are very important. Adaptability is very important. Yeah, that's true. So you just hit 70 today? Nice, nice. Yeah, after I blast all this stamina, man, I'm gonna jump up quite a bit. So would you skill up Chloros for Terramatan? He needs to be skilled up for it, to be honest. Yeah, yeah. If you're gonna do Chloros, he does need to be skilled up, to be honest. Let's see. Okay, not bad, not bad. Now we just gotta pray that these pieces actually roll, you know. It's at 57. Probably hit 62. Probably tomorrow. Yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad at all. Yeah, that's not bad at all. Dude, the crazy thing is I haven't even started using my pots yet, which is the crazy part. I still got 60 pots. Is there a place to see how many lattice you should put into each Animus? No, I got some stuff on my channel, but no, some of it's like shifted, changed. But you can always ask, and we'll tell you. You know, join my Discord. You can always ask in there. People know the right numbers now. Like I was telling everybody, I'm gonna start redoing a lot of the character guides once they finish adjusting after this current season. So whatever is locked, and I can also make them more legit, so I can talk about progressive builds. Because part of the issue right now is, I mean, now builds are starting to kind of get there. Like everybody's builds are starting to kind of get there, so they'll make more sense. But just kind of talking about like the progressive build up and stuff like that. Skill 2 for Shieta. That's our first one that you need to do. Is that I think RC77 is pretty good in Aurora. All his attacks are multi-hits. Yeah, he's very, very good in there. I mean, that's the biggest thing with him. Multi-hits, the defense break. He has pushbacks. Like he's good. All right, let's do that. So I'm gonna probably build him in my Viper right now. And then we'll be a little bit more on that side of cooking. Let me see. Let me star you now, so I can put you on the agenda of things to do. All right, so Viper. Let's see what we got here. All right, so we got some more stuff for Viper. Almost done though, because I'm gonna max out his skill 2. And I'll put the rest into RC. Alright, yeah, the rest goes into RC. We'll do this. Alright, cool. Oh yeah, Sybil. Yeah, Sybil does too. I think like that's the thing, man. Like every character has value in this game. Like there's no one that's just like super just like damn, like you'd never use them. There's gonna be some secret stuff some people come up with. Even with the Andrews, where's Sybil at? Yeah, because she has a defense break and it's multi-hit. Multi-hit defense break is kind of crazy when you really think about it. Like that actually is kind of crazy. And it's gonna always like she'll be able to like target the main body. So it's that worst thing is getting rare lattice so damn rare. Yeah, I mean to be honest, like if we're being honest, like you have to buy them from the arena shop if you want them. So that's the problem. I need to build everyone. No, Meskin, you ain't lying. You ain't lying. That's actually the issue. And that's why I said like you're like just build this. I'm like, bro, it's so much you got to build, man. And it's not even just so much about building them, but it's like, okay, do I have the skill ups to make this character work the way that I want them to right now, or do I not? That's why like even for like my account, like I have the a capacity to do certain things, but still got to be realistic to like what I can build versus not. Survey, do you need resources? Me, yes. Yeah, that's like the whole game, bro. They said they're talking about hentai in the world chat. Bro, I don't expect any less from world chat, I'm be honest. Dude, every time I look at world chat, they're talking about like gooning or something. I'm like, oh, okay. Like, that's why I just hit that little scroll button real quick and it just closes it. The only way that I open like the chat is if I see like a red dot because somebody DM'd me. But yeah, other than that, like world chat is usually closed. Like I just do that. I don't even want to see it. I just like, nope. He said, sorry to tag you, but is it possible to use Shieta pre-revelation for Doki Farm? Said I don't really don't really want to use the selector for the rat. I mean, you can. It's perfectly like that's the thing. Revelations makes it easier in the higher spectrum, but I was using Shieta with what the heck was I using? Twilight Night when I was working my way up, and it's like it makes it easier for her to deal the respective damage with her gimmick as you go higher. So it depends on which one you're doing. You will need to get the revelation though. It will help you out a lot, but you can make it work. It just might not be the highest difficulty that you want it to be. Thank you. Come on. All right. Oh my God, my jaw. Thank you. Hmm? No, I don't need any more salt. It's alright. So you gonna push rally in the upcoming days? Yeah. Wait, what? You said the gimmick with Aurora Hell 1 also sold update alarm systems to elderly. Oh wait, those are two separate questions. Okay, that's what was confusing me. So the gimmick with Aurora Hell 1, you're talking about the immunity? That's like the real gimmick. I mean, that you need to heal. You need to heal off that debuff that she puts on you. It says so update alarm systems to elderly who had zero knowledge of how they work. Yeah, that sounds about right. It said it's because there's things like rare Kachi having a guaranteed turn meter with pushback. Oh yeah, turn meter pushback with the stun chance, and people glaze on Marvel because it's a bit faster. Yeah, bro, I said that. Yo, I'm telling you, I said that about Kachi. Like, I was like, bro, he literally, like, if you don't have Marvel, if you don't have Kraken, you can use Kachi. Like, it's like basically damn near the same thing. Guys, those of you guys that are using Shieta, how consistent are your runs? And how fast are your runs? So you think Aurora is the best thing to farm for a DPS? Resign my Holden and put everything into Rosa to be able to clear Aurora, I guess. I mean, to be real with you, you don't even need to be clearing Hell 4 for you to get some decent gear from Aurora to be able to scale your other dungeons, if I'm being honest. Yeah, bro. I don't got nothing open either, which is the crazier part. might help. All right. It says Tiamat viable for Goki of the damage dealer and what? And what's the right side look like? So why are people using Kazuyo over Kraken? Kazuyo has a built-in damage amp. That's why. So not only does she remove the damage reduction, but she also amps your damage by 25%. So that's why she gets used. The Kraken is for slower runs, to be honest. What is it? I'm trying to go through the list of questions you just asked. For Tiamat, Tiamat can do Doki, but yeah, she's also green. I mean, there's that. That is, you get more stat line there too. So she doesn't take nearly as much damage, like in comparison to like if it's like a blue unit or a red unit, obviously. But yeah. But as far as Tiamat can do it, but again, it's going to be a slower teams, and she's just bulk. She's just straight bulky. But Tiamat, I'm not sure if she's main DPS though, in much higher state. I don't think she is. You still need to have somebody removing the damage reduction, which is kind of the whole reason why you run Kazuyo. And even with Tia, you need investment. Yeah, I agree with the investment part. Yeah, you need investment in Tia, because Tia's not exactly the same. Like before, she was just out the box, just do whatever she wants. But now she needs some TLC. You saw DPS wear. So I need to find 2 collects of magic. Is it gonna take ages? Yeah. So have you cleared Ember Track? How to pass Rosa at level 38? I'm at 39 right now. I forgot what I did. I know I did it. Was it last stream we did Ember Track, or the stream before that? I don't even remember what I did, huh? Can we see Ember Track from here? No, we can't. We can only see. Why can't we see Ember Track from here? That would be nice. Yeah, I don't even remember what I did for Ember Track for 38. I was like swapping between 2 different teams. One was like a sustained team, but I don't even remember what ads are on her team, because I don't even think she's one of the major boss nodes. So I'm thinking of resetting my Rosa. My Rosa can't clear Hell 1 Aurora. Even if she's using Ramoka set that clears Hell Doki Doki. Well, the thing is that with Rosa needs a ton of investment, and Ramoka only needs your skill 3. And for Ramoka, she's one-shotting. Like that's like literally the whole premise of her. If you're gonna one-shot, then yeah, Ramoka's just kind of that character. But the other thing is too, like you kind of need other things to make her work better. Like running her with the class is like pretty nice. Having Freya for the Nightmare Scowl, or if you're running Neo's really good for your rotation. And then the turn after that, you have the CC Freeze, and then you're running Kazuyo too. Probably for Inferno, yeah, Cucumber. Probably for, well, maybe, maybe not. Cause I mean, no. I mean, I don't think her skill 1 level 4. I feel like if all your debuffs are landing, I think really more than anything, I don't think Ramoka really needs to change that much. I think it's your ability to land your debuffs. It's that extra attack stat from the level. Oh, the extra attack. Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, you can go for that. Yeah, you can. I mean, that's kind of like any character. Like, if they scale attack, you go for the extra attack nodes. Yeah. Yeah, because I was like, I'm pretty sure she's just all skill 3. But yeah, yeah, that's like any of your DPS. If they have extra attack, you can get on a node, then grab it. If it's your rotators, depending on the character, if you have the extra lattice, you still can aim for the speed and stuff like that. But for the most part, it's whatever they scale off of. You build so you're real. One hits both waves in Inferno for auto, to auto as well. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think they were talking about the nodes before you actually start putting lattice into them, which is the attack percent ones. But I mean, to be honest, you don't have to get those because you're supplementing attack with count. That's why count is still best in slot on her right now. You said real only needs S3 with count. Yeah, you said your third. Wait, what team did you do? Because I've been seeing some funny teams, like especially like Aurora. Their teams are normalizing now, but it was funny because they were like 12 minutes long. I was like, yo, hey, but a clear is a clear. All right, so we're done with that. We start using pots now. All right. He said, so yeah, but can you get that much damage without base stats from level 1 skill? That's my question. I don't have her skill leveled at all, and I'm like literally able to nuke Inferno. The problem is I'm not landing the debuffs. I need more effect accuracy on my my debuffers. But I'm doing the damage. Because the other thing is too is the ceiling of effect accuracy you need goes up. You need way more effect accuracy in Inferno to land your stuff properly. Real Mia class, Kazuyo and Biotin. And then yeah, you're scaling with Biotin too. So you took out your rotation. Wait, what's your speeds though? What's your speeds? Are you taking hits? So what are some options if you don't have Ramoka on class or Doki? I mean, you have to go for slower comps. I mean, there's still things like Shiida, there's the Tiamat, you got Rahus with the Ling Laos. You got like there's other options. Like you can still use Gray. It just really is like you figuring out what you have, what you can build, and then you have to build according to what you have. And then even like if you do the Shiida, like she's on Revelation. So it's not just having Shiida like in the higher spectrum, it's also having her on like Revelation. So you can see my whole team on clear and the builds behind it. Hold on, I'll take a look at it. Where am I going? Did I actually beat that at? Okay, I guess I actually beat that faster. Well, we'll take that. Oh, there's your 100 crystals, chat. There you go. Maintenance done. All right, so you said where would you use Red Rin? For me personally, probably like PvP if I really wanted to, but like PvE, it's probably a couple of places. Not any of the main dungeons. I would have to be using her for like maybe the shielding and defense like stuff she brings, but it wouldn't be for the taunt. There's really no need for what she does in Terror. Aurora, I guess there's no. I mean, yeah, I would like maybe some tower stuff, but not really anything like that. You said my gear is not that great, but I still have a 90% win rate. Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty good. Let's see. So we got Abyss. Wait, where's that going? Modules. John said, I don't get what you mean by that question. Like what do you exactly are you getting at? Let's see. You said are you the third? Did you say you're the third one? I mean, that looks like, I mean, well, these teams are all kind of the same, so. Oh, yo, I'm dead. Okay. So answer to do ask about Red Ren, bro. Yeah, I can't. Yeah, I don't really have anywhere I would like just like slot her, bro. Yeah, that's why I was asking, because I wasn't sure if you were asking me. I'm like, well, I mean, I thought I went through this. My gear is trash right now. But you said you were the third one, Sirkin. He said, which unit can help me auto or clear auto? Wait, or clear Aurora and Doki? Wait, what? Wait, which unit can help me clear Aurora and Doki? Which unit? Bro, I'm gonna be real with you. Those like teams, like in the like as I'm like going through the list of units, those teams are like completely different. Like even like the DPS you would use, like unless it's like a Deting, which I mean you wouldn't even really be doing that. No, like yeah, even the DPS it would still be different. Maybe you might see Shiera, but yeah, nah. I don't know. Like you asked that very much so like one character clear all type of scenario, and yeah, I don't know if that's gonna be the case, fam. It said CLS circuit. Oh, okay. You're under CLS. All right, hold on. Okay, this is your clear. All right. Wait, let me see. So you got the remote account on what do we say, chat? On momentum, right? We got that Codex of Magic on the Kloss. It's pretty good. Yo, bro. See, this is what I was saying. Like people just like, bro, you're not gonna like. There's some pieces you just are not gonna roll. Like people don't want to hear me when I say this, but look at this Kloss with a epic Swift Rush piece on, right? But it has the +8 on it. Like, bro, there's some pieces you gonna keep. You gonna keep, cause why? Like you know, like you might not get another +8, bro. It might just be that rough. +5 there, +8. Yeah, average. Yeah, see, even this one doesn't even have it, and it's just like, and I'm assuming that's for speed tuning. So effect accuracy, and then that's at 105, 84. Yeah, this looks about right, man. I mean, this is right. It's not even it looks about. See, this is where my I think you have a little bit more crit rate than I do, but your effect accuracy. So see, this is what I was saying, chat. Effect accuracy is higher, so 222, right? Like he's not BSing on the effect accuracy, so it has a good amount of effect accuracy because the requirement goes up. So your DPSers are like, your DPS is fine. It's the same thing, 1.6k. But you get 1.2k from count, right? So that's like where you're kind of making up for it. And then you have the 70%, which really in that dungeon is like 80, 88% with this build, percent chance to crit with over 300. That's like what, 320%, 22% crit damage. So that's a build, right? And now the crazy thing is, right, is you can damn near achieve that without even having everything be at like triple momentum. Like there's like 2 slot here, This one crit damage, and the other thing is too is this, right? Like I think you have a little bit more crit damage than I do. Yeah, you have 20% more crit damage than I do, right? But if you look, like my pieces aren't even all triple, right? It's double, 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 one triple, and then I have the shell with the triple, right? So like you can get a build that's pretty close. You said Abamiu is doing the most work here. Said we're being fast and ulting is oh yeah. So do you have a codex as well? Hold on, let me look. So codex and probably let me see. Oh no, you got her on Jackal, so you went really fast. Oh see, yeah, nah, I can't get that speed, bro. Like, dog, 19. Yo, you wanna know what I got a 19 on? I got that on an Artisan. Yo, so yeah, you got your Jackal with the additional 19, which is crazy, and then speed tune wise, yeah, that's a 9, that's a 8, that's a 8, 8, and then that's a 6, and then this is a 6. See, this, yo, that's what I was saying, chat. It's like the stat lines that you be needing on gear really just be a matter of like, can you roll it? Like, because like 6, 8 is not even crazy compared to like people that's trying to roll for 12s and 18s and stuff like that. Like, you said that speed I think is exactly enough to outspeed the first wave. But this is where I was saying to people were like, oh, it's just too hard. I'm like, bro, it's not just like, yo, you also got to consider too, like you got to hit those stat lines. Like if you're not hitting them, now you're taking X amount of damage. And I don't think people are realizing like what's happening to you before you even get that turn. If you're getting out rotated, like say in Doki Doki, you're taking an attack break, you're taking a defense break, you're getting a hit with speed down. You're getting like, there's so much crap that happens to you before you even actually get to go. So if like say Ramoka gets hit with an attack break, she's now not doing the damage she needs to do. The other thing is too, if anybody gets hit with a speed down, it literally cooks your rotation. So like that's the thing. Like even if you're, and that's like if you're running characters pretty close in speed, like it was happening with my Kazuyo and my Mio, because they were so close to each other. It was causing my Kazuyo, when my Mio would get hit with the speed down, she would literally like start dropping right before the last ad would go. My Kazuyo would cut right in front of my Mio. So I had to fix that. I had to actually create a bigger gap in their speed so that even if I did get hit with the speed down, she wouldn't rotate past her. So it's like little stuff like that. Like these are the things that like I feel like some people are running into. And that's why like I told you guys, like I'm like, oh, I got the damage, but if you don't remove that damage reduction and you don't have enough effect accuracy to make it consistent, your run is just gonna suck. So if you're looking at like even the effect accuracy, it's 131 here, 204, 171. She's just here to buff. But even then, you still want to make sure she's going fast enough. So that's about it. That's about it. But yeah, I mean, that looks about right. That looks about right. And even Biotin is at 5-star, which is a whole nother thing. So yeah, that's a whole nother thing. He said that's why I run BRANONLINE. Yeah. Oh yeah. She does have the counter chance on the skill 1, and that can purify too. He said, but yeah, with Codex, the time would be around 40 seconds. Oh yeah, so if you had the Codex, it'd make it quicker. So that's not, dude, that's really honestly good, like, to be honest. And that's why it's like a lot of it is not really that out of scope. You just have to build into it. So like a lot of it is gonna be like, say like take for example like where my class currently is. I have it at 105. But at this point, I'm gonna have to start actually like, look at this. I just have this on here because of the speed. But I'm definitely going to have to get an effect accuracy piece in there and then take it up a notch and max out her effect accuracy on the other pieces I want to put on her. So like that's why I was like showing up until this point is like you can literally create if like up until you get to so like again Inferno, this gear has worked. Me having 105 and like it's just like the values aren't as crazy, but Inferno, I'm like, it should be expected that the values are going to jump because now you're getting the very last thing that you need. So that's that. You said you got a Inferno Doki team. Yeah, literally, this is my team. I just literally have to, I have to basically increase my my values for my effect accuracy, and then my team works. Like other than that, because right now I'm not landing any of my debuffs, and I need more speed. I need a little bit more speed, but I have the team. He said, what's the ritual to get claws? Bro, I don't even know. He said, how much speed you need for Inferno? He said, has anyone reached 300 speed? Probably. I would think so, actually, yes. Because I've seen people have like plus 20 somethings on, was it 18s? It might have been 18s or something like that. I know a few people that have like some 18s and stuff like that. Yeah, 286. Yeah, that's what I said to them yesterday. I'm like, you got to be at least at like 280 plus to be able to go faster and cut. But the thing is that Sakan can probably tell you guys, once you get Swift Raid, is going to make hitting some of those parameters a lot easier too. Because right now you're trying to hit those values, which at that point you would need to actually roll really high rolls on your gear for you to be able to just jump up like that. Because when you get like things like Swift Raid, that's another 15%. So that's gonna definitely make a difference. He said doing Hell 3 on GP and only getting blue imprints is a crime. Bro, am I tripping? I swear you only got blue. Like I've yet to see a gold. Like somebody said that the other day. They're like, yeah, you get gold imprints. I'm like, where? Like I've yet to see that. So Swift Smite is crazy too. Speed and oh yeah, Swift Smite, Swift Raid. They're gonna be two of the like most commonly used sets in the game. So yeah, of course they add up really good, especially the shells are the ones you gotta focus on. Okay, all right. So hey, listen, Serkan, you said it. I've been saying this. Like I feel like my face is gonna turn blue, and I can't even turn blue. I've been talking about shell investment for like every stream. And everybody's trying to argue me with like everything else is more important. I'm like, no, it's not. I'm like, bro, it shells, brother. Like, I'm like, it shells. I'm telling you, it is literally shells. Like you said, I did shells from level 35 to 50 only. That makes sense. Like, I'm just saying, like you said, saving the pills for the 2 times event. Yeah, that makes sense to me. That makes perfect sense because there wasn't anything that was really going to give you much value anyway, right? In comparison. So it's just kind of like, even like I was saying before, you looked at your gear and you still are using some of those pieces from the epics that rolled a certain way. And it was cheaper at the time that you did it. So it's just kind of like, now you have that 2 times at your disposal, but you can farm at a much higher interval. Even with the team, like it's like you still need the shells. Like that's why like everybody is that's trying to replicate it. It's like it's not just the units, it's the shells, it's the build, the base. It's kind of like almost having a controller but no batteries in it. Like basically, that's literally what it is. You say, yeah, I mean, if it works, it works. Hey, that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying, man. You said, why am I getting 2 set pieces in Hell 4? I thought it's only 3 set pieces. No, it still drops 2. It's just a higher chance though of you getting 3. He said, what's the argument between White Fang and Revelation? I wouldn't know if there's an argument. I mean, they have their different uses. Different uses for sure. You get them at different points in the game, and so it also feels pretty nice to have some good shells, like 3 codexes, 2 gigas, and so on. Yeah, no, honestly, like I think that's the thing that like I think that's where the game actually starts to become fun. Like when you're able to do some like of the Ooga Booga stuff, because like having a Codex of Magic that can make you skill 3 twice in a row or skill 2 twice in a row, whatever the skill is on auto for that character, it like opens the game up so much for you to be able to do stuff. Cause like if you like, cause having 2 turns of a skill 3, now your run is completely night and day, right? Like it's like little stuff like that. Like having the gigabytes, like when you have say 1 unit cutting is one thing, but now you got 3 units cutting, like that's a whole different rotation. So yeah, I don't know why my game's lagging, bro. I might actually reset it. Hold on, I actually might restart it. Because I have zero idea why it's lagging so much. And it was lagging, I probably need to reset it, to be real with you. Because they just did that maintenance, and the game ain't having it right now. So what I'll do is this, yeah, I mean, why would there be a hell if it ain't special? Yeah, that's true. I mean, but that's the thing I think is like again, there was just like this kind of misconception that the game was like supposed to just be like this PvP game. So everything PvE should be easier, but again, the devs never like really emphasized that. They said that they wanted there to be just as much of a challenge when it came down to PvE as there is for PvP stuff. So it got, like I said, it makes sense, right? It makes perfect sense that it's at where it's at, and like with where they have things going, now people that are like kind of graduating out of this stuff, they're just going to be farming from here on out, and then they're going to be able to just do PvP. So if you really think about it, if you can take, say, 2 weeks, right, of just like raw grinding, 2 weeks of raw grinding, you make some solid choices, summoning some certain things, using selector at the right time, and then even later down the line, if there's stuff you're missing, like targeting certain things on like raid up banners, but that right there, like, then you can jump right into like more PvP and like working and fixating on that a little bit more. I don't think that that's like that bad. Like even if it's 3 weeks, 4 weeks, like a month is about the average time that it takes for people to be able to go up. Like, to be honest, it's a Hell Force guarantee reds, not 3 matrices though. Yeah, it's always been like that. It's always been three matrix symbols. Or sorry, reds, but no guarantee that it's going to be 2 or 3, but it's a higher chance though that you're going to get 3. So the rate does go up. So I agreed. No 2s in Hell 4, no yellows in Shell, Inferno. Well, you know what I was thinking? Why they do that? I think they do that so that you can, so that you actually have pieces to sell. Like, I almost feel like that's why, because in the earlier, like, I noticed in a lot of turn-based games in, like, earlier days, they'll have, like, this obscene amount of gear that you just don't need. And it's like, well, what do you do with it? You sell it for currency. Because, like, in reality, when you really think about how many good pieces you're going to actually get, like, that's what it really is. It's kind of like almost like gear filling so that you can sell it. Like, that's really what it almost feels like. You said, hey Zox, have you showed the Hell 14 for Doki and Terror? I have, but if you want to see it, I can show it. This is my, oh damn, hold on. Put it on continuous battle. Continuous battle. You said I sell reds if I get them though. Yeah, that's fair. Yo, what's up, Nana? You said can Hyper carry Messiah carry through Hell Doki Doki stages? So I'm stuck at Nightmare 3. He's my only AoE DPS. I'm not keen on gambling and perma banner for a chance to get Mocha or Shira. Yes, but one, Messiah needs to be built. Like, he definitely needs to be built. And yes, he's usually paired up with a Lily. He absolutely needs to be built though, because that's the thing with Lily. Like, she's not preying on, but she's amplifying his follow-ups or him assisting, and most of that damage is going to be coming from the skill 1. So a lot of the hyper carry messiahs are fully built. Like, they're not just like one skill up and one skill. They're like fully built. I think a lot of people are actually running him on Revelation now too, as well. He said, is it fine to keep making 5 stars level 45? How many do you have? How many do you have? No, because the thing is that like you need like, yes, you want to do a spread, but you also want to start considering and like consolidating mats so you can actually start 6-starring some units too, because you got to consider the 6-star can help you, like if it's a DPS scale their damage. 6-star can also increase your speed on a character, so that's going to be necessary even when you're like later down the line trying to outspeed or go into PvP. Stuff like that's kind of necessary. All right, let's see. So yeah, she has a speed down now. All right, yeah, I'm gonna reset my game after this. I forgot about. Yeah, actually, I'm gonna reset it now. Holy crap. Yeah, I'm gonna reset it now. Hold on, I'm gonna come back to this. Hold on. Cause yeah, my game is tweaking, and it's been doing this all stream. So maybe there might be a yeah, Ling Lao 6-star. I did 6-star her too. Like she definitely is pretty big. She's a big unit. You could double up with her too, because like if you're doing a certain setup in Doki, then you can use Ling Lao for sustain as well. You said triple swift accuracy. It can happen. Yeah, I mean, no, it's definitely doable. All right, so hold on. We're going to do this while we reset the game. Oh, brother, it makes me go back in here. It's I'm done farming GP now. I'm going to do slight investigation to modules. Yeah, I don't have much GP to really do because a lot of my units, like, I mean, you gotta kind of also farm based off of, like, what you realistically can lattice, unless it's, like, the outer brim stuff, but... All right, so let's actually reset our game. All right, let's reset the game. Go to settings, go to others. Actually, I think there's another button. There we go. All right, let's exit the game. Okay, let's reopen the game. So Ling Lao helps if you don't want to get the speed down. Yeah, what I did is I just gave my Mio enough speed so when Freya goes, it just gives me the separation. But yeah, Ling Lao definitely can help in that slot too. Let's see. He said just got the Tingde. Should I level up skill 1? He technically is gonna need all his skills leveled. His skill 1 can be last though, so you can go. It's I think it's his skill 3, 2, then 1. I think with him. Skill 3, 2, and 1. Lonzo, get out of here. He said when using Mio, which skills are needed for her to work? Skill 3. Skill 2 comes in after the fact. I'm using her in a Codex of Magic. Oh. Yeah, I'm using her in a Codex of Magic. Right, let's see if that helped. Yeah, because my game was tripping. Can you try this? Huh? Can you try this? Try what? Why do I have to try that? Alright. Oh, never mind. You just watched the boss die. What is this? It tastes like a spicy Dorito, but that's different. It tastes like lentils. Yeah, that tastes like a lentil. Oh, is it? Oh, okay. Yeah, it just tastes odd. I'm not mad at it. It's all right. Wait, why am I going middle? Oh, my auto is cooked. Ah, no wonder. That's why. Yeah, we always go him second. All right, there we go. I gotta try another one? Nacho, wait, whole grain nacho cheese tortilla chip? It just seems like it's gonna be nasty. I don't know how I feel about that. Yeah, I don't know how to feel about that, babe. Sorry. No. Oh. I have some. How dare you? I got hit with an attack break. Is this still first turn? Oh, it is. Okay. Oh my god. Even with the attack break, bro. That's nuts. Yeah, this should be much faster now. And then you slumber. There we go. Goodbye. Yep. There we go. He said, is momentum a good first buy? Feels like it's so inconsistent because it needs 6 debuffs to be good. No. Like, I mean, it depends on your units too. I wanted to say that. I think it's your team. Because like momentum, like being able to stack to scale momentum is actually not crazy. Because a lot of units on average typically have about 2 debuffs. Which if you're looking at most team comps, most teams have, like with this team, for example, my like let's say class is one unit doing 3 debuffs, right? I could say the same thing for Dinah. She does 3 debuffs on her own. Class does 3 on her own. Kazumi is doing a debuff. You got Freya doing a debuff. Like, getting debuffs is not really like that crazy, like, to be honest. If you're using Holden, he does 2 debuffs on his own. If you're doing I think and then yeah, control effect also counts too. So yeah, that's like, yeah, it's super easy to be able to scale it, man. Like it's not that hard. I think what it is just like the team, really. Oh, we might catch an L here. But yeah, so it's like the team, man. Momentum itself, like for what it's always been, it has been like for the most part like the standard for in-game stuff for a lot of builds, because a lot of it is like real fast, debuff as much as you can and then nuke right into it. Momentum like gives you crazy scaling. Now the thing about momentum though is that if there are no debuffs, then momentum is ass. Like it's basically a dead set at that point, right? So he said, to be honest, having 4 to 6 debuffs already puts it on par or is better than a 12-piece set. Though, like he said, it's team dependent. Yeah, it's very much so team, because it's kind of like how there's some teams that just operate better when you have a ton of buffs. Like some units are, they just perform better. Like it's kind of like if you put Tiamat on a team with debuffers, like is she gonna really ramp like that? Probably not. Same thing with like if you're using Leon, like if she's not on a team with buffers, you're missing out on like, what is that, like 35% damage from her. Like it's like certain units are intended to be ran a certain way, and if you don't run them that way, you just don't get as much value. So it's the same thing with the sets. It's like if you're not running the momentum in a debuff oriented team, then you don't get any value. Like if you hit into 1 debuff, it's gonna be okay. Like he said yeah, momentum is good, man. Like it's very, very strong. And the crazy thing is, like, if you even look at like what we're doing, like the Ramoka build, like granted Ramoka hits really hard, but in like a lot of the other builds, you're trying to make up for attack so that you can hit hard. And the turn of which we actually do damage with Ramoka counts giving us 1.2k attack. So that on top of the fact that then what that allows you to do is it allows you to focus values like your crit rate and crit damage more. So you can double up on your crit damage, and then you can have a crit rate piece. You don't even need to run an attack piece because it's literally giving you raw attack. But these are like things that are like kind of like witty things you do to, you know, to make up for values that the character doesn't have. So like you could go for say straight attack and making sure you have the attack pieces, and oh, I got my character to like an additional 2 point something, 2.3, 2.6k, but now you are kind of lackluster in the crit department, so it's not consistent, and then you might not have as much crit damage because you only have one piece on. So it's like there's ways for you to be able to scale characters without them necessarily having to be god roll. Ramoka kind of allows you to do that, especially with her pairing with Count. So I think like even like characters like Chloros can do it. Like there's a few different characters that can get some of that benefit too, and you can build them like that. I think Count is actually also really good on like some of the raw raw attack scalers. So like Born, you got what's his name, Hell Kid. So even when you start looking at some of the other units, yo, what's good, Brennan? How you doing, bro? Yo, it's been a long time, man. How you been doing, Brennan? You said you in China yet? No, not yet. You said Tsukiyomi drowning on PvE. Wait, is that a bad thing? Are you saying, or does that mean like she's doing well? No, I'm assuming if you say she's drowning, then that must mean she's not doing well. Yeah, how's everything going, man? How's the family? How's work? How's work? You know, you gotta go through the usual. So I'm smashing Etheria now. So loving the grind. What? How long have you been playing it? Are you like a few days in, or have you been playing it the whole time? Because I know you be gaming on the side while you be doing work and stuff like that. All right, so we'll leave that. I'll probably try to shift it up in a second because I'm gonna definitely level up some pieces so we can bring that Doki a little bit higher. Let's see. So yeah, we can work on some pieces in between. All right. So we got that good old fashioned. Let's go affect accuracy. So we got some time weave. We're on a 15, so we can supplement a piece. Let's do speed bonus. Woo! Dude, that chip she gave me, that was almost hitting me like the one chip challenge. All right, so let's see here. We got speed, HP, crit damage, time weave. Yeah, we're gonna have a lot of pieces to sell too. You said, where do you farm momentum set? Aurora. Somehow the worst dungeon in the game. I'm like, I don't know. Somebody said that actually. They're like, isn't that the worst dungeon? I'm like, wait, what? I'm like, yo, momentum got some banger sets in there. It's like every dungeon you need kind of a little bit of each. Like they kind of like facilitate each other. They did that, like they did it very intentionally. But yeah, like because even onslaught is just standard like damage. Which Aurora can you do though? Because I'm telling you right now, for you to get a good momentum, you don't really need to go higher than like Hell 2 if you can. Like Hell 2 is actually like good enough for you to get a Hell build, or a Hell build, a momentum build. He said Aurora has like the most PvP sets. Well, the thing is that a lot of those sets can be used in PvE too. Like they're not just all like it's not just exclusively PvP. Like he said, I hate that Fury is in there. Yeah, Fury is in there. Yeah, Bulwark is like, yeah, I guess, yeah, Bulwark I definitely would say goes more to PvP for sure. Bloodbath is actually really good in PvE. Like being able to cut your damage, like bro, I'm telling you, like that's gonna be a strat that people use. They're gonna start using Bloodbath to cut damage on Inferno. Like that's actually how you can build Heinrich. You can build Heinrich like real fast on Bloodbath, and you just all you care about is him stripping. That's like it. Like that's a thing. Like those sets are like really really good for PvE. Like even what's it called? What's the other one she freaking drops? Yeah, that's what, yo, I'm telling you, yo, chat, you guys, you're hearing me say it now. When you start running into stuff and it's just like, yo, I'm getting hit way too hard. Like Bloodbath Like it's gonna be a bloodbath scenario because like bloodbath is like that's like one of the very few ways that you can cut damage. Like is one of the very few ways. And then because it does it to where it's any of the excess damage then gets cut by 55% as well. Like it helps a lot. But for Aurora, I think you also get, if I'm not mistaken, I think Strive is in here too. And Strive is a whole nother thing because that's like, it's kind of like the whole thing with Gigabyte. Like Gigabyte, a lot of people were pushing that to just be PvP exclusive, but that was like cooking up stuff for people in PvE. And Strive kind of plays into the same thing. After you get attacked, you get a turn meter push of 10%. Like, you said there's a shell that cuts damage too, right? Well, that's it doesn't cut damage. What it does is it actually if you take excess amount or a certain amount of HP damage you take a certain amount of damage, I think it's like 25%, it can restore your HP, and then it'll also give you a turn meter push. So what you would do, you'll see it combined a lot with Bloodbath. So Lighthouse, like for example, I have one, right? I'm actually running that on my Mia right now. Yeah, it's Lighthouse. Yeah, Lighthouse is, again, like Lighthouse is just like pretty busted, to be real. Because Lighthouse, yeah, triggers when the main body takes damage greater than 25% of max HP in a turn, healing the main body for 25% max HP, and increasing the turn meter by 25%. So it's a really good pet. The thing is, though, I will say not everybody's gonna use it though. Like, right? Like it's definitely not one of those like just full team Lighthouse. Because the other thing is, I will say though, you can do things like go crazy on like Bloodbath builds, but not everybody needs to be on a Lighthouse. Because what you can do is, like, for example, you can build a Gigabyte on Bloodbath. Like there's other pets. You just got to look at the pet and build according to like what still works in that character. So you can cut the damage, but still then have them be pushed every 3 turns. Or you can cut the damage and then you're healing. Like it just depends on the role, what you got the character doing, how the run goes. That will kind of change what shell you might throw on someone. Yes, I fully agree. Also a flat damage reduction, which is insane to be honest. Yeah, that's true. It says S3 best skill up for Shiida. I think it's actually her skill 2 that needs to be done first. So I can't wait. You said I can't clear Terra 3 with Messiah, Hind, Freya, Kloss, and Valerian. Any tips? Well, what's your Messiah looking like? You said Terra 3? Wait, Terra 3 what though? Wait, is it Hell 3, Nightmare 3? Which one are you doing? You said got my Ling Lao on stride speed Gigabyte with 250 speed and speed heal rotate. It feels good in Hell 4 Aurora. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like those joys go crazy. You said I have a Bloodbath plus speed, swift speed on my Oboe with triple effect accuracy. He's doing Inferno Nico and Shadow Hoyan and without Lily or Shadow Senia. Yo, Ting. So it goes into what I was saying before. Everybody, oh, you gotta have a Lily. No, you don't. Like, it's like, I like, yo, she's nice, but I'm like, yo, most things, if you have the ability to make it work, or you know what you need to cut in, you can make stuff work. Those characters have lower entry levels, but like once you get the stuff you need, bro, your account's like gonna be like chilling. Like, to be honest, even like most of the stuff I'm doing right now, I have Lily built. I don't even be slotting her into stuff. I have her, but I use her like pretty sparingly, to be honest. But you said Hell 3. Hell 3 for Terror, Messiah. Only thing I could think of that might be kind of cooking you there is maybe your rotation. Really, if I'm being honest, because it's the rotation. Like Messiah's not hitting enough in that rotation at all. So usually, like if you're running a Messiah, he gets ran with characters like a Lily, so he can hit more often. Or you run another DPS. Like that's kind of the other thing. So like you'll see a lot of the times like the Ting Chloros combo, but that's also because you're hitting into a hit count. You said, do I have a new Discord? Yeah, I do. It's pinned. I'm not sure if I updated the one here. Hold on, let me update the pin. Because that's the updated link. Hold on. Yeah, I forgot. I have a whole new Discord, brother. Yeah, there we go. Let me manually unpin that one. Okay, yeah. That should be the updated one. So yeah, anyone that's trying to join the Discord, yeah, you should be able to join with that. It said, should I pair him with the TECTONE? Said maybe. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, like if you're trying to run him without any like additional support to rotate him to do more hits, then you're just gonna kind of be lacking on damage, for what it's worth. Because even when you do, like when you see the Ting, he's getting rotated a certain way as well. Yo, Brennan, appreciate you for the gifted sub, bro. Appreciate that, man. Damn, Brennan, you've gifted 71 subs to the channel. What the hell? Yo, appreciate you, man. That's crazy. Dude, that's insane. No, I appreciate you, bro. Appreciate that. You said, where about me? Oh, the John Cena? Bruh. Oh, brother, this guy. I forgot about that. Bro, I forgot about the John Cena. I don't think I ever put it back. I think that's what it was. Yo, I've gotten so used to not hearing it. Yo, I forgot about the John Cena, yo. That man was trying to kill us. Yo, that's crazy. I forgot about the John Cena. You said we banned it? No, yo, not even. I just like, I had got a whole, like I set up all my stuff and redid it. So I like completely forgot about it. I genuinely actually forgot about it. And then I haven't heard it. Like I like literally have not heard it in forever. So I'm just like, yo. Yeah, that John Cena used to go crazy. You said, wait, hold on. Oh wow, there's like some sentences going on right now. You said, lately I've been thinking about leveling up Dorothy as a healer. Isn't she insane if you build her properly? Yeah, so Dorothy can work really well. The problem with her is she like kind of sucks for some people earlier in progression because she's an attack build healer. And so that still means that she's like fairly squishy. But like, to be honest, you can still do like something crazy like an attack scaling build on Bloodbath and cut damage and still be able to get crazy healing efficiency out of her. And then if you're getting any excess healing, it will the excess will convert into shield. So she can still be a decent healer. Like she's actually really solid later on. It's just like early, she doesn't feel as good as you would want her to, just because again, she scales off of attack and you don't have access to any like damage cutting sets or even shells even at that point. You said, wait, you said what's the most speed you'd use on Valerian and Artisan for Terra Matan H3? Well, I always run Valerian very slow. Usually what I'll run her on is actually Gigabyte. But like my gear, where is it at? This is test gear. I had 2 different builds on her. So she was at about like with my Artisan, which I think is her own gear, so I can just give that back to her. With the Artisan on her, I think she was about, I'll mount that. So like 170-ish. Really, I had her slower before, but yeah, I rolled this, you know, this speed 18 on my Artisan, so there's that. But whenever I run her on like a Gigabyte, I mean, I don't do it anymore because now my team is starting to kind of upkeep with what I need. But when I was running her on Gigabyte, it was a little less. So it was like 50-ish, 54, something like that. But I never really try to go any higher than that because she needs to like slow roll so that the rest of the team can take advantage of her shield. So in reality, as slow as you can get, Valerian is like better. But the thing is that you have to also consider compensating for like if she does, like let's say the bubble does get popped twice, then you need her to actually still be able to rotate quick enough to get off her skill 2 so that she can actually keep whoever it is that's about to die alive. So it's a little bit of fine tuning you got to do with that. Or maybe even finessing, but so how are people getting through like 50 stamp pots? I'm struggling to go through 20, bruh. Hey, I mean, it's definitely gonna be. It's probably the runs though, right? Like some people are probably doing like sub-minute clears. So like if you're doing like sub-minute clears, bro, like and some people have been up since like reset, which was like 4 or 5 this morning. So they've been blasting it, man. Like, that's the thing. Some people have just been absolutely blasting it. So it's possible. It's definitely possible. All right, let's see here. We're gonna go. So yeah, 26-second EXP stages times 10 while going GP on screen. Yeah, that's also the other thing. Some people aren't even doing dungeons; they're actually doing that. So yeah, your runs are gonna be even faster. All right, so let's see. What was I doing? I was doing something like math specific, and my brain just stopped working. So I saw a Val on Bloodbath. Took me forever to get her off her bubble. Yeah, bro. That's what I run. I made that was one of my test builds. I got it on my my Mia right now, but I'm running my Val on Bloodbath, bro. Like the amount of damage that can cut is insane. So I did the test on my with my Lighthouse because I wanted to use Lighthouse anyway, but I'm gonna end up putting her on probably either Artisan or Gigabyte or something like that with Bloodbath. And yeah, shit, like the Bloodbath is nasty. It's really good in PvE too, because it lets you kind of stall things a little bit longer. So, all right, so let's see. So we're gonna have to put a speed piece here. Okay. Said, sorry, I gotta react since it's stomping me. Some Aurora questions. How are you out healing Aurora debuff with just Ling Lao? I'm not just using Ling Lao. I'm using my Mia as well. So I'm using Mia, Ling Lao. Who else is on that team? Dating, Holden, and Dinah. Dinah, I think I swapped in. Because Klaus can do it up until a certain stage, because she just starts getting hit hella hard. But yeah, I use Dinah in there now. It said I did GP to finish building my main units, then full sending on mod stages. Plan to speed 2 my units today, so I hope to hit 300 speed on my openers. Oh, good luck. Yo. Good luck, bro. That's what I was saying. Good luck, man. If you can hit 300 speed, please send it over, because oh yeah, watch this roll like no speed. Oh yeah, don't we love that? Yeah. If you can hit that, fam, yeah, more power to you. More power to you. All right, so let me see here. This has +3 with a little bit of effect accuracy, so we can swap that on. It's I've seen a 320 speed Lily, man. The RNG on that is just like insane, though. Like it's just so insane, bro. Give me some speed. Oh yeah, nope, we're stopping there. Let's see. Actually, yeah, I hate 2 pieces, but hey, it is what it is. We'll go to 9. Oh, you just saved yourself. You just saved yourself. Thank you. All right, so there is that. Right, where are we at? 90 something. All right, so the other thing is too is a lot of the speed's gonna be coming from my shell, really, at the end of the day. Effect accuracy. It does not need to be Swift Rush, but it does need to have some speed on it. And the game said, fam, we don't hand out speed. That's not what we do. Come on. Oh, okay. We're gonna keep going. Oh, banger. See, bro, it'd be like, yo, I hate gear rolling in this game, bro. Yo, I swear, every time I roll a DPS piece, it rolls into speed. Every time. It never fails. It's like you are not getting anything else but DPS. Like, yo, momentum clause, nah, for real. The funny thing is I got like 15 speed, so really I could take off another piece and just throw in like and I'm talking about like the Swift Rush and just throw in like another speed piece. But it's just like, bro, Why? Like it's like every time, every time, every time, every time. Like it never fails, bro. Never, like it never fails. All right, so there we go. And then let me just see this crap. I swear. Oh, okay. Okay. I was about to say, I was about to be fighting. All right, so we might take this. Let's see, speed 3. We could drop this to a speed 2 if we had it, but yeah, nah, we don't have it. And not for effect accuracy. Let's see, maybe we can get some speed on this piece. And we just need speed in general. So confirm filter. All right. All right, let's see. Surely we can roll speed on one of these. Oh, surely. Oh, no. Okay. Get me out of here. Surely we can roll speed on this one. Oh, no. Wow. Did it roll both in the flat defense? Oh, brother. Okay. Oh, wait. Let me find a DPS piece. Because surely that'll roll. That'll roll into speed. How much you want to bet? I'm willing to bet. All right. Let's see. Oh, never mind. It's handout flat defense day. Okay. Yo, chill out. Let's see. No, it's really handing out flat defense like back to back though. That's crazy. Oh God. All right, so I was gonna go to somebody else later. Give me that. Give me that +6. Oh, brother, get me out of here. Okay. We're doing something here. I'm gonna take you to +9, and I'm gonna need you to roll one more time in the speed. Okay. One more. Oh, damn it. All right. I'm gonna use you either way though. I think that still hits my speed requirement. Okay, yeah, we're cool. And then what I'm gonna do, because we gotta get that effect accuracy up. I gotta take this piece off. I have to. That flat HP is like straight up cooking me. But the problem is, you said okay. You said you said you can hold this, bro. Listen, at this point, I'm just trying to roll whatever I can get to get speed, bro. At this point, damn, I'm gonna have to take this piece off though. It's kind of cooking me on my effect accuracy that I need, because I can get it from. Let me just finish this piece off. Yeah, there we go. All right, so that's 60 right there. Yeah, we need one more effect accuracy piece. And we'll be chilling. But you know what though? Like I'm kind of. Let me see. Yeah, I need to farm some better codexes too, and I gotta farm more of this so I can roll that, and then we'll probably have enough speed from that alone. All right, so let's do this for now. Bro, wait, bro, like, do you realize this is probably my first actual day farming speed gear? Like, I haven't actually farmed any speed gear. That's actually a fact. I've like literally have not farmed speed gear at all. I like most of my stamina has gone into to literally shells. That's where most of my stamina has gone. Yeah, it's kind of hoeing me on this piece, but we'll take it up for the effect accuracy. You said effect accuracy, time weave, and swift rush be evading me, bro. Help. Bro, like, hey, nothing that can be done. You know, nothing that can be done. That's like that's where we're at. It says same, my stuff trash. Only did Doki when it asked in a hyper chart. Man, oh, when you asked in a hyper chart or hyper chat? Oh, wait, where'd you ask? Was that hyper? Oh, hyper chat, I'm assuming, is that what you were saying? Yo, vibes, congrats on that, fam. All right, so let me see here. Yeah, bro, my speeds are just like so depressing. Yeah, and it's really shallow at the end of the day now. All right. All right. All right. Okay. All right. We got some more gear. We got some more gear. Oh, imagine that. Ooh, look at that. Time weave on effect accuracy, HP, and speed. We need to roll that. Oh, the hyperlink charter. Oh, okay. 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 Defense with a crit damage, with a crit rate, with a speed, with a... I'm probably not going to level that anytime soon. All right, so we'll do another. Maybe we have another. All right, there we go. So the thing I didn't consider about the double event is how much I'm leveling, speeding to 60 with all the stamina. Yeah, it's a lot, right? Like, if you've been stacking it, it's just been levels you've been basically saving up. You said, oh, yo, I just realized, my bad. Yo, that's messed up. My bad. I wasn't even paying attention. I'm not even gonna lie. I wasn't trolling you. I promise you I wasn't. I really wasn't. No, that's messed up though, because that really was an effect accuracy piece with speed on it. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm actually really sorry, because it's just like, I wish I could trade gear. I would just give it to you. Yeah. That's like, that's so messed up. That's so messed up. All right, so at least Klaus will be doing her thing. All right, so bro, there's just so much stamina to spend. Yo, what's good? Oh, good. How you doing, fam? Yeah, there's just like so much stamina, brother. Like, all right, so oh wait, that's what we were doing before we left. We are trying to level up the skills for Viper, which I think we finished. Yeah, Viper, we need one more. Are we doing this last one for you? Yeah, we are. All right, I get it. I'll craft. All right, so we need 2. And then we got 28. Viper's done. All right, so we did Viper skill 2, skill 3, skill 3, 2, and then we're gonna do RC77. All right. Somebody, y'all asked for it, so we gonna get that RC77 gaming going. You said, man, yo, what's good, King Zay? You said, man, the gear stage is hard, so I'm low 51. I can't beat Hell 4 for any threshold, bro. I'm gonna be honest, like, I didn't really jump into like a lot of it really was like, I just put, like I said, mad stamina into shells, and I'm just now starting to get some better pieces. I was at about Hell 3 though, but I wasn't farming Hell 3. Like, I did it enough to clear it and just to have some decent pieces, and I did it enough for at least the hyperlink charter. Like, that's like really it. Like, but even then, like, I'm gonna show you guys my hyperlink charter. Like, there's still some missions I just haven't done yet, just because, like, I guess now's kind of the time, like, I'll be able to do it. But bro, when I say most of my stamina, like, yeah, I haven't even done the Terramatan mission yet, but most of my stamina went into to shells, man. Like we were just talking about that. Like, some people didn't farm or really honestly do anything else until like level 50, but it's like, so like from like 35 to 50 they were only farming shells, and that's so that they could actually like roll subs, build up the shells they wanted. Like, and when you think about how much stamina that is, that's a lot of stamina. Her attack might have shifted at some point in the fight. The attack probably shifted. Did anybody get like an attack up buff, or something could have happened? Not 100% sure though, but she's supposed to buff the person with the highest attack. Well, at least I know it exists. There's hope. Yeah, that's true. You said good, about to get in the game right now. Oh yeah, happy farming, fam. Happy farming. Hopefully it goes smooth for you, you know. Get all the stuff that you need and you want, and you'll be able to progress. Oh, that's right. Are you running a Valerian? Yeah. Cause she's random. That's the yo. It's like this is why this game is so aggy. It's like it's fun, but it's aggy at the same time. Because like if you're like running a team and you don't even think about that, yeah, like you don't even think about that. Like running a Valerian with a Lily actually can kind of counterintuitive their kits because Valerian's like I'm just trying to be helpful, but then it messes with the AI of Lily. Yeah, that's actually funny. Now that you mention it. He says so much RNG to factor. Yeah, because it's not even because that's not even like pets, right? Like it's just straight up kit interaction. Like, oh, she gave that buff trying to be you know universal utility, and now your support is off. Like, and it's random too, so it's not gonna happen all the time, which is the crazier part. Unless you have a certain amount of buffs already fulfilled on the setup, then her average or her chance of like giving that specific buff is just much higher because she fills in what you miss. This I messed up with my Inferno run. Could have got my first Doki clear. Oh, because she shifted it. He says, so Val, the one that's been cooking my runs. Well, yeah, because Val buff. I mean, it depends on your team though, right? Like she's not naturally just buff or just messing up everybody's team comps. It's like scenarios like that where it's like basically what's it called? She fills in the buffs based off of what you're missing. So that's like basically how she kind of works. You said Valerian is always first. You said you have the attack, then it's defense, then it's oh damn. So there you go. That makes more sense. Because I always thought it was just she filled in the buffs, to be honest, for what you didn't have. It said, yeah, Val does not pair well with Doki. Well, it's not just Doki. You can run Val in Doki. You can't run her with like Lily if you're not factoring in the attack up buff. Yeah, if you're not factoring the attack up buff. You said I'm sure I'll clear Hell 4 eventually. It's rough, but without Kloss or Beolton though. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, like when you're trying to run different teams, you have to consider like how fast your team can actually do the clear and like what you have to enable it. So like a lot of the times, like for what a lot of people have to do, they just have to go with slower runs. So like there were people that were farming like Hell and pushing their Infernal teams with much slower comps like last week. But like I think there was people doing Hell 4 in the first like damn near the first like week or so, a little over a week. So yeah, some people just been like trucking it with slower teams though. They were like, yeah, I'm gonna run my slower team and just kind of deal with it, get the pieces. They worked on their shells. Like I think it's the grind, man. Like it's just kind of like you pick how you want to kind of approach the grind and then you just grind it out. But eventually the game will get better. Like it'll start to average out where they'll make it easier to ease into the game with certain things, but right now, the game is just way too fresh. They're not going to be too nice to us. They already been pretty nice in terms of like just most stuff generally, but yeah, they're not going to give you more stuff like to make it easier at this point. I feel like they're just like, hey, everything's there. You got to figure it out. And that's what players have been doing. People just been figuring out, combining stuff, making it work. Yeah, man, it's not crazy. He said, thought it was a fill-in too. Yeah, that's what I always thought. He said, yeah, only did shell since day one, since the splash of modules with the Hyperlink Charter call for it. Yeah, Hyperlink Charter, you just, like, up until a certain point, like, that's what you, like, kind of live by. But, like, at this point, I follow it sometimes, and sometimes I just don't. Like, it just depends on what I'm farming. Like, I couldn't farm it or really follow the Hyperlink Charter because I was doing shell farming, so that's where I was. So I didn't really care about anything else. Yeah, let me. Yeah, we gotta shift up those too. Yeah, we gotta take all these dungeons up. So I think we'll probably let this farm a little longer, and I'm gonna try to shift up. So, do you think level 40 clearing Hell 3 is too early, or is it still account dependent? I managed to clear 2, but not 3. A lot of stuff is account dependent, to be honest. Like, it depends on what you have, how you built it, what you focus, what you invest in. Some of it is also roles. So, like on my account, I had to focus a little bit more on Hell 2 before I was able to shift into Hell 3 the way I wanted to. And like, again, some people got really good speed rolls, some don't. Some people focus certain pets first or got the rolls that they wanted for set bonuses that they needed. Some are still farming for them. Like, it just depends on your account. So account to account, based off of RNG on drops, units. There's a few factors that can kind of affect what you might do. Even skill up investment choices you might have made. But yeah, for the most part, I mean, it really just is all relative to like really just making sure that you grind up the shells. Like, I mean, shells is the base foundation thing. Like, you get that kind of squared away, it's kind of easy to branch off from there, or easier to branch off. So I just wish when people figure it out, instead of nerfing, they buff other units to keep them more in line instead. Having more choices matter so much. Yeah, I mean, a big part of it is like unit diversity, having more units in the game, period. Because it's like kind of the thing, like even E7 was kind of like that. Like, when the game first came out, it didn't have like a billion units like it does now. So like, you can argue like, oh, okay, well, we'll just do this, or you can use that, or you can use this. Like, they just kind of give you more options inherently. But yeah, I think the biggest thing is like them making sure that they keep units up to date. But it's the same thing though, like as far as like even nerfs, they're not gonna buff anything until that window for the end of RTA. So that's the thing that kind of sucks there. It's like, well, we kind of just have to truck it through right now because they're not going to buff or nerf right now, which is kind of you know, the catch-22 of like all the stuff that's kind of happened. He said so you just hit 57. He says still can't clear Doki Hell 3. He says super account dependent. Yeah. So of course I haven't farmed as much shells as I should have. So there's that too. Got to start farming your shells. Yeah, shells make a big difference. Like I said, we were just talking about that. Like, some people farm from 35 to 50 on just shells, right? Like that's a crazy amount of investment that you're talking about shell wise that person might have over you. So I'm actually solo leveling on this mid max techniques. Level up every character's other shell that rolls bad stats by now. You should be level 1000. Wait, you talking about like your shell levels or your account level? It's like I got super lucky with artisans, but had to spend 5 days farming it. Said they can't buff units right now. Oh, yeah. Said, yeah. So that's like the biggest thing, man. Let me see. So yeah, I don't know how many more runs of this I actually want to do for this difficulty. I gotta try to shift up at least. And really, like I said, my biggest issue is just effect accuracy. Speed and effect accuracy. So, you said imprinting so huge in this game? Yeah, it is. That's the thing is, like, when you think about like how things work, it's like you put the initial investment in and it just pays off. You farm up the set bonuses you need and you can just always transfer if you need to. So you don't ever actually have to re-level anything unless you're making a new one. All right, so I think we needed to do some more GP for this guy. All right. I said, to be honest, they just need to remove the enrage on thresholds and group pursuit bosses, and maybe scale down the stats of them. Some people will be able to take decently well geared units in the content. Yeah, I mean that's the thing that's kind of rough with like earlier games is like production of content and like what content you like already have accessible in the game, and then like there's the how fast you want players to be able to clear it. Like, to be real, a lot of players have actually cleared, like, for them to already be farming Inferno in like the first like we're not even full 3 weeks, we're going into the third week, but being able to farm Inferno already is kind of insane. like when you really think about it, because that means that you're farming in-game gear in a little over 2 weeks. So, and then like everybody else that's like kind of following up that don't have certain things, it's like still within the same ballpark range. Like it's not like it's like another month or so because you don't have a Lily. It's like people are just getting it a few days later with their setups. I'm struggling with healthy, but I'm tempted to use my target on Shieda right now or Ramoka. I mean, to be honest, like, wait, how many summons have you done and what level are you? So close to using all my summons on perma banner, and I hope to get Lily, Mio, or Shadow Sania. I would not do that. Bro, that is so, hey, you might be lucky, you never know, but like, not this close to another banner window opening. Like if you're gonna pull perma banner anyway, you might as well just wait till they drop something new, because at least then you open yourself up to whatever else gets added to the game, at least. I wonder if they have another SR Animus. They probably will add some more. I wouldn't doubt it. It's at 500 summons and level 41. So 500 level 41. What's your 7-day like it's 7-day 14-day login? I'm assuming if you're at 41, you're definitely done first week already. But how far are you into the second week? So what do you think about people arguing it's only been 2 weeks as an argument while EWS is next week? What is that? Oh, you're talking about the World Cup thing? Is that what you're talking about? Oh, Etheria World. You talking about the tournament thing? Yeah, the RTA Cup. Am I tripping? But isn't that I'm almost certain there's people that already qualified for it. I don't know if those. I thought there was supposed to be two separate tournaments happening, because I know that there was a qualification from the beta as well. So I think those are just qualifiers, if I'm being honest. I recall them saying something along the lines with like accounts being a certain way, though. I don't know if people are actually going to be using they're going to be using their exact accounts either. So I don't even know, because it was something they said that was weird about that. They said there's some prelim tourney happening next week. That was wait, isn't there like the creator tournament happening too? Is that next week, or did that already happen? He said one of the guys who qualified from beta can't even farm can't even farm Inferno. Yeah, I can see that. I mean, but that's the thing though. Like if you're farming it this weekend on the ×2, like when we did the tournaments, we had about probably a solid like 2 days to really farm things. But the problem is that like I think for a lot of people, they just don't have things like actually fully built. Like I mean, I'm not saying there's not a problem. What I'm saying is that like if you're talking about like PvE, that's one thing. PvP is a whole nother thing, because PvP first window is gonna definitely be more spenders on top. I'm just, like, just for what it's worth. I just don't think that like when it comes to PvP, they should have been running the tournament so soon. Like honestly, I think that the tournament should have been like a little bit later to give people more time. But yeah, I mean the tournaments, tournament I feel like should have been stretched a little bit, to be honest. I can see them doing like all the creator stuff and all that other like jazz in between, but it's at 628. It's a Swiss knockout stage. Looks like it's an actual tourney. Let me see. Yeah, I feel like it could have waited, like because to be honest, I don't see, like I just don't feel like anybody's actually ready. Yeah, because they're already, I think what this is maybe fillers, because like to be honest, like that even the bracking for qualification, it's not going to be that many for global launch, because they already have final contestants from from beta, and that's like what, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. That's already 16 people, and they're trying to add another 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. So yeah, that's like yeah, I mean, it's gonna be interesting to see, but I mean, the only way that that's really gonna work is if like they take people who were able to perform at their highest in global, and then everybody gets like somewhat normal, like standardized accounts to use. Because I mean, if people go in with their own accounts, I mean, I don't know, that's just gonna be that is gonna vary a lot. That's gonna vary a lot, to be honest. I'm not 100% sure how that's gonna go. And that's kind of what we did in the other tournaments. Like, we didn't just like we kind of used accounts that we could basically like we were free to level up and kind of choose how we wanted to build stuff. So I get that. I just mean that everyone keeps using the argument like, oh, it's been 2 weeks, but the RTA tournament and season doesn't care. Said is going to keep going. Yeah, I mean, RTA though is, and I get that, right? Like, RTA is definitely its own thing. Like, I feel like it's kind of like those windows. Like, I mean, for if they're trying to push the like the free to play envelope, it's like there would have to be more of a window, just because the thing is that the idea that a game can be full-fledged free-to-play is kind of almost impossible, especially with PvP. Like, if you're especially intending to make money, and it's not like it's not a skill-based game, right? Like, you still are dealing with RNG of drops and units, and like, it's a little bit different if this was like a League of Legends, or if this was like a Apex Legends, or if this was like Smite, or, you know, it's a little bit different, because I played in the competitive scene, and so like, you can like do something in a week or 2 weeks, and it's just like, hey, bro, like, you just ain't good. like that's all that is. Like, you ain't lab enough, or you ain't do enough matches, or you wasn't really playing for real. Like, you wasn't like, you know, that you could argue those things, but in this, it really is just the fact that like you could have just gotten terrible drops this whole time. I mean, and this is like the farming time. So like, realistically, if anybody gets paired up against somebody that's been farming like like Swift Raid and Swift Smite, and you have it, oh, you're getting clapped. Like, you just are. I don't see anyone winning against somebody that just has like better gear, because you're just gonna get gear diffed. Like, that's 1,000% gonna happen to people. You said so I think you could argue if it was more fleshed out, you see the skill. But yeah, no, that I do agree with that. Yes, absolutely, you would see more skill if it was more fleshed out, but because it's not, I think, like, for what it's worth, like, it's kind of the statement. Somebody was in the stream the other day, and he was like, yo, I'm like keeping up with the you know, I'm in the top 100 doing X thing, like, but that's still not going to be enough to qualify for like the tournament that's coming up. Like, you got to be in the top 16, I think, something like that. I think that's what that's going to end up being in global. So you got to be in the top 16. And so it's like, well, if you're already kind of having a tough time keeping up, staying in the top 100, like top 16, I mean, those are like the dudes that really know what they're doing, and then also are probably spending at the same time. Like, it's like that's the other thing. Like, it's 1,000% you're spending for sure, because there's not enough time for, or at least there hasn't been enough time for gear to have normalized, because people are just now farming it, right? So maybe some people might be ready, but I doubt it. Like, I doubt it, to be honest. So you need top 30 to have a chance to remaining 60 or so slots across all regions. Oh yeah, across all regions. Yeah. So I mean, that's, I don't know, man. You said in 1 year you can see free to play at the tournaments. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I know it's gonna happen, but I think it's just kind of like, I get it. Some people were expecting to be able to do the tournaments like this early, but I think that's why, like, even now, at least for the time being, is going to be kind of up to us creators and those of us like to run our own tournaments with prize pools and stuff like that. It would be cool to see somebody free to play, but who knows? You said like what's his name, free play dude who was R1, like he had a great start, but like how will it be after this weekend? Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. Yeah, that's what I said. It's like, now you're talking about like RNG in a short term, like a short span of time. So it's kind of like it could go crazy for him, or it could just be It could go crazy for him, or it could just be like, all right. They should pick a free-to-play player that's a CC or well-known in the community to let them play in the tournament. Well, they do. They have been doing CC tournaments. I think a few of us are going to start making our own tournaments and stuff like that within like before like on the game and stuff like that. It's just that now like they just did the signups to get like to have us start getting stuff approved for that, for them to be able to support it and stuff like that. So we'll start seeing more stuff, to be honest. Is that not even Wells clear everything on auto with ease yet? Not all, no. But like the thing is that like it's a difference between like a Leviathan and a Well, right? Like those guys, like some dudes are spending obscene amounts of money even on this game. And like to be real, like if you have certain like setups and you're like if you have everything at your disposal, you can make certain adjustments. You've been buying all the lattice every single week, all the paid packs. I mean, dude, like you got to factor in the fact that we've also had like probably double the amount of packs actually like presented than what was even shown in the beta, because I think both rate up banners had both rate up banners had paid purchase packs that were attached to that. Then we're going on now the second, or no, we're pushing the third reset in the week now. So that means every like pack has reset at least 3 times almost now in the weekly shop. So that's more lattice, that's more stamina pots. It's a lot of things that like, you know, you're gonna kind of see there, and that's just like pure investment stuff. So that's why like each week it's like you're starting to see like more of the spenders. They're starting to have more of their SSRs like fleshed out and stuff like that. They went and cleared all the harder content in the game, so like it's like for what it's worth, they literally can buy more stuff. You said Twitch crashed. I think you might have to just restart Twitch, because I'm looking at Twitch and it's still going on my side. I think it's Twitch itself that crashed. Like not my stream though, but Twitch crashed for some reason. I don't know why. It said, I thought it said 16 from global, Europe, and Asia. So, and they said 64 other spots for the tournament. Yeah, so top 30 or so to compete for the remaining 64 slots across 3 regions. Yeah. It said, yeah, I had to refresh. Oh, you refreshed? Yeah, I don't know why it crashed like that. That was just Twitch. Twitch is on drugs. It's per usual. Per usual. But yeah, so like even for me, like it's like some of the builds. That's why I've also been like kind of adjusting how I've been making content, because like realistically, the number of lattice that like even spenders have been using, like bro, free to play don't got all that. So like they're like, oh wait, I gotta build up a max Messiah, and I gotta do a max Rosa and a max Chloros and a max, like they ain't doing that right now, bruh. Like if you're free to play right now, how many SSRs do you have maxed out right now? Just a general question. If you're free to play, how many max SSRs do you have right now? All right, there we go. Let that go. He said, He said, what's a good amount of EXP to grind up for? I mean, it's whatever you need to level. I mean, I don't know the exact numbers off the top of my head with EXP quantity. He said 2, 5 maxed out, 5 SSRs. Free to play, you have 5 SSRs completely maxed out. No, I'm talking about skill ups, not max level, like lattice, like just raw skill. Like how many do you have maxed out? He's like the chat. DJ, they said I got 5. I'm like, yo, what game, please? I like whatever you're doing, I need to do, because if you got 5 maxed out units right now, dog, that's SSR, then that's crazy. He said 80 spent and I'm 0. He said if you have 5 SSRs already maxed, you wellin', yeah, 0. Said spender here, said 1 maxed. Yeah, so okay, like so think about that, right? Like so you're seeing there's a consistency here. You're either seeing anywhere from maybe most 2 to 0, right? So like when you think about that, like, yo, that's why I was like, even looking at the builds, I'm like, bro, like we just can't even like you. That's why you have to kind of do some of these wittier things with like some of the shells and certain things, because like you don't have the investment yet. Yo, Arian, how's your account fleshing out? Like, what are you farming right now, bro? Are you farming any of the Infernos right now? You said zero, but my Messiah is one off. But I'm putting the last one. Oh, you're putting it in something else. You said the Ting's an SR though. Like you said, got to cheese with the shells, like artisan and stuff. Yeah, yeah. That's what I mean. Like so, you said I have one SR with 6 perfect lattice in them, and I'm level 37. It's that only Zox is a gigawatt, bro. I don't have anyone max. You didn't see. You guys didn't even asked me to answer that question. I don't have one SSR maxed. like, dude, that's why when people come on my video, your account sucks. I'm like, does it though? I'm like, dude, you whaled. I'm like, bro, I missed like 2 weeks worth of whaling almost. I started whaling when Hoden and Hoyan's banner dropped. So some people already have been like pushing the limits on like maxing everything, pulling for everything. I was just getting lucky, like on my pulls and stuff like that. So yeah, I mean, dog, like that was the thing that had me cracking up. I was like, bro, listen, like right now, you like, dog, like, and then when I tell them that, they're like, oh, really? And I'm like, yeah, like I haven't bought everything either. Like I bought a good amount of stuff, but it was mainly summons more than anything. Yeah, and even like when you talk about whaling, bro, like you're pushing like a different bracket in terms of that, to be honest. He said, if I 6-star Shadow Sania, will she stop getting one shot by Terra Matan? I mean, it'll help her with her bulk. I don't know if that'll necessarily fix your problem. Like, to be honest. Like, you said Artisan is a must for free to play. Oh, yeah, 1000%. Yeah, Artisan is huge. Yeah, Artisan is huge. So, man, I'm too busy farming for Evil Lattice because I use Mizuki at everything, and Ren the Unbowed is my next foreseeable Evil Lattice. Yeah, that's fair. That's pretty good. Investment choices. So I'm thinking about building her straight defense HP. I mean, see, the thing with her is you need effect accuracy. Like, that's another thing. So if you can land your dots. It's best. I got you said I got $0. Hey, nothing wrong with that, fam. Hey, nothing wrong with that. You said, nah, she getting cooked. You need Valerian. Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Like, I feel like Valerian is just so hard to replace in those runs, especially higher up. Like, if you're trying to stop brute damage, like you either need to rotate and try to get some defense ups and stuff like that, or yeah, it's the Valerian all the way. You said the team killed my pockets. I need them Ramoka characters. Only max S3 damage characters. Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, that's the thing. Like building an SR, it's not as expensive, but it is still currency. It's still expensive to some degree. So yeah, true. The effect accuracy has to at least be 100. Yeah, and the higher up you go, you're gonna need more because the resistance of the boss goes up. You said Valerian should be an SSR. Oh man, I get what you're saying. I do agree that she is one. She's a pseudo character, but I'm glad she's not, because she's easy to skill up. Because if she was, then man, that would just be problematic, really. Because like if you had to dump 4 perfect lattice into Valerian skill 3 just to make her usable, that would suck. that would suck. He said, do we get most currency back from recycling a shell? You do get a good amount back. I think like if it's an epic, you get around like 400, almost 500 something thousand. If it's a mythic and it's max, you get about like 1.2 million or something like that. It said Valerian's my queen, so I've loved her since beta and nobody was using her, which was a crime. Yeah, that's true. A lot of people weren't. Yeah, now she's extremely used. So like Kazuyo and Inferno needs 190 effect accuracy. If it's a additive, it's 200. If the ER is multiplicative. He said Yeah, and I mean even then, like I think some people are around like the 160 to like two something. I think I've seen somebody with like 220 something, even. You said what's the skill order on Val? You just go her skill 3. Like everything else is kind of like secondary. Like if you go, it'll be skill 3, 2, then 1, if that's what you want to focus on her. You said Valerian was changed from an SR to SSR bug fix. Yeah, like honestly, nah, people be tight. Like and then like them charging you now for perfect lattice investment. That would be mad messed up. So we about to make a list of Animus that need to be balanced. Yo, chat. If there are any that you feel like and you have valid reason, they don't just say like because they're not a girl or something stupid. You can send it to me on Discord. Uh, I'll make sure to review that with some of the peers and we'll send stuff over. Cause that's all we've really been doing, man. Like I mean that's how we've been approaching everything. Like we've seen where the game is at, what we feel like could be added, but not the only ones that have thoughts of value, you know. So if you have anything that's like noticeable, there's somebody that actually like every time there's a bug sends it to me, and I send it right over to the team. You said you said no lattice Valerian equals SR, S3 max Valerian equals SSR. Yeah, that's true. You said is Valerian shield better than Hellkid? Her shield is not necessarily better, it's more consistent. Like if you're talking about like a fully built up Hellkid, no, Hellkid. So the problem is that with Hellkid, a lot of players are playing him and he's not invested. That's the real problem with Hellkid. Hellkid literally can outshield people like a crazy amount, to be honest. And it's not just his shield. It's also the fact that he has immunity built into the shield. The problem is that there's the investment portion of like getting the shield to scale the way you want to, and then also cooling him down. Valerian doesn't require any of that. That's why she's a better shielder, especially at this point, because she's not really doing anything. Like it's your allies just taking their turn, so they just exist and get shield. Like that's a lot different than when you're proccing a whole skill. Like and it's like, okay, now I gotta wait 4 turns before I can like do any more shielding to the team. Versus Valerian's like, oh, I bubbled. Oh, you got your turn. Here's some shield. Like, you know, so that's like a complete different play in terms of like how the units even work earlier to end. He said, I wish Shida's AI was smarter. She won't use the S1 after a while, even if the enemy has a buff that she can steal. Well, that's because they programmed her to just go straight into like nuking. Like that's really all it is. Like she's straight skill 3ing. As soon as she has those soul flames up, she's just straight nuking you. Like that's what she lives to do, and you get the defense break from that. It would have been kind of cool if they would have made the strip like a passive, something similar to Heinrich, but then it would have kind of devalued him. So I get why they didn't do it. Can't have everybody doing what Heinrich does, you know. Because I have one said, why are micro lattices so rare? Because they know how good those rare units are. Yo, Satay, morning from Australia, fam. Appreciate you, fam. Yeah, they know how good those units are. They're like, yeah, they're gonna be able to cheese, so we're gonna make it hard for them to get it. But to be real, I mean, it's arena currency, so is it possible to do a dot team without Shadow Sneer? I mean, you can, but it won't be a dot detonation team. You'll have to let the units actually get their turn. So that'd be crazy, though. No, so imagine stealing Hellkid's shield from an entire team. Yeah, that would. Yeah. You're absolutely right. It would be a lot. It would be a lot. So Valia is easy to build due to her being an SR. So Kachi, don't sleep on him. Kachi the who and the guard. All right, let's see. Boom. You said, what skill should I max up on Valerian? You said you have 22 lattice. You need to do her skill 3. I actually started investing in her skill 2 some because it gives her a cooldown so that she can get the she can proc the invincibility again faster if she needs to. But yeah, I wasn't going crazy overdoing the skill 1. Oh, brother. Alright, so yeah, we're getting somewhere here. Alright, so I think we might have did enough for the boy. Where you at, RC? I was like, I just seen you. So you just max skilled your red Chiaki? That'd be honestly not a bad choice. She's really good. She's actually pretty good. Module prowess. Okay. He said, would you say it's worth investing in SEIIMORE too? I mean, hey, if you're well and you got it like that, sure. But if you're free to play, I would stop at her skill 1, to be real. I would stop at the skill 1 to be real. He said she's gonna make Inferno Sharon possible and makes Inferno Aurora doable. Wait, you're talking about oh, Chiaki? Yeah. And then she's also lower investment cost, so yeah, she's gonna be easier to build up too. Okay. And this is single mutation for hits each time with and you can get this down to 3 turns. That's nuts. All right, activate. Yo, what? Yo, like, what made you think of that? Huh? Like, I wasn't even thinking about that. He said, why does Messiah, who is black, have chains on his legs? That's a good question. I couldn't tell you. I could not tell you. That's a crazy observation. That's a crazy observation. And the crazy thing is right after Juneteenth. Imagine that. All right, so 45% chance, 100%. You said, I hope chat doesn't use this against me, but here's a early RTA pick for you. Pick Valerian, Ling Lao, and pick Ban. And watch the enemy struggle to build their comps. Oh, if you you take the healers, yeah. A lot of people, yeah, they are relying upon them. That's true. That's funny. All right, there we go. All right, so RC, Seed 77. All right, we're gonna. All right. So I'm able to auto 4 Hell Doki after I took Kloss to S3 Max. Oh, really? Yeah, I got 2 Lattice into her skill 3, I think. I don't think she's max. Yeah, for the most part, I've just been like, yeah, she's level 3. So yeah, that would be nice. I'm running her in Codex, though, to supplement the cooldown. So it's not too bad. It's like, yeah, struggling, getting outsped and never taking a turn. He's like, which hyperlink charters have you found perfect lattice? I feel like almost all of them. I even got some up right now. I know there's a couple that give a ton of evolution lattice too. Like this one, the Animus Fate, that gives a ton. I think it's this last one here, the module. Wait, is it? I know I was just looking at one, unless it's not this page anymore. Nope, not that page. Nope, that was perfect. Oh, was it the page before? Okay, so it's page 2. Let's see. Yeah. Is your clues finished? No. Yeah, these have just all been perfect, or not perfect, evolution. All right, let me see, because how many do I have right now? I have 1, no, 4, 8. There's 12. Or no, 4, 8, 10. Yeah, so I've had 10. Yeah, I finished 10, or I got 10. You says okay every week arena get lattice, so I take it back. Yeah, you get lattice from there. You get lattice from some of the hyperlink. You get lattice from the events. You get it's lattice. It's lattice in a good chunk of the game. Let me see. He said get one from arena page. Yeah, module. Yep. He said I got way too much stamina burn. Yeah, bro. I'm like sitting here like, dog, I've been looking at 61 for like the last few hours. All right, so boom. All right, so now the problem is it's not so much that I don't have gear to level, I don't have Etheria coin. Don't we love that? So I'm almost done with mine. Said it's been 33 pots. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, that's actually, I mean, that's good to already have accumulated. I'm only 3 in. I'm only 3 in. Defense flat. Effect res. There's your effect res. There you go. See? Defense flat. Okay. All right. I think I'm gonna do this challenge. Okay. He said, did I reset the thing? No. He said, I forgot to refresh before early reset, and I'm still going. So I must have managed to help for Doki halfway through farming. Bro, I mean, to be honest, like, the more stamina you have, like, people are already having a tough time farming the 1,000 per day. 6 and 7 and 8,000 is insane. I'll be right back.
今こそ夢立ちの時よ。笑ってチーズいた。バツからは逃げられないわよ。キャンディーの準備完了。よーしカーデ嬉しいな。甘いものいっぱい食べてお祝いだね。鏡数よ、行きます。砕かれた夢が叫んでいる。一緒に耳を傾けて。大丈夫。プレゼントあげる。ちゃんと受け取ってね。違反行為は全て取り締まる。シュガー、アグー、出番だよ。勝ったー。悪者はキャンディー食べちゃダメだもんね。私の力が必要かしら。今こそ夢立ちの時よ。笑ってチーズ。バツからは逃げられないわよ。キャンディーの準備完了。よーしカーデ嬉しいな。甘いものいっぱい食べてお祝いだね。シュガー、アグー、行くよ。砕かれた夢が叫んでいる。
I'm back.
一緒に耳を傾けて。
You said now people are gonna complain there's too much stamina to burn.
プレゼントあげる。
I'm almost willing to bet it's gonna happen today too.
違反行為は全て取り締まる。
Yeah, I'm almost certain it's gonna happen.
出番だよ。
All right, there we go.
悪者はキャンディー食べちゃダメだもんね。誰も遅刻し。
Says the current coin currency equal amongst all the stages. Some starve to upgrade modules. No, I think you get the most from what's it called? Excuse me, from modules, because you can level modules or not level modules, but sell modules for more Etheria coin. So I think the highest silver yield actually comes from, or Etheria coin yield comes from modules. You can get them from shells, but obviously there's no 2 times going on, and Animus gives you EXP books, Shadow Prints, and I think it's some Etheria coin. But I think it's like on modules, it's like 5k per run. Oh no, not 5k. That's a GP outpost. It's like 5k per run or something like that. So with the 2 times, it's like 10k per run, but normally it's pretty bad. So like, and like even just to paint that perspective, like one level can be like on some gear, like I think when like you start leveling a mythic, I think the first level is 10k, like something like that. I think it's like level 1 is like 10. I think it's literally 10k. So I can't believe Devs only made this to this event. They're forcing me to play nonstop, or I'll fall behind everyone else. Man, but that's what people push for. They never said though it was gonna be 3 days either, like at all. Like it's just like we're here. Because to be honest, like I would have loved to have some more time to do other stuff, really. But hey, here we are. You said I'm being sarcastic. I kind of figured, but I'm like, hey, here we are, you know. It's like, bro, you're always behind, always be behind on some of these types of games, yeah. But there's a certain like limitation to the gap though. Like, it's like there's like, oh, okay, I'm slightly behind everybody else. Let me like catch up in the next hour, and then there's like, yeah, I'm behind weeks, and I never wanna. I never want to play this again because I'm so far behind. That's how I feel like when I go back to play like HSR. It's like I literally feel like bro, like okay, think about this, right? People that like basically missed the 2 times is gonna be 2 weeks behind. Like when you like let that sit in, right? Like that's like insane when you think about it. There's some people dropping like 90 pots today. Like today and tomorrow, that's gonna put people like 2 weeks. Not even 2 weeks, bro. Because you got to think about that. That's really like a month's worth of like if we didn't get the 2 times and we just been straight grinding, it would be like a month's worth of grinding because there's double everything. So the amount of stamina equals out to that 2 weeks, but that's really like a month's worth of grinding. Which is like when you really think about that, it's like, yo, that's kind of crazy. Like that's actually kind of crazy. So wait, you said it'd be nice to know if there would be one thing or one-time thing or not. Said the way people don't fully stress on using every stamina pot. I mean, to be honest, like that's like I know the devs like they worded it like kind of specific where they said like limited time, but I don't know if that means like this is like limited time on the weekends or is this limited time because we're running it like just today and tomorrow, like, you know, is it never happening again? Like, yeah, I know it's kind of just in the air. He said yeah, nah bro, I need 100 more capsules. He said, anyone know what good shelter around Gray? So I use them a lot. Content, kind of building them with sub DPS. Gray can work on Twilight Night early. If you're shifted past that, Gray can technically be built to do damage. So you can put him on things like White Fang because he can take advantage of the crit damage that you're getting from that. And then the additional 2 hits would apply. So that'll kind of help you with like killing stuff as well. You can put Gray on Gray, I mean, for rotation purposes, Gray could work on a Gigabyte too, technically. So he said, comparison is the thief of joy, so I learned to enjoy getting yeah, I usually kicked in PvP. Hey, that's fair. That's fair. So I've joined gacha games being years behind. Well, that's my thing. That's always my point is like you gotta find games that you just like you gotta like them, man. Like I don't play this game because I wouldn't be playing this game if I didn't like it, like if I'm being honest. There's so like, and those that have been around for a really long time will tell you there are still games I have yet to try just because I wasn't interested. I just didn't feel like I was gonna be interested in them. Like I only really at this point play games if I know I'm gonna like it. If I feel like I'm not gonna like it, I just don't pick it up. Because I feel like it almost kind of is like you're setting yourself up for, it's like a recipe for disaster. Like I already feel like I'm not gonna like this game, so I'm already gonna be hypercritical of things not to like. So as soon as I see something I don't like, I'm gonna hyper fixate on it and I'm gonna amplify it more than what it actually is by default because I don't like the game. Like, so that's like one of those things that like for me is just kind of like, yeah, if I don't like something, I'm just not gonna play it. It is for Kazuyo, yeah. You can get more consistency out of her slumber. I put some into her skill 3. Right, reduce cooldown and then also the slumber. I mean, you really don't have to, like if you're running codex, you don't have to go crazy on the reduced cooldown. But if your run is longer, then you want the cooldown reduced. You said I did 1 and 3. Yeah, her slumber or her skill 1 is pretty nasty too, because that allows you to be able to sleep in between the cooldowns too, and I could actually make a run doable or not. So if you don't like the game, there is literally no point, man. Yeah, no, it's never a point. I mean, that's the thing though, is like I get it, like because everybody asks me all the time, they're like, hey, like are you like you play gachas, you make content on gacha games, are you gonna play this game? And I'm like, no. I say no to a lot of games. I say no to a lot of games at this point. All right, so wait, you say you learned to have a foot on your head at all times? He said once a month, 2 times would be, yeah, once a month, 2 times. Man, I mean, because the complaint there would be then like people missing that weekend. They'll be like, you said it the one time, and I'm not free that weekend, the second week of every month. You know, like it's something's gonna happen. You said, do dots count and momentum set? Not as raw damage, but they can apply to amp the damage for someone. If that makes sense. Is that fully built? Sania is Valerian much better? Different, but yes, in the sense that like Valerian's gimmick is what makes her better. She can basically death prevent before anything even happens. So she makes it to where like you can mitigate a boss one-shotting you as soon as the fight starts. So you got to max out her skill 3, and yeah, she just kind of pops off from there. Like she doesn't really do anything. She's just there. She just exists. Wait. So well, if we're getting a bi-weekly banner, I say it's fair to have a 2-time each patch. If not, once a month. Either way, people will miss. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, no. I'm just saying in general. Like, it's always gonna be something. Yeah, there's gonna always be something. But I mean, the best way of them doing it, really. I know, like some games give you more freedom to do your 2 times when you can do it, or like when you feel like doing it. So like one thing they could do is actually make the 2 times buff like an actual thing you can buy, but you can only get it once a month, and then you can like say get it like, you know, hopefully, you know, not making it like super impossible to get it, but like, yeah, let players just like kind of get that 2 times if you're gonna do it that once a month, and then they can just activate it for the 2 days whenever they're ready for that month. So like there's a lot of different ways that they can go about it. He said just give people 2 times scrolls like E7. Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's so many ways that they can make the 2 times feel better. He said, so I max Lily's S1, Messiah's S3. Do you also max Ramoka's S3? If you're planning on using her for like Doki Doki, then yeah, you go skill 3 on her. He said, who can cleanse Aurora debuff, so you need to heal the buff for it to cleanse. So any big healer. Yeah. There's Mia, Ling Lao. You can use Chaki. There's a lot of different options for that. I mean, even just in terms of like I would even say from the lower rarities, like you still got units like I see some people doing it with Sania, which I thought was kind of interesting. But Dorothy, again, a little bit more of a more vast build though, because she's more she's a lot more squishier. She's probably the squishiest healer in the game. All right, let's see here. All right, I guess we got RC. So I haven't really played much Doki much yet, but I plan to for the event. I'm just not sure if she'll do better than Messiah. Well, like I said before, Messiah needs to be fully built, and he needs to be paired up with someone that's going to help him with using more like assist. That's why him and Lily are like kind of like they're like fully built. The Lily's skill 1 still, but he's fully built at least. And she makes him assist a ton with his skill 1, and then she also is cooling him down, giving a crit damage up buff. So then he's able to actually nuke really, really hard, and then you build him on Revelations, so then you're getting the true damage hit. So yeah, there's a lot of damage that can come out of him, but he needs to be built. It's a Diablo Immortal gives you 20 days for you to choose a day to activate the double rewards. Oh, that's pretty fire. Yeah, that's actually pretty fire. I said I'm still missing a rep for my Messiah. Yeah, I have it right now, but just got to build the boy, man. Just got to build him. All right, so all right, we got that going. Boom. I think I did all of the stuff I needed. said makes sense. Yo, no problem, King Zay. No worries, fam. You said I played Genshin, HSR, WoWa, etc. And this is the best 2 times event I've ever seen. I'm dead. Yeah, I mean, well, yeah, you're right because to be honest, it's uncapped. I forgot in those games the 2 times events are capped. Yo, that's actually fair. That's actually facts. I didn't think about that. Yeah, they're capped in those games. It's like it's entry based and it's per day. Yeah, somebody was like was trying to argue that these events were gonna be capped. I was like, bruh, that would be the dumbest thing ever. I was like, this game, like, it makes 0 sense to even do that. And that's one thing I will say, they never had this 2 times run capped. It's always been uncapped because your stamina's capped. So they're like, hey, you only get to do but so much anyway. But for those that saved, hey, we get to kind of cook. So I need another AoE nuker besides real Badman. So I don't want to build Shieda either, to be honest. I mean, that's fair. I mean, but in reality, like, Shieda doesn't really require that much for her to be able to operate, for sure. So she is kind of like a Ramoka in that way. If you're going Messiah, he just requires way more. If you're doing, like, you know, say a Rosa, she requires a ton. Yeah, there's like, those units just require so much, man. You said hopefully it stays that way. I don't think they're gonna change it. There's no reason for them to. Like, if they just randomly cap it, that'd just be dumb. You said what shell is good on Born? Like, you can use like a count on him. It's like straight attack, and it has a life leech built into it. He can't really use any of the other shells. If you do go like Codex of Magic on him, then he just spams his skill 3, which is like, you know, 2 nukes and passive ignore and buff strip. But other than that, yeah, I would say something like count. Count would be pretty good on him. He said, not gonna lie, I wish I would have gotten luckier with this event. Say use 30 pots and still can't get my goal of Kenai and Onslaught for 1 DPS. Wait, what is it? What difficulty are you farming at? So I feel like Shieda really needs a Lily. Maybe be wrong on that. So do I need a lot of buffers? So maybe you should just do it. I mean, to be honest, with Shieda, I used to run her with 1 buffer. Like, Shieda can ramp like pretty fast, actually. The thing about Lily is all she's doing is just making her hit more. Once Shieda ramps though, it's like skill 3 hell. Like, that's all she's gonna do. So her nuke potential is like really high, and her damage, like, she does respectable damage. So did they lower the chances to get pulls from XP and Vertigate? I have 0 idea, to be honest. I would, like, in order for me to really be able to tell, like, I mean, never mind. I just got a pull, so I don't know. I'm probably the wrong person to ask because I just got one. Like, I can't. Yo, hey, listen. That's kind of a hard stat to pull without doing like thousands of runs. Like, you would have to do thousands of runs to be able to see what the average is, and even then, it could still be account based to some degree. Yeah, because right now I have 2. Yeah, I got 2 of them. So I don't know. I really wasn't paying attention to it that like much, but the timing of your question is just kind of unironic because, like, yeah, I couldn't even like really like dive into that like I was going to. Because the game said, yeah, here's 1 and an extra. The only good thing is though is that they at least tell you what the extra is, and right now it's showing at least it's doubled. Like, it's mirrored for sure what we've at least gotten. So I used to get at least 1 in every 3. Now I feel like I'm getting 1 in like every 5 or even less. Every 5 or less. So I mean, I feel like you could just be being unlucky, to be honest, because I've done it where like I've gotten no summons, and you said 1 in every 3. I've done this, like I have done like sets of 10, and I've gotten nothing but a blue shadow print. Like that's about it. He gave me my EXP books, that Etheria coin, and then they gave me that one blue shadow print. I was like, dang, all right. He said, yeah, use her in the train challenge. So it's 4-star with some random gear, throwing out S3s left and right. She's nuts. She's really, really good, to be honest. She really is. He said, I didn't even know they dropped this. Damn. Yeah, it dropped summons in there. Yeah, summons, shadow prints, EXP. That's why I said like each dungeon has its own respective thing, and I think that's why like I don't think they like change certain things or values on some things, because they like give you other things. So like for example, when you think about that, I'm spending 100 stamina, right? And that costs me about 100 Hydra crystals or a stamina pot, right? But if I get 2 summons, I just made back 200 Hydra crystals technically. So like that's kind of like that return investment right there. Like I already technically got back what I put out in 5 runs. So it's not even in half of what the cost is that I got so far. So like that's the thing with a lot of things is like it's literally return investments. Yeah, it's the return investments. It said gives a decent amount of Etheria coin too. Yeah, it's not bad. I mean, like on a 10 run is probably going to be a little, like almost 200k, somewhere around there. You said, why does count work for Ramoka and not White Fang? Well, you got to think about what it's doing, right? White Fang is going to be buffing your crit up to a certain amount, right? So it's crit damage, more specifically. And the stipulation behind White Fang, let's go find my White Fang. Stipulation behind White Fang, when the owner takes action, follows up on the main target, dealing 2 hits of 110% damage on a crit hit, increases the owner's crit damage by up to 6%, up to 10 stacks, right? So the crit damage from this can definitely scale quite a bit. But at this point in the game, with characters like Ramoka, you want to hit certain values attack-wise, but you also still want to have a certain amount of crit and crit damage. Count allows you to be able to basically drop an entire piece of gear, basically, supplement it, allow you to build into more crit damage, which you normally wouldn't be able to do, and then gives you a life leech on top of that. So like, for example, my Ramoka, if we're just looking at her on a White Fang build with this stat value, like I say I tried to do the double crit damage, she'd be at 1.6k with a little bit of a crit damage boost. And then, for example, the crit rate and the crit damage there, right? Plus the 1k, so she'd be like 2.6k. With count, I actually go up to like 3.8k attack. I have 70% crit rate, and when I'm doing Doki, I get another 15%, so it puts me at 85. And then you also have the 150. Some people got like 170 crit damage. So I'm over 300% crit damage. He said Ramoka Splash doesn't crit either. Yeah, the crit damage doesn't, the splash doesn't crit either. Yes, that's very important to know. But with that, that's equivalent to like damn near a full send, like just straight up in-game build. Like at that point. And that's just manipulation of a pet. You get to drop a piece. And then on top of that, the splash damage is actually going to be scaling more off of that, because again, you can't crit on the hits on the extra splash damage. So that built into momentum. Now I'm getting a damage scale off of hitting into a debuff. So that further takes my damage to a whole nother level. So just that one swap and like the gear, momentum, the count, that took me from my Hell 4 not being consistent to me being able to auto Hell 4 like pretty easily, to be honest. So White Fang is not bad, but White Fang, again, it's just like with a lot of units, you have to know what procs what in their kit. It'd be kind of like putting a White Fang on a Born, right? He doesn't crit. Like he doesn't crit at all. So like you're not gonna get any value from that, because the stipulation is when you crit, you get, right? And if she doesn't have a lot of values helping her crit, then there's no real yield to that. Like versus like, say a Rosa on White Fang would be a lot better just because she crits a lot. Like her whole gimmick is is about her whole team critting, but she gives a crit rate up buff. She's gonna have more of an opportunity to scale off of something like a White Fang than like a lot of other characters, for example. You said my gear for her right now, it's a 2/2/3 matrix bonus momentum on, so my whole set total is 8 onslaught, so 25% attack here on a 12 momentum. And the stat values is 40% for the crit rate on one piece, 60% crit damage here, and 50% on an outstanding piece. I could get another, 9% crit damage if I really wanted to. So yeah, that's what I got to run right now. And these are like, I mean, this is like, again, pieces that you can farm from. Like if you're looking at like minimum what you need, if you want to get the triple bonus or the triple set, you got to at least be at Hell 3, at least for Aurora. But the other pieces those are all Hell 1, Hell 2. And then the Onslaught came from Terramatan. So yeah, it's like progressively have made the build better. And then my Dating does his own thing. I know I had him on a, what was I using on him? I think it was a Keen Eye and Fury, but I'm probably going to swap him to Momentum, give him a full Momentum build just like her. All right, so let's see what we got. So we got, it's like 130 something K. Good amount of EXP books, 18 of the gold. 18 of the gold is pretty good. 42, so 82 of the, or 84, sorry, of the purple, and 204 of the blue. This is pretty good. Yeah, no worries. You said, what's the best shell for Born? I feel like one of his best in slots is actually Count. So another one, like, so he's another character. He can't use things like Golden Lion. He can't use White Fang. He can't use anything that has crit rate, crit damage involved in it. He can't use it because he can't crit. So anything that gives him attack, him on like that is like kind of like working into what he does anyway. But it'll open him up to be able to get the life leech off of his skill 3. He has a pretty good built-in life leech in his skill 1. And I would even argue he has one of the best one, like, because Leon has it, but his is just better out the box. And then if you're investing skills into that skill 1, like that man is pretty self-sufficient. But yeah, I mean, for the most part, like he's like, out of all the characters in the game, I feel like Born has like some of the lowest synergies, and it's just because of like who are you really pairing him with? Like he doesn't have a lot of characters to pair him with. He's a pretty selfish character, so he doesn't really give anything to the team. But you know, kind of like most damage dealers. But like for him, like it's like you can't do or take advantage of like certain debuffs even, because some debuffs require you to like, for example, is it I can't remember if it's erosion or vulnerability. Hold on. Tickets. Yeah. So erosion, upon taking the next crit damage, consume 1 stack to take. Like he can't do anything with crit. So that kind of cooks him. Like that is like it's like so many things that like I can't wait till they add more stuff for Born, because I say like right now I think he's pretty good with Tsukiyomi. Tsukiyomi is definitely one of his best supports in the game right now. If it wasn't for that, I'd like he could pair with other characters, but he would be like not using value from them. So like he could be paired up with like say like was it Biotin, but he wouldn't take advantage of the crit damage. Like it would just be the attack buff, which kind of a waste at that point. She literally scales high attacker or moves around high attackers, gives an attack up speed buff. Yeah, and she pairs really well with a character like him, because he's naturally also tanky because of how much attack he has. So he has a crazy multiplier that gives him HP off of his attack. So you can just build a crazy amount of attack in him, and he's just kind of bulky in comparison to a lot of other damage dealers. I wish that's how they would have did Dorothy, like the light dark or the light version. Because that actually would have made her like pretty nasty as like a beginner healer if she would have actually had some scaling to coincide with her her HP or like a conversion. So he said that's why I targeted her. Said say less. When you talk about Tsukiyomi, yeah, Tsukiyomi's pairing, yeah, her and Born, they work really well, really well together. It said best place to farm Etheria coin. It's gonna be modules if you're trying to get the highest amount of Etheria coin. But farming from the drop and then selling modules that you don't need, that's gonna give you the highest yield of Etheria coin. I mean, what's the fastest to get is probably EXP, GP outposts. Those would be the fastest, but modules are the only thing that gives you way more into it, like in a lump sum. He said you doing account reviews yet? No, I haven't started doing any account reviews at all. Yeah, I haven't started doing any. I'm probably gonna have something come up for that soon because I got to start scheduling them. I had one person that I already said I would do something for them. We just never actually figured out a time. So it says Rahu worth building for a free to play for PvP. I mean, yeah, but I mean, like, to be honest, it's kind of like the way the game is set up. It's like I wouldn't necessarily be building units just for PvP. I would be building them so that they can also help me do PvE if I'm free to play, right? Like it's kind of that. Like if you are building things, it's so that you can do PvE, so that it later down the line when you're trying to really step into PvP the way that you want to, it just makes it easier. Because if you go, like, let's say you try to build all your units just for PvP, part of the issue you run into is you just won't have certain sets that you might want to build on that character. Rahu can work for Doki Doki. So are team comps, but he can absolutely work. To be fair, Board is kind of the perfect early game unit. Just build attack, and he's bulky, self heals, hits everything neutral. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, he's not bad. He's really not bad, to be honest. And I think for what it's worth is just like, yeah, he can't crit. So it's just his combinations are weird, but all they got to do is just add more characters that amplify him, or like he can be paired up really well. And Born can easily be stepping into meta clapping people. Like, I don't think it's going to take much for him to really be able to just be relevant. He said, what do you think is the best stuff to farm right now? So it would be someone stuck in Hell 1 for Doki Doki. So if you're at Doki Doki Hell 1, there's probably still some skill up stuff that you need to do. So GP Outpost is pretty massive. I'll say, definitely if you throw a little bit of stamina into farming up some of your pieces so that you could at least get some a little bit more tuning. Because as you're starting to climb more into Hell, you have to kind of consider tuning. Really, and that's the thing that kind of sucks about the 2 times happening right now. The best thing that you could be farming would be shells, but with the 2 times active, that's something you'll just do after. While the 2 times is active, you're probably going to be trying to go get GP Outpost mats. You'll go get some EXP for like your DPS, characters that scale off of things like their HP. Whoever it is that you've taken to 6-star, you'll probably try to get them like somewhat built up, like level wise. GP Outpost for whatever skills that you have for lattice. Is another thing. And then I would say the remainder of it would just be, trying to get some more drops for gear. But then after that, if you haven't done really much farming for shells, you're going to shift into shell farming. Because shell farming is kind of like that. It's kind of like that hurdle that kind of allows you to close the gaps on things like cooldowns, and making your builds, like just the base stats that you get from it is really important. Like it's a lot. So thoughts on farming my first revelation, even though shells aren't 2 times, so I can try autoing Hell for Doki. I mean, you can do it, but the only thing is that there's still RNG. So you can go X amount of stamina and still not have a full build for a revelation, right? Like it's not like a rate up. I think one thing that would be cool that they could do in the future is maybe like and they could rotate it out, like having rate ups or stuff like that for certain shells to drop more often. There's a lot of things that they can do in terms of like boosted drop rates and stuff like that, but they don't even have a drop thing at all for shells, so that's kind of out the window anyway. But Yeah, like if it's no like real telling on how much you would have to grind for you to really get that revelation built up. Because even if you're doing, let's say, hell mode, farming for the revelation, I mean, it could still be a crazy amount of runs before you even get enough to do one, right? Like it could take a bit, because that's just RNG. It could be not too bad, or it can be like, damn, I just spent everything just trying to do that. You said eventually these types of games do a pick your own drops for farm. So I don't know what's gonna take them though. Yeah, that's true. I mean, that's the thing is like I just really honestly think the metric is time. Like the more time the game has, the more that it's out, the longer it's out, I should say, the more they'll shift. You know, we'll shift into having more stuff like that. All right, so let's see. We got you 50, 50, 23. Yeah, might as well, right? What is that, 46? Okay, not bad. We're almost. Yeah, the two times is making a big difference, man. And like, I should be able to max out all these units, that I want to build realistically, because that's already just 200 stamina, and I still got. Oh my god, it's like, yo, I really got hella stamina, man. Yo, this is like, yo, we were all extra proud. Like, yeah, I got 9,000 stamina to spend. And then now you got to spend it. And you're like, wow, I have 9,000 stamina to spend. Like, you said, can you describe what it means by ignore passives like Messiah's Kit? I know it counters Hoyan, but I don't understand why. Well, like passive effects, like where like if a character, like say for example, like on Hoyan, it's when like when Hoyan's body gets attacked, it triggers the passive effect of the two ads on the side being able to hit. That's what that is. It's just like straight up ignoring it. So you get to just freely do what you want to do. That's why like Silence is good, because she doesn't give a damn. She's like, oh, you have a passive? Yeah, we don't care about that. Oh, that triggers? Well, not anymore. So that's literally what it is. Yeah, that's literally what it is. He just has it innate. He doesn't need any, I don't think he needs any skill ups for it. You said, how does Revelations work again? It's per crit, if I'm not mistaken. What's the percentage that Revelation gives? It's per crit. And it gives, so enables each crit hit dealt by the owner Animus in the turn to deal an additional indirect real damage or true damage of 12%, right? So the multi-hitters get the most value out of Revelation, basically. The more that you hit, the more that this will pop off within that respective turn. And this is why people are putting it on supports to do damage, and units that just have like a ton of hits, like period. Like the only reason why you don't see this like being rampant on like Ramoka, for example, is because granted, yes, she can multi-hit, but her splash damage doesn't crit. And that's the thing that you're really banking on to finish stuff for you. So you rather actually like just make sure you have enough of the raw attack, and then if you have like the momentum, you're doing more damage, hitting into debuffs, so you get more value there. But yeah, that's essentially what it is. It's just it's like true damage, and it's based off of the target's max HP. So it can hit really hard because that's not just like you just hitting your regular attack and then you're critting or something. Like that's HP stuff. Now, like it's kind of not like Dot, but it's kind of the same idea. Like with Dot, how Dot scales off of the opponent's HP. So the more HP the opponent has, that's just kind of like that's just gonna be worse every time. So bro, why are they not revealing the next units to come? I mean, I don't know. There's still 5 days, if I'm not, when we last looked, so it should be sooner than later. You said, don't say here in the description, but have a 40% chance to this. Wait. You said, but have a 40% chance to this 12% true damage proc. Wait, are you saying? Wait, I'm confused. What you're saying? Are you saying that's what's there, but like it's like not there? Yo, what's good, Lack? How you doing, fam? You said I'm stuck on Terra 4 and Aurora 3. Should I farm Doki 4 or try to get better DPS sets on Terra 3? To be honest, I would advise you to, if you're able to do Aurora 3, try to get some momentum. If you can. Momentum set's pretty good for most of the builds that people are doing with all these like debuffing stuff. You said 2 new got leaked already. Yeah, I don't cover leaks or anything. So, hey, listen, I'm gonna just be honest. I'm gonna say it now because I haven't really said it ever. Yeah, I don't actually cover leaks because like even as we speak, people getting clapped for leaks, bro. So I would just say that any creator that's going that route, people getting handed out lawsuits right now. Nope, I ain't even touching it. I don't even know. I am not touching that. Like, yeah, leak content, man. It's like it's crazy now because a lot of the guys, because I think was it Hoyo just issued out 500 lawsuits for leak content. So people thought they was getting away with it, but they said, yeah, nah, we've just been letting you build a case so that we could hammer you real quick. And that's usually what they teach people. Like, yeah, that's kind of the crazy thing. Like they a lot of people wonder why people don't get in trouble for things right away. It's because they try to make sure that you have enough things pent against you, so you actually don't. Like, there's no way you could fight it. Like, it's just like, okay, yeah, these are all these things pinned against you. It's over. Like, you're getting wrecked. He said, don't touch it with a 5-foot pole. Yeah, I mean, this just happened the other day. It went viral all over the internet too. I wasn't looking. See, that's the crazy thing. I wasn't even looking for that. Like, I was just like chilling, and Sion sent it to me, and he was like, "Yo, like this is going viral right now," and Hoyoverse is like going out there clapping people. Yeah, they're just getting all their evidence together because that's all it is. They're just trying to make sure they have a solid case so you can't argue any of it. They've caught you in 4K so many times. You just gonna have to eat that L, bro. like that's it. You say you think 2 weeks per new banner is too quick? No, because I don't think you're supposed to get every unit on every banner. I'm gonna be real. Because the problem is that if you realistically could save for every single banner as of right now, the thing with I think the initial part of the process for the game, spenders don't count because spenders are going to do what they want to do. Free to play, you're going to have to pull for things and go after things that make the most sense for you. You can't, like, okay, prime example, right? Hoden and Hoyan, for example, made 0 sense for people to pull if they already had somebody doing buff stripping for them, if we're being real. Like, Hoyan is a super in-game build unit, so if you're not at in-game, made 0 sense to pull her. Like, if you liked her, sure, but if you really wanted to apply her and use her, I mean, you can like the character all day, but it just wouldn't be, she's just not going to be efficient for your progression. Like it really would have been one of those, well, she's going to have to sit here until, I actually get this. So a lot of the investment choices you make need to be according to what you need on your account. If it also ends up being something you like, then that also ends up kind of being like the extra plus there. But yeah, every 2 weeks, I think them implementing units is not bad at this point in the game because we need more units in the game, period. Like that's like the only way the game's really going to diversify and people will actually be able to get things or build things the way that they want to. So I would say if you come across a unit that seems like it's going to fit into a play style that you like, then that's something that you might want to target. Like, if you know you prefer a type of play style, if you're trying to figure out what type of play style you might like, I would say hoard, right? Like, that's always my advice with free to play. Hoard until you see something that like is like, if you don't know, you have no idea, hoard until you find a play style that you're like, ooh, that looks really sick. I have the resources to maybe make that work. That's something I'm gonna go for. Because a part of the problem is, like, some people they just like blasted to get Hoyan, and then they didn't realize, like, oh damn, like, she's a full investment character and she needs in-game gear. Like, so it's like that. So I don't think the pacing is necessarily so fast if you're not pulling. I think if you're trying to keep up with every banner, then yeah, 2 weeks is pretty quick. But in reality, you shouldn't be pulling every banner every 2 weeks, if we're being honest. It's that some people have gotten away with less, a little less than, but they have Uber gear. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's like, yeah, the gear, again, the gear is still the thing. Like, and most people are probably just now starting to get somewhat okay pieces, if not starting to get some really good pieces. You said, have you got any good pieces today? I got some pretty solid pieces. Yeah, pieces I can definitely work with. Problem is like Etheria coin, right? Like I gotta level stuff, so that should be interesting. Maybe I might be able to like really get some stuff to roll well, because that's really what it is. Like you can get pieces that have the substats that you want, but I mean, to be real with you, like if it doesn't roll into it, it can still be a trash piece. So it's like, you know, like it's gear rolling though. It's just how it is. You said, why is my holding black? It's a skin. That's his purchasable skin that you could buy. So yeah, that's where you get the this variation of him, where he turns into a bleach character. And then I got the one for Messiah too, because like why not? Why not have 2 charcoal black characters, right? Like why not, right? Right, the charcoal brothers, right? You said I always keep a minimum of 1 PD in the bank as a free-to-play low spender, just to be sure I can get someone I want. Yeah, and then to be real, in this game, the main emphasis being the singular copy is the most important thing, right? So that's why I said like it's really like in reality, like it's not as crazy like to accumulate the currency that you need to be able to save up for at least getting 1 copy, right? Because there's also a pretty high probability that you're not gonna have to go 80 pulls. It's gonna be like somewhere around like 50 to 60. So like if you're like, again, just like budgeting and like saving things appropriately, like you'll be able to get stuff when you want it. But I also don't think even with that you should be pulling all the time, because the other thing is this, right? Pulling for a whole bunch of SSRs don't make it no difference because you can't build them anyway. So like even if, let's say the next 6 weeks you pulled 3 new SSRs, right? Now the problem you run into is like, let's say every single character requires you to maybe like say 1 character is 1 skill 3 needs to be maxed, the other character needs skill 2 and skill 3, and then the other one needs a skill 3. You have to have the ladders for that, right? Like you got to earn that too. So like that's now getting added to the already existing projects on your account. And if you continue to do that, I promise you're going to quit the game. like you're 1,000% going to quit. Because even like one thing, like I remember before they changed Molagora and E7, one of the things that really was like super helpful was focusing whatever, like if you had to finish a character or focus on a character, you didn't actually start skilling up anything else until you finish that character. And it's like some characters you could get away with certain skills just like you can in this game. But if you started focusing a full invest character, you finish the full invest character and then you shift it to the next character. So, because otherwise you're just going to always be like rubber banding. Everything is going to be half invested. And even if you want to use those things later on, like it's just never going to compete because it's not fully built. So when you're going up against people, they're dropping their fully built Messiah versus your maybe skill 3 Messiah, right? Like it's like little stuff like that, or your Rosa that's not built up like that. You say, yo, it's free to play, you can't even build them, so no point. Even besides building, you can't gear them most likely. Yeah, that's the other thing is the cost. And some units have higher gear requirements than others, so I guess realistically most of us are ahead of the curve anyway, so it's good further a bit further than we should be. Yeah, that's true. You said why do you have to pay to be black in this game? You said there are no black animus. Well, I think as far as like black characters, I think Messiah technically is black. I'm almost certain he's pretty black. I wouldn't call this white. I don't know, man. I wouldn't call that white. Like Messiah looking pretty black. I don't know, man. He's a black blondie. You know? I don't know, man. I wouldn't call that I wouldn't call that white, brother. That's looking pretty black. Now this is just, I mean, this is just, I don't know. This is, you said Chris Brown. I'm dead. Yo, Yo, you're stupid. Freaking Chris Brown. I'm dead. Yo, Doki Doki is like she's like a light-skinned black girl, low key. You know, she got a little something, you know. Heinrich, I mean, I don't know if he's just sick or if he's actually black. I don't know. I don't know. Heinrich got a little melanin. He do. You got, what's his name? Where Ashu at? See, Ashu low-key black, but this man got so much mask wear and hair like in his face, you can't really tell. You said bro is sick. Bro, yeah, Ashu definitely black, bro. That's black. That man's black. But now I don't know if he's like on that Tokyo Ghoul type of time. Like if he took this mask, like what would he look like up under it? But yeah, I don't know. Yo, Obel, somebody black uncle. Yo, I'm really mad I don't have Obel on my account. Yo, you would not believe that. 700 something pulls in. I still don't have an Obel, man. Yo, Fangus. Oh yeah, Fangus is a black dude too. Oh yeah. Yeah, Shadow Sania not technically black. She just went emo. Yo, yeah, Shadow Sania just emo. That's it. Obel, he give black uncle vibes, you know? Yo, hey, listen, that's a pimp right there. That's all I'm gonna say. You say he a corporate, he work in corporate and he be at the cookout. Yo, for real. You said the great grandpa of Ruckus. Oh my god. You said, bro, still no Obel. Yeah, somebody was like, you should just use Obel. I'm like, oh man, that would be lovely. That would be lovely. You said, no, Hein ain't black, neither is Ashu. Ashu's definitely black for sure. Fangus, I can't really tell. I don't know. Maybe. Like, I mean, he doesn't show enough skin for me to really be able to tell, but the devs also like talked about that. Like they confirmed that who they're depicting as black as well in this game. And Doki was one of them. Messiah was another one. So there was a few that the devs themselves said that were black, but you gotta also remember that like the way that we depict certain things is very different culturally too. Like even when we get drawn sometimes, like we don't get drawn a certain way. Like I'd say like more so in like modern day times, like things kind of shifted where they do certain things for black people in like animes and then just in art in general. But like that's like one thing I've kind of noticed is like in places where there isn't like a predominant like black population, there's sometimes that, right? Like it, like, and I kind of get that. Like, I mean, I'm an artist, so I can draw anybody, but I do get those. There are some artists that like their medium, they don't know how to draw certain things. So like some artists that they'll hire over in like China, some of them like when you like ask them like, have you ever drawn a black person before? They're like, no. Like they're like, I've never drawn one before. So I'm like, you know, there's that. So that's kind of what sometimes we kind of see. I don't think it's always intentional though, but it's like, you know, have you actually ever done it before? You said Fire Force did, Black People Justice. Yeah, Fire Force did. Freaking whatchamacallit, One Punch Man be trolling black people, bro. I swear. Yo, like straight up trolling. He said, personally, as a color person, I couldn't care less if it just isn't satire. Besides that, do your thing, man. Yeah, I mean, for me, I mean, to be honest, I don't think we need to be in everything. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I think everything has its own respective thing. I think, like, really for what it's worth, like, I feel like every group has their one thing, but I think like you got to create your own stuff. Like you got to start making your own stuff. You want more visibility on like what you have going on. You got to make it, right? Like, so that's something I'm I'm kind of striving at some point. Like I think like when I retire out of YouTube, I want to actually like make my own video games. Like one game that I actually loved, that kind of was like one of my first inspirations was actually Tactics Ogre. Tactics Ogre was like probably one of the first games where I seen a whole bunch of characters are just like all black. Like that was like super cool to me. And that was just super cool to me. Like that was so cool to me. And it was like the whole like they didn't like skimp out on how interesting the game was. Like it was a really fun game. So I remember playing that as a kid, and that was on the I think it was on the Game Boy Advance. But the characters still looked cool. They still had like purple hair and like all types of stuff. Like they still look mad cool. You said don't forget. Oh yeah, I gotta restart my farm. Thank you. It's like, can Poison Team be good with no Lily? Yeah, if it's built up, but early entry is just easier to do with Lily. It's not impossible though. We said we don't need to be in everything, but don't put us in your media, the mock. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. If you're gonna depict something, like depict it correctly, or just like kind of leave it alone. That's why I get the sentiment with like a lot of things. Like I just feel like you just leave things how they were originally. Like honestly, I think that to me is just one of those things. Or create something original. Like we had what's it called? Like the movie that Ryan Coogler just did. What was that called? That vampire movie. Christ, what's the name of that movie? Why am I like just went and saw it? Not like when it came out. Sinners. There we go. Yeah, like create your own. Like, bro, it's literally like now we can't even make it. We can't even say like, oh, like this doesn't work or you can't do it. This whole black man just did it. Like he just did it, bro. Like, and he's I feel like, again, for what it's worth, he's earned his keep. Like he earned his keep. Like that dude has literally put in work on all the movies that he's produced. And I mean, he's showing like, hey, you can come out with something original and it still pop off, and people actually love it, and they're like, hey, we want to see a series now. And he's like, no. But that's also like good filmmaking, man. Like that's what I do remember with a lot of good films. Like a lot of good films, bro, the original creators never wanted remakes or extensions of the of those series, because sometimes having a trilogy or like extending something past the original sometimes makes it go downhill. So like the first of something would be a banger, but it sets the expectation so high that now the second one comes out and it's like, like that kind of sucked. Like that's why sometimes it's kind of hard. Like that's for anything. Like if you have a banger first season and then you try to do the second season, it's so hard to live up to it sometimes. So one of the very few shows though that I do feel like they kind of just hit it for so far for what they've done has been it was the League of Legends show. Oh my god, what do they call that crap? I was just looking at it the other day. Yeah, my brain is blanking right now, chat. My bad. Arcane. Yeah. I feel like yo, whoever like even with like the Spider-Man Into the Multiverse, like that whole movie, like the first one was cool, but the second one, yo, I think to this day in my lifetime of like animated films, the Spider-Man Into the Multiverse, bro, the second one they did, yo, that might be one of my all-time favorites, like period, that was animated. Like I was like, yo, like they really they really cooked on it. And I'm like, bro, like, and it was funny when they were like, when it was coming out in the media that like people didn't get to take breaks and stuff like that. I was rolling because I was like, yo, they made that movie like somebody didn't take breaks. Like, I was like, bruh, that movie was made like people was slaved on that movie, because I like I'm gonna do my own thing. Yeah, bro. Like they cooked so hard with that movie, bro. And you said the thing is that someone who plays League lore is top tier. Oh yeah, no, it definitely is. That's like one thing for me is like I'm trash at playing League, but like, dude, I will say they have some really, really good lore. Like they really do. Said nah. So we need to see that Miles versus the Prowler, bro. Yeah, it's. I think the third one's gonna cook for sure. You said the best Marvel animated film ever. Yeah, 1000%. They did so well in that movie. Like I went to the theaters to see it 4 times because I was just like, bro, like that was one of those movies like that kind of low key made you feel like a kid. Like it was like really it was really, really good, but it's still focused on like some of the cultural norms that I like experienced. Like, so it was just kind of like cool. It was just really well done, man. Like, and it wasn't like so extra. They weren't trying to throw anything down your throat. It was like, it was just like everything. Like it was funny. It was had serious moments, and then it was still really, really cool. Like interactions, and it was just like really sick. They did that movie so well. He said, damn, I low-key want to max Chiaki the Echo skills just because I feel like I could get more. Is it worth if you get, I mean, to be honest, Chiaki, he said down your throat, pause, yo, chill. But no, Chiaki the Echo is actually a really good investment, man. Like she's not a bad unit to build up at all. Like I mean, that's the other thing too you have to consider is like certain investments that you're making, like if the unit is typically like good, that's also going to serve you in like attribute stuff as well. There might be a setup where you're looking for more of a raw push, like burst push versus like what Freya does, for example. So the other thing is too, is like, even with Freya, like you're kind of having to consider like, okay, I need buffs and debuffs to make her work, where Chiaki just works, right? Like she just works. So she doesn't need any stipulation to use her kit. As long as she's on the field and she has her skill 3 up, you're getting a turn meter boost, right? So I think that like that sometimes like there's going to be some scenarios or even some setups that you might want, or might even be easier, right, for you to invest in. And Chiaki the Echo, just like she works really well. Even her kit, like some of the things she can do, even when you're looking at like what's it called, like trying to like, again, even just investment wise, like you're gonna be able to build her up fairly easier than like a lot of the other SSRs supports that you're gonna want to take up. So that's kind of the thing there too. Yo, I summon, appreciate you for the raid, bro. How'd your stream go, man? You said, does Kazuyo the Revered need lattice skill investment? I mean, it's nice to have on her. I personally started leveling her up because it just increased her chances of landing stuff. I would say 1 in 3 kind of feel like, especially the higher up you go. I would say out the box, you don't have to, but if you want to go higher into like Hell 4, Inferno, then yeah, she definitely needs it, because you're up against like a ton of effect res, and so you need more effect accuracy. You want to increase your chances of landing stuff. So yeah, that's kind of that. I haven't built them yet, Lonzo. I haven't built Viper yet. So there's nothing for me to show. There's nothing for me to show. You said it was a magical explaining all the different Spider-Mans and references to my kids. Said, yo, honestly, you know what though? That's actually kind of that's kind of one of the things why, like, it would, like, if my fiance was interested in a lot of the stuff that I was interested in, that would be cool, right? But I actually kind of enjoy the fact that my fiance knows nothing about superheroes. So when I explain it to her, she doesn't like she listens because she knows nothing. Like she knows absolutely nothing. So every time we go to the movies to watch a Marvel movie, everything just flies over her head. Like everything. Like it doesn't matter how simple it is. It's flying straight over her head. And so I have to explain it to her. So she'll go through, we'll watch a 2-hour movie. After the movie, it's going to be a 2-hour conversation. She's going to go through each section of the movie and she's going to be like, so what exactly, why did that happen? And who was that guy that randomly popped up? Why did everybody scream when he showed up? Like, and then why was he so much stronger? I thought that this guy was the strongest guy in the universe. So then like I got to explain the loopholes, and then like, you know, it gets like, it's like, well, technically he is, but because he did this now, like, you see what I mean? Like that's like the Marvel universe is just so cooked in that way. It's like, bruh, like technically this guy made a comic last year and it completely made that irrelevant. Like this is like stuff like that. Oh my god, bro. Like it's just how it is. You said saw stream, got Inferno, Hoyan. Nico no Lily, ton of farming too. W overall. Yeah, hey, listen, that's all that's important, man. What's your fastest speed right now? I summon. Is it you got to give her a dissertation on Mission Impossible? Yeah, Mission Impossible lore after the movie, bro. Like, yeah, she's just funny, bro. Like, I be dying because she don't be knowing, but it's so innocent though because she wants to know, but she doesn't get it, and stuff happens so fast. And she always says, she's like, how do you keep up with all this comic book stuff? Like, she's like, you just know all of this stuff, and I'm like, well, I've been reading comics since I was a kid, and I'm almost 30, so. You know, like that's just retained information at that point. Like you're talking about what I've like 20 plus 30 plus years almost, well 20 plus years of retained info. I'm like, I basically have my doctorate in Marvel at this point. You said, why don't you use Heinrich? You said, is he worth the investment to him? You would level time we reset for Klaus, Heinrich, and whoever. Wait, you asked like 5 questions. Hold on. You said, why don't I use Heinrich? I don't use Heinrich. I don't know, actually. I just don't want to use him, maybe. I think that's really like, I think that's kind of what's happened at this point. Yeah, I just don't want to use him. I've been using Holden for everything that I technically would use Heinrich for. Yeah, I kind of went that route anyway, so I could do the showcase for when he came out. So I think that kind of shifted my progression a little bit. The other thing was too, was I wasn't trying to build every single LD that I got for like everything, because then my team would just become LD City. So even a lot of my teams don't consist of like a whole bunch of LDs. Now, investment into Heinrich is absolutely worth it. But it just all depends on like what layouts and team comps you're using. I personally like using my Holden just because, again, like he has the strip, he has the res down, but then he also has that 100% pushback, which is kind of nasty in a lot of the content that I slot him in. I just really like the value of that. And then time we reset for Klaus, Heinrich, and whoever. I mean, there's a lot of units. I mean, it just really all depends on like skill up investment, the build in general, like what other set I'm pairing them up with. Yeah, I mean, like to be honest, you said Holden is better just with just a speed build, or defend for the strip. Oh, if you want him to do more of the stripping better, it's not really so much like defense or speed is better in that sense for the strip itself. But if you're trying to actually rotate him properly, he needs to be opening, because that's so he needs to be fast. So if you're using him for the strip, which is for the skill 3, he needs to rotate. So that's kind of that, right? But like the defense build, I mean, you can build more defense into him so he can do more damage and still hit certain respective amounts of speed for him to still open, and or at least be as close as possible to opening. But you would want him to go before any debuffing happens, basically, because otherwise you just kind of whiff it, and then you have no debuffs, which means whoever's doing DPS can't do damage. So if you're gonna run him for the strip, just building him on speed is like honestly the easiest thing to do. If you want him to be able to open fast. It said just today I got Hell Terror 4, or yeah, Hell 4 Terror done under 30 seconds with Chloros and the Ting. 1 turn clear with specific setup. I'm interested to try it in Inferno someday. Yeah, you definitely will be able to. I mean, I know Inferno, like the speeds and stuff, like, oh man, like that's really where the kicker kind of comes in, is just it gets faster. But yeah, I feel like it's definitely something that's like it's definitely doable. A lot of it is too, like the speeds are really high. They are. You said so when would I want to use the Halloween show? I mean, honestly, Halloween is used to to filter like a lack of like skill cooldown investment. So if you need a character to have a higher chance or higher probability of cooling down a skill, that's when you would use it, because that's what Halloween does basically. So Halloween has it's a not even at max. At max, it's 80% chance to reduce the cooldown of one random skill on cooldown by 1 turn. So with a max Halloween, it's just basically that. That's when you would decide to use something like that. Like, okay, I'm looking at my run and I don't have the lattice right now, so I need this. This is on a 5-turn, but if I drop this to a 4-turn cooldown, I'd be able to rotate this skill back fast enough so I can get X clear or something like that. You know, it's a few different reasons. It depends on the run, the setup, but Halloween is kind of there to supplement that. It's basically a better version of Blizzard, right? So you said finally clear. Whitney can tackle Nico. Oh, congrats on that, Texas Pete. Damn, you just made me hungry. Now I want some chicken. Wow. Yo, this is like, hey, listen, I ain't even gonna blame you. You know, that's my fault. All right, so let's see here. We'll do Holden first. Yes, sir. So Holden's max now. Boom, Ting, Messiah, Ramoka, Holden. We do my Freya. Get her going. Yes, sir. And then after that, max Lily. I'm maxing Wow. And we start prepping units to go to 6-star. All right, cool. He said, check your auto. Oh, wait, I need to reset it. Hold on, I wasn't looking at it. It's like 4 out of 10. He said, my Messiah got a nice upgrade, 1 crit main. It's like 4 out of 10. He said, my Messiah got a nice upgrade, 1 crit main side. Hold on, let me see. He said, yo, all this farming and not getting what I want really, so I just go to EXP. I mean, you do some EXP for sure. Like I'm leveling up all of my 6-stars at least. I got more than enough stamina. I think like on average it's taking me about like 200 stamina to be able to fully max out one of my units that's already at 6-star. Because I already have some levels into some of them because I use them like quite often. So they're just like kind of organically leveling. So I think it's about like 200 to 300 stamina maybe. Oh, that is good. Dang, yeah, that's actually pretty good. 97% on the crit rate, 118, and 2.6k. Yeah. And what shell do you have him on? Yeah, I mean everything is kind of like gonna lead up to like if you're at, because like you're at the same point relatively close to where I'm at, right? Like so yeah, everything like now is just kind of like giving those extra values to your characters, the plus 50, the GP outpost investment, like stuff like that. Like I'm probably gonna go back to GP outpost so I can do more of my outer brim stuff for my characters, like get all that done. I mean, he doesn't really need, I mean, well, yeah, there's that, but yeah, get all that done. Give me some more bulk on some of my units. Leave that right there. Is I'm feeding for Shadow Prince right now? Yeah, man. I mean, we got I know stuff is about to reset in like a day or so, so we'll be able to we'll be able to do some more soon. Let's see. I probably need to do both of these outer nodes at least. Yeah, these 2x events are like kind of insane. So like I can make 3 right now. Oh, you know what I do need to do? So I could technically push for another 6-star right now too. I could technically, because no, that's not what I'm looking for. All right, so snatch that. Probably gonna summon a crap ton anyway, so I'll save that. I think we bought everything out of here. We just need to get the, probably gonna buy the micro lattice too, or I could get some training data. I could get the Shadow Prince out of here too. Yeah, so yeah, it's gear grinding, man. RNG is never our friend. Like that's why I'm like okay, like, and I'm also shifting like my grind a little bit so I can like just mentally be okay. Oh, you know what? We got to do the cubic game today. All right, let's see what we got. Ooh, there we go. All right, so we'll take this one. Let me see. Diagonal. Something one. Yeah, so we go circular. Circular, my man. Circular. There we go. So that's +1 right here. All right. Yeah, a lot of this game is RNG, bro. Like it is a thing. All right, so we got force swap. Wait, but oh, if that gives me another Doki, that'd be fire. That'd be fire. Let me see. Oh, it does. Okay, give me that. Okay, so yeah, we'll take that. Let's do. Okay, I gotta think about the placement here. Bro, I hate this map. I hate this board so much. Like, yo, you guys would not believe how often I sit here and I'm just like, damn. It's like playing Tetris, but you're only really working with like one piece at a time, but your move really matters. It said you can check and cancel. Yeah, you can. Yeah. Dude, I've been able to only get this up to like, to +12 one time. Like one time. Only one time. It was kind of rough. Hold on, we might go. That's the thing though. I'm trying to concentrate on these two pieces. The reason why that is because I'm gonna be real with you. I don't care about none of these pieces. Bro, the Ethereal coin, I'm farming that to oblivion right now. Training data, sure, right? But yeah, the vertical bonus is pretty huge too. Yeah, because I need to level that. And then it'll count here if I ever get anything next to the Leon. So we'll see. But yeah, like, yo, when you get like things like the lattice, for example, like if you click on that, that's a lattice shard, basically. So I'm trying to level these boxes up to max if I can, so I can get the highest drop from that. So that's kind of that. Let me see. All right, so let's go bonus. All right, I'll trust you, chat. Yeah, we'll go here. We'll keep that spot open because they're gonna troll me and they're gonna give me something to put right there because that's usually what they do. That is what they do. That is what they do. Let's see, circular. Oh, so that gives me +2. Hold on, let me think about that. So I could see, I need, hold on. What were the other ones I got? All right, so swap the blessing on the positions of 2 blessing animuses. Oh, but that's gonna take, wait, how many turns do I have left? I'm in round 4. So you could have 2 Dokis, bro. So the thing is that it's a card. So there's different cards. You can literally, you can basically swap, like if you get the card to show up, you can swap out one of the animuses for another one. So that's what I use, and it allowed me to swap for a Doki. So I went for 2 Dokis, but I might pick the perfect ritual card because I want to swap that closer to the other Doki. So everything I do is just going to match up with those two because they're kind of, it's not that they're far from each other, but it's like I also could just go for the boost and just go for the plus on at least one of them, but it'll also hit the dang, dude, that one's kind of rough. Yeah, that one's kind of rough. Yeah, that one's kind of 50-50 either way. I think I'm gonna swap. The diagonal bonus is like, it's not really gonna hit anything. Not like you want it to. I mean, I could do this, for example, but it doesn't really do much. The boost, like I would need a diagonal bonus. Diagonal bonus would probably be a little bit better. But yeah, I'm gonna go with the swap here. Put you here. All right. Just pray they're nice to me. All right, so let's see here. Actually, hold on. Does that put me at purple? So I boost those all at once. Let me think here. Because they'll at least go up. Yeah, I might have to do a bonus here, which is kind of a thing. Yeah, because if I go vertical, that's only that. And then if I go horizontal, it's down there. So I'm probably going to have to do bonus. Yeah, but I haven't gotten a card to change him. Because that plus one's everybody, I think. Yeah, that plus one's everybody. So that at least will take them up to the next one. All right, let's see. Oh, damn. Okay, so all Animus is on. This one's pretty big. All right, now, oh my God. If I could have got that in a bonus. Okay, maybe. Wait, let me think about this. Because depending on what they give me the next one, I got to be able to place something next to it. So if I place it here, that's actually pretty safe. Ah, man. Diagonal bonus, though. Like, why you give me that diagonal bonus now? Okay. Yeah, they're trolling right now. Bro, if I, like, because I want to go with the Puppet's Pardon. And then if I get a bonus, I can low-key cook on that. It said you could get a diagonal to hit both Dokis in the next turn. Yeah, that's possible. That is possible. Because the other thing is, too, is that he said a diagonal left row 2. I'm talking about here. Left row 2, right here. Yeah, because that's the thing. I don't know if I'm going to get... Damn, dude, that one sucks. He said, no Messiah, no the Ting. How can I kill? So how can I kill Inferno Sharon? Damn. Damage wise, I mean, you don't really got many other options. I think there's like there's Chloros, there's still trying to think what else you can use. I was like one I can think of off the top of my head. Yeah, dude, I don't think that's a good one, chat. Yeah, I normally always take +1. I'm gonna be honest, for the whole map. And then if I get, like, I could place that here. Oh wait, hold on. The placement though of this is, I think, kind of matters. Because if I remember correctly, I think if I get something, it needs to hit it. So either way, yeah, I think it needs to hit that specific square. So I might put it here. And then if I get a diagonal or something like that, it could hit both of those. And then those both level up. Because if I put it over here, it's gonna mess me up. All right, so let's do that. God damn it. Eliminate to turn into a random power blessing. Oh, hold on. So eliminate a collapse spot. Yo, what? Oh, brother. I don't know which one I want to do now. Yeah, they trolled me. They gave me a boost. But you know what? Yeah, because the cubic healing, damn. Yo, you really gotta think, yo. Like, it's mad. It's so dumb. It said under Leon or above Doki. Yeah, I mean, bro. Cause wait, hold on. This one. And then that would. Oh man. This one has me paralyzed. I don't know. Like, I don't know, bro. This one kind of got me paralyzed. I don't think you can. No, it's random. So it turns into a random power blessing. So, oh, hold on. My game froze. Hold on. Oh, there you go. All right. Yeah, it turns into a random one. He said this is where you can't well. Yo, yeah, you can't well your way out of this one. Yeah, bro, I don't know. Because, Christ. So wait, this is round 7? Wait, so we got one more, we got one more round after this one? Yo. Because I'm trying to think. Random power blessing, as long as it's, oh my God, I just need it to be horizontal. So the star I'm at right now, I would need it to be horizontal here. Oh man. Cause that's a, yeah, it's at 5-star right now. So 5-star right now. So I get an extra, potentially I can get up to 2. Man. Cause I can hit that and then that hits that and that goes crazy. Or, damn. All right, I think I'm gonna pick this spot. I think I'm gonna pick this spot. Oh man. You said place diagonal on Doki's and pray next round on a reset or hope RNG blesses you because this round's kind of fucked. Like, yo, it really is, yo. It's so cooked. Yeah, that at least will give me the guaranteed levels. And then, oh God, yeah, this round is so cooked. Yeah, we'll go with that one. That actually is the best one. Yeah, that one's the best one. But that's so cooked. Bro, it's crazy because when I got the 12s, I had the whole map 12, bro. Like, I dropped the screenshot of it in my Discord. I think I had, like, everything was 12 except for one. One was, like, 11. I was like, bro. I was like, why? I'm like, why is the game like this? Okay. So they gave me another diagonal. So we're at 6 right now. Damn. Only thing I can really think of here. Damn. Yeah, I could go for the force, but it's like, bruh. Let me see. I'm gonna have to pick one. I can't get both, unfortunately. Yeah, and I didn't get any bonuses, so I'm cooked. Yeah, I'm cooked, man. I guess we can at least get 1 to gold. We can at least get 1 to gold, right? Dang, dude. That sucks. Yeah, they fried me. They said, yeah, nah, fam, you don't get stuff. I could try to go for the force, but there's no guarantee that it'll give me another Doki. But if it gives me another Doki, I'm gonna be kind of triggered. like, like honestly, I would be kind of triggered. So I could do that though. Go for the like. All right, let's see. Oh, okay, wait. Oh wait, I don't have to pick it. Okay, so that's cool. Can we reroll this late though? Ah, oh my god, bro. The double Doki's getting rerolled is so messed up. Yo, alright, we'll reroll it, chat. Alright, let's see. Alright, this one. Okay, we might be able to cook. Alright, hold on. We might be able to cook on this one. Yeah, we didn't get any lattice though. That sucks, but alright, yeah, cubic killing. Nah, it's alright. It's fine. I'm probably gonna do. Wait, what? You said I can? Nah, I'm fine. I'm fine with leaving it like this. No, I'm not saying you can't do it. I'm saying it's fine. Like, cause I think I already locked it. You said, yo, CJ, how you doing, bro? Bro, this is just so painful. I hate this, yo. He said, oh my god, no. Yeah, it's all right. It's all right, chat. It's all right. We try. It's the RNG, bro. That's how they do they're doing the events. They like want you to take a chance. He said, focus on one and hope for a replace Doki, I guess. Yeah, that's really it. That's really it. All right, let's see. We're gonna go. I'm trying to think of what we could. If we get a diagonal, that'd be crazy. All right, let's see. Fuck. Like, bro, are you serious? Like, yeah. Bro, are you serious, yo? That's crazy. They said, yeah, you're just gonna cook your whole board on the first one. Bro, I'm in jail right now. This is crazy. Brother, what was the other one? Force switch? Yeah, let's see. We pick one in a like good spot. We'll go here. Oh man, yeah, we don't get a Ling Lao here, or not a Ling Lao, a Doki Doki. Yeah, I don't care to switch anything at that point. Yeah, I'm gonna just go with the. Dang, dude, these suck. Yeah, these absolutely suck. But what am I switching though? Because there's no I mean, I could switch for more training data, but it's kind of like that just feels like a waste now. Yeah, that's like a waste now. So I'm gonna just go here. But I also like kind of thinking. Yeah, I guess we'll do vertical. Like we're kind of cooked right now anyway. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Yeah, yeah. Just totally don't give me that when we need it down. Okay, whatever game. Let me see. Yeah, we'll hit 3. And a vertical bonus. We have the circular boost. All right, let me think about that. Versus vertical boost. And just +1 to all of that. Swap any of the positions of any 2. I think I might. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, that sucks. They're like cooking me today. Cause even perfect ritual, bro, like you said there's no way you're still doing this, man. Bro, listen, there is a way. I try to optimize my rewards. That's what you do. Money can't buy you happiness in this game, you know? So you gotta do what you can with what you can, you know? And as they say, the strong-willed survive, you know? All right, so yeah, they're cooking me here. I kind of almost don't care anymore. Yeah, bro, this is one of those games. It be getting you for hours. But see, the horizontal for the diagonal. Oh, I see what you're saying. You're smart. You're smarter than me. I see what you're saying. This is mental damage, bro. It is. It's emotional and mental. It's both, actually. Yeah, I see what you're putting down there. Okay, yeah, we'll go with that one. Oh, but you know what? That kind of cooks those guys. But all right, whatever. I think we can go. So we got a boost, we got a bonus, we got I think 3 more turns. So yeah, bro, this game is so messed up. Like, it really is. All this for nothing, man. Yeah, we're not gonna go double vertical for that. Oh, brother, yeah. Whatever, we just do this one. I'm almost convinced this game hates me. Goes up 2 levels, but yeah, of course we have nowhere good to put this. Yeah, this is just. Yeah, it's not cooking, man. It's not cooking. Yeah, the horizontal boost. But bottom right, though? Oh, man. Yeah, nah, this is messed up. I mean, at least that could make... Was that 1, 2, 3? That'll take that up. Yeah, we're just gonna call it a day. I give up for this week. They'll have to catch me next week. Or tomorrow, not next week. Oh man. Yeah. Nah, this is GG. We tried, chat. We tried. Yeah, nah, it's even the adjacent boost is like, bro. I could take one of these, I think, to gold at least. Yeah, I guess we're just gonna go adjacent. All right, there we go. Yeah, we'll just step away, bro. See, I got into max star before, brother. 12. Like now, it's trolling. And so we're never giving you that. We're never giving you that again. Yeah, dude, like that's so messed up. You said, yeah, bro, this is like, it's so messed up. It's so hard though, like, cause that's not, I mean, it makes sense though, cause it's an inferno. You said RNG taketh, RNG giveth, man. It is what it is. Yeah, gotta take it as it comes, you know. And that's the crazy thing is like, that event, it's like so much easier to do, and the lower difficulties. But yeah, once you go up here, like, yeah, nah. I'm just gonna blow up the map. Yeah, it just sounds fun. You said Cuba game is harder than Aurora? Okay, at least it gave me, for my pain and suffering, it gave me the higher drop. Who would have thought? Just for me to go and roll one thing, so it's gone immediately. All right, what time is it? Yeah, my has been like lagging all day. All right, complete 6 with the 67. Okay, cool, not too bad, bro. Like they trolled me on that. They really did. They said, "Oh, you thought you was about to get good rewards, brother?" They said, "Oh, you thought you was gonna hit that plus 12 again?" Yeah, okay. Yeah, all right. We let you do that. Yo, and you know what's crazy? I hit that plus 12, not even like thinking about it. Like I was just placing stuff and I got to 12. And I was like, wait a minute. Like my whole map is just 12 right now. They said, yeah, nah, you good. You're absolutely good. Oh. All right, let's see. So, all right, come on. Farm my EXP. Farm my EXP. All right. Use 20 stamina refills and investigations. Should I continue or save it? Can't farm outside of module as I'm at nightmare only. I mean, GP outpost isn't bad to do if you still need to do skill ups. Double the drops on that is pretty massive. Not gonna lie. But I mean, to be honest, like if there's nothing else you really feel like you need to farm, you can save. Like you don't have to blast all your stamina pots right now if you don't want to. I mean, the only thing is we don't know when there's another 2 times coming, but you could always save up if there ever is another one that comes out. So yeah, I mean, to be honest, this is like really what you need. So like if you're, I'm assuming you still need to farm shells. If you're at nightmare, yeah, shells is gonna be like that big next jump. for you, to be honest. Let's see here. Okay, so gotta finish that. GP outpost auto. Hold on a sec, chat. All right, cool. He said, next to shells for stats increase, skill maxing is huge for straight stat increase. So doing GP outpost is a good call. Yeah, it is honestly, it's pretty good. He said, does the investigation reward summons? It can. It has a chance to drop them, but it's not guaranteed though. Nah, you're good. You're good on the caps. You're good on the caps, man. You're good. It has a chance to drop them, but it's not guaranteed. That's the only thing. Oh wait, hold on. Are we actually like almost done with one of these? Because I need to. I think I had the S rank. Oh brother, I'm still down by 3. All right, so I could finish that one if I get it. 2, 1, 3, 3. Yo, what's good, Tyrese? How you doing, fam? Farming's not going too bad, man. Can't complain. I don't remember, but you said I said okay, thanks. Yeah, no worries, Nana. No worries, Nana. But yeah, man, it's not going too bad. How's everything going for you? I said overall bleed work on Aurora. I think it does. I'll double check for you. I'm gonna double check for you. Because bleed is a little bit different than dot. Dot is max HP. Bleed is attack. So the scaling on that is just completely different. Where you get that freeze from? Oh my god, don't you dare take all my buffs. Oh wait, you know what I just realized? I'm using Lily and she has no gear on. We love that. The fact Lily is still alive. Okay, I was about to say, like, there's no way she should be alive right now. Nah, that was from Vice. The freeze was from Vice. Vice freeze. Vice freeze, not Viper. I just be trolling. He said, depressed gamer here. Yo, why are you depressed? Yo, what's good, Meezy? How you doing, fam? Yo, why are you depressed, bro? What's going on with you? Oh, I thought I had that one. Okay, yeah, give me this one. Yeah, I mean, people are using them to cheese stuff right now, to be honest. All right, let's see. Boom. Isn't Young on Revelation Mega OP? Like, he has a 6-hit S3. Isn't it a 6-hit AoE too? I haven't tried it, so I wouldn't know. But I mean, if he multi-hits and like, I mean, I'm assuming if Freya can do it, then why not Yang? Like, honestly. They're using characters like Vice to get through like Ember Track and stuff like that right now. Oh, it's single target. Oh, okay. There we go. Hey, give me the other one. Give me the other one. Hey, listen. Hey, game. Listen. All you gotta do is just be nice today for this one game mode. That'll help me out so much. He said RC77 only has only multi-hit abilities. Yeah, we were talking about Yang. But yeah, RC77 is just great, man. I think he's definitely really fun. Yeah, I'm actually about to finish building him. And then we'll be cooking for real. Okay. Give me the white guy. Oh, never mind. He's not white, but yeah, that's funny. It's the guy dressed in white. All right, so it's not done yet. He said boss is too much RNG and Evertrack has Thundermark pick a struggle. Bro, honestly, yeah, it's a lot if we're being honest. Do we want to go Viper? It says my friends need all three of these, so we'll just go the middle one. Yeah, I'm building him. I'm building Viper. Those are like DPS, but yeah, as far as like as much lattice as I have, then. You said RC77 is ugly though? Dude, we care about application. Renish is like, what? Bro, we care about application, man. We need characters that are good. So yo, what's formation lock when farming? It allows you to be able to select what you target in the fight. So when you hit it on, you drag the characters to in the order that you want the AI or your allies to attack on. yo, CJ. Now, I don't know if that's gonna happen in this game. I'm gonna be honest. You might have to play that Ume game, because they're gonna have horses and they're gonna have waifus. So the probability goes up by like 80% for stuff like that. You know? Bro, and Outer Plane got their anniversary going on right now, bro. Listen, or at least I think it's still going on. I don't know. He said, man, it said I got horses in the back. Bro, have you heard of that game? It's literally horses. Like, it's horse racing. I'm not even trolling. I didn't hear about it until recently, because chat had brought it up, and I was like, yo, is this like a legit thing? And they're like, yeah. They're like, people love horse racing. I'm like, oh, do they now? Yo, I was like, yo, first time ever hearing about it, bro. Yeah, it's literally a waifu horse racing game. I was like, okay, that's different. It's like, you know, we got all types of gachas for everybody out here. All right, so the meme challenge is trolling, so we're just gonna go ahead and snatch that one. It's at P5X in 5 days. Yeah, man, it's gonna be fun. Yeah, it's definitely gonna be fun. So I built the girl in the hands for Doki. She's cooking, so I'm able to farm. Wait, the girl with the hands for Doki. Wait, are you talking about Rinneon Bao? Oh no, Mizuki. You're talking about Mizuki. Okay. We're talking about Revere. Damn, just too many girls with hands in this game. Bro. Yo, she got giant hands. Like, yo, I was like Mizuki, maybe. She got giant hands. Right? Kazuyo has giant hands. Like, And it doesn't help that Kazuya has a whole nother form. Like, and then Rin the Unbound be throwing hands. So I'm like, you know, I'm like, which one are we, you know? That does sound crazy, doesn't it? Like, they have hands? He said, what about that motorcycle, the waifu motorcycle game? Yo, Shiva, I'm not gonna lie. They reached out to me a while back to do a sponsored video, and I haven't heard anything from them since, to be real. But that game was gonna be straight booba and motorcycles. That's really what that game looked like it was gonna be. So it looked like it was gonna fit the description. All right, Vida, give you gift. My wishes. We're gonna get that last. We're gonna get one of you. Put you up, and he said, damn, and God bless. Yo, it's the only good game I play as Brown Dust in that game on some other. Yeah, bro, like it's so crazy now though. Like some games, like how they started versus like where they're at now. I'm like, oh, okay, that happened. You know, because that's how I feel with Outer Plane. Like I just stopped playing it after a while. I was like, all right. Like I thought they were gonna add the, like it's funny that the first guy character they added to that game was when they did the was it how to get was it how to train your what's the name of that anime? It's that dungeon one, like how to get some girlfriend in a dungeon or something. They did a collab with them, and that was the first guy character they basically added to the game. And I was dying because I was like, yo. I was like, it took a collab for them to add another dude to the game. Let's see. Is that Uma Musume Pretty Derby, the horse gacha game? I'm like really honestly interested to see how well that game does gross wise. It's probably gonna go insane, which is the crazier part. Okay. What was I doing? All right, we finished that. Got the meme event going. Dan Machi, that's what it is. Yeah. Dan Machi. Is that my Terra team? This is my Terra team right now. It's Holden, Dating, Valerian, Freya, and Klaas. That's my my Doki team. It's Ramoka, Klaas, Freya, Mio, and Kazuyo. And then this is my work in progress Aurora team with the Ting. The Klaas is kind of troll because she's not in there anymore, but I did it with her, so I guess she just kind of is there. But Holden and Luna, wow. Ling Lao and Mia. Yeah, there we go. Ling Lao and Mia. Okay? All right, so we're going to finish these. These should be pretty quick. It said, it's already pre-registered for the horse game. We got it marked on this calendar. Oh my God, dude. I just remembered. I got to register for this game. Oh. Dude, I actually got in the beta for Chrono Odyssey. And I realized that my potato is a damn stack, or my computer is a stack of potatoes. So, yeah, we're not playing Chrono Odyssey right now. I'm gonna have to wait. I got into it. I tried booting up Chrono Odyssey, and my computer started doing a Dougie, bro. Can't even kid. I'm not even lying. I was like, wow. I was like, wow, that's crazy. So, I like, dude, you know. You said Luna's in my head rent free. Yeah, she kind of is, bro. So it's probably good for Aurora. Still waiting for that Inferno clear with RC77. And then He would be the next Vice slash Shadow Sania. Yo, you already know they're gonna do it too. Like, what? We need the well for that now? I'm like, oh, brother. So the Chrono Odyssey beta is scuffed with bugs and optimization issues. We all kind of figured that was gonna happen though, because it's like, bro, that's a giant ass MMO with like, but see, on a 1590 and on the 1590 and the game isn't optimized, bro. And then don't let them be running it on like Unreal Engine 5 or something. Like, oh yeah, your gaming experience is still cooked. But yeah, my computer started doing the Dougie, got a stanky leg. It did the Superman. It almost went out the window. I was like, dang, bro, that's crazy. So I feel you. My PC gonna blow up playing them games, bro. It's like, and then what? I gotta play Silver Palace and all these games coming out, bro. There's no way. So I gotta get a better PC with more storage on it too. Anyway. So, bro, it's not ready at all. Oh, so is it TS? Is it giving like Path of Exile 2 vibes, basically? So honestly, farming shells before the 2 times event really helped. It helped get a good set on Ramoka, and now I can do Hell 4 100%. But I need to get my Hell 4 Terra Fix said. It's like 1 out of 2 or 1-2 out of 8. But see, that's the start though. Like right from there, you're just tweaking stuff. You probably need like Codex of Magic. It's probably Codex of Magic that you actually really need now. He said, should I level up Lily over Kloss or Kazuyo? For what? Because Kloss and Kazuyo, I mean, to be fair, Kazuyo, I wouldn't even, I mean, she's just really there for damage amp and Doki. Like, that's all you really use her for, generally. And Kloss is damage amp, whereas like Lily is more opportunity to do damage, so they're kind of different. You said, what are you on, GTX 180? I don't even know. Like, bro, I'm gonna be real with you. Like, my best friend is more computer savvy than me, so like I just say like, hey, bro, I need this. I need just a better PC, and he figures it out. Like, I'm gonna be honest. I know a little bit about computers, but not as much as I used to. He said, it's frustrating how the shells aren't 2 times buff. They are the actual problem. Yeah, nobody believed me though when I kept saying it for the last 2 weeks. Hey guys, you gotta get them shells. Yo, they're like the shells. I was like, hey, they're not, because they never ran a 2 times 4, so I knew they weren't gonna do it. I was like, yeah, no, they never talked about that or even like emphasized it being a thought. Because otherwise they would have had it already. So I was like, yeah, I don't think they intend to do it. So I was like, hey, man, farm them shells, because everything else is just kind of secondary at this point. Like, if you get it, like, it's nice, like, for first-time clears and stuff. But, like, right now, yeah, those that, like there's some people that farm from, like, 35 to 50 on just shells. And that made a big difference in their account. So you haven't touched PoE 2 since we last played together? Oh, me, Sign, you, and XL? Yeah. Yeah, bro. We got back on and we tried the like newest season and it was just not that fun. Like, it's just not that fun. It's like Codex of Magic on who though? So running a Max 15, Chloros, S3. Oh wait, you're my bad, fam. You're talking about a whole nother dungeon. You said Hell 4 Terror. I'm talking about Hell 4 Doki. Now you don't need all that for that. All you need for that probably. Do you have a momentum sets yet? You just need sets from probably Aurora to make that more consistent damage wise. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, I was talking about freaking Doki Doki for Codex of Magic. Yeah, for that, yeah, you probably just need momentum, man. Like, momentum makes a big difference. You said, you said, what's the lesson from the title? You said, yeah, only farmed, only shells, still not even close to being finished. Yeah, I'm not either, which is the crazy part. But I have at least enough to make my team somewhat operable. So hey Zox, is Xiaoxin capable of doing Hell Inferno? I pulled her before, but since I don't have Lily, I don't know if I should build her. She can do it in some of the earlier stages, but she does need to be built, like invested though, if you want her to be self-sufficient. Like, to be honest, if you have her, you just have to commit yourself to actually building her up. She's not crazy to build individually, but you would have to run her. I would say Inferno, she's probably really, especially where you're probably at, you're probably gonna need a Lily to be able to run her right. To be honest. Yeah, bro. I gotta like, I gotta figure out why this lag is happening so much. He said, is Bramble a good set to put on Lily alongside with the speed set? Wait, Bramble on Lily with the speed set? I feel like we talked about this with her assist. Yo, chat, does it even proc her assist on the Bramble? It says, is it worth resetting Ramoka to level up Shieda? I don't think so, personally. Yo, why am I getting slapped by this Ramoka right now? Like, what is going on? Yeah, I don't think so personally. Yeah, like what is happening here? You said you asked that yesterday. Oh, you're talking about the Shieda reset thing? Oh, that's what's happening. Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, I personally wouldn't really. Oh, brother. That's why I'm getting cooked. Yo, Anubis, appreciate you. Yo, I was wondering. I was like, bro, why is this like this? My boy didn't have gear on. He has no modules on, by the way. Like, not even just that he doesn't have a pet. He has no modules on, so we love that. All right, there we go. All right, there we go. Boom. Since I only clear Hell 3, I should only be doing GP and investigation, right? No, you can still farm some Hell 3 because Hell 3, if I'm not mistaken, still drops. Still can drop 3 module bonus stuff, right? So you can still get some good pieces to like build up your account. Now, do you go like, you know, all in? Maybe not. I would say like assess your account, see what like skill ups you still need, wherever lattice you have, because really the farming is only is up to the extent of what you can actually skill up. So like you can over farm to prep for other levels and stuff, but realistically you're farming for what you have. So like even now, like I went through all my characters, I use all my lattice already, right? I have one SR or SSR that I have right now, but outside of that, yeah, the rest of it is I'm gonna level up my characters that I want to level. I'm probably gonna do an account overview to talk about like what I did for my account or what I'm doing for my account. But like right now, I'm just going through, I'm level 50ing the characters that I have at least at 6-star. And then I'm gonna take some characters up to 45 so I can prep them for their 6-star. So it just kind of gives me some structure on who I got going next. Right? So 50 on the Freya now, so she's completely done. And then we're gonna do the Lily and Ling Lao. And I'm still gonna have a ton of pots. So it's been about on average about like 300 to 400, I think, stamina per character, which is, it's not terrible, but because I have skill anxiety, I got 9 perfect lattices, and I'm afraid to spend them stupidly, to spend them at all. Man, I mean, to be honest, it's like you got to base it off of what you're using to progress, right? Like the things that are helping you the most with your progression are where those lattices should go. So if it's not serving you, like, then you don't put, like, and I think that that's also the other thing. Like, if you have to ask, like, a lot of players are pretty aware of like some of the things that you need. Like, if you need to join my Discord and ask somebody in there, like, for the most part, everybody kind of checks on like some of the information they're giving. So like when it comes down to like, hey, does this character, like, what does this character require for me to be able to do this? That's what I always tell people, is like, ask that specifically, because like some people would be like, yeah, like, oh, what do you have? Yeah, build that, but they won't tell you like, yeah, like that Messiah is doing that in that comp because he's 5 out of 5 out of 5, or this character's doing that because you got to max skill up the skill 1 and 3, or you know, like those things like kind of matter, because it'll be that, and then there's also the build. So it's like, oh, that unit isn't on White Fang, he's on Revelation. But if you haven't farmed Revelation, now you just kind of went and invested, and you can't even like actually do the build. So I mean, that's kind of like just the due diligence part there, where you just kind of have to ask all the time, like until you get comfortable enough to do, like, you know, make your own decisions with certain things. Just ask like, hey, like, what is it, like, what did you do to get that team to work, like specifically, because a lot of the times, like, it's more than just like, oh, that unit is on the team. It's like, nope, that unit's on this build with this amount of stat value in one area, or they're emphasizing a certain set. So it's like, oh, well, the reason why that works is because they're on momentum. But if you didn't farm momentum yet, then you can't do it yet, right? So you said that would be good video, like best early skill ups, stopping points. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna put out some more content like that for sure. Because that's like one of the things, like, I've been kind of trying to keep things more beginner-esque right now, because a lot of people are still trying to just like, they're trying to just figure out life in the game and get into like a cycle so that they can play it a certain way. But you said finally got a Janky Fairy Momentum Revelations on my Sheeta. Congrats on that. Said trying to see what it's hitting for. Yeah, I mean, honestly, she should do fairly well. You could, like, again, like the skill 2 helps her with scaling her damage a lot, and yeah, she should be pretty good. You said you said whoever said that read my mind, said I have 10 perfect and like 16 purple last, but I don't know who to put it into. Yeah, it's like, it really depends on your account too. Like, that's the other thing. So like, you can have certain things, but like according to what you're clearing or you're trying to achieve first might determine what you might put, you know, investment into first. That's kind of its own thing. He said, wait, he says yo, what's good, Devon? You said, would you always want to build Shastania comp? Wait, you said, would you always want to build a Shastania comp if you had the pieces for it? Not necessarily. I mean, I never really forced a Shadow Sania comp, like, in all my playthroughs. I did it a few times, but it wasn't something that I was like, oh man, I can't play the game if I don't do it. I mean, a lot of it right now is like, people are just like getting to the point where they're able to do like certain setups without stuff, and it's just because now they're starting to get the builds for it. A lot of it was like the base foundation, so it was shells, and then there was the actual modules, and then for some it was even like the skill up investment. It might have been levels for others. Like, it just depends on where your account's at. But I mean, she's good to build, but yeah, you want the pieces for it, to be honest. But like, because the variations on like an account, the reason why I would say I wouldn't always build her, it's just simply because if I don't get the pieces for it, like that's just the reality right now for a lot of people, is they don't have the stuff necessary to do it. So yeah, that's kind of the catch-22 there. All right, so let me see. We got that going. We got 300 more stamina till we level again. Dude, this is a lot of stamina. So yeah, I think I'll be able to actually level 50 all of my units and still be able to farm a crazy amount. Yeah, like my class is already 45, Mio's 45, Valerian's 45. So I already got 3 units that I can take up. And then these 2 are about to get leveled. All right. He says attack or crit damage better. It depends on how you supplement it, right? So like in like my my Ramoka build, I'm supplementing the loss of like the attack piece through my pet from the skill that it has, and then I'm going more crit damage. But like in reality, you kind of need everything. So that's kind of that. I have 2 accounts, Orkun. You said, is leveling to 50 even that valuable? So stocking 2K modules and looking for best seems better to me. I mean, you can, but I mean, the other thing is too, is that like, I'm not doing all my units, and I'm going to hit that number anyway off a double drop period, because I have more than enough stamina for it. Leveling out my units is more so a thing I'm basically preparing for PvP more than it is for PvE. I would say like if it's a unit that scales a certain way, that's still more base stat to them. So like if it's a damage dealer, that's more attack. If it's a healer and they scale off of healing, then that's more scaling. Or if it's like a Valerian and she scales her shields off of her HP, that's more shield. You know, so it depends on the unit. Not every unit needs to be maxed. Which I have made that pretty clear. Like with certain certain like grind methods for some people, they're like, oh, I'm gonna just max all my units and only farm EXP, which I feel like, to be honest, you don't really need to do all that. You kind of like divvy it up according to what you need, and then the rest should be going into like trying to fine tune your gear. I mean, really. So I'm just getting that out the way right now because I know how much stamina I have, and I know like within like the next few hundred, which I have thousands of stamina to go through, I'm gonna have those units maxed out, and then that's that. Yeah, it's still your base stat. He said, you wonder why people are getting cursed up in Infernos because they're lacking base stat, so you need... Yeah, you do. Yeah, that's true. And that's the thing, too. It's like, there's some characters that, like, you absolutely can get away with, and then there's other characters that you can't. And so, like, it's like, I don't want to say that, like, some of you guys probably won't be able to identify it that easily, but, like, there's characters that are, like, what you would call the glue to your team, and then there's, like, the characters that kind of, like... they're kind of in between of like what the glue is holding together. So like there's some characters that you can kind of get away with, like having them at 4-star, like say like Leotin, right? Because her job is really just to be there to damage amp. But like when you have some other characters going up higher, they like bro, you're gonna take damage, especially if you're not running like the 286 right on speed. You can't cut in front of the boss, so you got to take hits. So if you can't take the hit, then you can't get through the dungeon. So. And then, like, the thing with gear is, like, even with gear is important, but I would still say, like, even when you're farming, like, shells, man, like, shells is, like, crazy base stats. Gear can still roll like garbage. You can have 2,000 pieces and leave with 10. Like, that's how gear goes sometimes. A lot of it is, like, especially at this point, is going to be placeholder. So you're just going to use a lot of things just to get you through. But fine-tuning, min-maxing... that takes time, man. Like I'm not gonna lie. I think on most games, like from day one until I would say like even like my last like crazy for real gear grindy game I played, it took me about 2 years to actually have my account gear wise at like super min max. Like, and not even super min max. It was like min max, but there was still min maxing that I needed to do. Like there was still stuff that like it took a while because it was like, yo, like you got to get that piece to roll, getting a penta roll in speed, or, you know, trying to get a quad or a penta roll into crit rate or crit damage. Like, because I don't think people are even thinking about that. Like people are doing, they're doing like leveling right now. Ooh, see, we got 2 more. They're doing leveling right now for, in like fine tuning for speed. But eventually you're going to be trying to fine tune like your crit rate and your crit damage and your attack on a piece for your damage dealers so you can squeeze more DPS out of them. Like, and then when you think about that, you're doing that, if you can do that on like say all 6 pieces, that's going to be a crazy amount of extra damage that you can get on your character, right? And so those are going to be things that you're going to start doing as well. So it's not just going to be speed, but it might be you're now trying to roll a certain amount of defense because this character scales off of defense, and so now you're looking for quad and penta rolls or something. Like it's a grind, man, when it comes to gear games. Like you said, did you 6-star your Val? I actually went with Ling Lao first. Val is on the list though, because Val is again with her, she kind of sort of, I would say you would want it because it's allowing you to actually scale her shields. So that base HP would be kind of insane for her to have more value. And then she's just tankier, so she can take more hits and stuff like that too. Yes, I would say it's important for everyone to be max potential because that takes away RNG of what happens if someone gets hit. So this game does have gear requirements. Yeah, it does. You said it's just not visible. That's why you see a bump going up in levels when you feel nothing change. So the game punishes you if you don't reach those scores. That's true. So what Lily and Sania do is they still turn, so the AI can't punish you. Yeah, that's what it is. It's like they like because people, Cyan, today people have been like actually like, I've been actually able to clear this without Shadow Sania. I'm like, see, I'm like, bro, I'm telling you, it's just entry level stuff. So if you're manipulating like how often your unit gets to do something, yeah, it's gonna feel pretty busted. But like once you get the unit investment, like now people are starting to see, they're like, I got my shell built up. And then I went and I actually did some more skill up stuff. I now got the set. I had to show chat earlier, like the momentum shift, man. Like that momentum gear. I was like, bro, and it's funny because they're like, moment. I'm like, everybody's arguing this, but this has always been the case. Like momentum's always been busted into debuffs. So when you look at a lot of the comps that people are doing, it's literally defense break into another damage amp into a nightmare and I'm like, bruh, momentum. They're like, don't farm Aurora, farm onslaught. I'm like, bro. I'm like, Aurora literally has mad busted stuff in there. You literally need gear from like every dungeon. That's one thing that is a little bit different with this game comparatively to like even like with like how E7 was. Like E7 was very much so like, you are dead in Wyvern for the next 3 years. Like that's what you farm. Like it's Wyvern gaming at this point. Like you don't do anything else. You said, what's good? Zuki, how you doing, fam? And I appreciate you for coming back, man. No, seriously. He said every gacha has gear scores. It says a part of game codes by default. It's just not everyone knows that. That's true. Yeah, and usually like somebody is probably going to develop something like similar to a Fribbles for this game. So we'll be able to actually know what that stuff is, and then the devs will probably throw stuff in later that actually showcases the actual values and stuff like that. Like, yeah, they're definitely going to do stuff like that. Yo, what's good, Buzz? Yo, so I want to build Doki and wait, it said build my Doki and Aurora Inferno team soon. Would you go Rosa or Shiera? So I kind of want to hear Rosa. I mean, to be honest with you, like if you're building Rosa, she needs to be maxed out, like period. She has to be built up if you're going to rotate a Rosa into an Inferno dungeon. She's a high gear build ceiling unit. Shiera, I would even say, is like slightly easier to build, but even then, like I think primary build a lot of people are using her on right now is Revelation, but yeah, with Rosa, yeah, you gotta commit to building her too. And like in reality, when you're talking about like doing say like Aurora, she works really well there. Doki, I'm trying to think of the combination there. I feel like people are using her with Lily as well to try to manipulate her hitting more often. He said, what to skill up first? Is it Ramoka? She's my main DPS in Doki. Yeah, so if you're doing Ramoka main DPS, for one, make sure like you kind of have the setup to kind of make it work. But you can go skill 3 for Ramoka. If you're gonna go Ramoka, you're intending to try to do a one shot with her. You can technically do a slower run, but if you do a slower run with Ramoka, you have to change your targeting. That's it. That's it. You just change targeting and it works fine. You said what Aurora did you farm in your characters? I did between it was like Hell 2 and 3 for Aurora. I got enough pieces just to call it a day. I probably dropped like maybe 300 stamina in there, bro. maybe 300, like maybe 300. And I was able to get enough pieces to actually piece together my build for my Ramoka. And now, like, that's what I'm using to clear Doki for Hell 4. And I'm probably gonna try to shift up as soon as I get enough effect accuracy. But let me see here. So your targeting is gonna change. So what you do in the first wave, you can still nuke pretty easily. The second wave is where you change your targeting. You go middle ad in the second wave. That's the boss that has the spin to win. We call it the spin to win ability. You target him. You said momentum and what? Onslaught? Just raw attack. That's it. Like the build isn't that crazy. You just need the set. And then like hitting into I would say that and count is a part of her build too. But again, if you're at this point in the game, you should have probably farmed a count already, if I'm being honest. But what was I about to say? Yeah, so when you're setting your targeting, I can't even do auto right now because I got some autoing right now. Let's do this. Let's slow it down. So normally you target the ad on the left or the ad on the right. One of those need to go first, right? Reason why you target them is because they're squishy. That's the main reason. So after you do all your debuffs, your team does their thing, you should be able to wipe this wave pretty easily. You got to speed tune it a little bit though. Kazuyo should always be going before your damage though, right? All right, we got the slumber there. Oh yeah, everybody sleeps, so Ramoka gets to go. It needs to stop lagging. All right, there we go. Now she gets her attack up buff. She goes here. Nukes. Blast the whole wave, all right? Now, in this turn, if you don't have enough damage or a setup to actually give you, because I'm slowing it down so they can see it. If you don't have enough damage to actually nuke the ad on the outside and the setup to do it, so like right now I'm rotating back again, my defense break, my sleep, all that stuff. I'm reapplying everything. So if you don't have that, then you go middle ad. So now I hit the slumber. They're gonna target this guy here. Oh damn, I just screwed that up. I think this still kills though, because of momentum. But like, look at that. Boom, she blows that up. See? And then that's GG. So that's the fight, right? So the thing is though, if you can't do that twice in a row, you have to target the middle ad, because otherwise you'll get cooked. This ad by itself can single-handedly steamroll your entire party. Like, so that's what I was doing beforehand, was I was actually targeting the middle ad after the first, because I just didn't have the proper rotation. Now, the way that you actually get to the proper rotation is you need to build pets. So Codex of Magic is pretty massive. He's gonna actually help you with, like, if you kill that first wave, when you rotate into your second wave, you are able to you're able to basically reapply everything. Ramoka is always going to be the slowest, so you don't have to worry about like her messing up the rotation. She's always going to be, typically she should just be the slowest one. Everybody else rotates. The order should still be the same, with Kazuyo going right before Ramoka goes. And then when Ramoka goes, if she has the damage, she can nuke the ad. If she doesn't, you put as much damage as you can into the mid boss, and then you stun it. You try to stun it, because if you stun it, it doesn't get a turn, and then that gives you time. You go through your skill 2 with Ramoka. Everybody else rotates again. You might have a couple characters die, but by then Ramoka should be able to go back into her skill 2, and she'll be able to actually blast again. So that's kind of a way that you can finesse it. There's other comps, obviously. There's some that have more sustain than them. Like, I was running Valerian in some of the lower ones so that I could have more shield as they were going, so they didn't get hit hard. So that definitely is something that helps too. You said nah, with the way that Freya goes, so that girl could rotate twice. I mean, yeah, but I mean, the other thing is too, is like, even with like Freya's stuff, like you're not always guaranteed to get pushbacks unless you have like a certain amount of effect accuracy. At this point though, if you're trying to push into like Hell, which we already talked about, your effect accuracy needs to be pretty high. Like going from Hell 4 into Inferno, like your effect accuracy needs to be at, that's what we were talking about with Sirkan's loadout when they were here in chat. Like 133 here, 171 here, 204 on the Kazuyo. You have I think that was it. Yeah, 131, yeah, 170 and a 204. So you need way more effective accuracy here. But the rotation is relatively the same, and even here they took out, like he's not using Freya. He's not using Freya at all. The Biotin is only a 106, 82 on the Kazuyo, 53 on the Ramoka, 105. So these aren't like game busted speeds, right? Like it's not game busted speeds. Those are like pretty easy to get really. The thing that is making it work though, it's like he's using Jackal here with a speed roll of 19. And actually his Mio's actually pretty fast. I forgot about that crap. Yeah, Mio's pretty fast here, but everybody else is pretty standard. But yeah, I mean, it's the Codex of Magics. So you go into that second rotation, you didn't use your skill 3, so it applies again. Another Codex of Magic. Like it's that. He said, oh, the Mia that. Yeah, bro. I mean, it's funny because the thing is like for even for what it's worth, her being skilled up. So this is what skilling her up does, right? Skilling her up does this. Skilling her up increases your chances of freezing to 40%, so you get 10% more. You said these all have bad gear. Yeah, they're not that great. But that's also the point that I've been trying to emphasize to people. I've been having people telling me you need to have mythic gear. You need to. I'm like, no, you don't. I'm like, you literally need the base stuff and like skill ups, GP outposts, your pets, and even levels. Like it's all the base stat stuff. The gear you could be rolling at a higher cost on mythic gear and it all roll trash. Your gear is going to progressively get better too anyway, right? So yeah, really for what it's worth here, you're going for more of a cooldown. You get more of a freeze chance. Here, it's more turn meter still, which is like a pretty big thing for her skill 3. And then the skill 1 is just kind of like, that's just being a spaz because that run isn't even that long for that, to be honest. Like, that's just kind of extra. Like, I'm trying to get a extra 50% basically to try to freeze on the S1. But yeah, Mio even out of the box can still do stuff. So like that's the thing. You might have to supplement it with more effect accuracy, but like, bro, she's really, really good. You said my laptop battery is cooked. Yo, that's how it be, bro. But yeah, I mean, you see each dungeon is like respectively different though. So like that's Inferno Doki. You kind of see that there's like tons of Mios in here, but you aren't gonna see and I mean even then like those that were using the Lily, the Messiahs, you're seeing how the runs are starting to phase, right? And this is all within like the day, right? Like the runs are off. Like before they were like the Lily Messiahs, Valerians, those were up there, but now they're starting to phase out, and people are actually using like somewhat altered teams. You got people using their Yangs in there still. Yeah, so I think even under recent clear, let's see. So we got some different combos. Like this guy did a, like, look, this is no support LD. This is just Freya with a Messiah, with a Klaus, a Kazuyo, and a Ramoka. And that's a minute 3. There's even people doing it with their Dokis. Like the runs don't have to be super speed clear either. Like, so it definitely is like another thing. You have people doing the Lily Shiera combo here. So the main thing is that you're getting the clear, man. Like that's really the biggest thing. But yeah, Ramoka does but again, this is why I didn't really understand the reset like Ramoka thing, just because like, to be real, like I get it, like if you don't have the Kloss, that is a part that does help a lot though. Like Kloss does help, but dog, like even then it's kind of like, yo, her own momentum is mad busted. Like I've even when I get hit with an attack down, I still can nuke, which is the crazy part. Because before on the other sets, if I get hit with an attack down, I like literally drop to where I don't do enough damage to clear the wave. But even with an attack down, I can still hit and nuke, which is crazy. He said my Aurora team. Hold on. But I got farming right now. Put this back on auto. Boom, boom. There you go. Yeah, and I got way too many plots not to be leveling my characters at that point. My Aurora team right now, still kind of a work in progress. But for at least for what I cleared all the way up to Hell 3, which I don't think I have gear on them right now. So I'll just show you what I was using. I'll just go in there and show you what I was using. He said, I wonder what percentage of people who can clear Inferno. Probably like 10 to 20% maybe, I would think. I would think, like, because like today, like each day, like you, like say like the first day a dungeon like starts to kind of open up, or first couple of days, it's only going to be a few people. But after that, it opens up more. Yeah, I can show you my Remoka. Yeah, I'll show you it. Hold on one sec. I'm just show like the units I'm using. So this is a team I was like trolling with, but yeah, I don't have my Deting gear on right now. But my Mia, I have built on a lighthouse right now, so she doesn't freaking die. But Ling Lao, she's built on Codex. I usually have her Swift Rush Codex, Hoden, Gigabyte. I'm using, I don't use Kloss past 3 because Kloss gets clapped. Like, she's going to die. It's 1,000% going to happen. I actually swapped my gear from my Kloss over to my Dyna, and then I use Dyna instead. Then Deting, he's built on the same build as my Remoka with the momentum build. So I just basically debuff and try to outlive the rotation. But what I'm gonna probably do, I'm probably gonna swap Hoden out and probably put Viper in here, to be real. Him or Yang, one of the two. Just so I can get more consistent strips, because I don't have cooldowns in him yet. So I'm not able to actually get the strips consistently enough, even with me having Mia to cool him down and stuff like that. It's not fast enough. Because like I could strip it, and then this little ad right here, this little booger, will literally give back the immunity to Aurora. So I'm just like, well, I just wasted that for no reason. So yeah, I mean, the pushback and stuff is great, but if I can just have the consistent strip, then I can just do more damage more consistently. So yeah, that's like, I mean, that's kind of the shift right now, but I'm gonna get that up. You said, what does Mia do? Mia heals, cools down not only your unit skill, but also their pet. She has debuff reduction and buff increasing, so she can increase the duration of your buffs. And she also she can, like, based off of how many buffs is on the party or on her, she also gets she has built-in damage reduction that comes from that. So Mia is like pretty busted in Aurora. She's busted in general, but yeah. Yeah, she's really, really good. And so like she's like that extra layer of healing. The reason why I like her too is because like all her bulk, that's one of the things I kind of wish Ling Lao did. Like she scaled off her healing or off her own HP, but Mia scales off her own HP. So that's like one of the biggest things too. So you can build her super, super bulky, tons of HP. I'm running her, like I said before, on Bloodbath. So I'm cutting damage when she gets hit as well. And then she has the not Artisan Lighthouse, so that she can get that turn meter pushing the heal, just to kind of keep her going and self-sufficient. And then when she does get her turn, she actually is like healing with the skill 3. Her skill 2 has a AoE pushback and the Dispel in it. So that's the other thing that she's bringing to the table. So she AoE pushes back, not crazy, but it's enough. And you also get the Dispel in it. So she's pretty good. You said, what turn do you come in? Said after the second ad or in the middle? I'm pretty sure I think I'm faster than the ads. Almost, wait, I'm trying to think. Boom, immunity. She has to go first. I think the ads go first because it gives her immunity off rip. And I usually strip the immunity with Hoden. and then I go into my debuff setup basically from there, and then I try to heal within that like within those turns too, so that I'm not dying as I'm getting turns. He said, I'm so glad this game lets you choose or let you close the game while you auto battle. Lets me just check in and run stuff while I'm at work. Great to see the game like this respect players' time in that way. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, that's like something like, which is kind of weird that a lot of games kind of lost that, because that used to be commonly practiced in a lot of gacha games where like if it had a lot of auto features or functions where you could like just literally close the game. You said, should I hold off on Hoden? I mean, it's entirely up to you. I mean, I personally still use him in my my Terramatan team. And I used them all the way up to climb in Aurora. But I think the fact is that with him, I don't have enough skill up investment. And that's kind of the like the main thing. So like, yeah, that's like really the main thing. I don't have enough skill up investment in him for him to do the stripping part. If I was just using him for the turn meter pushback, he'd be great. But I need him to strip more consistently, and I'd be able to strip more often with like Viper, because I'm gonna get hit anyway. So I'm also trying to take advantage of, okay, he can get his skill 3 and use his skill 3 even if it's not his turn, just because of counterattack procs with the Savage Fang. So he's like, King's Raid had the best offline farm. Oh yeah, no, 1000%. They were lit, yo. They're actually, from what I heard, that they're supposed to be trying to bring back King's Raid at some point. So I think that's going to be pretty interesting to see how people feel about that, because King's Raid had a chokehold on the market for a little bit. So did because that was what, Vespa. So did obviously Seven Knights, and they're bringing that back. It's, I think since Hoyo's gameplay model got popular, auto battling kind of fell off for a while. Yeah, no, it really just disappeared, because it was standard norm for you to be able to like auto battle and leave the game and then come back and your battles be done. Like, it was never really like that on the games where it was like, but I also think that that's because a lot of games stopped being so much about like being mobile games, and they started being games that were made for PC with mobile ports. And they basically were trying to pull more retention basically. So that's kind of where that came from, I feel like, because other than that, they have the software to make those systems happen. They just don't want them to be a thing, because they want you on the game more and for longer. So how would you build them for Terra? Said dot team. Wait, who are you talking about? Wait, you're talking about Hoden? I mean, to be honest, I really wouldn't run him on a dot team, but I mean, because his job is to strip. So I mean, you could run him on one, I guess, if you wanted to do that. But for Terra, I just go fast, because I mean, even if he's on a dot team, he needs to be stripping, so it wouldn't matter. Like, where's my build for him? Right now, he's just fast. So plus 112. I got him on a Swift Rush. Part of a Bramble, but it's only giving me the 10% defense up. But emphasizing the effect accuracy. Got some crit effect accuracy on him, and it's pretty consistent. If I had more investment, though, in his skill 3, I would actually go for more crit, because it doubles his chances, and I would actually be at a dispel chance of 50%. So it would actually like be really, really good. But yeah, he said resist down on Hoden with dot team is good. No, what I'm saying is that like, I just wouldn't like, I mean, I don't think it really matters, because his job is basically to strip. So yeah, if you get the extra debuffs or the resist down, I guess you could use that, right? I guess it's kind of the same reason why you would use Marvel. But he said, so yeah, I saw Reddit, they're doing a reboot. Wait, you talking about for Seven Knights or for what's it called? Damn, we were just saying the name of that damn game. Yeah, my brain is like fried. Oh, King's Raid. He said, what does Hoden need to be used for Aurora? Well, he can be used in there to strip and resistance down, and he also has a attack down. So he can reduce damage, he can reduce the resistance, which makes it easier for you to land debuffs. And yeah, that's basically that, right? Like, that's the main thing you're getting from the skill 3. The other thing he does is he has 100% pushback in his skill 2. So like, depending on your rotation, you get more value if like the enemy is almost about to get their turn and he pushes them back to 0. If they're at the beginning and he pushes them back, then because it doesn't really do too much. But yeah, when somebody's about to go and he can do that pushback, it's pretty busted. And if he's built into more defense, he can actually do a good amount of damage from this too. So yeah, 480% multiplier is pretty nasty for him. Skill 1 is basically the skill that he uses when he counterattacks. Defense breaks in it as well. So I've even gotten some of my clears because I didn't have like a defense breakup, and then he defense broke with his S1, and the team was able to hit into it and finish off a fight. Like there's a lot of different things that he can do, but he's really good just generally. And one of 2 characters in the entire game that can do an AoE resist down. So that within itself gives a ton of value to him. And I basically built him for the showcase. Out of the 2 characters currently on banner, he holds the most value, in my opinion, just as far as like general usage. And what's easier to build, he also has more than one build too. So like you can build him like for more of the bruiser route to like go more slow and tanky, or you can build him with the speed and he could be an opener, and he can still be a buff stripper, but then he can still like, you know, push back turn meter, and like he's still viable at that point. You said, what investment do you need? I mean, like, to be real, out the box, you kind of don't need to dump anything into him. If you were, I would say like things that can help would be like, if you're trying to emphasize more of the strip, his skill 3, at least to level 3, is really nice. If you have ways of supplementing the cooldown, then you don't have to go all the way. But if you do want the cooldown, that will help him with his rotation. Skill 2, I like skill 2 personally. I use this in my shell dungeons, so I personally maxed that one out just because I feel like the skill 2 is good in, it's not just good in PvE, but it's also good in PvP. Because the other thing it does is it's a 100% chance to push back the target's turn meter by 100%, and it maximizes their skill cooldowns. This is probably one of the best isolating like skills in the game. Like that is like super busted. Like that is a super, super busted skill to have. The only other unit that can like full send push somebody back like that is Lilith. And that's where her graceful mischief, but she doesn't necessarily like have that either. Like she stuns, but she's not going to reduce your or increase your cooldowns to the maximum. Like that is like pretty busted, to be honest. So yeah, he has his stuff that he's good at. Red unit, so there's that. So I'm probably gonna wait for the next LD before I put my last into him, / Mio. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, like you don't need to. Like there's plenty of people that was clearing tons of content with him without any lattice in him. So like that's the thing. It's just like, again, it's super extra, and it's like against that 30% reduction in like the higher stages of like the dungeons like Aurora and Terra Matan specifically for turn meter. Bro, it's 100% turn meter. He's still full sending somebody back 70%. Like they're still getting pushed back mad far. So it's like he still almost basically resets their turn. So a lot of people are like, oh, you know, turn meter is like, you know, nerf, but like in reality, characters like him, he doesn't care. He's like, it is what it is. You're still eating this this pushback. And so yeah, he's pretty good across the board, to be honest. So he opened up a lot of my teams so that I could like kind of extend them so that I can run them a little longer, so I can have more consistent clears. And now I'm starting to actually filter in like the gear because I have the shells, so I can make the runs more safer. So he's really, really good. And it's like, again, I think Ho Yan is really good if you can build her up properly. He said, what shells do you use on your supports and debuffers? I mean, it depends on the support or the debuffer. Like it varies. Like there's Artisan, I think it's kind of like the general go-to. Even on my debuffers, I was using Artisan just because I wanted to have something to help keep my team alive. I would say, again, and this is like something we kind of discussed like earlier, was like that Artisan is probably one of the best free to play, like entry level, like when you're getting into mythics, it's probably one of the best shells for you to have on your account, period. Like Artisan is huge. The defense up, and then the defense or the shield that's based off of your defense, like it is insane, and that can sustain your team really, really well. But outside of that, you have supports that use Codex of Magic. There's some that use Halloween. I'm using Lighthouse on some right now. Gigabyte is still predominant. Like that's for rotations. Like if the enemy rotates 3 times, you get a 35% turn meter push. And that's every time enemy goes 3 times. So it just really depends on what it is that you need in that specific comp, and you narrow it down to like, okay, I need this unit to rotate more often because we're getting outsped, or I need this unit to give me I need this unit to give like the artisan shields so that we can actually survive or protect the weakest or lowest unit with HP value, so that when this happens we can tank it and then we get another like turn or two to be able to do more damage. He said, Klaus, you said I use Codex, but people say Jackal's better. Maybe in terms of your investment point, but Klaus is definitely really good on Codex when you rotate into a second turn and you get to just skill 3 again. I mean, Jackal's not giving you another skill 3, so I mean, I think it just depends maybe on your setup, really. But Klaus, like when you're first starting to push some of those things, yeah, Codex of Magic is going to allow you to be able to reset your skill 3 again, so you can set up again. So it allows you to set up your defense break twice in a row, versus if you use Jackal is going to help you with your rotations, but it doesn't necessarily give you the cooldown necessary for you to be able to do that. So you would still be rotating again. I mean, you would have to skill 2 with her, which could she realistically get her turn again with a Jackal? Yeah, she probably could. She probably could, because the thing is that Jackal also gives a speed up buff. But I would definitely say, like, starting out those teams shifting, Codex of Magic is just gonna be easier for people, because even like right now, like I'm not even using like on even on my Kazuya, I'm not using a maxed out Codex of Magic. I'm using a 3-star one right now, and that's for speed. So this is one thing like you can think about as well when you're making your units or building up your units. Like for example, I still have like the Codex of Magic built, right? But this one, I think, where is it at? Yeah, this one right here. It's on my class. This one right here, I left a little bit lower so that the speed didn't get too high. And that's just for my rotation. But Codex of Magic is still Codex of Magic. So it doesn't change the fact that the skill is still going to be the skill. Like, so that's the thing. Like, there's a lot of different things that you can kind of tweak, manipulate in your favor. Where you don't have to go crazy with min-maxing or trying to drop speed. And it's just like little things like that. We stop for the time being, and then later on, once my speeds go up, I'll max it out, and then I'll be good with that. Which shouldn't be too much longer now that we're talking about it. It's I got the urge to summon as a free-to-play, and I got Lily. Game is too easy. I'm dead. Hey, listen, hope you got the lattice for that, man. 7 Not Many Shells got Time Weave. That's true. Yeah. Said Jackal also loses value when you have Lily for speed up. Yeah, that's true too. Yeah, it's all setup, man. Like it really depends on your setup, and you got to do what works for what's on your account. Like you can't just like, that's why like even copying like certain things from some other builds or other runs, like, I mean, again, it's like you have to kind of do your due diligence to see like, do you have the necessary tools to make that work? Or are you about to really like put yourself in like a weak hole where now you gotta reverse grind because you just went and invested in a whole bunch of stuff to realize you didn't have the one major thing to really make it work. So yeah, that's kind of the thing. That's why I would say I'm hoping to implement more things so that players can actually like learn the mechanics a little bit easier, because it is a lot of it is first time interaction for a lot of players, so they don't know certain things. Shoot, even some of us that have been playing, there's certain mechanics and things we're figuring out for the first time, and I'm like, oh damn, I didn't realize you could do that. Like that's the nature of the game. It's super fresh. Even a year from now, I remember that's what happened on Summoner's War. Like Summoner's War was already 3-4 years in, and there were still people figuring out new stuff with the game because there was just some interactions that people just never tested. So there's just like new things people were coming up with, new ways to progress throughout the game as a free to play. Like that's kind of the cool thing with these games. Like as they develop and evolve, people are gonna figure out more witty stuff. So the skill is gonna be the skill. The skill is still gonna be the skill. Nah, for real. Yo, what's good, Cat? So I've been told very different things about what shell do you use on your Val? Val can use a couple of different things, but for very different reasons. You can use Artisan on her. You can use Gigabyte on her. It really all depends on what the scenario is for your Val. Like when I was using Gigabyte on my Val, that was to make up for, I actually had my rotation somewhat synced to the third turn of when my enemy would go. So by then I would be out of the bubble. And so the Gigabyte would proc. And because she's actually like built very slow, the 35% cut would be enough for me to cut in front of Terramatan. And I could give my team the invincibility up and the heal over time to the weakest character. So it would give me like 2 more turns basically of being able to try to beat the boss. But then there's some other instances where like the rotation was fine. She would come out of the bubble and then she would artisan, and that would give me the shield while she's like not in her bubble phase. So it's like, it all depends on your setup, how it works, how it's rotating for you. There's a lot of different options with some of these units. Now, some of the ones you don't use, like you got to be aware of the fact that like most pets on her don't actually proc because she's not actively doing anything. Like, so she just sits there, like, right? And she rotates real slow. Everybody else rotates past her to get shield. And when she gets her turn, she still won't do anything until, I think it's 2 turns. I think that bubble, that dream phase or dream haze lasts. So when she comes out of the bubble, that's when stuff can start to happen with the pet. So yeah, there's some pets that you just won't use. Like you would never put her on like, say a Codex of Magic. Like you just wouldn't, because like there's a weird interaction there. And there's some things you can do to like mess around with that, but it's just kind of like, just put her on something else to help sustain the team when she comes out of the bubble, basically. You said Alicorn. Well, Alicorn I think makes sense because you can still be hit with debuffs. Yeah, you can still be hit with debuffs. So yeah, Alicorn makes sense. But everything else makes sense too. Like you can't proc like Lighthouse while she's in her you can't proc it while she's in her bubble phase. And same thing like Codex of Magic, like she can't cool down anything and use a skill 3 again because she's in the bubble, she's locked into it. It says Sania, Chloros, Shadow Sania, Silence has been fun for me. Wait, what are you running that for? It said, does Hoden have a dispel on the S1? No, he doesn't. He does not. It's defense break in his S1. Yes, sir. It's a defense break on my boy. He said need to get faster runs though. You said need to get faster runs though. I mean, that'll come with time. Like, I mean, to be honest, like as you get better gear and tune your stuff as well. Like I said though, like some of the pets also make a difference in that too. So like my runs, like I wasn't doing a sub-minute run before I had my Codex of Magics, for example. Like I was doing like 2-minute runs, and that literally cut my run down by like half the time. Said just trying different stuff. Said just started 3 days ago. Oh, okay. No, that's fair. That's fair. That's always the best way to jump into a game, to see if you like it, see how you're gonna like it. Just do what you you know, kind of theory craft and test out stuff. Let's see here. Boom. So that's 46, man. Okay. Yeah, look at that, dude. Like 3k more HP on Ling Lao is like really nasty. We need that more defense. You said say if you don't have Codex farmed enough, shit. I mean, an error. So I think I'll settle with Hell 2 until I farm enough momentum. Yeah, so Codex, where's Codex at? Codex is on, is that Rengoku? Yeah, that's Rengoku. So you need to at least be able to do Nightmare to start farm. Oh, no, I lied. No, you need to be able to do Hell Rengoku. Which, the irony is, I feel like Rengoku's easier than Shadow Flame Hoyan. Which is kind of like that. Like it actually feels a lot easier. He said heal, revive, shield, and dot. It just looks so fun. Yeah, I mean honestly, the dot especially, a lot of people are having fun with that. I like dot's one of my favorite things, to be honest, in like most games. But he said Valerian's kit is confusing, bro. It's only as confusing as you make it. Her kit's pretty straightforward. It's a bit to understand, or it's a bit in it, I should say, but it's pretty straightforward. Skill 1, sleep. It's that simple. Skill 2, she gives invincibility, heal over time to her allies, and then if the target's HP percentage when it's skilled up is below 50%, it will extend the heal over time duration by 1 turn. Yo, Perch, appreciate you for the super chat, fam. Say, hey brother, wanna prep for Inferno, Aurora? Any tips? Perch, what do you have on your account, man? That's like really the biggest thing. Yo, what's good, YOLO? How you doing, fam? But yeah, so yeah, that's where skill 2 does. But skill 3, Hazy Dream, makes her immune to control effects and effects that affect the turn meter and cannot take action. But when an ally starts their turn, Valerian grants some shield equal to 12% of her max HP for 2 turns. So with that, okay, you have the basic buff effect, and that's something that will be applied in the order of which it's shown. So it includes attack up, defense up, crit rate, speed. So whatever is not applied, it basically goes through like a checklist. If you have it, it won't apply it. If you don't have it, it'll apply that next thing, right? So that's that. Then with the whatchamacallit, okay, the basic buff effect happens, and then with this bubble phase or the hazy dream, it's also considered a death mechanic as well. So what happens is that if somebody or an ally is about to die, Valerian is healed for 20% of her max HP, and it ends hazy dream. So what hazy dream does is when somebody gets hit hard enough and it pops her out of it, it stops them from dying. That's literally what it does. So this is kind of poorly written, because it really is a death prevention mechanic. So it's like Soul Ward a little bit, but not written like that. So it basically stops the person from dying, and she essentially, like, you know, it's like if she can rotate into her skill 2, she'll go from her skill 3 into her skill 2. So the way her AI works, when you skill her 3 up, which is the most important skill to invest in her, she needs to actually she basically will start at the start of the fight with that, right? So it's basically something that's heavily used in the game to counterattack one-shots from bosses. So it stops you from dying. When she gets her next turn, she reapplies it again. So she uses her skill 3 again. And then she also HP balances with this ability. So the thing about that is that HP balance also can change some of your targeting, because there's some hits there's some bosses that target according to how much HP a character has. So she gives the HP. She's supposed to be built really slow, because every ally needs to pass her so that they can gain shield. So it's really straightforward in how she works. She doesn't do anything like out of the way. It's just that she has a lot of value jam-packed for a support. Really, for what it's worth, you build her slow, max out her skill 3, and that's like the end of it, right? Like that's literally it. Everybody else just needs to rotate past her. When they get their turn, they gain shield, and that's just sustain, right? That keeps them alive. And then when she comes out of the bubble, she has the chance to give invincibility and heal over time, so she can help people further heal their HP up, and then she can prevent the person with the lowest HP from dying, including herself. So if it ends up being her, she will give that invincibility to herself. So yeah, that's kind of how she works, basically. You say you sent it on Discord. Hold on, I got you, fam. Actually, hold on, let me actually put it up here. All right, so let's see. All right, I see you, fam. All right, so you got okay. 5 out of 5 with the. All right, so 1,000% you're sustained for it. So you have some good options for your Aurora team, because you have Mia for sustain, you have Ling Lao. Those are like the two best sustainers that you're gonna get, period, for that dungeon. Yeah, look, I'm not even worried about that. Yeah, you have the stuff. I already seen that you have the you have the 5 out of 5 on him too. So I mean, like realistically, bro, like with the Rosa, I mean, obviously it's fully committing to her because she needs to be built if you want to have the damage. The only thing is though, I know like if you're going like Rosa to get her to follow up more is also a thing. I don't think you really necessarily would run her with Messiah. Like really. Because you would need sustain so you can remove the buff. So that'd either be Ling Lao or Mio. And even honestly using both of them kind of supplement that really well. Then you would want some form of a defense break or somebody to kind of open up damage for you. So that would be like Dinah could do it because Klaus gets clapped. Klaus really does get clapped higher up. Like she's not gonna do it. Like she gets hit way too hard. You don't need to run Shieta there. I mean, you can technically, but if you're already going the route of building Rosa, bro, holy crap. You have 5. Wait, you have 5 dupes into your Rosa? Dog. Like, wait, no, that's, wait. That's 4, no, 4 dupes into Rosa. Damn. All right. I will say, though, like, Shieta is a lot easier to build, but if you're already committing to building Rosa, I mean, hey, listen, there's that. But yeah, Dinah would definitely be your damage amp there. The only thing you would need though, which I would say is kind of the biggest thing to that fight, is a consistent stripper. So you need someone like Yang or Viper. So like that's the thing. Like if you're going like say, you could do someone else like but I don't see him on your account. So yeah, you could do. Yeah, so you're using yeah, okay, so you are using the Dyna. Okay, you're using Heinrich. You have the sustain. So wait, what's the problem then with your shifting to I'm assuming it can't be stripped then if you're using Heinrich. And then you're using the Lily for the damage. So Dyna strip coming from Heinrich. Are you dying to the debuff, like the HP debuff? You said, what did you level Viper S2? I'm not gonna lie, I maxed him out. I'm gonna be honest. I think I maxed out his S2 and his S3. Because I'm about to build him up next. Yeah, I maxed out his S2 and his S3. So I brought this up to an increased counter chance when receiving crits to 60%. Yeah, so yeah, you need, so like honestly, like you have units that can help reduce some of that damage. You might have to shift some of your builds too for some of the units that are getting hit really, really hard. So like you can use someone like Mia, for example, has built-in damage reduction if she's getting enough buffs to have it. You have like Viper. The reason why he's so predominant is because he can mitigate some of that damage you're taking from some of those crit hits that you're receiving. So Viper's really good, and he's also consistent strip too. So that's kind of like some things that you can supplement. I mean, you do have obviously like bloodbath sets as well. There's still like even for some of the runs, you still have like the artisans on teams. Like artisan is still a big one. Because I can't see what your shells are. It's really what it is. You said would Vice be usable if you don't have any other healer? I'm not sure for Inferno. I haven't tried it, to be real with you. Is that what you're asking for? You're saying for Inferno? So I'm 10 steps ahead. Codex Veronica is my stripper, and both Aurora and Terra. Yeah, Veronica's amazing. She's good. You said your momentum build is count. Oh wait, you saying on count? Yeah, it is on count. So my momentum build is on count. Yeah, for Ramoka. Yeah. Yeah, then Ling Lo. Yeah, really, really good unit. Yeah, because the other thing is too, Veronica. She's kind of like, she's basically the SSR version of Valerian. She like literally gives you AoE Soul Ward. So like you can deal with like taking extra hits and then you don't die. Like she's gonna keep you alive. You can get your whole team set up, do whatever debuffs you need to do. If you need to do, you need to do a defense up. She gives shield herself. Like that's what I was like looking at with Veronica. Veronica literally is like, it is the SSR version of Valerian, but just AoE. And then she still gives like, and it's like you can see the same elements. She gives a shield, she has the death prevention, but it's your whole party. It's just tuning her a little bit, and then you kind of can cook from there. You said, isn't she immune to debuffs? Well, you're talking about Aurora? Yeah, she is at the beginning of the fight, but you can strip the buff. She's 100% immune to dot, though. She's 100% immune to dot. He said, but Val gives attack up, so it makes her so much better. I mean, yeah, if you filter the attack up, or not even just attack up, but the other debuffs or the other buffs into your team, so she gives you the attack up. Which I think isn't the attack up the first one in the line or something like that. So you said you still have 43 pots, throw some my way. Yo, hey, listen, if I could give some away, I absolutely would. This is just like, this is a lot of grinding. He said, yeah, I recently tried using Obel and he can't convert Aurora's immunity for some reason. Well, yeah, it's because when he converts, it turns to dot. That's why. That's why he can't do it. Otherwise, it would work in any other scenario, but because it specifically converts into dot, then there's that. Yeah, it's speed then attack up, right? Yeah, so you have to have a speed up buff on it first. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, you have to have a speed up buff first, and then you can get the attack. So you gotta, you just gotta be conscious of that, I guess, at least. But again, like, I mean, that's under the premise. I'm assuming you're running somebody at that point that's giving you the speed up buff. You said, so you're still farming for shells even during the event? No, I'm not. No, I'm not farming shells at all. I'm actually farming EXP right now. And I'm maxing out my characters that I have at 6-star. And then I'm going to shift back into, like I just did Freya. I just did my Holden. I just did, I think I'm doing Ling Lao now, so I should have enough to finish her. He said she allows me to still use Gray because I don't have Kloss. He said, what shell for Viper? Viper, honestly, you can put him on really honestly anything that's allowing him to be built into like a bloodbath helps. Cutting damage on himself. Lighthouse is something that can work on him. I'm trying to think what else. I like Artisan is not bad on him. It's really like Bloodbath. Bramble is not a bad set on him either. He already has like his own counter gimmick though, but yeah, that's still not a bad set on him. And I'm trying to think what else there is. Lighthouse isn't just for PvP. Lighthouse can be used in PvE because Lighthouse can be built on Lighthouse still can provide Bloodbath as a set bonus. So you can build a damage reduction and you can build Lighthouse to still get healing and turn meter push from that too. So you can reduce how much damage you're taking. If it's over a certain amount, you heal and then you still get turn meter push. You said Bramble Swiffer. It could. I mean, to be honest, as long as you have certain values and investment in them, yeah, it could work on him. But again, even with him, I mean, his whole gimmick is about getting hit anyway. So that's kind of the thing. Like, you really want him to be able to tank as much damage as he possibly can. You said, was Amber any good on Viper for PvP and beta? I never tried it with him, to be honest. Yeah, I never tried Amber on him. Is that anyone know the speed needed to go before the mobs on the second wave in Doki Doki Inferno when doing the one-shot strat? Pretty sure it's like 270 to 280, somewhere around there. It's like, I think somebody said it before, it was like 286. Yeah, it's pretty high. All right, there we go. All right, Ling Lao is 50. So yeah, that's kind of what we're doing now. We're getting these guys out the way. My level 60s, 50. Man, it's gonna be kind of weird making videos if people miss the 2 times event, because this 2 times event is just so busted for progression right now. He said, what's better to build in the long run, Shida, Rosa, or Set and Ramoka? To be honest, like, long term, long in-game, super in-game, Rosa gets kind of crazy. She does, but she's a full send commitment character. Ramoka's still really good because, like, excuse me, in reality, nobody's going to, like, Ramoka still has the fastest clear in Doki Doki. Like, she's straight one-shotting it. Like, I mean, like, that's kind of like, that's like her whole thing. And if you're building and progressively making her better, like, she just only hits harder. Shiida, I mean, to be real, like, with investment, also does really well. She ramps, and she kind of needs to be on a team that's actually supplying what she needs so she can get her soul flame. But to be honest, I would say, like, out of the one that can get the craziest, and here's the thing, each of them need a setup. That's like one of the things I would say. Shiida's a little bit more self-sufficient though, in the sense of being able to amp her damage with the debuff. So AoE defense break is kind of her thing, and then she can also still buffs with her skill 1, if I'm not mistaken. But Freya has a crit rate up buff that she can give to the entire party. And the thing with her is her setup requires her to be on a team of people that crit. Because if you don't have allies around her that are critting enough, then she doesn't follow up, which means loss of DPS with her. Shiida just needs to be ramped, and the way that you ramp her quicker is by buffing her. So when she receives a certain amount of buff, she builds up her soul flames, and that's how she then is able to ramp and use her skill 3 over and over and over and over and over. And then Ramoka, her stipulation is you give her the setup for the debuffs, she can hit really hard into something, and then for the number of characters that she kills, it gives her cooldown. So that's why she's able to rotate into turn 2 and skill 3 right away without a Codex of Magic, because her gimmick is, well, I just blew up 4 characters, I cooled my skill cooldown all the way back to max, and now I get to do it again. And then I can heal myself with my skill 2. Like, they all are really good. I don't see them, like, for any reason for their respective attribute just dropping, and they're just like, oh, well, Rose is just 1,000 years better than Shiida, or even Ramoka, I would even argue, because they're 2 different attributes, because you also still have attribute exclusive content. So that's the other thing too. But yeah, I feel like they all have their own values based off of, like, what your team is able to do, what you can enable them with. I mean, the setups are all respectively really strong. It's just that, like, Ramoka's setup for her as the DPS doesn't require nearly as much. It's just her skill 3 that needs investment. That's it. But if you're trying to do like Rosa needs, like, a full send build. Like, she needs good gear. She needs the skill ups. Like, you really got to put some TLC into her. So yeah, I feel like at the end of the day, it's just within reason of, like, what you can do realistically as a free to play, or what you're willing to do. There's some people that's like, hey, I'm free to play, I don't mind 5 out of 5 and out of 5 in that character if I need to. And there's some that's like, you know what, I'm gonna go for the unit that doesn't require as much because there's other things I want to build. So I mean, it's entirely up to you at that point. But yeah, I would say, like, the value is different. Your team comps are a little bit, you got to tweak your setups or your stats a little bit differently depending on the setup. Because yeah, even with Ramoka, with Rosa, everybody needs to have a good amount of, not even a crazy amount, but they need to still have some crit so that they can actually promote her kit and allow her to be able to work as best as she can. So yeah, that's that, man. That's that. You say you need speed on Viper if you're planning on using him for PvE. Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's kind of the same thing with Holden too, because it's like Holden can be on a more tankier build, but you can also be fast on a bloodbath build as well. Like, that's also the other thing too. Like, it's like the same thing with, like, you can still build damage on a tankier build. But even in some cases, like, later, not even later down the line, but, like, if you're, like, having trouble with sustain, a lot of builds are, like, really fast. Like, you can do, like, and this is what people are forgetting, at that point, you can do a 12-12 if you really want to. Like, it's like, that's not, like, impossible, dude. I think what is the max matrix bonus you can have is 26. So you can do a 12-12, right? So at that point, you can literally mix and match whatever, bro. Like, it's crazy because it really, like, the game is intended for you to actually do that. So you can do a 12-12, you can do a 12-8-6, you can do a 8-8, you can do I think there's I mean, you could do like smaller variations of sets, but those are like some of the bigger ones. Z, have you SS yet? Wait, are you saying have I gotten a Shadow Sania yet? He said, yeah, I'm doing 12-12 to start until I can farm Inferno comfortably. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, you can run multiple sets. Like, when I was running Heinrich on my Inferno clear, I had him on a Swift and on Bloodbath. Like, it's like, that's the thing with the game. It's pretty open for builds, like, to be real. So I have a really good Heinrich, I think, with 150 or plus 150 speed, 63 CR, 71 crit damage, 82 accuracy, and I just leveled up skill 3. Should I give him more accuracy, or is he fine because of the multi hits? And what shells should I use him with? So if you're having issues with damage, Heinrich can work. He can work on things like Lighthouse. He can work on like Gigabyte. He can work on Artisan. Like, there's a lot of different things you can do with him. But as far as like the accuracy, like if you want things to land properly in Inferno, like units usually need around that like 170 mark so that they can like actually land their stuff. Even with multi hits, like if you don't have enough effect accuracy, then stuff just won't happen. Like, it just won't do anything. So like, even for me, like my shift up is like my units and my team is good, but I don't have enough of the effect accuracy to actually land my stuff. So like, that's what I was even saying before. It's like, it's the rotation for whoever you have doing certain things in the beginning, and then you need effect accuracy, because the effect accuracy is going to allow you at that threshold to combat whatever the resistance is of Inferno, and then still be able to have the chance of landing your things. That's why people go over 100%, because you're not just dealing with the multiplying of your own, but then there's the whatever the boss's resistance is. And as you go up, the resistance only goes up. So that's why, units like Holden have such high value, because he's lowering the resistance by 40%. Or even people still use Marvel for that reason too. So it's like, for what it's worth, more accuracy is going to help you. Speed honestly seems pretty solid, because that means you're at like, what is that, like 2? What is his base speed? Is he like 20? Is he like 120 something on his base? Let me see. Where's my Heinrich at? Where is he at? You know what? We'll just look here. You said, are you farming on your ult as well? Yeah, I'm doing a little bit, but I'm not doing it right now. I'm probably gonna blast that to tomorrow. That's why today I'm hard focusing this account, and I'll focus that account. I'm gonna at least do the 1,000 stamina on that account, and then I'll be fine. It's 122, right? So yeah, at 122, but an additional 150. That's pretty solid. So that puts you at what, 270? That's good, right? Because a lot of the units, like, for you to really start to be able to cut bosses, you need to be about like, what is it, 286? And that will allow you to actually rotate faster, which is kind of crazy. But yeah, that's crazy, because I'm not even close to that. I think I'm like, my fastest character is like 257. So yeah, if you're already at 270 like plus, like, yeah, that's kind of nuts. So yeah, really you need you just would need what's it called, just a more effect accuracy really at that point, because when you strip, you want to make sure you're getting it, and from there, I would even say like, you want to make sure he's landing the last word and stuff like that too. You said you got 288 on your opener? Damn. All right, yeah, you guys just got crazy builds. You said, so Jackal maybe would be crazy. Yeah, Jackal, because yeah, you get more accuracy. Having the speed up buff can actually make a big difference too. You said 295 Lily, 275 Klaus at the moment. Damn, dude. Like, yo, I've been getting cooked on speed, man. I'm hoping it gets better. But hey, it's like, but that's the other thing too, is like, you know, some things are going to allow you to get to those values much quicker than other people. Yeah, I've been getting cooked on speed, man. The game has not been having it. They said, yeah, no speed for you. But yeah. He says Yang good playing in the building. Yes, Yang is very good, especially if you're trying to use him in like your Aurora team and stuff like that. He's definitely one of the top units in there right now. Really good character. I mean, he's not like gray, but they're pretty similar to each other in some ways. Just no extra turn. He can strip buffs. And he also has like a whole bunch of turn meter stuff in his kit too. He said, wait, it said, he said my Lily is 311. 311? Sheesh. Yeah, nah, that's like, yo, I can't even get nothing to roll +8, bro. And y'all over, that means you gotta have at least like what, you got like a +18 or something like that. Like you got something that rolled crazy, because that's nuts. Or you probably have you have Swift rate pieces on now. It said, man, they missed out a ton of money with $100 packs for stamina. I mean, to be honest, I don't think that would have flew over well if they would have did $100 packs for stamina. If I'm being honest, like I think the ones they did were okay, because if they would have had like $100, okay, let's be real here. What would be the value, or how many stamina packs would you get if it's $100? If they're valuing 5 stamina pots for $10, that, like, let's just go off of that number, right? And it wouldn't just be a 5-to-5 ratio. They would probably add a little bit of a bonus because of the fact that you're spending $100. So let's say, because what is that? Yeah, I would say it would probably be around like 35 to 40 almost. It'd be like some random number like 38. So highest is 15, rest is 12. Oh, okay, 15 and 12. Damn, that's still really good. But what does your shell have? You got like a 19 or a 20 on it? He said, by the way, I'm seeing a Brax reaction vid. What's your take on it? It seems like a rage bait video for now having sponsorship. Black Knight, I'm gonna be 100% honest. I've been in here for, what time is it? I've been in here since, when did we start streaming, chat? We've been streaming since, hold on, we can look at the time. I've been streaming since 9:15 this morning. I've been in here the whole time playing the game. Like, I don't pay other CCs any mind, if I'm being real with you. There's the ones that I do support, that I catch when I can. But I actually, like, I'm not gonna lie to you, I don't go on the algorithm and intentionally look for people's videos. I don't have time. Like, I would just being honest. I really don't have time. So if I'm watching someone's video, it's like random as hell. Like, I might have catched it. A lot of the times, even like Sion's my homie, and the only reason why I really see his videos like that is because it notifies me in my Discord when he uploads. But yeah, other than that, yeah, I don't go out of my way to watch other people's content. To be honest, I don't really give takes on other people's contents either, because at the end of the day, like, I do what I do because I do it, and they do what they do because they do it. And I mean, our goals are just completely different. I'm actually trying to like help the community and do certain things because I want to play this game for the next 5-6 years if I can. That's just me personally. So yeah, and I mean, really, for what it's worth, it's just having fun more than anything at the end of the day. So every game has its like ups and downs, and it's just a matter of like it's just a matter of honestly just trying to do better on the game. That's it. You said, save you guys some time and give you some advice. Any complaining videos you see in this game right now is cap and rage bait. Ignore it. Yeah, bro. I mean, to be honest, like, a lot of it, like, if we're being honest, and a lot of people in chat can attest to this, everything that we've said so far has basically been true. Every single thing. Not one thing has been like, oh damn, they just were straight lying. Like, I literally have been saying to people for weeks now. I've said, guys, it's going to be your pets. People have been arguing me with everything under the sun. Oh no, it's because they got that character, and people are now clearing stuff without this character. And now people are just like, oh wow, I didn't realize it, but you actually can do it. And I'm like, yeah, it's just gear diffing. I'm like, that character gives you a little bit of an earlier entryway because of what it manipulates, but it's not the only option. So now people are starting to make those builds. People are getting those Codex of Magics. They're getting their pets, their Fortissimos. They're getting they're starting to actually do all that stuff. And now their accounts are clean. They're clearing stuff way better now. So like these are all things though that we knew was going to be the case. Like it's just kind of how the game was set up. But what ended up happening was I think a lot of people just kind of refused to do the grind. So like some people were like, I know you said farm pets, but I went and just, I just did whatever else on my account. And I'm just like, bro, like, it's just like, I'm like, dog, I'm like, bro, you said it's like a take from last week. Oh, brother. Yeah, and I mean, here's my thing, right? And I probably should do a video on this. Like, and actually, Sion, we should do a video on that too. Like some of the stuff that we're actually trying to push to the devs, I think we should do a video on that. Because that's like, because that right now, and this is what I mean, right? This is why I said I don't make certain types of content, because like, for example, right now, like coming up into next week, whatever we've sent over there is going into a board meeting, right? Like these aren't just like things that are like just us making. This is why I don't make videos, because why would I make a video and I'm not even the biggest CC, right? I'm not. I don't put myself on that pedestal at all. I'm not the biggest CC. I just said I gave everybody the same window. I said, hey guys, you can all reach out to me. Actually, matter of fact, I created a document in the very beginning of the game where every creator that I've come across has had basically access to it from the bigger CCs that at least I've been able to interact with, from Vulcan to Sean B to what's his name, Tamias, to the homie Seishizo. I gave everybody access to that document. Now the thing is that I literally said to them, I said, guys, whatever it is that you guys feel like they could implement into the game, just add it to this. And this is something that we're going to use as a baseline to give to the developers so that they can have meetings about different things that we're noticing within the game, right? Now, what happened with that, that's its own story. But now, what happened with that, that's its own story. But I've since then have made another document. And with those things, it's tons of things that we're trying to get implemented into the game for newer players, but not just for newer players, but also things that are retroactive for concurrent players, right? So with that being the case, I send this over. They're like, you know what? We're gonna bring that into our board meeting. So like for me, I'm like, dude, I'm not going, out of my way to make certain types of content or to divulge into other people's content. Because at the end of the day, I'm just trying to make sure that, like, if we have an issue presented, like I said, there's just more constructive ways that you can handle issues in the game. That's it. Like, I don't think I need to scream, yell, make a rage video. I'm just like, hey, okay, we have these issues. Let's collect all that information. Let's make sure we construct some sort of idea or plan and send that over to the devs on what we think would maybe help players. And so the devs they're being like pretty receptive to that. Then, hey, you guys suck on a video, basically. So that's what I mean. It's just that I just been trying to do something different just so that like we can have a long-term relationship with the developers when it comes down to getting a lot of the changes that we want. And it is a fact that we have basically gotten everything that we've wanted so far. That's the crazy part. We've literally gotten everything we've wanted so far. There might be one thing that they haven't given us. They've given us everything else. We've gotten everything else. Everything else that they could possibly have given us. They're just like, hey, like everything else. You said, trust me, if you guys build your own stuff, you'll be able to do Inferno with your own teams. Yeah, that's on your own terms. Yeah, that's it. You just have to build your stuff, man. That's really it. He says, funny because there's gateway characters that are purely cheat codes, everything in our The only way to do stuff that still struggle with those stages, even the shell farming for a week, is so sad that there's like half of us who are in the CC and social media who are split between complaints and those who are chilling and enjoying the game. Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing, man. It's just that, like, at the end of the day, like, I can't control what other people do, but I really, like, for me, like, I just think, like, if I say I care about you guys and I care about this community being something that lasts for a really long time, I'm gonna take you guys' concerns and take it directly to the source if I have that ability. You know, so that's just how I see it. So that's what I do. I don't like could I drive clicks and make videos and do all that? I could, right? I mean, it's easy. And the harder thing is to try to figure out how you can communicate differently with people versus like raging on video. That's a lot hard. That's a lot easier to do. And yeah, I mean, like I said, I explained that to you guys last stream, like why I don't do it. But he said 2K stamp spent on investigation only dropped 1 out of 2. So I got 4 so far. I've gotten 4 so far. I don't even know how much I've dropped though. You said that's so mature take from you, bro. Said directly get into the devs for any issues and not creating drama videos because it doesn't do anything but hurt the community. And then when people leave, which they are gonna do, the people that are here, we basically are gonna have a hard time getting more players to come into the game because they, again, weren't on the game for long-term purposes. It was just, well, there's hype, I'm gonna play it. I did my sponsor stuff, I'm gonna dip, right? So I've been working on this game for now, me and Scion both. It's been almost 4 years, right? We've been testing the game. We've been trying to build a rapport with the team. And this isn't the only game we're doing this with. Like, we're trying to make these things happen on other games and stuff like that too. Like, that's the other thing. So I don't know, man. It's just one of those things that, like, yeah, I don't watch others' stuff for that reason. It doesn't help my mental. That's it. It doesn't really help my mental at all. You said, is the Summit Arena Shop reset weekly? I think it does. I think it was like 2,000 points or something like that. Is I hope my plan I sent over. Oh, did you add it? Did you add the other stuff you were talking about, bro? Because I meant to ask you earlier. I just hadn't had a chance to look at it. You said, if you use Bramble and Lily, does Twin Trick activate? You said not Twin. Oh, the assist. You said it's up there? Okay. On Lily with the assist for the Bramble. So that's when she gets hit. I don't think it does. I actually think it might. I think it might. Yo, chat, anybody that's built Lily on Bramble, does her assist still proc? My brain is fried right now. I'm not even gonna lie to you. So you said, hope I didn't talk too much. No, Cyan, we need them to know everything, like honestly. It's no, right? Okay. That's what I figured, but yeah, because that would be overkill. If she's on Bramble and then has 100% proc chance, she would be the highest manipulator in DPS at that point, or for manipulating DPS at that point, which would be kind of insane. You said no, the follow was on her turn. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure with the hit itself, it's just the hit. It would just be the hit, because yeah, that would be busted for that interaction. You said I'm working on Kazuyo, need gear. Don't have any of her skill ups either. Yeah, Kazuyo's pretty easy to build. She's just you put some speed on her. She doesn't need to rotate faster though than anybody else on the team other than the DPS. So that's it. That's literally the build for Kazuyo, and she needs effect accuracy. Like, that's the biggest thing. You said it does proc the turn meter. Yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, no, we need all that feedback. Because yeah, I mean, to be honest, like, that's the thing, man. There's like some things that if they just adjusted it or made some things like reoccurring, like I think like you were saying before, like if they made the 2 times reoccurring, bro, like it honestly, it would help with the grind. Like it will also allow people to like plan and save for different events and stuff like that that's coming up. All right, so I think we only have one more character that we need to level to 50. I might try to do one more 6-star today. All right. Cool. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's about to be 7 units at level 50. So that's gonna be pretty good. Did it take away the pinned comment? Oh yeah, I guess it did. Hold on. I'll drop the link. Boom. There you go. Said, you said, is it possible to do a video teach on gears and substats? I don't understand what substats is good with other substats, which is bad for others. I can do a video like that. I can actually do a video like that because a lot of the requests I've gotten recently have been like, it's been like accounts. People want me to look at their accounts and stuff like that. Gear. Like some like just investment choice stuff, like when you're learning like or like understanding like procs and certain things like that. It's so much information in this game. You said, what is the max player level? 100. Yeah, it's 100. So yeah, like after I spend all of my stamina, I'm probably gonna be about almost 70 because I got like 4,000 stamina left to still burn today. And yeah, I'll be about 70. I'll probably be close to that after tomorrow. I get some more pots, so also not including the stamina per level. So yeah, that probably should get me up there. Yo, what's good, Sapicho? Sapico, how you doing, fam? Does anyone know the complete module mission? 12. Get 12 plus 3 battle wheel modules. Can I? Because I can't seem to progress it. So wait, it says get 12 plus 3. 12 plus 3 battle wheel modules? Huh, that seems kind of weird. Like, wait, 12 plus 3 battle wheel modules? That's so specific though. Are you sure it's not level 12 battle wheel modules? But you said plus 3. Oh, is it a 3 node? Oh, okay. Oh, you need 12 3 nodes. Oh, it's not levels. You need them to drop the matrix bonus of 3 battle wheel symbol is basically, yeah, okay, got it. Okay, because I'm like, bro. Yeah, I was reading it like it was 3-star. I'm like, what? You said check the Discord Etheria chat. Hold on. See, was it, wait, which chat is it though? Is this a general one? Said my finest reroll, play 5 accounts and this turned out to be great with the team. Wait, is this your Gotcha Addict? This is your what, rerolled account? I mean, hey fam, you gotta play it, man. You gotta play out the account. He said it's written 12 3 plus 3 battle modules though. Yeah, that's also, but I mean, no, that's not your, I'm not saying that's your fault. Like they just have some things in the game that's like kind of poorly written, to be real. To be real, it's kind of poorly written. Say, yes, I got all the LD5s a man can wish for. I mean, to be real, like you just gotta play the account out, man. Cause the thing is like, I don't know now, like if you're playing, like you're gonna miss the 2 times, man. I mean, I ain't gonna lie, bro. I feel like this 2 times, it's 2 times pretty big deal. Like it's definitely really big deal. So what are you farming? Right now, XP. I got XP going in the background. That's so I can level up my last, what is it called? He said, hey, I stumbled into your Twitch stream. Said, love the optimism. Do you have a YouTube as well? Yeah, I actually do. Let me grab the link to it. If it ever lets me go to it.
If you don't know where...
Nope, we are not watching that commercial. Hold on 1 second. Oh brother, we love internet. Yeah, because I usually dual stream, so I'm streaming on both YouTube and Twitch right now, actually. Let me, oh, I'll just share the stream for YouTube, and then it'll take you to my channel. Yeah, so it'll be the stream over there, but you just click the, you know, little circle icon, and then it takes you to the channel. Copy. Okay, there we go. But yeah, that's the whole, like, we basically been streaming every day. Coming up to the 26th, so we got like 5 days. We're gonna be streaming Persona. There's another game we'll be playing, Silver and Blood. These are all gacha games, by the way. But yeah, we're gonna be playing those games. I am gonna be mainly covering Etheria on that channel. I'll be covering Persona, and then I have other channels and stuff like that. So yeah, you're more than welcome. Join the Discord, see what's up in there. It's pretty nice. He said YouTube with like 30K subs. Don't let this low count fool you. Bro, no, dude, my Twitch has grown a lot, man. Like I literally, you said Silver and Blood. Oh, it's launching on the 26th. It launches the same day. I think Science said Ume launches, Silver and Blood launches, and Persona launches the same day. Time-wise, I'm not sure, but they do all launch the same day. So it's going to be busy. So that's what we're actually doing on the 26th is a subathon, just because it's going to be crazy that day anyway. So I might end up somehow turning into a 24-hour stream. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, man. Yeah, dude, like we've grown a lot, because yeah, we're already at like 35K on the on that channel. The other channel's at like 20K almost. And then soon, like depending on what happens with Chrono Odyssey, once I get my new PC, oh my god, dude, like, bruh, it's just like Chrono Odyssey almost blew up my PC yesterday. I was like, oh man, I was like, this must be what a crackhead PC is, because yeah, my PC almost blew up. I could even run it on the lowest settings, bro. Like I know you told me that, Sion. I was rolling. I was like, dog, I can't even run it on the lowest settings. You said One Punch Man collab with Crystal Atlin on the 26th. Oh, really? Oh man. Yeah, that's oh man. You said Re-Romento White Shadows dropped today. It's pretty good. Re-Romento White Shadows. Wait, is that like a banner? I thought that game was already out. He said, I legit been doing auto balance since I woke up at 6:30 a.m. Yo, that's like, yo. So remember, now I want you guys to remember this. The dev said, like, hey, this is why we don't give more stamina, because you'd be on the game all day. And I was like, yo, I was like, bruh, like, I was like, it's gonna be funny when we get to this 2 times, because I don't think, like, nobody's actually been on their account that long to drop 4,000 stamina all at once, or 6,000 or 7,000 or 8,000. Some people talk about 9,000 stamina in one sitting. And every time somebody comes in here, they're like, yo, dog, like, I just dropped like mad stamina and I'm still like, I'm just here. Like, I had to dedicate the whole day to not leaving. So like, that's why I was like, hey man, like, they be trying to, really what they're telling us is to go touch grass. That's really what it is. They're like, hey, y'all need to just go do something else in life. Like, we get it, you want to play, but like, go touch some grass, bro. Like, cause I'm not gonna lie, like, this is definitely something that players are really Super Sweat. Sure, they might be willing to do this all the time, but like, bro, this is something you really do plan like once a month to do. Cause like, yo, I gotta sit here all day. God, I still got like 40 pots. Yo, yeah, I just hit 39. Like, yo. You said, oh, you should just admit that he can't advance without her. Yeah, I mean, man, that's what I said before. It's just like, sometimes it's just that, right? Like, it's like, you got to separate the ego part and just, hey, man, like, that's what I was like telling people, like, even with my videos for the daily, I was just like showing the little progression things and the little tweaks that I was making day to day to day. And each day, my account was progressively going into the next thing. So I went from like, okay, I'm stuck in Hell 2. Now I'm in Hell 3. Oh, wait, we shifted into Hell 4. So I think it's just that, man. Like, you gotta with this game, I would at least say it was like, it really is it's just the grind. Like you have to grind it, you have to play the game, and once you like grind up those base foundation things, everybody just has been able to kind of like shift into whatever it is. Like their teams are just more free flowing. They're not relying on that, oh, I need a Lily, you know, to do X thing. Yeah, it's just really that. That's why I was kind of wondering how the grind was going to be for those that reset, because I was like, I get it. Like you do get like, you know, if you know, resetting, you can start over and actually do, you know, make certain decisions better. But I'm like, that also is cutting out how much like XP you just spent from like resets and stuff like that. So I'm kind of interested to see how those accounts turn out for people, to be honest, that reset or started over and like ended up on server 4. I'm kind of interested to see how that goes. It said, now watch, y'all, I'm calling it. Both me and Zox will do it, and they will copy it and then act like they never said anything and whine the whole time. I mean, hey, listen, that's it, man. I just play the game. That's it. Like, and that's all it can really be for me. It's like, yo, your Discord link is not working. Can you leak me the invite for your server? Wait, the one in the pinned comment's not working? Hold on, I'll drop the other one. Yeah, I mean, that's really as simple as it gets, man. Like some of these games, like I think like, yeah, there are some games that fundamentally do have problems, but it's just like there's some games that like these games, they've always been like that. Like every turn-based game I've ever played, it was always a super grind. You were trying to get to the hardest difficulty in the game. It took 2-3 months. Like I would argue that this game is allowing us to do it much faster than most other games, if we're being honest. Like, cause a lot of other games, bro, you're locked into, you would be at hell for the next 2 months. Like you would be at hell difficulty to the next 2 months, and really the gear wouldn't even be the thing that would shift you. It would probably be your skill up investments or dupes. So that's why I'm like, hey man, like they're actually letting us kind of scale pretty fast. It's that E7 was nowhere near this fast to end game. Yeah, bro, it wasn't. Like, I mean, that's the thing. Like, and that's just a fact. Like, it really wasn't. Neither was Summoner's War. Like, they didn't let you do that stuff that quick. Shoot, I remember struggling just trying to get a Giants B8 team, a B7 team. Like, that was a crazy grind. That was a crazy grind. Yeah, it is the link in the pinned comment is the same. That one should work for you. You said you got your first clear for Codex. Matt, oh, nice, congrats on that, Meezy. Yeah, that's gonna open up the game. That's definitely gonna open up the game for you. You said been farming XP, sleeping with this auto. Oh damn, well. Hey, more power to you, fam. Yeah, more power to you. Yeah, no worries, Koya. So, dude, back in E7, people used to try to do challenges to make it to Wyvern 11 in 2 weeks, but now players can do it in 3 days. Yo, it's crazy, right? Like, it's so crazy. But that's why I said, like, it's so weird to me that, like, games like Raid haven't shifted their early game progression stuff. Because it's like, bro, your game is pushing almost a decade now. Like, yeah, I gotta make that new player experience kind of fire if you want to, like, bring more players in. But again, the demographic is completely different. There's a lot of older people that play Raid versus like E7. So I think that's also why patience is a little bit different too with the game. Because like E7, I mean, not that everybody is young, but it's not as old as Raid's average. Like Raid's demographic average is pretty old, bro. Like they're real big on like just kind of, they just enjoy their game. Like they don't care. Honestly, I'm almost convinced most of them aren't even on YouTube. Like, to be honest. You said Raid shifted more towards retaining now is what I heard of it. Yeah, it is kind of like that. I think they were like they're gonna, I guess, maybe do some things to maybe do things a little bit better for some current players. But I mean, the new player stuff, it's like they'll get you with some really nice startup stuff, but then you get hit with the like, oh damn, I gotta grind that for 5 years now so that I can like really what Raid is designed to be. It's a game that's intended for you to play it for years. Like they literally just leave it like that. Like that's what they want. They want you to play for 5 years. Like that's what they want before you can do certain content. But a lot of the spenders like that. They like the fact that, oh, I've been playing for 6 years and I can exclusively do this type of content. Other players can't. Some people like that exclusivity, you know. He said, raid players are unks. In my guild, I was the youngest at 26. Most of my guild mates were in their like late 30s. Yeah, honestly, a lot of people I play with, like, I think we had a guy when I was in CLS. I think his name was Grumpy Grandpa or something like that, and he was like a military vet. Like, like I know there's like some dudes that was like definitely in like their mid 40s, like early 50s even. So it's like, bro, I'm playing Watcher of Realms almost 2 years now. Second anniversary is this July, and right now many of us are still grinding gears. So it's kind of one of the in-game gear farming. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. Like that's gear grinding games. But the thing is that progressively, like even like with Dislight, if I get on my account now, is it yeah, I think it's Grumpy Grandpa or something like that. He used to always crack me up though, cause like people would try to argue with him and just be like, yeah, nah, like just don't even do it, yo. He's like the oldest person in the server. Like you just ain't gonna win that argument. But yeah, I mean, like, to be honest, like, yeah, that's just how it is, man. Like, it's how it is. I play Watchers as well. I actually like Watchers for what it's worth, because I like tower defenses. But yeah, I mean, there's that, right? You said it's how to worth farming 740, farmed all the XP I need, and farmed all the skill ups to the characters I use. I mean, yeah, like there's still good gear you can get to be placeholder. You can still get some like pretty good rolls from some outstanding pieces. It'll be a little bit cheaper, save you some Etheria coin. But if you feel like you fulfilled what you needed, then you don't have to keep going today. I mean, there's also tomorrow too. So I would say, like, yeah, farming Hell 2. I had to drop back down to Hell 2 for a little bit. That's actually what I did to get my momentum set. I dropped back down to Hell 2, and then that jumped me up to Hell 4. So I was just like, you know, so sometimes like farming at the lower interval, it's not stepping back. You're basically putting yourself in a position to get the pieces you need at really honestly an easier rate, because like trying to farm at the higher interval and then praying, oh man, I need a crit rate, crit damage, or 2 crit damage pieces, and like it might be a longer grind. You said I've been awake since reset, not sleeping till the 2 times over. Dang. So you going the 48-hour mile, huh? Yeah, nah. I'm dipping. I got some food to eat. Like, I mean, like that's the thing though. Like, this is so chill. Like for me, like right now, like I can grind this and like, dude, I still have 39 pots. My God. I can grind this and still do other stuff. So after I do this, I'm just going to grind out all my stamina. I'm gonna try to have it all done. And that'll be pretty cool, because then I could do for my video tomorrow. I can actually show for day 18 after this, like the first day of the 2 times event, what my account looks like. Because I'm telling you, the video that I posted today, or even from day 16, like I went through my units on that account or that day on my account. And even just today alone, like today alone, my account already looks mad different. Like it already is different. Like my builds, I got the Codex and Magics I needed. I got some gear on some characters I needed. We got the level ups on some units. We skilled up some of the units. I used my lattice on the characters I want to build next. So like that 2 times, like that boosted my account like a crazy amount already. And that wasn't even like, that was just off the first 1,000 stamina that I spent. That wasn't even like using any of the pots yet. So like now that I'm diving into the pots, I know once I get all the XP that I need, yeah, it's gonna be pretty much up for my dungeons, really. So we got Lily at 48. You said that Codex farm kind of sucks the RNG so bad for me. 1 every 12 turns. Yeah, I mean, or 12 runs. To be honest, like I said, the best thing to do, like at least for the way we have it now, if they ever do the 2 times event again, running your shells like in between, unless like you know like you have a specific goal or a specific thing you're doing, or your account's pretty settled. Shells are just a thing you want to get out the way, man. Because even like after this, like I still think the farm is still going to be shells, because you're not like at that point. Let's say you do have the shells you need. Now you're trying to roll the passives. You're trying to roll the passives. So like when you think about that, how much performance are you missing on your character, bro? Like today alone, like when I was rolling my count, right? I rolled 29% crit damage. Like just thinking about that, like if you were rolling these and you're getting those mythic stat values, like how much more value is that adding to your character? If you're rolling the highest attack you can on a roll, 30%, 29, 28%, getting her in that rough ballpark, right? Like that's a big jump in conjunction to the levels, in conjunction to your GP. Like, so there's like so much that make your character full and actually like make them operate that players I know for a fact just are not doing. Like, so like that's why even some of the complaints, I'm like, bro, like a lot of it is like you're operating off of things not even being somewhat built for you. You're like at the lowest efficiency. It's like, oh, I should be able to clear this, and it's like, well, no, like this is in game. So now you're going for your max pet. You're going for your passive effects. When you do transition into Inferno, all you're doing, like, and this is the thing, right? You're doing all this work and you don't even have to redo the pet. Like you don't have to redo any passives after you do it the first time on that pet. You don't have to like re-level the unit. You literally farm the base from Inferno and you literally imprint it. And wow, would you guess? You just literally now stepped into your third set on the build. If you want to use the third set for Fury Edge or for Swift Smite or for Swift Rate, and that was just all from you taking the time to invest into it. When you didn't ease into your Inferno run, all you're doing now is you're just literally taking what you already built and transferring it. Not even redoing it, not restarting it. You just transfer it basically. Because now, like, even if you're doing like the hell modes, you're farming the highest shells you can get. The only thing you're not getting is the third matrix slot. That's it. But everything else is still basically transferable. So you said, Devs, no more 2 times. I've been up since 5 a.m. Bruh. Hey, it'd be like that. Like, hey, but like I said, take advantage of it, man. Like, this is a big opportunity for a lot of accounts. So I think they should add a thing to let us add shells to our dorm. Oh, that would be cool. I'm not gonna lie, that would be cool. I feel like that's something that they seem like they kind of were playing around with that idea with the chaku thing, with that having its skins and stuff like that. I think even for spenders, I'm not gonna lie, that actually might be kind of fire if they add skins for like pets and stuff like that in the future. I think that would actually be pretty cool. Even if they did it like some that you could obtain just from like doing certain events or, you know, competing in like PvP, I think that would actually be pretty dope, man. Like that would actually be pretty dope. No, not for Valerian. I think there's some like weird janky thing you can do, but no, I don't think so. Not for Valerian. He said I spent most of my stabilizers on GP investigation. Or GP and investigation, managed to get pretty much everyone I wanted to at least 45. Yeah, I mean, that's like the thing too. Like, cause you gotta also think about it, like how much XP it takes to like max level a character to 50 versus like, okay, I leveled all my 50s now, and then you just start leveling up everybody else to 45. Like, yeah, it's pretty efficient to do. Like, to be honest, and it just makes it easier for when you're transitioning your character into the next level. All you need now is just the shadow prints. He said, what's the Chaku's point in the game? It's like a familiar. It's like kind of like a little bot that just follows you. It's not even a familiar. It's like a bot. It's the MCs, the main pro tags, like, I guess kind of, yeah, it's just this like assistant or like bot really. So the whole point of like that is just kind of drip, really, right? Like the reason why you have a skin for the MC or even that is just for drip, really, at the end of the day. So they should add at some point the thing that E7 where you get all the EXP when you're using max XP. Oh, it turns into EXP books. Yeah, that would be like that. So that's something that like that would actually be really cool within the game. How early they would add it, I mean, kind of like depends on how they would feel about that. But I think that those things are always nice because then it makes it to where like if you're farming some of the other dungeons where you are gaining XP, it doesn't like become wasted XP. It just like it's still used because I think like some of the dungeons you still are gaining like 1,000 XP per run. So that would be nice on like your max level teams, on your max level units. It's like converting into even if it wasn't like necessarily like 100% of the ratio, but still a percentage of it, that would still build up over time if you're doing X amount of runs over and over and over and over and over. It's I'm using Gigabyte with Wellspring, Strive, and Evo Guard. So my modules are 12-piece Wellspring, 12-piece Strive, and 6-piece Evo Guard. It's 12.86. Oh yeah, so you got 12.86 going right now. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, yeah, when you get that stuff, it opens up a lot. I said, yeah, it would feels like this type of stuff they'll eventually add over time. Yeah, and that's what I mean. Like we're going into now pushing into the 3rd week of the game. And like think about how much stuff is like already happened. Think about how much you've accomplished in the game. And now like once we get past this part of the game where everybody is farmed up their accounts, they have the gear they want, they got some of the pets they're wanting, they're gonna just be constantly still tweaking things. At that point, you're going to be looking at like, oh man, I was stuck there. And that, like, and really when you think about how long you're actually stuck in that spot, it's not as long as you think, like in reality. Cause like some people are like even saying like, you know, I might not be able to do Inferno till next week. That's still not bad, right? Like that's still within, if you're going to be able to clear it within a 3-week period, that's still like, still good. So yeah, Sally, your maxed out character won't get any XP anymore. And it got wasted. That's why I use my units that haven't maxed out yet in my 8 hours farming XP. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that is fair. Cause yeah, that is XP that does go to them. That is true. He says, is this a 24-hour stream? No, it's not. I'm actually about to dip in a minute. He said that was for Valerian. Oh, so that's what you got on Valerian, the Evil Guard. Yeah, that sounds fire. Yeah, that's fire. So yeah, settle with Hell 4 farming, and I can see how much I'm progressing. I'll be Inferno ready soon. Yeah, dude, listen, guys. Hey, we were telling you guys this. Like, it's just like, it really, like, this game is no different than your traditional turn-based gear grinding game. If you do the grind, you should progress, right? Like, there's really no reason why you wouldn't. Because a lot of the answers to like your problems are pretty straightforward. It's just like you got to do it, and once you do it, then things like, and that's the thing that's actually kind of interesting with this game, is that the linear progression, things actually get, at least for this part of where we're at in the game's lifespan, things actually do get easier. So like even you being able to fulfill certain stat values and building out your builds, you hit certain stat lines much easier. You can see that from when you shift from outstanding into your mythic gear. And that same thing is going to be the case when you're able to get 3 matrix bonus on average on each of your pieces, and then also having the 3 matrix bonuses on your pets. Like, there's so many different things. Like, the game opens up and it actually becomes easier. So it's like they literally challenge you in the beginning. They kind of time gate you a little bit. You got to grind. But then the game opens up, and then from there, everybody is just going to be free to do whatever. You're going to make your builds. You're going to be able to do whatever you want at that point. But it's just the initial grind of the game. He says 6 months from now, it wouldn't matter if you started Inferno farming 1 week before everyone. So no need to worry about it. To be honest, the gear farming is infinite grind. Yeah, and that's the thing too, is like just because you had a week ahead doesn't mean you necessarily got good gear. Your gear could be okay, and then somebody comes 2 weeks after you and rolls god tier stuff, and now they're faster than you. Like it could happen like that. Like they just get the drop and then it rolls better. Like that can happen. So yeah, it's like, that's why I said, like with these types of games, man, it's like it just takes time for them to flesh out. Like even the matchmaking, like I wasn't mad with the matchmaking even in the Union, because it's like, well, it's the first one, and usually the way it goes is it takes time for you to actually have an optimal matchmaking system, because they need to collect the data first and for rankings. All right, so we got her squared away. Boom. All right, all my 6 stars are maxed. All right, so all my 6 stars are maxed now. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then everybody else, I'm probably going to work on my 8th one. Let me see here. Yeah, I'm literally like, bro. And I think people are like, yo, this is the other thing too. You can get some stuff like you're getting like you're farming the blue shadow prints. Blue shadow prints add up. Like blue shadow prints actually do add up. I think it's chat, what is it? Is it 60 blue shadow prints? I think that's the math. If I'm not mistaken, I think it's 60 blue shadow prints. I think it might be a little more to make a 6-star, I think, or a 5-star, not a 6-star. Yeah, 60. Yeah, I think it's 60, right? So that adds up. Like, so like I didn't go and grab a whole bunch of new shadow prints. Like that all came from me just leveling my characters. So I'm getting my bases up for the other characters, but now I'm going to be able to take somebody else to 6-star. He said, I went through most of my shadow prints today. Yeah, dude, everybody should start like especially those that have been playing. Everybody should have like at least a good amount of 6-stars at this point after the 2 times if they actually save pots. Said, man, I don't know how y'all been able to make so many 6-stars. Said I've only been able to make 3. Well, okay, so if we're being honest, some people spent, right? So there's people that got way more. But then of course there's people that have actually prioritized shadow prints over everything else. So like even in the weekly shops and stuff like that, some people would like prioritize lattice. Some people would prioritize shadow prints instead. The way that the game has been set up, even with our events, like you kind of have to pick and choose. Like you don't get to get everything. So like you have to kind of approach it based off of what you need. The biggest thing is like leveling characters is like kind of a thing, just because if you want to take a character's base values up, especially character speed, star rarity does apply to speed increase, and then like pets and then like gear subs and stuff like that apply to speed. So a lot of it is that, and then you also have your damage dealers where it's like, okay, well, to see the highest potential out of their damage, I need to take that character to 6-star. So I think even for me, like right now, I'm kind of tempted to kind of go against the grain and build up like Obero. I might actually build up my Obero and take her to 6-star next. To be real, I might do that. I just might, because I actually have it being able to have the momentum stuff now. I can actually build her to do some crazy stuff. So maybe I still need to build Viper though. So I probably do her after Viper. He said, bro, you've always been an Obero believer. Bro, Obero is good. Like she's not, I'm telling you, if I see, and it happens every time. As I'll say something, I'll be like, this is this, right? Cyan will say something, this is this. They'll say, yeah, nah, that don't work. And then not even like the next day or the next week, there's a billion videos talking about how good that character is. Because again, like this is what we've been dealing with for like the last 2 weeks, man. We literally have been going through like the emotional ringer where it's been like, hey, you got to have this to do this. And then the next day they're like, nerf it or reset it. They like, because think about that, right? Like that's all happened in like the last 2 weeks. You guys have been told to reset your Shadow Sanias. You've been told to reset your Shiedas. You've been told to reset Ramoka. I'm sitting there like, wait, what? Like, it's like every character has gotten put on the chopping block. And then when you really look at it, people will then get the shell, which I've been saying from the beginning. Hey man, just get your shells. You can still do whatever you want. They'll get their shells, and they're like, wait a minute, I'm not deleting that. Now we got the Revelation Shieda, we got the Count Ramokas, we got the Shadow Sanias paired up with the like, and I'm just like, bruh, dog, man, come on, man. He said, I used all my luck this year, so I've summoned 21 times, and I got 5 copies of Holden. Wait, from standard or from his banner? Like, what are you pulling on? So how's the 2 times going? Yo, what's good, Raph? It's not going bad, fam. We were leveling characters. I still got like 30 something plus pots, man. So it's a lot. That's a lot. But yeah, so like that's what I mean. Like everything has basically been disproven to be like a fact of like, oh, if you don't have that, then you can't do this. It's like, well, no, you can't do it on day 2, but I mean, if you play to like day 4 or day 3, then you'll be fine, you know? you know, we had our little bumps, you know, had our bumps for sure, but I think some things definitely were amplified way more than what they actually needed to be, because a lot of the characters that everybody was trying to reset, now they're trying to build them all. People are even re-rolling now for all those characters on one account, so it's just kind of like I'm just like, well, that's real. Yeah. You say you still have 50 pots, bruh. I can't even go through like all of this like unconsciously. Like I'm just like hitting the button to auto. I'm probably gonna take a few more characters that I want to 45, and then I'm gonna put a lot more stamina into my gear. So what's the best thing to do to get Etheria coins? I use them so quickly. The thing that gives you the highest Etheria coin output is actually what's it called, modules, because modules don't just give you Etheria coin, but then you could sell the modules for more Etheria coin. That technically gives you the highest, I guess, like yield technically, but yeah, I mean, really everything kind of gives it to you. Is that honestly people should just build what they enjoy and ignore the noise. Yeah, I mean, but and that's my thing. Like, to be honest, like if it wasn't for the fact that like when I say you guys, it's just some people like brought things to my attention, I would have never known it was a thing. I had to literally ask every single time. So like, what is the issue now? It almost made me feel like, you know, like, I don't know, some of you guys are parents, but like if you have kids, like if your kids are like bickering and it's like you have to step in as the parent and be like, so what's going on now? And then it's like something real dumb. Like you're like, oh, like he licked my cracker or something stupid, but they're like arguing and like ripping each other's hair out. I'm like, oh man. Like I like, oh man, this is how this is gonna go. You said what modules would you sell though? To be honest, ones with flat stats that don't have speed on them. Like, to be fair, like that's a lot of pieces. Some that roll, like a lot of pieces. I mean, you could save them, but like, to be honest, your highest potential roll isn't that great. So I just don't even really bother rolling them. So like pieces that have like when I look at a piece and the piece is like, yeah, you got to roll into me like 5 times to actually get a number, I'm like, yeah, nah. So like at this point, I'm not really like trying to roll into pieces that look like this. Hold on, let me see if I can find some. So like if a piece look like this, I'm probably not gonna roll it. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not rolling that piece. That's getting sold. I'm rolling that. Any piece that got like 2 bonuses on it, getting rolled. It is getting sold. And now the only time I would say you might save it, because it's still early, if it has speed on it, you might want to check it, see. If not, goodbye. But even that on mythic gear, very expensive. So I'd say you see two sub, nope, gotta go. Get it out of my face. 3 is my minimum, really. Because the thing is that 3 means that you unlock at +3 and then you roll once. That can kind of give you a gauge if it's rolling into something, right? So like if I unlock this and say it gives me, I don't know, crit rate, right? And then I +6 it and it rolls into speed, that might be something I might keep. Right. So like that's how you kind of filter it, because like that stuff, like if you go, even rolling on the 2 subs can get real expensive, and it's actually more expensive because you're trying to roll more sub stats to see if it does anything. So it's more expensive to do. So you actually just get more of a yield just from selling it. And then you roll in the pieces that have a higher chance of rolling. So like, even when you're looking at like pieces that are really going to be high value, is going to be pieces that like, and I mean, not all of them are going to be like this, right? But you're going to have some pieces that have 4 substats on it. That means that you get potentially, let's say there's speed or crit on there, you have the max roll potential on that, right? So that's what you're ultimately looking for. So 3 substats or 4. That's really what you're really trying to die or at least invest in at this point when you're farming gear that looks like that. Right? You're not just trying to level it. I would argue on like epic, unique, even outstanding pieces, you can kind of get away with it a little bit because it's cheaper, but mythic is just mad expensive. So yeah, like a piece like this. So like, say, for example, this came with 4 substats. That means that if I, like, granted, this is still kind of whatever, but if I was like to say roll this and like, let's say it rolled into crit rate 3 times or it rolled into crit rate 4 times, that would be a crazy piece, because now I'm not rolling to unlock a stat. I'm just rolling into stats. So quad rolls like this are really, really good. Dual rolls, they don't like, they're not really like, are you gonna roll into this? Attack flat and flat HP to find out you might still at most get like a plus, maybe a +5 speed? Like, probably not. I'm not doing that. That's just a waste at that point. He said, I just kept all my gear, but need money now. Yeah, I mean, like, to be honest, let me see something. Let's go to recycle real quick. I want to see how much I have. So, yo, Zox, keep rolling on standard. So I'm 1 copy away from max ting and copium for Shadow Senia drop. Done 800 plus pulls into it so far. 79 pity unlimited. Should I just save? Bro, I would not be chasing the ting right now or any LD. I don't know. Are you spending or are you free to play? Because, yeah, nah, fam. I wouldn't be chasing no LD like that. Not on standard. You don't LD chase unless like you got one of them like them top hats where you put your hand in it and it like pull a rabbit from another like dimension. Like yeah, I mean, hey, if you got it like that, more power to you. But like, if you free to play, I don't know, man. I wouldn't be doing magic tricks. Like that's gonna be that's gonna be kind of cool. You don't do anything at that point. Hold on. That's my random. Hold on. Fix that. All right. My dashboard won't load now. All right, there we go. So I'm at 400 rolls and permanent and still no deting. Really? You don't have one? I mean, I'm saying that like I'm surprised. I don't have Oval yet, so he's an RGB. So that's even more upsetting. So yeah, that's why I said like even rolling the ting is like way more of a or way less of a chance. So he said, do you have a prediction for if Inferno gets nerfed? I feel like we'll lose a lot of casuals when they hit 50 if they don't slightly adjust it. No, I don't think so. I honestly just think that they need to do more things like 2x events and let people get mats. Like, because to be honest with you, the dungeon itself and the difficulty is just not, it's not feasible for the amount of like squeezing in terms of like resource yield that you are having to do. So like, say for example, okay, you're like, you barely have enough of anything to do anything, right? So like, it just scarce. It's scarcity, really is what you're dealing with. So now, the thing that like, for example, we're just seeing just from 1 day of 2x, it literally has let, you said YouTube stops at 12 hours if I remember. Yes, it does. It literally is allowing people to make that jump just because they've been able to farm it. Like, so I don't think they're gonna adjust it because in reality, Inferno is not that hard. It's the fact that people don't have the gear to make it things easier. So I think really what it is just more accessibility to be able to grind. I think people will be fine, really. Like, you said they should just release Inferno, said a month or two later, so people weren't so FOMO about Inferno. That, I mean, to be real, that's valid. I mean, that is valid. They could have definitely pushed it back. It didn't have to come out all at once. But I think that's what sometimes is like the thing, like when you present your game and people get to see everything, it's like now being presented. So it's kind of like now setting expectations that this is now what needs to happen. So yeah, I mean, yeah, I definitely don't disagree. Yeah, I definitely don't disagree. You said, it said like you see an Inferno clear with red Kazuyo or Kachi to guard. It's brutal to build them from scratch. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, the other thing is too, is I don't think they need to just adjust things. I think maybe what can also help is giving players units that can help them do X thing, right? So that is something I think is like something still like important to acknowledge too, is that like having certain units, even if they were like certain SRs, which I think that that's something that we're also pushing for, which is having more SRs along the way that like give you certain value. But not only are they giving you the value from those characters for giving you the characters, but they might help you out with like some early build investment for those characters so that you can actually use them in the content you're trying to use them in. So I think it's that, like, it's little things that they can do to make the process more seamless. I don't think they necessarily have to directly nerf it though. That's the biggest thing, right? Like, because a lot of it is like it's easier to just say like, yeah, we'll just nerf it, but then the people that actually went the extra mile, that did all that extra work, it always sucks for them because they just did all of that extra for it to get nerfed. So it's like, I feel like if it was like super astronomical, where if people were hitting their builds, like let's say for example, now people have their max builds and they're doing certain things, but now they still can't clear Inferno. Like, yo, I got my build, I got my units doing, like I got them stacked, but I'm still going in there and I'm getting beyond clapped. They sending me back to the lobby. Like, that's when you're gonna have to consider like, all right, yeah, we might have to make some adjustments, because that kind of happened with if I'm not mistaken, I think it was like Wyvern 13. When it first came out, like Wyvern 13 was a little overtuned, if I remember correctly. And so they did do some adjustments. They also did, but again, what E7 did too is they also made units, and then also gave units to make it easier for people to be able to farm. But that was all, and I think people forget about that. Like, that was all collected from players. That was all data that was collected. So they didn't just like make that change simultaneously. They actually realized, like, when Brig came out, like Brig wasn't one of the first characters that was being free to play, that was being given to free to play. He wasn't even in the game. He came in like that whole vampire saga portion of E7. So when Brig came in the game, and then it was like, yo, you got this tank with this counter gimmick, and he like pops off in Wyvern, like, that character was out for a little bit, and then they were like, you know what? Like, there's a high population of the player base that's making use of this character for this. Let's give this character for free. So they ended up giving Brig for free as a tank, like DPS tank for your team. And so, yeah, you said everyone hated Brig the first month due to him being OP. Yeah, he was busted. But that's the thing. It helped the game out so much, but it took time. It was like, and again, same thing with like before that, they were giving out Muiz, I think his name was. They were handing you a Mui was busted. Like, he was straight busted for Wyvern. He was a whole 3-star. He was mad busted. And it was crazy because you could pair him up with your Sigurd. And you could still run like whatever tank and support, and like he would pop off. Like, he would just go crazy. And yeah, it was just like they've tuned it. They made it better over time. He said the same thing happened with Tamarin. Said they saw how her value was in PvE and made her free. Yeah, but again, the other thing is too is they have more character diversity and variety. Like, they have units to just say, you know what, we got like 1,000 units in the game. We can give them entire teams now for each of these dungeons. Like, we can just give them entire teams now. So, I mean, eventually those things are going to happen. I mean, even like Summoner's War, like, all it's going to take for this game is for them to do some sort of fusion system, or, I mean, every game is going through that phase where it's like that beginning and it's the grind. Then they implement something that's like super game changing, and it becomes the standard norm, and it even makes the beginner process faster. So it's like, if we go back to Summoner's War, Ifrit, getting Dark Ifrit changed your, like, Veramos. That changed the progression in the game when he was dropped as a fusion unit for the first time. Like, that completely changed things for people. It actually was the solution that helped with making Giants teams easier, or Giants running Giants better, because Giants was a menace, bro. Like, Giants was one-shotting people left and right. Like, that's just like, that was like literally how Giants was set up, bro. You go into Giants, you're getting pummeled, like you're getting Hulk smashed before the fight even really started, and that was just a fight. So they implemented things like Veramos, which kind of helped with that. Like, you got the cleanses, you had the stun, the AoE stun for the waves. Veramos had crazy damage himself. They really did like make a big change. You said as tired of Summoners War as I am after 11 years. It's still the GOAT to me. Yeah, for mobile gaming, like Summoners War has done its thing. I will say. I mean, they went from like the phase of like year 1 to where they're at now. I still think it's a fun game. Like if you enjoy it, like I think you're gonna get a lot out of it because it's still like, especially now, dude. Like when you like, I got on there not too long ago, and like, bro, the amount of units and just free stuff you can get is insane. And then if it's a collab, like they basically hand you collab characters, like they give you the scrolls for them. If it's there any anniversaries or special events, you just get summons, like hundreds of summons. They don't care, like, and it's just how it is now. But the game, it took time to get there. So hopefully they can do things a little bit faster on this game, but. Yeah, those games have tons and tons and tons of value now for players. Let's see here. So I think I might take. And now it's gonna be kind of a cakewalk now, taking these units to 45 because I'm gonna take Mia up to 45 for healing. That's gonna inherently help my that's gonna help my Aurora team, bro. I tell you, yo guys, I'm telling you right now, if I finish all my stamina grinding and I'm doing Inferno tomorrow, I swear, bro. Like, yo, if I finish all of this like I'm trying to tonight, I'm gonna be trying to push my account to do Inferno. I ain't even gonna lie to you guys. I wish I did this up to 45, farm the XP. The worst farm in the game, bro. I mean, to be honest, like I'm glad it's the 2 times though, so it's making it a little bit more. You said you got to do the misinfo video too, bro. It's so like, but that's what I'm saying, man. Like it's just so like even like today, like I went into Inferno and I literally was like, bro, I just don't have enough effect accuracy to do this. As soon as I get enough effect accuracy, it's over. That's just for Doki Doki. I'm gonna be speed clearing that. Like, I'm so serious. Like, I literally just need the effect accuracy and it's GG. Because my team actually has the rotate. What is kind of crazy is they still can rotate, and they still rotate well in there. I just literally need to land my debuffs, and the resistance is just way higher in there. For Terramatan, I think the thing I really need for that, I honestly think I just need to build up my deting better. That's really it. That and probably get some of my other rotations going. So yep, that's what I think a lot of people forget is things take time. So if you're not willing to wait and expect the best off rip, you never really cared. It sounds like the game in the first place, in my opinion. Yeah, I mean that's the thing too. Like some games like progressively get better, and it's gonna bring some players back. This game, all it's gonna take is like their first major collab. It's gonna bring people back. To be honest, like it is, and I think also too that's why like. I think it's like so important. You know, so like definitely like show more love to those that are trying to, you know, add value to the space long term. Because that's the thing, man. Like things happen. Every game has something, but yeah, you gotta problem solve as a community and like try to come to a constructive conclusion. And that's all I'm trying to do. At least is like that's what I want my value to be to the space is like. Trying to get us to a point where it's just more constructive and it's like, okay, we don't like this, that's fine, but how can we go about getting it implemented or changed? You know, and like I said, like I know for a fact the devs aren't really responding to anybody else, but as soon as I sent them an entire document of like, hey, like, you know, these are just some of the things that we feel like could be fixed in the game, yada yada yada. They responded so fast to that. They were like, wow, we really appreciate that. Like, we're gonna review it at our next meeting. And I was just like, okay. Like, you get what I mean? Like, so I was just like, okay, we kind of, again, there's a way I think that we can communicate with them, but that's not how it started. It just went straight to let's cause drama. And so now, like, I just feel like that's kind of like what led us to getting certain responses in the way that they were giving them. Because the team has been up until those recent things, they have been so consistent. So it was just weird that like, and it wasn't weird because we knew exactly what it was. It was just the way that things were being pushed towards them. It was like, all right, well, now we got to kind of PR everything. And I was like, man, like, so yeah, it's just trying to make sure that you guys are actually heard and it's not just screaming like that literally does nothing. And then half the stuff that got screamed about people ended up reverting it anyway and not wanting to do it in the first place. They almost made the Animus reconfigure pointless. I mean, granted, a lot of us were able to use it to reset other things, but the things they were pushing for the reset for, nobody actually really reset those things. So I just like, man, I don't know. He said, it's I love that they're listening to your feedback. Well, that's the thing. I'm not trying to just give my own feedback. I'm trying to include everybody else. But the problem is that I like other people X themselves out when they do certain things a certain way, and not because I'm saying like, oh, they shouldn't be a part of it. I've opened up, I literally have opened up the door to be the person that people funnel information to the devs if need be, because I want everybody to be heard. I'm not selfish at all. Like I'm just not, that's not how I am. I care about everybody's thoughts and their opinions and the value. Like I don't feel like I have all the all-knowing thoughts and the best ideas for the game and how they should do everything. But that's because I don't put my ego in the forefront. Like I don't have ego. Like I mean, everybody has it to some degree, but I don't have it so much to where it like consumes me to where I feel like if it's not my idea, then it's no good. And that's just not it. Like I take value from everybody else. So if people sent me anything, it went straight to the devs every single time. Like I didn't pick and choose what I felt like I should send or not. Like, nope, straight to them, because that's feedback from the community. And I literally, like, yo, I'm telling you, like, Scion knows I have tried to really extend myself to really be open to as many people in the space, especially amongst us of the bigger CCs, to really make it to where they could have that opportunity to communicate their thoughts and feelings in a way that would actually help grow the game and not tear it down, you know? So that's kind of the thing. It's bro, you're kind of one of the key CCs, so that's good to hear they listen to you. Well, that's the thing. Like, I mean, it's to a degree though, right? Like if, like I say, it's like all it takes is one bad apple to mess up everything for everybody else, and that's it, right? It doesn't matter how LinkedIn I am. It was like I said, the first time for me not really getting a response was when all the stuff happened last week. Like that was like so weird to me, because I was like, but I also I had to sit back and analyze what was happening, and I was like, oh man, like I kind of get it now, because now they have to kind of look at everybody slightly different and like try to figure out who can they actually like who is it that they can trust that's not gonna try to like EOS their game. Like that's that's kind of that, right? That's like literally what ended up, like I'm 1,000% if I was in their shoes as a company, that's what I'm gonna look at. And I think that's just the idea, right? It's just a realistic thought process. Like if I know that you're going out of your way to try to do something, and you're trying to push for something, but in hindsight it's really hurting me, I'm gonna kind of approach you a little bit different. So I got PR'd last week. It was really weird. Like, and I have not gotten a PR response from them in like 4 years. And when I got that response, I knew it was kind of bad. I was like, oh, okay. So yeah, that was that. I was like, dang, like that kind of sucks. So yeah, like like you could be as LinkedIn as you want, but all it takes is one person. It can mess it up for everybody. Like I said before, I've seen games completely stop talking to the community because of one creator. I've seen it multiple times. He says Zox being nice about it. Said, but the reality is certain creators ran their mouth, and now they aren't being listened to anymore, and they have nothing to blame with themselves. Yeah, that's really what it is, to be honest. And I think that's the thing. Like for me, is that I want you guys to enjoy the game. Every game we go into, I think that's, like I said, it's just been the learning lesson. The worst thing is when you find a game you actually enjoy, and it's like, yeah, that game needs work, and there's things that can be fixed. But before they can even get to that point, the game gets EOS'd. that's like, yo, like, what year was that? Was that 2020? Bro, was that 2024 where like every game was just getting EOS? Or was that 2023? I think it was 2024. Like, it was like every game like that was coming out was just getting EOS. And it was like just straight up off rip. Oh, you guys, goodbye. Like, we don't like that. Nope, goodbye. I was like, dang, like that game didn't even have a chance to they didn't even have a chance to fix it. And I almost like, and that's kind of the scary thing, I think, for me, is that like if it wasn't for like if me and Scion wasn't here, I don't know if this game would even be here right now, to be honest. like, like that's the crazy part. Like, not to say there wouldn't be players, but it wouldn't have been as much constructive information coming out about what's actually happening or why something is away, or like, you know, like, wait, no, you shouldn't do that. Like, I don't think it would have been as much of that. And so, yeah, like, I'm like, it probably would have been last week. Like, it would definitely have been last week, bro. It would have definitely been last week. So, yeah, I mean, that's just that, man. I just want all you guys to be able to enjoy it, man. That's it. That's it. Said, I want to honestly be enjoying this game for us for you. So, follow you back in the Tribe 9 days. And when you did your EOS video, you mentioned ER. And man, thank you. Yo, Captain, you know what's crazy? You remember like when all the stuff was going, like, so here's the thing. I always tell you guys, I'm consistent. I'm very, very consistent. Remember when all the stuff was going on with Tribe 9? Did I make a video about any of that stuff? Like, so people are just like, oh, you're just doing that. Bro, Tribe 9 paid me $0. Like, they gave me $0, bro. That's not even a joke. Like, they really gave me $0. And I said absolutely nothing. I remember there was people coming in my stream and they were like, yo, you're like, I just like, between you and probably Scion, I like the only people we haven't heard like making like this drama stuff. Like, you're just in here gaming and I'm over here giggling at the damn storyline. And like, I was just having fun, bro. And it was so funny to me because I was like, it's the consistency. Like, I'm just like that. Like, that's how I am. So same thing with that game. I acknowledged it for what it was worth. I was like, yeah, it does kind of suck, but they need to fix it. And then they did that massive rebate crap. And I mean, that kind of EOS the game, but like, that's like, and the consistency was there though. You said the same with watches. Devs are really open, really very open about the issues with their big CCs are like a bridge from players to devs. And I feel like one of the reasons the games will last long is due to their CCs. Yeah, I mean, the thing is that everything is all about everything is always about who's at the top, man. Like, who's at the top really can predetermine a lot of things in the community, and they set the tone. You know, and so it's that. It's like, it's really important that, and that's why I always tell people, I'm like, it's not so much about just like speaking up on things, but it's also understanding the cause and the effect, right? I know I can do something now, but what is the long-term effect of the action that I'm about to do? And so, like, that's just a mature thought process, because I know I can get a response, right? Sure, you can get a response, but how exactly is that going to affect things long-term now that I've gotten that response? So that's why I said, like, I'd rather people blame me for stuff and be like, hey, you didn't say anything, but I'm in the background actually making things happen, versus me putting out a video or doing certain things or saying certain things. It gets taken or misconstrued the wrong way, and it just sounds like I'm just being angry, right? You know, like, so it's just like, for me, it's like, okay, how do I problem solve? So let me like actually look at what the issues are. And then I take like, what was it? The other day, I probably took like 2-3 hours where I just sat there and I was just typing out a document of like generating different ideas. I'm like, okay, like what can we do? I reached out to a few other people and I was like, including Cyan. I was like, hey man, like, I'm doing this document. These are some of the things that we got going on. I need your opinion as well, because I don't want this to be all about me, because I'm not the only one that has thoughts and opinions and things that make sense for the community. I'm like, it's a collective effort. That's why I always tell you guys, if you have a good idea, a lot of the stuff you guys are bringing up, I sent over to them. So as far as like the making sure, like somebody brought up like, hey, the events aren't fulfilling. Like, can you let the devs know, like, we need that to feel more fulfilling? Like, it would just, you know, at least let us like gain all the stuff that we can get with currency, at least, you know, not saying you got to give us like a, you know, infinite amount so we could just sit there and buy Etheria coin or training data, but at least let us have that, right? And so, yeah, that's the main thing, right? So I sent that over, and there was a few other things that I sent over that for those that did send me stuff, I sent it over to them. So it's stuff like that. It's a dude, I see huge creators who don't even play Ethereum who made drama videos from some posts they saw on Reddit, and they get tens of thousands of views. It's truly sad. I mean, that's how it is, man. I mean, how can I put it? Like, I think that it's gonna come a time where it really does like because in reality, not you guys, but you guys as a collective, like as a whole, as far as viewers in general, you gotta pick better who you make or who you put into certain positions. That's where it's like that saying, like where you'll hear people say like, oh, we picked the right guy. Like people you gotta support those guys that really are trying to make a difference in the space, or trying to be different, or trying to be more positive. The guys that do get that tend to typically get support, and it's just how society is, are the guys that are more negative. And so it's just kind of like that, right? Like it's that. So I think it's always that, because at the end of the day, like people like those guys don't make themselves famous. Like it's people, right? So it's just simply that. And you know, not to say like people aren't good people, but I think it is also like the things you do and the things you say, they should matter, and how you influence people is really important. So if I know that there's those of you guys that are trying to enjoy yourselves, or you look up to me, or you value my opinion, I can't take the things that I say very lightly. I have to make sure that I'm being very intentional when I do speak. And I have to also make sure that, again, I'm looking out for you guys' best interest as people that watch up, or that are watching me, and that, you know, that just enjoy my content generally. Because I hear some people say stuff like that all the time, like they don't believe they have influence and all this other, like that to me is just not true. Like if you have 50 people that watch you, or 10 people that watch you, and they watch you every single day, you have influence. And whether you're influencing 2 people or 1,000 people, that can shift a lot, right? Like you can just be influencing the right person, and now that person becomes something massive in society. Like you never know who you're speaking to or who you're influencing. Because I mean, like, to be real with you guys, like I don't think I would be half the CC I was if I wasn't watching creators like Scion, if we're being honest. Because I've seen dudes that was like literally just putting out content, and they're putting out quality content about the game and enjoying themselves. And so it kind of set the standard for me. So when I became a content creator, like my thought wasn't to make a certain type of content. I went in there and was like, you know what, I'm gonna get good. I'm gonna, you know, create my own ideas, do skits, do all these different things. That's how I started making a name for myself. And it was all hard work. That's all it really was. So I think that's the thing, is that it just needs to be more examples of that. It's also, I wonder how many people realize this ain't XD's first game. Sort of Candelaria has quite some similarities. Yeah, they've had, like, I've done some testing for XD for quite a while. A lot of people don't know that. Like, I localized Sword of Convallaria, by the way. Like, I helped do global localization for that game. And I tested out before then Torchlight Infinite. That's another XD game. Trying to think what else there was. I know they did Go-Go Muffin. I didn't play that personally, but I know they had Go-Go Muffin as well. But yeah, dude, like I'm one of those guys. I love playtesting games. Right now, I'm actually playtesting some stuff for what are they? What is the name of that company? It's the same company that makes Guardian Tales. They're gonna have some new projects coming at some point. So, yeah, I'm doing some stuff with them. Like I did, obviously was playtesting all of Etheria. Like, yeah, I really do invest myself into games and communities and stuff like that. And, that to me is like, I enjoy it. I genuinely do enjoy it. So that's why when games come out and people see me like, yo, where'd you come from? Like, I'm like, dude, I've been here, but I might've just been in the back, like, you know, like just like doing stuff, or like collecting data, or finding like errors in text and stuff like that. Like that was like, and these are things I was just doing, not getting paid. Like I just enjoy doing it. So yeah, that's why it's like, I don't know, man. Like I always say that, like, you got to make it about what you enjoy first, and then everything else will kind of follow. You said old battles, rationals versus Japan. Kind of, yeah, that's kind of what it is. You said, I love buying only 2 items in the event shop. That's how it. Yo, they said either you get that lattice or you get a shadow print. You gonna have to pick one. Like, you don't get both, brother. Yeah, you don't get both, brother. You say thanks for your heart rate. No, I appreciate that. No, listen, again, it's not even about accolades, man. Like, For me, it's just enjoying myself. Like I want to have just as much fun as you guys want to have fun. That's it. I just want to have fun, man. So yo, I've been playing all day and still have 7K stamina. I need help, bro. To be honest, you can burn the rest of it tomorrow. Like you like, just remember you got that. You'll probably have to tack on an extra 1,000 if you do the refills, but you can throw some in to tomorrow. You said how many 6 stars are you sitting on? I got 7 right now. That's at level 50. I'm probably about to have my 8th. Yeah, yo, Twitch is wilding, bro. It's just kicking people for some reason. I don't know why. It's just Twitch twitching, literally. So, bro, I'm overwhelmed with how much I can grind. Yo, hey, I'm telling you, that's why the devs was like, give them more stamina. They're like, yeah, I don't know about that. Because I'm not gonna lie, they actually did test that in one beta. They gave us like 10 stamina pots a day. Like, it was mad dumb. Like, and it wasn't even like, I don't even think it was like once a day. It was like a few times throughout the day. And we were literally like not able to spend all the stamina. Like, it was like almost impossible. I was like, bro, like, I was like, yo, there's no way we can spend all this stamina. Like, so I like, yeah, I mean, that's the thing too. They'll probably like enhance some of the features in the game for farming and stuff like that as well. So, it's how many stamina pots per element did you guys use to stock up skill ups? Wait, you said how many stamina pots per element did you guys use to stock up skill ups? Wait, are you talking about wait, are you saying like how many stamina pots did we use for elements? So like for me, I farmed exactly what I needed. I didn't like over farm necessarily. I farmed exactly what I needed to level, and then I put the rest into like taking my characters up to like my 50s, and then I did some module farming a little bit earlier. So I was doing Hell 4 on Doki Doki, so I could get some better pieces from there. And then, like what I'm doing now, I'm just getting enough XP to take certain characters that I need to 45 at least. And then from there, I might have another character I might have to max, because I think I might be close to another 6-star. You said, I won't lie, I'm mad dumb. I don't know. I'd say I didn't know you could farm Shadow Prince. Yeah, well, that's the thing. It's been there, but the problem is, or has been, that like out of all the dungeons, the XP dungeon like isn't like the most, I think it's not the most advisable dungeon to go and farm right off rip, because like a lot of stuff you can clear earlier without having to take your units up all the way. But now we're at end game, so we have to treat it like it's like as such. Yeah, and it's a lot of RNG too. Yes. So we have to treat it as such. So now you're trying to increase your base stats, your max levels, your maxing levels, your you know, trying to get your max pets, you're trying to get your more optimal set bonuses. You're gonna start rolling your passives. That's what's gonna make everything a lot more clean, and people's units are just gonna work. Like, you're gonna notice it. Like, one day you're just gonna be sitting there like, damn, like that team, I didn't know that team worked like that. Like, but it's gonna be your full build. Like, a lot of the units, they don't have a lot of their base stats, so they're getting hit really hard. They don't have the shells rolled with the passives, which the passives could make up for a lot of stuff too. But yeah, double drop with the prints are nice. Yes, because it's like, it's gonna get you to that goal of 60 much quicker too. But I would say, like, outside of the double drop, it kind of just felt bad, like, to be honest, to farm XP. So the double drop, I think, is like definitely helping. Like, even like since we've been farming this whole time, I got like another 4 million Etheria coin. So that like within itself has already been like, it's gonna help me with leveling some new pieces. Since actually, did any replacements for Fangus and Inferno Terror? Said I have every SR but Fangus. Fangus is being used for the dot comp. If you go for like other comps, I mean, it depends on the team you're trying to do. Like, cause what team are you running in general? Is that like a Shadow team you're doing? You said, I'm eyeing it by amount on each. Yeah. You said, is there a way to play Shadow without Lily? There is, but you got to actually build up the rest of your stuff. Like, Lily is like ease of access or ease of entry to Inferno with how she procs. But once you get like enough speed, you have, I mean, really, for what it's worth, once you get like enough units built up, they can take a couple of hits. And really, more than anything, it's really the speed. You'll be able to have Shadow be self-sufficient. The other thing is too is like you have comps where like especially like once you get stuff built up, that's just Fangus and Shadow Sania. Like it's not even Lily. Like honestly, the whole Shadow Sania Lily thing, that, like really this like official release is the first time I've really seen players really doing that, because before that we always just did Fangus and Shadow Sania by themselves. But to be honest, when you're coming from the bottom up, it makes sense that Lily gets slotted in a lot earlier because of what she manipulates. So that's kind of that. But like ultimately, like once units are built, she can literally do it by herself with Fangus. Like there's just 2 dot units at that point. You okay? It's time. You said, am I okay? Yeah, I'm vibing with chat. You said Vice. Dude, I gotta build Vice. I gotta see what you guys are talking about with Vice. To be honest. So I'm running the dot team at the moment so I can clear Terror consistently, but it gets smoked in Inferno. Yeah, it's that one shift. Like, so if you're trying to shift up, what do you do? Yeah, Miss Zox is getting antsy. She's like, you've been in here streaming all day. You said for Terror, Infernal Terror, I've been using Shadow Sania, Holden, Fangus, Valerian, and Freya. Do you think there's a different unit I should use in Inferno or build them up more? Wait, you're doing Inferno with them? I mean, to be honest, the only thing I could... Wait, no, and that's for Terror? No, you're... I mean, there's other units. Like, you got units like Mia. You got... I mean, but to be honest, Valerian is fine. Do you have Valerian 6-star yet? Because Valerian 6-star gives you more shield because she, especially at like level 50, she gives you more shield because of her HP. You say, yeah, tell him that. Yo, leave me alone. Yo, bro, she's gonna have me off the game anyway in a second because she's gonna make me eat. So, but yeah, huh? Make me eat? Yeah, that's what you do. No, I'm not saying that as a bad thing. I didn't say it was a bad thing. See, you guys about to get me in trouble. You guys are about to get me in trouble. You said you're not. Oh, okay. So yeah, to be honest, like for like that setup, I mean, let me see. You got Holden for the strip, Dot, Fangus, Valerian. I mean, the main thing is going to be, well, I know you're taking a crap ton of damage, so like, if you're trying to use like that setup, you could easily like build into more of one Shadow Sania being like, what's your speed on your Shadow Sania, by the way? I'm just curious. Yeah, what's your speed on your Shadow Sania? Because if you want Shadow Sania to be more efficient, she needs to be fast. I mean like in like Inferno fast, not like I'm doing Hell fast, but like because Inferno and Hell have 2 different speed requirements, to be real. And there's the effect accuracy requirement that also shifts as well for her to land her dots. You said I have Harvest stacked with Messiah, defense ignore, so it's like equals. I think it, if I recall, I think it calculates separate, but I could be wrong on that for the defense ignore for him. Yeah, I mean, even for Messiah, his better build is still going to be him on, I think it's like Revelations with, I think it's Onslaught. It might be, chat, is it Onslaught? Are you guys running Messiah on Onslaught? What's the name of that set? Onslaught Harvest? Or are you going Onslaught, I don't think they're doing Momentum with him. I mean, maybe some people are, but I think it's Keen Eye. I think it might be Keen Eye. It said, Zach, how many 6-stars do you have? Because I only have 3 now, including the one I made today. 7. Yeah, I have 7 right now. He said 200. So she's 200. And that's factoring, that's your setup now. So Holden would have to be faster because you'll need the strip from him in order for her to land her debuffs. But then she'll need to be faster too. Because like in order for you to rotate or like really cut that, it's like 286, something like that. Yeah, it's like 286 or something like that. Which in reality, that's like getting like plus 11, plus 12 gear for the most part. on your speed subs. So that's kind of that with like a passive roll for the second slot on speed, on a mythic at least. So probably like 19 to 20. You said 287 to outspeed. Yeah, is 87? Yeah, see, I'm off by 1 speed. So 250, 256. Yeah, so you need a little bit more speed. He said I have 267 my Hoden, and he's able to strip right off. Wait, but that's 267? Doesn't something still go though first in Terra though? You don't just go first. In Inferno? At 267 you go first? I thought it was like 270, like 270, 280 something. It's like somewhere around there. Yeah, so the arm goes first in Inferno, right? Okay, yeah, arm said the left hand goes first, then me. Okay, so what you have to basically mitigate is the arm targets the person with the lowest HP, so you have to mitigate that damage, basically. Yeah, because to be honest, that's like the biggest thing, is that first hit. If you're using Valerian though, Valerian kind of like innately like prevents that. But if you're also able to start out with like your holding going, so 256, so then you don't need that much more speed then, because if they're running them at like 267, it's still almost about that 270 mark though. But yeah, that's like relatively what you need, is a little bit more speed, and then you'll be able to actually rotate a little bit better. Because the other thing is too, even for your Shadow Sania, like as your other values and your speeds go up, you can run the other characters faster because they won't over rotate. So as long as your Hoden is the fastest character in that setup, you'll always start out with your strip, and then Shadow Sania can be faster. You can run her on a Jackal Guard too. Something that can help with giving you more of a speed bonus can help as well, because then that can make up for some of the lack of speed that you have when that procs. So he said if only Dinah was faster, I could conquer Hell 3. That's so close to. Yeah, honestly, Dinah, dude, I was running her on Black Flag for the longest time. Like I really was, because that speed up buff for some characters really does help them a lot with their rotation. It definitely can help a lot. He said Inferno is such a big jump. Yeah, it is. It's a little bit of an adjustment, but like, to be honest, your base values are so much higher, and then like even the things you need, it's like again, it's like you just got to kind of tune it, and if you can help it, like there's some people that are doing Inferno with like, they're still using their epic pieces, outstanding pieces, and they're cheaper, and they can still roll high speed values on them. Like, it's not like the speed values are like just worse. I would say for a lot of your right side, you probably want some of those mythic pieces, but left side, you can low-key get away with certain pieces if it has like the values that you need. He said Shadow Sania skill 1, or I would say probably Shadow Sania if you're using her in your setup. Because to be honest, for Shadow Sania, her, like, if you want her to dot enough, she needs her passive increase. Like that's like a super important thing for her. Hoden, you can go without having him at like, I'm assuming you mean at 5 on the skill 3. You can make do without that being max. You just have to go with more effect accuracy on him. If you actually skill it up though, you can actually go for crit, because crit doubles the chance at 50%. So crit's actually like really, and then you can still run some effect accuracy, but yeah, you don't have to go too crazy. It's like really, honestly, it alternates between the two. But yeah, Shadow Sania is kind of like, her passive is kind of big if you want the dots, like a ton of dots from her. He said, let's see. He said, are you gonna make a video explaining? Wait, say explain the speed and effect accuracy in Inferno? I can, if that's something you guys want. Like I know they mentioned like one for gear, what gear to keep, etc. And then of course like that. Yo, break starter, appreciate you for the super chat, fam. He said, I'm new to the game and I've been playing for 3 days. I came from Raid Shadow Legends. Oh my god, you came from one of my favorite games of all time. He said I played that since 2019. So I have Freya holding Hellkid. Can you show me some builds and where to farm? Said I'm stuck at Terror Heart 3. All right, so what's your account level right now? I would say like for Hellkid, if you want to build up a Hell Kid, Freya, I'm not gonna lie, out the box is like probably out of those units you mentioned is probably just one of the easier units. Like she just does her support job like it's nothing, right? So like with Freya, just needs to be built fast, right? Like she's very, very easy to build. You said you never understood how RSL was so popular, bro. It's a time period it came out, man. But like Freya, okay, so Freya, right now I'm running her on Gigabyte, but like some of the earlier pets that you can run her on would be things like Black Flag. You have what's it called? When did I transition from Black Flag? I think I went into Gigabyte. No, when I went into my transition, I don't think I did Black Flag first, or I don't think I went Gigabyte first. I think it might have been Artisan. Well, let me actually go to the dungeon. Let's see. So, Grim Pursuit. Yeah, it was Black Flag. Oh, I think I was running her on Diamond Heart for a little bit. So Diamond Heart is basically the baby version of Artisan, and then Black Flag is the epic version of Jackal Guard. And then what was it? It wasn't Whitney. I skipped Shanghai Jing, and I went straight into, yeah, it actually was Gigabyte. So when I went into Nico Nana and I opened that up, I started farming. But at level 18, okay, that's a little early then. So what you're gonna be aiming for then, I think at 18 you still will be able to use things like Unbridled Science. So there's a pet that gets overlooked quite a bit for characters. It is probably one of the best starting shells that you can build. Unbridled Science is huge. Like, so when you max out an Unbridled Science, it's 40% turn meter push that you get at max. So Unbridled Science is nuts because it's after you take your action, it increases your turn meter by 40%. That literally can go on like most supports, like, to be honest, like especially ones that are like doing debuffs or rotating your team. Unbridled Science is like the start, right? Now after that, a lot of people transitioned into because what was Phoebian? I think Phoebian was a combination of like, I think it was Twilight Knight and Black Flag, I think, in Phoebian. No, come on, open up. All right, there we go. Yeah, so when you get to Phoebian, where are you at in terms of your shells right now? Like, what dungeon are you at for the shell dungeons? Because your shells are going to be the most important thing, like, period. Because, yeah, Twilight Knight then is going to be for your DPS. And then Black Flag is going to be for a lot of your supports, right? Diamond Heart is also going to be valuable, too. Because Diamond Heart is going to be providing some shield. It also gives you some defense scaling and stuff like that. So it's really good. All three of these are actually really, really good, to be honest. And that's going to be like the first two, though, that you get is literally access, at least I would say, too, is Twilight Knight and Black Flag. So those are going to be like the first two that you're going to be farming. And then once you farm them up, it should allow you to actually transition into being able to do Nightmare a little bit easier. Because the thing with this game is all about like doing the thing beforehand, and it'll allow you to be able to do the thing after it a lot easier. So like a lot of people actually like, how did I transition from like hard into Nightmare or from Nightmare into Hell? I farmed the one before first. I built up the respective pet a lot of the times in that, like from that first one. And then I equipped it to that character. And then that pet will basically open up and enable you to be able to do the damage. Like, for example, Twilight Knight gives you that defense break. And that is like pretty huge for you to be able to take advantage of with whatever other unit you're using to help you damage amp. So it's its own defense break that can stack with defense break. And you can basically nuke really hard with that. It targets the person with the lowest HP on the field. But usually when you're fighting bosses and you're hitting them, they'll be the lowest one the one with the lowest value in terms of HP. So yeah, Twilight Knight was huge for that. And then Black Flag is just really big for the extra turn meter push. And then it also has damage that can be applied with the speed up buff. So this could be used in some setups to like if you end up using like a Deting later, to help you like with your targeting with the ability and stuff like that. You said He said that's true. So also shells versus what I learned right now. So I'm stuck because I can't farm shells because I focus my stamina on two other things. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, like, yeah, shells are huge, right? Like massive. So once you get past that part of the process, Whitney is just kind of like a you need to clear it type of thing. I mean, there are some sets you can get from her that actually could be usable. Like to be fair, like I mean, I kind of forgot about Whitney. Like I went in there, I did what I needed to do, and I would say just in all honesty, if you wanted to get some sets out of here, Shanghai Jing is actually really good. Gigabyte is the step up from this. And if you like, a lot of people kind of skipped over Shanghai Jing, but in reality, this could have actually helped a lot of people with cutting because Shanghai Jing is literally baby Gigabyte. So Shanghai Jing is really good. I know you were saying, yeah, Blizzard. Yes, Blizzard is actually very, very good as well. Because that's a unit that can close the gap for your cooldowns. It's a chance of it doing it. There's a higher version called Halloween that you'll be able to have access to later. But this is still like it's entry level. So it gives you that chance and it can help you with some of those earlier runs. And then for like the Hell Kid that you're trying to build, Hell Kid actually, his best in slot is a shell called Count. This is the baby version of it, right? So Crossroads is the version or the epic version before you get access to Count. So this is just straight up raw attack that gets thrown onto the unit, and then you get life leech, so you're able to restore health too. Yo, Brennan, appreciate you for the sub, fam. Appreciate you, bro. So you get that too, right? And so from there, this even like when I was like kind of like looking back, if you were trying to do like some of your earlier builds for like Ramoka and stuff like that, like remember her best in slot is Count. You could use Crossroads on her. Like it literally does the same thing, but just at a lower interval. So when you think about that, having 700 damage thrown onto you, right? Then you're also still getting the life leech. You're using the onslaught, which is still what you're trying to scale, like that attack. Count can still do some work for you as well in that earlier phase on characters like Ramoka, for example. But again, Crossroad does work on characters like Hellkid, right? So that's that. But the real shift, and because you're at 18, I'm not gonna overload you too much. But your next, like, and this is like where I'll probably like stop, just because this is like the first, like, outside of the Phoebian shift, Nico Nana is probably one of the biggest shifts on your account, starting like into the next phase, going into Mythic gear, and Mythic pets. Nico Nana is the start to that, right? At Nightmare, you're gonna get access to White Fang and Artisan. White Fang and Artisan are going to be massive to your progression. And as much as I love Artisan or White Fang, Artisan is actually even more important than White Fang, because White Fang is going to go to probably like 1, maybe 2 of your DPSs. You're still really 1. And then you'll still be using like your Twilight Knight on some of your other characters, kind of like hand me down in your pets. But Artisan is going to be nuts for keeping your characters alive. Artisan is a big, like free to play, kind of like a gear gap closing unit because of the fact of how much shield you can get from the defense that it gives. And it not only gives you shield, but it also gives the person with the lowest HP threshold shield as well. So it's shielding the person that has it equipped and the person that typically, in most cases and scenarios, about to die. So that's a huge progression shift. And then yeah, and then from there, once you're able to get into Hell for Nico Nana, Gigabyte is going to be pretty massive. Gigabyte is the Shanghai Jing's evolved version. Gigabyte is going to be a priority to farm. And then Alicorn, eventually, if you have 1, maybe 2 Alicorns, not something you have to rush unless like you have a very specific setup. But Alicorn is really good to have. It's a debuff removal pet, and it can also increase effect res as well. And it gives you a certain amount of effect res based off of how many debuffs it dispels. So it's really like, honestly, these 3 right here are like that pivot shift. The first ones are Twilight Knight and Black Flag, and then it's going to be, which is going to be from Phoebian. So Phoebian's like your first major dungeon. Diamond Heart's still going to be valuable to you. here. It's kind of like, again, it's like doing the artisan job. And then whoever you end up giving black or diamond heart to, you're going to graduate them once you get to Nico Nada. You're going to graduate them into an artisan, and then you might build a couple more. You said Juice Up Messiah feels like Gojo. Yeah, Gojo from JJK Bro, I gotta stream JJK PP one of these days, because they added all this stuff now and I gotta farm it. It's just crazy. You said, did you hear about Black Clover? They're taking another game from me. Bro, I didn't. Wait, what's going on with Black Clover? I asked somebody about that the other day, but I know they're not really doing too much with it. Like, I haven't seen any advertisements and stuff like that, because I was kind of confused as to like I didn't know if the game like died out or something like that. Oh, it's EOSing? Oh man. Damn, that sucks, man. But this like, oh man. You said EOS City. Bro, that's so like, I hate when games EOS, because it's just like I get it, man. There was people that was probably still spinning and playing it, man. Like, and it took forever too to kind of decide to do that as well. EOS in August. Yo, what is with the EOS is in August? That's what whatchamacallit is doing. The EOS actually fully takes place and what's it called? In August for Tribe 9. Tribe 9's EOS finalizes in August. I don't know, like, why August of all the months? So to be honest, they were EOS for the last 6 to 8 months, just not announcing it. Yeah, that's fair. He said, to be honest, Black Clover wasn't that bad. Oh, server contract. Yeah, okay, yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Server contract. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Server contract. I forgot about that. That is the thing. It's a World of Visions EOS 2 weeks before Etheria's release. Bro, that's why, like, yo, I felt so bad for RNJ because of that, because I know he covered World of Visions for a long time, man. But like, that's what I mean, man. Like, I watched him, Diggs, there's somebody else I watched, Cabbage. There's a few people I watched on War of the Visions, because I never really like created on War of the Visions like that. And yeah, that game, dude, I love Final Fantasy. Like, so I definitely did play it for a bit on and off. Oh, she already is here, so I'll just go with Mocha. All right. It's like 267 is what people have them at. It's like 267. Oh, my light just turned off. Yeah, 267, fam. 267. The hand is gonna always go first, though. The hand goes first. It's rotating before the body. It's rotating before the body. Is that, are we HSR gaming when Fate collab drops? Bro, it's such a tempting collab, but like, I think I committed myself to not play HSR anymore, because it's just always disappointing, man. Like, I get on there, I grind out, and then I realize that I'm still having the same issues that I was having before with the game. So I don't know, like, maybe if they do like some like big overhaul where the game like is kind of different, then I won't mind playing it. But for what it's worth, by the time that happens, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna be locked in playing Persona, which, if I'm being honest, Persona is about to you said they got a skip button soon. Do they? Did they you said they added a skip button? Did they actually, like, is it a for real skip button? Because, bro, I'll play again if they really did. But Persona, I'm gonna be locked in playing that. I would also be locked in, obviously, playing Silver and Blood too. You said I'm only playing for the free archer, so I don't expect to pull saber with a whole new pity count. Yeah, that's fair. He said, who would you give Artisan to sustain? Artisan can go to anybody. I actually have Artisan running on my class. Like, it's really anybody that's getting a rotation. Sustain does it, like, it's kind of like a, an easy go-to. But for like my setup that I'm running, like, I give it to my class because there's no one else for me to give that extra sustain to. And yeah, that's that. It's a Persona is basically HSR anyway, but in Persona universe, which I think is kind of fire. I'm not gonna lie. Yo, you know what it's kind of like? You remember how Pokemon Go came out, but Niantic, which is the company that made it, they had another game that was just like Pokemon Go, but it was literally just you walking around your neighborhood. But when they reskinned it as Pokemon Go, that game literally blew up because it was the IP, like the IP, and then the game was actually fun. Like, bro, June, what was that, 2016? June 2016. That was one of the best summers of my life. Period. He said, "Wait, you're streaming P5 next?" Yeah, I'm streaming P5. Yeah, I'm actually gonna do a subathon for it because, like I said, there's 2 games that I'm gonna be covering that that come out then too, and by then, by that time, like in the next 5 days or so, I think my account will probably normalize. Like I'll probably be done with Inferno by then as well. So I'll just be kind of like doing PvP. We'll probably do that still. And then obviously Persona is going to be a whole grind, which I think is going to be fun because it's Persona. And then there's also, like I said, I'm playing Silver and Blood. So he said everyone was outside when Pokemon Go came out. Oh yeah, that was the most I've ever walked in my life. Like, I kid you not. And I ran track. I that was the most that I've ever walked. He says, who's your favorite sleeper unit right now? Favorite sleeper unit? Probably right now, probably Kachi. Well, they said that they were gonna reach out to me on Monday. That's what Iris said. She said she was like, I'm gonna reach out to you on Monday. So that's in 2 days. So I mean, I have some time. I mean, which is better than no time, right? But yeah, she said they'll reach out to me on Monday. Yeah, exactly, bro. Like it's fine. Like as long as she responded, that's all I cared about. So yeah, Iris, yeah, she reached out. So I was like, okay, and I made sure to send her like my Twitch and all that stuff too. No, I appreciate that, bro. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, like, yeah, that game is gonna be fun. Now, Ms. Zox is cooking right now. She's cooking right now. He said Kachi solo carried me to Inferno, sharing clear, solid choice. Yeah, Kachi. I think Kachi's pretty underrated. Like, but he kind of falls into like that. Oh, he's an R rarity, and you just started the game, so yeah, throw him to the wayside. But he's low-key busted. Like, honestly. He said, have the devs ever mentioned collabs in the future? They did surveys and they did ask players about that in previous betas. And I mean, we gave feedback that we want collabs. So they were asking about collabs though. Like, they're like, hey, do you guys want collabs? So we might see some. How would they implement them though? I don't know. This is, like I said, this is the first gacha I've ever played where the game is as accessible when it comes down to units. So if you're, kind of operating under the premise of not having limited banners, I don't know how they would do collab banners and them not be limited, like, because that would mean they would need to have the contract signed for X amount of time for you to be able to just pull the characters from standard if you wanted to. But I don't know how they would do that. Like, I don't know if that would actually be our first actual limited banners or not. Like, I don't know if they would have even like tiptoe into that. I don't know if they're going to go the cosmetic route for collabs. Like, I have zero idea what they would do. Because yeah, that I think would actually be really sick if they did dabble into some collabs. But I mean, they could do what Summoner's War does. I mean, that is a thing that, like, I actually really do appreciate with Summoner's War is when they do collabs. A lot of the times, the Summoner's War version of collab characters be looking better, which would be having me dying. Like, they literally same kit, but it's just a different skin. So if you played the event, you got the the collab character. But if you pull the unit later or after the fact, you actually you get the reskinned or like the Summoner's War version of the collab character. And they've done that for all their collabs, which I thought was pretty dope. Like, to be honest, so it kind of kills FOMO because it's like, oh well, I didn't get because that's one thing that I will say is pretty unique to Come To Us. A lot of people don't realize that, but I used to play another game of theirs called Air of Light, and Come To Us is predominantly known for making games where they only ever run a collab one time. They don't really like to rerun them like that. So they have obviously on Summer's War, because it's a different game, but like on Air of Light, they ran collabs one time. That was it. So one of my favorite collabs that they did was oh my god, what was the name of that webtoon comic? It was why am I blanking on it? I love the freaking show too. It is called, it's gonna come to me in a second because I can see it right now. Babe, what's the name of the Netflix Korea show that we watch? That oh no, Sweet Home. There we go. Look, as soon as I asked you, it like immediately popped in my head. It was Sweet Home. It was Sweet Home. They did do a Tower of God collab, but they did a collab with Sweet Home. And that was one of the first games I seen do a collab with Sweet Home, bro. And a lot of people, like, you like dead have to be like a webtoon comic reader to know what Sweet Home is. Because like Sweet Home, bro, is low-key fire. Like that was kind of heat. The steroid monster and like all that stuff, like they cook with that collab. But it was the only game I've ever seen that did it. It was the only game I ever seen them do a collab. But again, Air of Light, I think the people that were the devs that were working on it, they were a Korean team. So, but they did do a whatchamacallit, a Tower of God collab, which was so sick. Like it was really sick. You said Sweet Home was traumatizing. yeah, Sweet Home is like, I'm not gonna lie, I really think like it just in terms of like just like TV cinema, like just like pure television shows, man. I gotta give it to Korea, man. Like Netflix Korea is on a whole different like level when it comes to that. I always talk about this whenever it comes up, but like, bro, I have so, like I give credit where it's due. They be cooking on their TV shows, like they really do. Besides, XD done any collabs with any other gamers? Not too sure, cause yeah, not any that I've at least been around for, to be honest. Yo, what's good, Pop? How you doing, fam? I'm all right. Can't complain. How you doing? Hope everything's all right, bro. So I just want the Fate collab because I'd rather quit gaming than play Fate Gacha. That's fair. Yeah, because Fate kind of acts like Final Fantasy, where they like don't collab really with anyone. They like literally collab with their own what's it called? With their own franchise or within their own like bubble. You say you're drunk? Hey man, be safe out there. You said you said that rum got me all over. Hey man, I hope you're somewhere safe, fam. Yo, you say you're at home? Okay, that's all that matters. You at home, man. That's it. That's all that matters. I was hoping you wasn't tuning into a Zox stream, walking in the street butt naked, drunk on some rum. I was gonna have to phone a friend, like make sure you was okay. Like, hey, but you at home? You all right? You all right, man? You all right? You at home? Yeah. Hey, listen. Yo, you gotta make sure, bro, because I don't know. You're just like, yeah, I'm drunk. But like, yo, like, you gotta make sure he good over there. No, but that's what happens. You said what qualifies as a control effect? Slumber, stun, freeze. Those are control effects. Is that K-dramas have a very specific presentation style. I think Sweet Home has less of it. Much less long, drawn out shots. Only part of it feels like a Korean show to me. Oh yeah, for sure. I can agree with that. I feel like Sweet Home kind of like, they did so much with isolated space, which is what I kind of liked about the show. Was like the first season was all that. Like it was like, we're not going anywhere, but it's a lot happening. So they did really well with like this one building, but it's so much to explore within that one building. So like I went to like, so like for those of you guys that don't know my background, like I went to a school and I did video production and TV production. So I'm like very analytical, like when it comes down to like TV shows and like I know how to write scripts, obviously, like I edit and stuff like that. So like whenever I look at stuff, I like I love when they can like take a certain medium and like stretch it into something else. Like you like really took this one space, but you made it feel so vast, but you filled it at the same time. And then the second season goes outside of that space. And so it's like you had really good transition, like for what it's worth. Like it was just like two different experiences between both the seasons, and it was like you were kind of like on a roller coaster the whole time, even though like one was isolated and the other one was just like, now we're out in the world where this stuff is happening. So it's like they did really well. The other one that I really liked, I can't remember the name of it, but it's basically when there was a guy, I guess he like I guess like people would get like a death number, or he could like prophesize when like people would die basically, and it would be like these things that would come out, like that would come and grab them. And yeah, it was like with the countdown thing, and it would like just like they would just like straight up get like beat up to death. Like they would straight up get jumped by these like golem looking things. Like they would just straight get beat up, but like people was just dead dying. Like, and I can't remember the name of that show. And the guy that kind of like started it all, he or at least was prophesizing like people were gonna die at a certain time. He ended up basically Hellbound. That's what it was. Yes, it was Hellbound. Yeah, Hellbound. That show, that end of that season messed me up. I was like, wait, what? I was like, okay. So yeah, like those are like, I'm telling you guys, like Netflix Korea, man, they be cooking. I think they really do. He said, what happened to Counterside, Exo's Heroes? Man, Exo's Heroes was ruined by freaking they're not even ruined. It's like players, kind of same thing. They were mad about certain things and how things were like kind of adjusted in the game. Like, yeah, Exo's Heroes now is like a crypto game, which is kind of crazy now. Yeah, Counterside is still kicking. Yeah, Counterside is still kicking. Yeah, Counterside is still kicking. You ready?
Yeah, it's time to go.
It's time to eat.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, chat. I'm about to head out, guys. We've been here since 9 this morning. We went. What was that? That's 10 hours.
Too much.
How many hours is that?
Too much.
Is it 12? That's full 12.
Too much.
I did a shift.
Too much.
Too much? No, that's not too much. It's never too much for chat. Chat's the best. Yo, shout out to whoever it was yesterday. Like, I didn't even stream. Somebody donated a sub like yesterday, and I was laughing when I looked at my my thing, because I was like, yo, I didn't even know you could donate subs while the stream wasn't active. I was like, yo, who did that? Yeah, you hear her in chat? She like, too much. Yo, too much.
I need
Bruh.
my man back. I need my fiance back.
You need your, okay. All right, chat. Listen, we'll be back at the grind tomorrow. What are we doing tomorrow? Yeah, we'll just be grinding. We'll see. Hopefully I can get a lot of my stamina like blasted, and then we'll be able to kind of start to try to clear some content. I think that'll be a pretty big day to do that if we can. But yeah, man, I appreciate you guys per usual. I hope you guys have an amazing day, amazing night, wherever you're at. Yo, Pop, definitely stay safe. You know, stay in the house. I know you're drinking. But yeah, again, appreciate all of you guys. Have an amazing day. Like I said, amazing night. Stay safe out there. Stay blessed. I'll catch you guys later. All right, guys. Peace. All right, guys. Peace.